Good morning everyone and welcome to round 1 of the European Legacy Masters. The best legacy players, best 106 legacy players will fight for their prize and glory.
Yes, so those of you who don't know, the ELM, there are qualifying tournaments throughout the whole year. Basically, if you finish top in some big tournaments like Bazaar of Boxes, 100 people, if you win that, you get an ELM spot. And all those players are coming together today to kind of figure out who's the ELM champion of the year. So it's a stacked matchup, all great players, and there's going to be no free wins today. So today we have a first round match between Johan and Peter, I'm guessing, not Dutch, but they're both from Sweden, if I know my flags right.
This is correct, those are Swedish flags. And it is the Izzet WelderCam. It's the more combo focused version. It's the one with the Golden Engineers and the Legion Extruder instead of, for example, Peter's on the Hams deck that uses an affinity line as well in the main board. And he's against Peter with the Courier Steel Cutter Tempo list.
Yes, and good to know this version of WelderCam does not play Force of Will. And we see quite an explosive start from the Tempo deck. So he's managed to land a turn to Steel Cutter and immediately able to trigger it. But yeah, of course, the full combo version of the WelderCam deck can be extremely explosive as well. So I think Peter's going to have to be careful, to be aware of the things can change very quickly.
All Johan will do is try to force his combo lines as much as often. There's quite a bit of redundancy in his deck. He can just sacrifice his welders, his engineers a few times over and over, and at some point one will stick, and then they can very quickly combo out. There's not a lot needed. But the other side, Peter's just trying to do the damage race, do as much damage as possible while interrupt his work. And this is what we see the first days against the Flickry Sidex. My tokens need to stay alive, I need to do the damage.
And I think also the fact that the Tempo deck plays for the Thunderbolts, Lightning Bolts here is quite strong, because I think all the combo lines involve creatures in general.
Yeah, everything helps. Every single piece of interaction helps, and the most important part is have something that deals damage. And there's no better damage source than a Courier Steel Cutter for a deck like this.
Yeah. So I think the strategy for Peter is, play those cantrips, build up the board state, but keeping open interaction, lightning bolt, stays, force of will, and looks like he's executing on that plan so far.
The damage is there, and all Peter is trying to find out, for example, is a wasteland. So the wasteland would allow him to interact with the lands, like get the Arctic mana back, or get the free tutor from the Saga back in 2 turns. I'm not sure if Johan even has 2 more turns. Right? There's already 2 tokens. If he casts 3 spells next turn, it's gone. Life Total is over.
Yeah, I don't think Johan has time here to create a token, honestly. He's at 12 already. I mean, I could imagine another token getting added to the mix here from Compass side. So this looks like it could be very good.
It's fine.
Let's see, Hamper still needs 2 spells, right? At some point these spells rise up. If he keeps Force of Will in his hand, he might not have enough gas to keep going. A single spell will help. It still triggers the prowess. Still goes in for, if he wants to equip as well, still goes in for 6. It means he's halfway there. But yeah, he pretty just wants to finish here. Lightning Bolt in the face will do a lot of damage. Or even double Lightning Bolt, get the creatures in, it's over.
Yeah, and I mean, ooh, there comes the Wasteland. That's nice. So he still gets 1 construct out, but that is not a big construct. 3/3.
It's only 3/3. It's big enough to block.
Yeah, it's good enough to kill a token per turn, but it will make a difference in the clock. Because, if you don't make him have to sacrifice a token every turn, he's going to get an extra one every turn. So that's going to go down quickly. We are seeing, is that a lightning bolt? I think
it looks like a lightning bolt. The effect looks like a lightning bolt.
All right, and so we have another Steel Cutter trigger. So we are going to be hitting him for 8 damage right now. But that is a lightning bolt that can't be used on a welder or an engineer.
Yeah, for example, if he at this point finds... You won't be able to kill him since Johan seems to be on 13. But yeah, another bauble, for example. Will definitely put him low enough. The Izzet WelderCam does have options to win straight up. They have a Arena of Glory, which gives haste to one of the welders.
Oh, that's a nice one, yeah.
And not only haste, it's just an additional mana as well, so they can speed up and try to go for the 1-2. Since Johan is only pretty much one hasty welder away, and the civilians can to at least get infinite mana, and maybe at that point he can try to find or dig for something else.
Yeah. So I think, Johan's at 2. This is his last turn. So he needs to start making moves. And I mean, I think Humpe would have been keeping a Force of Will if he's smart. And, we need to check their audio. 1 second. We're having some startup issues today, so bear with us a little bit here. We need to have a look at our audio levels.
4?
Yeah, it's a bit unclear. At least on our end, the input levels look good. So we're just going to continue as is, I think, for now. Yeah, so sorry, we're going to see what we can do with these audio issues. But for now, we're going to get back to the match, see what's going on here. Maybe you could continue for a second. I'll check in. See,
Results triggered?
Yeah, game 1 finished up. Johan could not find the combination to finish up the game. So they will shuffle up, sideboarding will begin. There might be more interaction from Humpe. Maybe he takes out the forces, since it's in all cases a 2-for-1, and he has more efficient ways to deal with artifacts or smaller creatures straight from his sideboard. So it goes back to a 1-for-1 trade instead of a 2-for-1 trade. On the other side, Johan Larsen could, for example, consider something like a Kappa Cannoneer to have a little bit more pressure on the board, but it really depends on aggressive hands as well. A Kappa Cannoneer is too big for a deck like Izzet Tempo to handle, so if it does not get countered in one way or the other, it will stick and provide for sufficient additional turns to find the combo and activate the combo.
2 damage. 18. To mana. Provocation. Yep. And I want to copy the cards. Copy is okay. So this dice. This dice.
So right now we are in between rounds for the game. I'm guessing Humpe took game 1?
Yeah, Humpe took game 1. They are now figuring out sideboards, change the cards, and then shuffle up game 2.
Yeah, all right. So I guess from the sideboard matches, what kind of tools are we expecting to maybe see come in here? It's Johan Larsen, who is of course usually a breakfast player. Some interesting pieces. Rip Apart is one which I'm actually not too familiar with. Is that a red-white card, I think?
Yeah.
That's one in Johan's sideboard. Yeah, that's deals 3 damage or destroy an artifact or an enchantment. Interesting sideboard tech. I had not seen that one yet before.
It's a sorcery speed one as well.
Yeah.
It might be because it's one of the very few solutions that's too flexible, right? It takes out a potential planeswalker, so maybe it gets the damage done against something similar, like Daimyo or a Kaito, pretty much the only ones we still see, some Karns maybe.
Yeah.
But the other flexibility it has is just a single card that targets both artifacts and or enchantments.
Yeah. And he does play a single plateau as a white source, besides all his Puddle and Opal mana. So.
Yeah, it's an interesting decision to pick up this one.
Yeah.
There are other situations like, for example, Disenchant, but those don't do 3 damage to a creature. So in this case, he just wants the most flexible card available.
It's interesting. It's the only white card I see, at least in the sideboard. So.
There's also the portable hole.
Oh, there's a portable hole. Yeah, that's the one which... yeah.
He doesn't have to cast that one, but it's nice if you can.
Yeah. And yeah, to be honest, on Humpus' side, we see Meltdown. That seems like a no-brainer to bring in this matchup. Although Surgical seems like another good one to maybe if you remove that cam.
Yeah, no, you can remove the cams, so all the cams are out. He needs to find different ways to still combo out. At least he cannot go infinite, but he can still make a lot of value with the Legion Extractor.
Yeah. And we see Hurkyl's Recall, two of them in his sideboard, but that seems like not the best thing to use in this.
Just go for the Graphic Cage and the Surgical Extraction. Maybe the Hydroblast here, because it takes out the red creatures.
Yes.
Anything that can take out a Force of Will, you can probably play.
Yes, the A with
it costs you 2 cards to stop a combo piece, and you want pretty much with all 1-for-1 trades here. And then make the value with your core Steel Cutter to finish off.
I think that's Johan's strategy, is wear down Hump's defenses until he finds a hole where he can execute his combo.
And if you have to spend too many cards to stop it, at some point, the Izzet WelderCam will slip through.
Yeah, if you're fighting, 2-for-1s, at some point those resources run out, because although the Izzet Tempo deck does play for flow states, those only come online later in the game, and I think Johan's ideally going to want to do find some action before it gets to that phase of the game.
Johan will just force the issue over and over again against the Izzet Tempo deck, and all he needs to do is just stick one of his welders.
Yes.
Or make some value a different way. In this case, we're going to see the value the different way. There's a Pinnacle Emissary. Now we're going to see how many zero-cost artifacts he has available and how many tokens we get. Unfortunately, we stick with only one.
Only one, yeah, because we see there's 4 baubles, 4 opal, 4 petals. So there is the possibility of doing more than just one, but one can be good.
I mean, we've seen Peter, for example, with a more affinity line yesterday make 7 in 1 turn. It wasn't a turn 1.
No.
Or maybe it was turn 1, but yeah, he made a lot of them, but he had 2 Pinnacle Emissaries available, but still, if you make 3 tokens here, that is already an issue for the Izzet Tempo deck, right? They trade 1-for-1, 1-for-1, unless they have the Meltdown or the Hurkyl's Recall available. And we do not know if we chose for that line.
No. And also one of Peter's games, I think in the top 8, that was a bit more of a lockdown game, which went a lot more turns. And at some point, he just had 2 of those Thopters, or drones, I think they are. One of them was equipped with the boots, and that one ended up pushing like 10, 12 damage over the game. So even just 1 or 2 can be threatening.
Yeah, they're still flyers.
And yeah, I mean, it's... They attack past most of the creatures. They can chump block a DRC or a Murktide when that becomes relevant. So they're not, not nothing.
No, everything is there to save a turn. He can hardcast the Pinnacle Emissary next turn if he wants to. I have not seen if he has, like, for example, a third mana source. Yeah. But in theory, he could already cast it here if he wants to sacrifice his Lotus Petal for it.
Yeah. And I mean, these are these things which are kind of a distraction from the main combo, where I think, Humpa does not want to spend too many resources on this. He wants to save some defenses for the actual thing that will, outright kill him.
Yeah, for Johan, it's also a consideration, is my Lotus Petal worth the sacrifice here? And maybe I'll walk into a Daze or a... Well, Sign it doesn't work here, but... He goes for... he says Lotus Petal here. Here's the threat right now. He can find a Surveillance Cam if he wants to. Maybe a Mox Opal, whatever he needs. It goes into the bin.
And this is dangerous.
Maybe he can pick it up later. And he already has 2 artifacts in play at this point.
Yeah.
In order to start a small value engine.
Well, so we have Twin Shot Sniper going into the graveyard.
Yeah, straight from the sideboard. This is not their main board choice. The main board choice is the Legion Extruder. But this is their second option. Make sure if it gets, for example, Extirpated or Surgical Extraction, they have a second ability to continue the combo off.
Yeah. And yeah, it's like letting the tutor resolve. I mean, he's probably going to want a few more things in the graveyard, but yeah, this is something which every welder, every engineer is now extra scary.
Yeah, this is already a good start. Like every Deathrite Shaman, for example, is not allowed to go in. No.
Deathrite? One day.
Dragon Rage Chandler,
yes.
DRS.
Yeah.
I mean, both are DRSs, right? The one is a Deathrite Shaman, the other one is a Dragon Rage Chandler.
Yeah. DRC, yes, yeah.
The old man got confused for a little here.
Yeah. We'll see it come back one day, maybe. Well, no, it's of course banned currently.
It's very much bad. It is not coming back.
I mean, the graveyard hate wouldn't. Yeah, well, maybe it's too much.
It's a man with hate for everything, right?
Yeah.
It just eats all the goyfs in the format.
The 1 mana. Well, I mean, a little hate for goyfs. Maybe not the worst, but
It's everything. It's just an excellent card.
Ooh, we got a Dragon Engine. That's a very impactful card on the game.
It's a very impactful card in the game. Also because you can just pick it up. Right?
Yeah.
Get it back from the graveyard.
Yeah.
Put it into play. Redo it again if you need to.
So we have a Brainstorm in response. Let's see. So,
Hampa is just pondering, like, all right,
yeah.
how much of a threat this is? Apparently, he decided, let me brainstorm first, see what I have to work with,
Yeah.
and then decide, do I need to do anything against this?
Of course, we have the fetch ready if he wants to get rid of some bad cards in his hand.
He might be just fine with the trigger itself. He just wants to lightning bolt it, for example, so he does not continuously take the 4 double strike damage.
Yeah, because it looks like Johan does have 3 cards in his hand. But yeah, right now it only discards your hand and draws 3 when it comes back from the graveyard, I believe. So that's a later problem.
Yeah, for now he can just consider taking the damage, but yeah, still a threat on board. Right now there's 6 damage on board he does not want to deal with, preferably.
Yeah, suddenly Johan's on the aggressive part of the spectrum, and Hampa needs to build up a board presence.
Yeah, this is what sometimes happens with the Izzet Tempo decks. They have like a chosen hand that's very reactive, but then they forgot the active part.
Yeah.
And it's just a risk you have to take, right? There's a lot of sculpting in Hampa's deck. He can very easily find his pieces, but at that point he gets slower and slower.
Yeah.
And still has to react to the opponent. And the question is, how much mana do you have available to do both?
Yeah.
And for a while, it will not be able to do both. We do not, for example, see a Pyroclasm in sideboard, so he can clear the board in one go, and then
that would have been nice.
continue.
Yeah, because the list that Hump is playing, the only threats it has is Dragon's Rage Chandler, Corey Steelcutter, and Murktide. So 10 cards out of the 60. Oh, we're seeing a Hercules recall, so he did bring him in.
He did bring it in.
Nice tempo play.
Yeah, it buys him a bit of time. I don't think it's the solution in the end, right?
No.
The engineer is still there, which I think in the end is a much larger threat.
Yeah.
It's buying a nice little amount of time.
Yeah.
The token is gone, so that saves another artifact for the potential combo or drawing cards.
Yeah. But, card disadvantage at the end of the day. But it looks like he needs time right now.
Yeah.
So, this is almost a time walk, basically. He's recasting the Dragon Engine, so...
Yeah, he just wants the Dragon Engine before he wants the Pinnacle Emissary. Remember, it's a card he can still play. Yes, it is. It looks like it's an exile, but it's still playable.
Yeah.
Which is another 3/3 body Humper will have to deal with at some point.
Yeah. So, I think Humpa needs to start making some moves here. Put some bodies on the board. I mean, even just a DRC, because I think we are... So we have instant artifact creature. So we're not at Delirium yet, but we're close. Oh, there we go. That's usually they're on attacking duty, but they're pretty good at blocking too. Oh, and we have a bolt. Maybe?
Yeah, that's lightning bolt. Yeah, it's one of the secret layers.
There are so many different lightning bolt arts.
This one I do remember because I own one.
Ah, nice.
But yeah, it gets rid of the creature. You can question here if you think this is the right pick, or if you should, for example, take out the Goblin Engineer. You can create tokens. You can probably at some point deal with the card. My decklists are gone.
Fun little trivia. How many
the Dragon Engine?
How many unique arts are there of lightning bolts? Do you think?
There should be. I think it's close to 20 at this point.
Higher. It's 29.
Dear Lord.
Yeah, but I mean, I think since there's a lot of prints of it, and not all of them are nice, but
these lightning bolts everywhere.
All right, Pyroblast and the Pinnacle Emissary. That's nice. That's a good defensive move because that's a hard thing for him to deal with without something like Pyroclasm. So this is a
a clean solution before it becomes a bigger problem.
It's another 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah.
Even though Johan does not play all that much many blue spells, it's pretty much the Pinnacle Emissary and maybe the Cannoneers and the Surveillance Camps. And there's the Loki God of Mischief.
That's a
in the
reason.
main board.
Yeah.
That's also a very good reason.
Yeah. Because, the WelderCam, that's not really, the Surveillance Cam, that's not really, I think, what you want to be pyroblasting. It's more the entering and leaving. So we have a Lotus Petal, which doesn't actually do much, but it's going to be welded here. What do we get back? We could go for the Dragon Engine to refill or get the Emissary.
Yeah, it's just changing out.
Yeah. We're going for the refill. So discarding his hand, which is Portable Hull, and the Valence Cam.
Wow, those are some great pickups.
Yeah. And the new 3. We'll see. Oh, something's coming straight up. Well, it's thinking about it, but... Ooh, second Urza Saga. I wonder if he might be thinking about just
another one.
pushing out Saga tokens and maybe kind of shifting to that more mid-rangey
I think
plan.
I was considering as well, but now his new hand will allow it.
Yeah.
Also, there's a 2/2 for striker here, which will just block any token at this point. Even if there's a second token, you trade with everything. Then next turn he can swap it again with the Mox or maybe one of his construct tokens. And just keep valuing again. Maybe he wants a portable hold next turn. So you can get rid of the core steel cutter.
It's a very clean answer for that, yeah. So I think at most Humpa will make one more monk token, but that's not great. And I think, Johan has the possibility to make 2 construct tokens, which will be quite large.
Yeah.
So that's going to be a problem for Humpa.
And he still, he could do it multiple turns because there's also a Sewer Surveillance Cam there. Yes, it costs an additional mana each time he wants to use it, but it means he has 2 uses. The Surveillance Cam triggers twice. So maybe you can get an additional action out of it.
Yeah. I always forget that it can be used for fairer things, like an extra Urza Saga activation. Yeah.
But Hump is now posing a
Murktide,
legit threat.
Yeah. And Larson,
With haste.
Yeah, Larson does not have any Pyroblasts in his board.
No, he's very much relying on his pretty much on his combo, and he's almost there.
Ooh, and we also gave the Murktide haste. That's always a fun one. So that is suddenly 8 damage in the air. So I think Johan's now at 9 instead of the 17 here.
Yeah.
So that is scary.
So it's 1 or 2 more turns he needs to find whatever is necessary. But he can grab a skateboard here from his first trigger.
Yeah. But I mean, so Humpa has a blocker, which might be big. And also, if Humpa can manage to remove a single instant or sorcery from his graveyard, he suddenly has lethal in the air. So that's something which Johan has to be aware of. Humpa doesn't have that many ways to exile things from his graveyard, but...
No, but there's plenty of opportunities for him to just
do 1 damage.
Try to win here.
Yeah. So the token's getting tapped. That's because...
The skateboard comes into play.
Skateboard, right.
So he has a skateboard. Now, for example, if he has a welder, someone is not going to have a good time.
Yeah, because I do not see how many cards Hampa has in his hand. Maybe 0?
If he builds, for example, a construct here...
Yeah, which he does.
And he could equip the skateboard. He's posing close to lethal, right? It's 4 damage here. The construct is... what is it, 1, 2?
So it would be a 3/3, which would be 4/3 with that one, yeah.
So it's 8. 9, and there's 9 damage on board.
Which is not a lot. And I mean, technically, if Johan doesn't have any blockers, then Humpa also has lethal with that 1/1. So he is leaving a blocker back here, but he's trying to race him.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's 8 damage, potentially.
8 damage.
So 6 versus
I
9.
don't see enough damage to finish off. For example, there's 2 damage in the graveyard as well.
Through the Swing Shot Sniper, yeah.
What was likely is going to happen is he will use his Goblin Engineer to get the Sewer Surveillance Cam in and tap his Murktide.
And Humpa did still have a card in his hand, so he now has 2 total. I mean, a Lightning Bolt. There's...
Lightning Bolt is not enough.
I mean, he has a Murktide. You think he's going to tap it with the Sewer Surveillance Cam?
It's the Sewer Surveillance Cam in the graveyard, so he would tap that one.
Yeah.
So he will need 2 spells with the Lightning Bolt.
Yeah.
But the Sewer Surveillance Cam, you know, it will just only block that one. So he needs to have the full damage.
But I mean, so if he has
if
he has a Dragon's Rage Channeler, he could give it haste with the equipment, and that would, you know, he has some options here because
9 damage is very much possible.
Yeah, but yeah, you have to because if he taps the Murktide, that's not a blocker anymore. So it's
no, one of these players will win in the next 2 turns.
Yes, yeah, this game is very close to being done. Oh, that's just for a prowess trigger. So that actually doesn't remove anything. That's another prowess trigger and a monk token. But that's not enough damage here. This is a total of 5.
2 spells. The first one is 3/3.
Yeah.
So yeah, this will be 6. It's 5.
Yeah, this is the equipped one's a 2/2. The other one's a 3/3.
Yeah, it's just 5 damage.
And Hampe has played all his cards. So this is the damage he's going to be able to do.
Yeah, so he sacrifices something, taps the Murktide.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, hold up. This card taps something.
And
it doesn't just untap Welders. No, it also taps something from my... Something might be there. Maybe I've made a mistake.
Yeah.
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 Hampe made a mistake. He's up to game 3.
Oh, you think he might have missed that tap there? Yeah. Well, or maybe he saw it and thought, well, it's not getting better than this. Let's just hope
he could have, for example, kept his both his spells, played it in the opponent turn, make a token at the end of turn, at his opponent's end of turn. But it's very hard to beat whatever there is available, right?
Yeah.
The Sewer Surveillance Cam will leave afterwards. He can tap something again.
Yeah.
So his creatures are not coming in. He might get chipped or chunked at this point.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's 2 damage here, 2 damage there. Next turn, he can do it 2 or 3 times.
Yeah.
With the 3 mountains he has available.
Yeah.
Here's the 6 damage he gets there.
That's the thing I find really hard about playing against these decks is you're afraid of the, you know, 1-turn combo, but they have a really strong mid-range plan, like we saw here.
They are very resilient.
Yeah. So you can't just, you know, keep only super defensive spells. Like, they will also grind you out if you try and turtle up too much.
And this is a game where we could see, like, for example, what the Goblin Engineer could do.
Yeah.
The Goblin Welder does this even better. If there were, for example, it would have been a Goblin Welder here, he would have won straight up.
Yeah.
So on one side, it's fortunate for Hampe that he had more time due to the Engineer, but now you could see how strong the deck is.
Yeah.
And it gets even better next to a Welder.
Yeah.
I wonder also if the sideboard will change a little bit. We saw some Pyroblast coming in.
Yeah.
That weren't doing
I think
all that well.
I think I was going to reevaluate the Pyroblast because having those as his last 2 cards must have felt not so great.
No.
I mean, it did remove the Emissary at a, you know, pretty reasonable moment, but
Yeah.
I don't think it was impactful enough at the end of the day.
No, it didn't. And it's mostly like because he grabbed all 3.
Yeah.
He had nothing to do with the other 2. Because there's very little blue targets in there that he needs to get rid of, right? The Emissary is 1.
Yeah.
But what else? The Sewer Surveillance Cam doesn't matter.
No.
Because it leaves play. It does its thing. If you counter it on cost, it doesn't matter because they want it in the graveyard to combo out later on.
Yeah. But I mean, so if we assume he took out Force of Wills for those Pyroblasts, like that wouldn't have been, maybe that you could have gotten something earlier there.
Yeah, you could buy time, for example, with Brazen Borers.
Yeah.
Right, you have an additional way of attacking.
Yeah.
You can bounce, for example, the construct tokens or something else just to buy time.
Yeah, and that can be a good kind of combo disruptor too sometimes, the Brazen Borrower.
Yes. So that might be something you should consider, just keeping the 1 Pyroblast in case he wants it, just as an additional spell, but maybe pick up the 2 Brazen Borrowers.
Yeah.
The good news for Hampe is he is on the play, which is perfect for the deck. So, for example, he really wants to see a Dragon Rage Channeler in his opening hand, and just go from there with no pressure. Because Dragon Rage Channeler, the amount of deck sculpting you can do to get the cards you need is incredible if you can get it out turn 1.
Yeah, because I think we saw that in game 2 that Hampe he was not the aggressor. He was on the back foot. He was playing defense, and I think that he went like this turn 1 Dragon's Rage Channeler. We can definitely see. That's a good start. And, I mean, let's see what Johan follows up with. Well, at least no Pinnacle Emissary. Otherwise, that would have come out first, probably.
He only has 2.
Emery's nice, though. It's an engine.
Emery is incredible. It allows for some cards to hit the bin. There's also already a bauble next to it. There's already a petal next to it. So he can choose if he wants additional cards or if he wants additional mana next time.
Yeah.
And that is without the garbage that's added to the graveyard.
Emery's also a reason for Pyroblast, I think. We didn't see it last game, but it is... I think if you have an answer, you want to clean this up.
Yeah, I forgot about Emery as well. I'm talking about the blue cards. So yeah, it could be that he still keeps him in on 3. Just because it fills the bin. It is a dangerous card.
No. I think this is a preordain we're seeing.
Yeah, it's one of the 2 preordains in the deck. Hampa plays a lot of drawing spells, which will few the Murktides. And maybe...
and the Steel Cutters, of course. You want to trigger those. So...
yeah, we haven't seen the other card, and it's Flow State.
Yes.
You get the card advantage in. It's also a card he plays in the deck. Just to add, to keep the fuel for the Core Steel Cutters.
I've heard it's a good card, Flow State.
It's incredible once it's active.
Yeah. But it's, to be honest, in the top 8 so far, I haven't seen that many Flow States being cast, surprisingly.
We have not seen a single copy yesterday.
No. I mean, everyone's saying, the new expressive iteration, but it's... it hasn't had its time yet. I mean...
No, we've seen very little blue yesterday. All the blue is pretty much in the Izzet decks. There's a few control decks out there. There's a few Tempo decks out there.
Yeah.
This is the first time on coverage this year we've seen Izzet Tempo.
All right, we still have some Pyroblast in the deck. That's, Izzet Tempo is definitely a great flow state deck.
Izzet Tempo has no way to deal with the value that comes out of Emery. Still, as said, it makes mana, it makes, and this case, it generates cards.
Yeah.
Could there be other solutions? Yeah, there could be. Lightning Bolt still works.
Yeah.
But there's only so many cards you can Lightning Bolt.
Also good to know 2 Welders went to the graveyard from that Emery trigger. So
both Goblin Engineer.
Engineer. Yeah, that's what I meant to say. So we have also an Emery was milled away, so no artifacts really were hitting that mill.
No, but he already had the 2 good artifacts he wanted for now.
Baubles enough.
A single surveillance cam.
Yeah. But Bauble and Emery is enough to make it a threat you need to answer, but could have been better, I think. The mill.
Yeah, there he goes. Artifacts.
All right. So, first showing of Loki.
Yeah, I wonder what happened with the bauble that he couldn't save it for next turn.
Yeah. This is not as...
this works as well.
Yeah, so this triggers the Loki as well, I believe.
Any ability that targets something else will draw you a card once a turn.
Yeah. Could we get Loki on the coverage as well for the people who don't know it? There we go. Oh, nice. So it is abilities you control, not spells, but it can target anything, like also from the opponent, player or permanent. Yeah. So
all the baubles in the deck
target players.
The opponent, yes,
yeah.
And those are instant speed. That works. Suicide Scam also draws a card, also targets something.
And of course, the speed is relevant because you want to trigger it on your opponent's turn to possibly get 2 triggers per turn cycle.
It's just a nice value engine here.
Yeah.
Also a blue card we forgot about.
Yeah, another reason to Pyroblast. But yeah, so this is nice. This Murktide is a clock. And
nice, big, and it's fast.
And hard to answer for Johan. I mean, he can tap it, but I mean, he can't remove it from what I can see. I mean, take a Ratchet Bomb up to 7. Good luck.
Yeah, that one will take a while.
Yeah.
I'm looking if he has... There might be a single Into the Floodmaw.
Oh, yeah.
To reset. That depending on the hate he's expecting.
Yeah. I could imagine that's more for the... Yeah, that could be interesting. But we have another Emery here. Did it mill? Still not many artifacts being milled.
Mill, what do you want?
But the Soul Cauldron is a nice one.
Yeah, it will grab one of the Goblin Engineers.
Yeah.
Or...
So yeah, Emery still has Summoning Sickness, so it's not going to do anything yet.
No, but the threat of the Goblin Engineer is here.
Yeah.
All he needs is that one Surveillance Camp to keep the Murktide tapped for a while.
But yeah, this is a 3-turn clock. Oh wait, no, it should be 12. Yeah, there we go. So Hampa has the pressure he was missing last turn, but Johan gets to untap with his Welder Emery. That's not something I would like if I was Hampa.
He's still missing the utility artifacts here.
Right. His graveyard is fairly empty.
Right? He can make the mana. There's the Arena of Glory for hasting welders. But he's desperately looking for the additional artifacts in the bin.
Yeah. So it could be Hampa has some interaction, but he's waiting for it to become relevant.
Yeah. He would love to have another Goblin Engineer now, find the one artifact he's missing.
So we don't see a tapping of the Emery to bring back the bauble. We're keeping up.
No, he can do it anywhere in this turn.
Well, that's the welding, but I mean casting it using the Emery ability. He doesn't do that.
No. Oh, but he has the Sewer Surveillance Cam.
Oh, all right. So he's going to tap the Murktide.
He can always tap the Murktide.
Yeah.
If it gets counted now, he can
weld it back.
He can weld it back. There's a bunch of artifacts he can use for it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's going to be a bummer for Hampa, because that, buys a turn for Johan, and that's all he needs right now, time to find.
I'm very much thinking he will just crack it at the end of turn, draw the 2 cards.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Welder, you can do an infinite loop with Welder with the surveillance cam. With Welder, you can do it infinitely. With Engineer, you have to pay 1 red mana each turn, so it's a bit harder. But you can still get a lot of value.
It's a lot harder. It's there just for the value, and it's also just a 2 to get something in the graveyard. Right? It fetches you still any artifact to hit the graveyard.
Yeah.
So that's why it's so important. So they are more graveyard based. They're more consistently graveyard based, and that's what makes the deck so scary. There's always the one piece they can get in the graveyard, either through Emery or through the Goblin Engineers.
Yeah. So we're paying 4 to sacrifice the surveillance cam, something people forget you can also do just to draw 2 cards. And he's untapping the Emery with that. Because, it taps or untaps. So we have some more end step things. I think we're going to weld the cam back into play, maybe? He's thinking about it.
Yeah, he's thinking about if he wants to spend the mana. I don't think it matters that much unless he needs additional cards. If his draw isn't good enough, he could do it.
All right, so he's going to...
But he chose not to.
He's going to bank that Lotus Petal. So he has 3 fresh new cards, which is going to give some options.
More mana is perfect.
And so in this situation, basically the Murktide is locked down. He can tap it every turn if he wants to. So that's got to be something Hampa is not happy with.
At this point, he's desperately trying to find to fight the Welder or an Engineer.
We have a second Murktide, but no graveyard to cast it with.
No.
Which is always a bummer.
For now, Johan feels safe. He can always grab the Sewer Surveillance Cam. He can do it again. Instead, now he doesn't have to sacrifice an artifact, only to exchange, but he can draw 2 cards every turn.
Exactly. Johan's accruing a lot more value right now than Hampa. So the pressure's on Hampa here,
and
too.
there's nothing Hampa can do against it. For now, this will be a standstill unless the second one hits.
Yeah.
That's where we might see a little bit of tricky issues at some point with the lack of artifacts. But for now, it will be Sewer Surveillance Cam, tap the Sewer Surveillance Cam, sacrifice it, and he can tap 2 permanents for a while, and at some point the artifacts dry up. But if you draw 2 cards every single turn, including your draw steps, so 3 cards, you should be able to keep up the artifact count here.
Yeah. But I'd imagine Hampa's looking for, a single Bolt, a single Pyroblast, and you dismantle his engine, I think, here. So there are a lot of outs. But every single creature with that Soul Cauldron can now become an Emery Welder. So every creature is scary here. All right, we found enough to cast the second Murktide.
It's not all that scary here.
Yeah, it's definitely a smaller one.
Corey Steelcoat is the card he wants, because that goes into width.
Yeah.
And the Sewer Surveillance Cam cannot deal with the width.
Yeah.
He's untapping his Emery.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. He could tap the other one in case he does find a weird attack.
Yeah. So he's doing the same loop he did last turn. Basically, tap creature, draw 2 cards, cost some mana, but the mana he has right now.
Yeah, there's no reason to use more here.
Yeah.
You can sacrifice a pet, sacrifice something else. It doesn't matter.
Also good to know, he does have the Arena of Glory in play. So, even if he removes the Emery, that thing can be... Any new creature will, with haste, become a new one. And I think he's got 4 or 5 cards now. These last 2 turns, he's been drawing 3 per turn.
He's digging for a Welder.
Yeah.
That's it.
I'm favoring Johan here, to be honest. It feels like it's slipping away from Hampa.
Hampa still has no way to attack. Right? As I said, you draw 3 cards. Here's a bunch of artifacts. Now you can keep tapping up 2 things. this is a card, the engine, that will help a lot.
And I mean, a flow state's not a good draw here. He has no graveyard. He could probably fill it somewhat quickly, but
No.
so that's another Hurkyl's Recall. I think
Recall
on
is nice because it unlocks his Dragon Rage Channeler for a bit. It resets the Soul Cauldron, which is very important here. But it doesn't stop it, right? If he can get rid of the Cauldron and then counter the Cauldron for one way or the other, that should at least stop the massive value Johan gains.
Yeah.
And then the value is just out of his Embry.
Yeah. And so we were talking about, there we go. It's a lot of card text, but it's quite good card text. Yeah. An interesting one, so we were talking about maybe Surgical Extraction being boarded in, but in this case, something like an Agatha's Soul Cauldron is actually protection against Surgical, because you can always exile your own card in response to the Surgical to keep the other three at least in your deck.
But you pretty much want to take out the Sewer Surveillance Scam, right?
Well, exactly, but that one can be protected with the Cauldron by, at least, not the one in your graveyard, but the other three.
So this, you can find the timing. If he at some point taps the Cauldron, he can do, a Cauldron only takes creatures as far as I know. So
no, it can target any card. You only get the +1/+1 counter with the creatures.
That makes more sense.
Yeah. All right, so we have, did we get an attack in with one of them? They are tapped, but I'm not sure if he has enough mana to tap both of them.
I'm surprised he was allowed to get an attack in here.
Yeah, I think we did see Johan, but I mean, so the second Murktide is a 3/3. So that's probably not worth expending as many resources on as for the 6/6 one.
No, he spent a bit more mana than he wanted. So he doesn't have the 4 mana to sacrifice it right there.
Yeah. But that's just a passing the turn. And so we did see the top of the library was Hurkyl's Recall. So Johan knows he has that in his hand.
Yeah, so he's unlikely to go for a Constrict here.
Yeah. But yeah, to be honest, the also good to know the Hurkyl's Recall, if that's on an end of turn, that does unlock, well, it's a 1/1 Dragon's Rage Channeler, unfortunately. So.
For now.
Yeah.
I mean, it's easily a 2/2, right? There's a wasteland on the other side. So a land and the instant are immediately there. All he needs to find is a bauble and then, for example, a flow state, and he's
back in business. Yeah, and it's interesting. Yeah, he did let that saga go to 2, even though he has a wasteland. So I think he's, he knows the Hurkyl's Recall is known.
Trigger.
Okay. So we're tapping a land now with the cam. I believe there's a new one being played from hand, and now Johan's hand is actually emptied quite quickly. He only has 1 card in hand right now, so.
Yeah, but he can continue. There's still the sewer cannon on board. He can draw 2 whenever he wants.
Pinnacle Emissary, but I mean with an empty hand, not as scary. But yeah, at some point he's gonna be able to recur twice per turn.
Yeah.
And that's gonna be.
He just wants more bodies on the field.
Yeah.
More artifacts on the field, so he can sacrifice.
Also, this Emissary does make the Hurkyl's Recall a little bit scarier.
Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted to see here.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no way. I can't.
But the most important part is
I can activate.
Sewer Surveillance Scam, lock down both of the dragons,
That I agree.
and just buy time until he finds the one missing piece, because he's missing 1 piece. I think if he finds one of his 2 damage items, artifacts, it's already good enough. Look at the amount of.
Yeah, you mean Johan here? Or,
Johan, look at the amount of mana that's available. It will take him 2 or 3 turns, but it will win in the game.
Yeah, he's ready to go off. Every turn has to feel very scary for Humpa here.
But if he finds it Welder, it's over.
Yeah, and he's drawing maybe 4 cards per turn now. Well, 4 from the cam looping plus 1 from the
And the
turn.
Hurkyl's Recall is not able to stop that one.
All right, we're firing off the wastelands because we definitely don't want the 3rd chapter.
No.
So I don't get triggers from this.
And I think, usually 3 lands is enough for most tempo decks. So 5 is.
Yeah, it's all about the timing. I do think if you have, for example, the Hogaak's Recall here, you can allow it. You will bounce it.
Yeah.
What can he grab that it's not already there?
It's choosing not to, though. So,
Oh yeah. What's common? A Chromatic Star, a Mox Opal.
yeah. And I mean, doing in your opponent's end step versus your turn also doesn't matter.
And I think the Arena of Glory might be the more dangerous card.
That's
Even
a
though
very
it's a
good point.
skateboard still here.
Yeah.
6, and I have 3
Anything, if he cannot give haste to his welder,
Yeah.
Hampa can fight it.
All right. Looks like we're doing some more Valence Cam looping here. So we're probably in Humpa's combat step. Yep. We're,
Step down 1,
yeah. Humpa knows the drill. Not his first time going through this.
bring it back.
Get any extra time for the church call?
He's making mana, sacrificing an artifact.
Yeah, and there are 4 cards in Hampa's hands, you know. We know Herc, but those other 3...
Grind the game.
Yeah.
All he needs is to gather all the Dragon Balls, right? 3 lightning bolts is all he needs.
yeah. And,
And we know Johan cannot do anything about it.
well, I mean, yeah, it's good to know Hampa's list is not playing Price of Progress. Price of Progress would be nice here.
Yeah. 3 lightning bolts is also nice here.
Yeah.
Okay, in the end, he still decides to choose to take out the Urza Saga.
And I think we did see 1 lightning bolt that was used on that first Emery. So I think there's still 3 of them in his deck. So it's
It's a long game. We're looking for hours.
Yeah,
We're looking
that's it. He's looking for the magical Dragon Balls.
yeah.
for Flesh Raker.
He has a 3 mana. He might just be saving it.
Where are the flow states?
Oh, very much not there.
Yeah.
And he would have
Welder. We
you
have a
can
hasty
see
welder.
the Arena of Glory, tap him for 2 mana.
Yeah.
Anything hit haste a red 4 and gets haste.
So we're going to see the Hercs here. I'm not sure it's going to do much, to be honest. I mean, what's the best time to play that Hercules Recall?
There isn't.
No. Because, I mean, in response to a tap, you bounce all of them.
He can replay everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, even better. He even gets his mana back.
Yeah, and I mean, if you bounce the Valence Cam, you can just play it again to untap the welder to try again. So
He will bounce everything now.
All right.
I think it's a good reset for the Cauldron.
yeah. So he's doing this, I think, in response to the welder being on the stack.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, with the welder still on the stack, yes.
Yeah. So we have some responses from Johan.
Yeah, he can pick something.
Well, float some mana for the things which go into hand too. So
I think you just allow it to happen, float the mana,
yeah, recast a bunch of stuff.
pick it all back up. He still has a land drop available, so that it nets him 2 mana.
But yeah, if Hampa doesn't stop this, he's dead, I think, here.
He's already dead.
Yeah, probably. But yeah.
He just hasn't accepted it yet.
Yeah.
If Johan plays
Well, now he has. So, well played by both. I mean, it's
the power of WelderCam, right?
Yeah.
There is not a single turn you're not scared that the deck isn't randomly winning.
yeah. And you can see Murktide is not always the best one against this deck. Going wide is maybe a bit more of a safe plan, but he didn't have that kind of hand. And I guess, you know, there are situations where Murktide's enough, but it was just a bit too late. So, yeah. And so, yeah, we also have, this is Swiss. We have 7 rounds of Swiss for this tournament, and then...
7 rounds of Swiss. Picking up a first loss is rough, but not the end of the world. We've seen yesterday, for example, with Thijs, who started with 2 draws, into 7 wins, into winning the finals. So he booked his ticket after starting with 2 draws for today.
Yeah.
Thijs is battling today. And it's unfortunate for Hampa, but he pretty much needs 6 wins.
Yeah, which is possible. I mean, we saw, you know, Thijs yesterday from 2 draws to...
Yeah, those are incredible stories.
Yeah.
There's always some classic Pro Tour stories as well. I think there's a famous Louis Scott Vargas from years ago where he started 0-3, 0-4 and just blasted into top 8.
Yeah. And these are all very veteran players, so I think a lot of them will know, hey, first, losing the first round, you're not out, and yeah, they're in it for the long run.
It's a tough start, but it also very much shows why the WelderCam has been relatively popular.
Yeah, so it's I think we're going to see more of this deck. It has been putting up some really good results. The Surveillance Welder decks. There's multiple versions, but they're all pretty putting up good results. So.
Yeah, they have done fairly well at the high tables yesterday. I don't think we saw one in top 8, but we saw a lot of them just outside of the top 8.
Yeah. And so we have a little post-game interview for you guys with the winner, Johan Larsson. I'll take my seat right here. Congratulations.
Thanks.
Hey, man.
Hey.
Welcome, you could drop by. We don't have a lot of time, but congratulations on the first win. Must feel pretty good.
Yeah, it does. It was against a friend, so it's always a bit rough to get paired into friends in the first round. But
yeah, it always happens, right? You got over 100 people, and my friend is my first target.
Yeah.
How well do you think this Welder deck fields in the current Legacy meta?
I think it's pretty good. I think it's probably a little less good here than in general. Like, it's not very good against the blue-white Phelia decks, and there are a lot of those here.
Yeah. So what are the decks like for the coming rounds? What are you looking forward to beating? You want to avoid the Phelia decks, but what kind of decks do you like? I can just take it easy. I will not have to waste so much energy trying to beat them.
Yeah, I think I don't really mind like any other deck too much. This is a quick combo deck, and I want to avoid decks that have a lot of interaction for that. Which is why that Phelia deck is so good against me. So there are no like, oh, I really want to face this because it's easy. It's more, this deck is hard, the rest of the field is more acceptable.
What's, for example, the reason why you picked this interaction, this iteration of the deck instead of, for example, the affinity list we seen someone else play?
The reasons are mainly, I know Harry who played this in the showcase the other week. And then played it online, and I don't have time to play every deck.
No, he played it last night as well, went 6-1 with the deck. We saw the exact same matchup in the 7th round last night. Yeah. For those who watched State of Light and watched the Legacy deck, and he beat the deck as well.
Yeah.
Is this something like, for example, aspiring new Legacy players? Would you advise this deck to pick up as one of the first decks, or would you like, now take something else first and then do the hard stuff later?
It depends on where you come from. Like, obviously, it's not a great first deck into someone who's new to Magic in general. But if you like, really want to play a tricksy creature combination, like, there are those types of players in other formats for whom this deck would be a great entry to Legacy. But
if you like your challenge, you pick up this deck.
Yeah. If you're fresh with triggers and everything, but it's being new to Magic, it's not the greatest.
It's not the greatest. Thank you very much for your interview.
Yeah, thanks.
I think pairings are pretty much up for the next round.
Yeah.
I wish you the best of luck, and maybe we get to see you more often today.
Thank you.
Enjoy.
Thank you, and good luck with the streaming. It's been amazing to see.
The one on 3?
Yeah, with the trigger on stack.
Yes.
Float one.
Yes.
And then search.
Yes.
Even after the nice interview with Johan, we get straight into the last match that's still ongoing. And it is a Mystic Forge against a Lands deck. Somehow they managed to still go overtime and play for the final win, or maybe a draw for the deck. I don't know if it's still game 1 or if it's game 3 at this point. But it's for sure not game 1.
This is on corner.
Yes.
At this point, it seems like the right side, which is Jord, very familiar with the lands kind of decks. It's not Jord on the right side; it's Jord on the left side. That's on lands, and on the right side it is Peter with a Mystic Forge deck.
Yep.
At this point, he's surviving on the Ensnaring Bridge. He locked down his life total, make sure it's safe, so he can build towards the full strength of the Mystic Forge deck list. Let's go, me.
All right. So the lands, the countries here are not quite correct yet. Jordi's from the Netherlands. He's from, my local play group, so known face. And Peter, not sure where he's from. I believe outside of the Netherlands.
100% outside of the Netherlands, but yeah. These are matches that can go very long. They can shut each other down, and then it becomes a massive grind.
Yeah.
Into to try to win for victory. This is what we've seen here. I said we currently do not know what the current score is.
No.
This could be game 3. This could still be game 2. These are the kind of decks that just easily take 40-45 minutes for game 1.
Yeah, and so we see Ensnaring Bridge that locks down the Dark Depths win, and also a Mystic Forge plays for a Kozilek's Command, which is also a very good answer to that. So that's, so the nice thing is Jordi, he also has he can recur Bosejus with Life from the Loam, so he does have a lot of answers to all those artifacts.
He needs to find his first Boseiju first.
Yeah, but I think that'll be a big find when he finds it. That'll really change the game. But to be honest, right now, Peter does not really have any way of pushing damage, and his mana is also quite limited here.
Yeah, his mana is limited to a bunch of colorless mana, and the Krakus that's right here, and the one Lotus Petal.
Yeah. So Caracas, another answer to Merit Lage. So that's not going to be too scary for a while. But also once Boseiju starts getting recurred, he can also just destroy all of Peter's lands.
Yeah, it's an interesting version of the deck. He plays a Mystic Forge deck, does not play the Fantastic cards.
Interesting.
All, if I remember correctly. But instead of it, he plays the Caracas mainboard, has the Trini Spheres, and the Desert Cruel Captain, which he have not seen in the Mystic Forges that do play. So he has a mainboard opportunity to deal with, for example, Show and Tell, and deal with Embrace, for example, even though it's not very good, or deal with the Merit Lage in this matchup.
Right, yeah.
But we see the number counter, so they are in extra time. Lance is very capable of killing someone in one turn, as long as he gets rid of, well, in this case, both the Caracas and the Ensnaring Bridge just was ended.
And assuming we're in extra time, I'm guessing the 0-0 score here is not correct.
No, it doesn't look like it.
I bet 1-1, but...
I wouldn't pass them to still be 1-0 for one of them. So one of them might be very happy with a draw in this game. It could be that neither are happy with a draw in this game.
Yeah.
But let them play on. It's up to you pretty much. I don't think Peter can kill Jordi anymore. But I do think Jordi has the ability to kill Peter if he finds the right cards in the next turn.
Yeah, they are the last table still playing from this round. And looking at the sideboard, it looks like Jordi probably brought in 3 Force of Vigors, which is quite nice here. So he has a lot of possible answers. And the number of Bosejus, I'm curious how many he is playing. So 3 main board. And none sideboard, so he has 3 of those.
Yeah. One of the big issues that he's, I think it's Johan Maya, so he's not stuck on colored lands.
No.
You can just take the 2, make as much mana as possible. If you need the green, you can make the green.
So it looks like Jordi's trying to build up a bit of a construct army here for when he eventually removes that. How did he get rid of it? What was that?
Well, it has to be Boseiju.
All right. So if he does have the Boseiju, he has the Life from the Loam. So that's an engine which can, get through pretty much everything.
It's not clear he has a Boseiju, but he got rid of it.
Yes,
because just to be technically correct.
And we see a green card. It could also be a Force of Vigor.
Just 3 counters on it.
Oh, that's something that might have happened.
Yeah, I'm going to look up the Force of Vigor arts. I think
also a bunch of them.
I think it's not a Boseiju, but...
he only got rid of 1 artifact.
Yeah.
And is on the battlefield.
Yeah.
Yes.
Until this chapter trigger finishes resolving.
Okay,
So
perfect.
board state should be like this.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, and now in response
To you wanting
passing
to
priority?
Yes.
Yes, you want to untap this.
Yes.
And you're not gonna tell me why.
There seems to be some discussion happening here.
It matters.
Yeah.
The constrings aren't that big, but they could be big enough next turn to finish up the final points of damage that's necessary.
If you play a second. and you name this, then I can't untap.
Yeah, so the pithing needle seems to be on the key here.
Two of these, and I let the trigger
I'm not
resolve,
sure
then
what the
then
discussion
I
is
can
here,
untap.
but
So it's technically correct to do it now.
Yeah,
I think you only run one, but
Fair enough, fair enough.
Yes.
Yeah.
Search.
Okay.
I think there's a timing discussion here. But so we're resolving the third saga trigger.
Yeah, this might become a skateboard.
Yeah. And we have another saga ready to make tokens as well. So, you know,
Yeah, we might just be trying to skateboard into the finish, right? There's 4 artifacts at that point.
As
Yeah.
big
So
as
the first one it comes in for 5, so 13 left to go, and that's very manageable
yeah.
if you build 2 more tokens.
But this is a big problem for Peter, and I do see in his hand that he has a Kozilek's command and a Karn. Third card I can't see, but so the Kozilek's command can at least get rid of one of those and possibly put down some blockers for the others. So,
He decided to choose the Graph Digger's Cage.
okay.
I mean,
What does
it's
that
not the
stop
Mystic Forge. I would have
in
kept
this
relying on it
matchup?
many times.
It's a surprising one for me, honestly.
Yeah, not much, but maybe he has a skateboard in hand, or
Yeah.
maybe he boarded it out.
And at the end of the day, it's another artifact. So, I mean, right now these things are 4/4. He can make them 5/5 with the extra token.
Maybe the Pithing Needles and Caracas,
No effect.
just to make sure the 2020 is allowed to attack.
Yeah,
1, 2, 3.
It won't stop the mana ability, but it will stop the Bant's ability.
yeah.
Yeah, there's 5 points of damage, or 4 points of damage here.
And yeah, with the ensnaring
14.
with the ensnaring bridge gone, if the needle is on Caracas, then Merit Lage is again a viable option.
To win.
So I think Peter's thinking here if he wants to use that Kozilek's command maybe, or he's saving it for later.
I would like to
He
go
has-
blockers and
I mean, he has limited amount of life to work with.
Yeah, and the pressure's on.
He also has limited amount of mana to work with.
you have second me. I am at,
It goes for a life from the loam,
yes, your life results.
so he picks up a few lands.
Yeah,
There's the Boseju.
yeah.
And you have no more land drops.
Peter can't be happy about that.
I don't. I haven't played any lands.
Okay, sure.
That's correct.
And is that, what is that third one? That's a thespian stage. All right, so that makes it live again. Oh, and
Yeah. I think just Peter untapped the Green Monolith in response on the Pithing Needle landing. So it might not be on the Green Monolith, but I said it's probably on the Caracas. To stop the 2020, so he has more than one option to aim for the kill.
yeah.
So now Peter has to consider if his Kozilek's command, if he wants to save it for the 2020, or if he can have the luxury to take out the tokens here.
Yeah, and so we do see a round counter on the table, so we are in turn 2 of the total of 5 turns of extra
Yuri
time.
has just one more turn.
Yeah, and I think Peter probably is not going to be able to put together a win here, so there is definitely a chance that he's playing defensively, going for a draw.
I want to.
Yes. So we have to do something.
So yeah,
now.
Jordi's choosing to get rid of the mana,
Yeah, he's not aiming for the tokens. He's
I would
and I think this is also forcing Peter to use his Kozilek's command, because it's not going to get better than this.
no
And I think that might be enough
6,
to...
7. He might just consider make a bunch of tokens, so all the constructs will be blocked next turn.
Yeah,
They don't have trample by themselves,
yeah.
and he can take out something else. Right? He could try to find a draw. I don't think he needs it. Maybe he does
an 8.
for the 2020.
I would make.
Yeah, so here we're seeing the Kozilek's command, going to remove one of those tokens. And I mean, so maybe he didn't remove the skateboard, but he's saving it for Merit Lage.
Yeah, he can save for a turn. There's another trigger coming next turn.
Yeah. Because to be honest, I would not, that would be game winning, because I think Jordi still has, he has the 5th turn.
So yeah, he makes tokens and he makes the scry. He's not taking out anything. I don't think it matters.
No,
right?
blockers are enough. Yeah. And you
All
know,
he needs to do is survive.
yeah. The exile removes one creature, the blockers can stop
But none
6.
of them are flying. He just needs to find the second one.
Yeah. But that was an answer for the Merit Lage, which he no longer has right now.
Yeah. He wants 2 white mana at this point.
Yeah. Well, if if he managed to find another Kozilek's command, he can cast that off of the Scions, and that would be a nice out here.
I'll draw for
Oh, but that's interesting. So the Scry gets disrupted by the shuffle. So he is still drawing, he has one draw off the
Yeah.
Kozilek's command, but he was not able to set up anything else on top. So we have a Lotus Petal, looks like we have a Mystic Forge, a Karn. I don't think we have a Kozilek's command there. I think the way might be open for the Merit Lage to get in.
Yeah, what he pretty much had to open, I'm not sure if he plays, yeah, it's the one of Portable Hole. Get rid of the Pithing Needle on the Caracas and use the Caracas on the 2020 token.
There's also the question, what's the flute on here? That could be on Thespian stage. And if,
Not unlikely.
yeah, and if that is the case, then Merit Lage is not an option. But how much damage? Well, so yeah, the constructs won't get through those 6 tokens. So that is, yeah.
Unless they fly.
Yeah.
We're not going to let them fly. It's not what the deck does.
No, no, no. I mean, maybe there's a one-man equipment which can give flying. I don't think so, but
No, they're not. Yeah, they are, but
yeah, not being played here.
none
Yeah.
of those are being playable.
No.
Wonder is an option because it requires an island. Things that make them fly, I think there would be something like Eldrazi Monument. Way too expensive for
Yeah,
decks like
yeah.
these.
Yeah, I think we're heading towards a draw here.
Other effects that could happen is give everything -1/-1.
That could be nice, but I don't think
targets.
that's in there. Yeah. That's one thing I find quite fun sometimes is Plague Engineer as a way against Eldrazi decks, just to turn off all those tokens.
Yeah.
But yeah, these are not tools that are at Yordi's disposal.
Yep.
2 lands.
But I mean, okay, even if the Boseju's on Thespian stage, he can Boseju the flute. So to be honest, I think he's just got to go for the Merit Lage here. But so he didn't get any way to give it haste. We had Chapter 3 resolve, no boots,
No skateboard.
no skateboard. Yeah.
Here's the attack. There you go. We're not giving them random trample, they're not big enough.
Yeah, so chat's also thinking, get skateboard. But for some reason, we're not seeing skateboard. So
Let me see.
I wonder if he took out skateboard.
seems like something he's not happy with right now.
Probably seen the crackers in earlier games, and he's like, I'm not gonna deal with it.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna take out the skateboard. If I can fight my way around it, I will do it later, like end of turn wasteland and then start attacking.
I'm curious to hear his thoughts about that. It seems like exactly what he would want in this situation.
It's what he want now, but the question is, does he want it in the regular game, right?
Yeah.
If he has space for it.
Yeah, so
The answer is no.
yeah, it's a draw.
It's a draw for this one. I said we do not know the result of the first 2 games.
Yeah.
62.
We'll figure it out once they enter the score.
Yeah. So that was the last game of round 1. We also got from our commentary crew a bit of an overview of the metadata for today. So I don't know if it's possible for us to show that on the screen.
So much.
Might be interesting to talk through that, kind of see what to expect for today.
Yeah, it's surprisingly all over the place. There's no deck that's like 30-something% of the meta. I mean, there's a whole bunch of combo and tempo-like decks available.
Yeah.
But the tempo decks are Dimir Tempo, Azorius Tempo, Boros Energy decks, Izzet Tempo. It's a very healthy spread.
Yeah. So, I think it would be nice if we could show that on the screen, but until then, maybe we can talk you through what we see here. I guess we're seeing, so like, if we look in like the big archetypes, combo, tempo, control, mid-range, stompy, we see a third of the metagame being combo. So that's, our Doomsday, playing the car, Cam Welder, Reanimator, Breakfast, Sneak and Show. And I mean, these aren't just solely combo decks. They also have mid-range plans. They're kind of...
Yeah, these are decks with combo elements, right? We also see Cephalid Breakfast. People are still playing it with Loki instead of Nadu.
Yeah.
It's a way to draw cards. Yes, it's not the same engine. It doesn't draw as many cards, but it's still a way to draw at least 2 cards a turn or a turn cycle. And maybe, apparently people still think it's good enough, but Mystic Forge with Flash Drake is also there.
Yeah, because I didn't
Yeah,
have...
yeah.
Oh, that... And you didn't have enough...
So, but we do have a very wide combo metagame. Like the highest deck in the combo sphere, Doomsday, only 5 people, 5%. And you know, it goes down to other combo. That's a surprising 9%. So we're seeing quite a wide amount of.
Yeah, so it's a very healthy. We got lands. We got, I said, we got the storm combos. We got different based creature-based combos that are even available. 2 dredge decks. I think that's fun to see. I hope there's always fun. There's always some players who will qualify with Dredge and just bring Dredge.
And I think a lot of like the amount of graveyard hate has gone down a bit, maybe.
But it looks good. We are going to a short break until round 2 happens.
Yes.
And in a few minutes, we'll be back with round 2 of the European Legacy Masters.
Yes, stay tuned. All right, welcome back, everyone. We're heading into round 2, and the names are not correct here yet, but we have a matchup of, Dimir Reanimator against Stoneblink is apparently what we're calling it now.
If that's the name they're giving it, it is indeed the Phelia with Stoneforge Mystics.
All right.
Seems to be a pretty popular control shell this weekend.
Yeah. We've seen like the hard Phelia Riddler decks, which skip the stone, the stone. What's it called again? Stoneforge Mystic. But it seems like the Stoneforge Mystic versions are putting up better results. And this list
is a Yorion list.
Oh, it's a Yorion Stoneblink.
Even more cards.
Wow.
On the side, we see Eduardo with the newer take on the Reanimate, right? After Entomb got banned once again.
Yeah.
After, 16 years.
Yeah.
Players were looking into the older strategies again. How can we get them back in? Like we play more discard, target ourselves, back careful studies, for example.
Yeah, and so like I've seen 2 big Reanimator lists. You have the one which is only like black-red with kind of a bit of a blue sideboard, and that one's much more faithless looting, like turn 1, turn 2 Grizzlebrand. This is more late game. We have Brainstorm, we have Flow States. More tempo Reanimator, maybe instead of like combo Reanimator.
Yeah, it decides to be a little bit slower.
Yeah.
But it's trying to find its combo pieces faster. And David is already like, I see a careful study. I don't want to have any part of it.
Yeah.
I don't want to have to fight for every single reanimate spell.
Exactly. And I think that's a pretty good strategy against a lot of these reanimation decks is keep the graveyard clean of targets.
Yeah. It is an expensive price to pay. It will cost them 2 cards.
Because if we see the ways this deck can get stuff into the graveyard, it has Careful Study. Bone Shards is an interesting one. That's a Modern Horizons 2 common card, but it's a kill spell, which you can basically choose to either sacrifice a creature or discard a card as a casting cost. So that's actually something you cannot counter. So as long as there's a target to point it at, it's a guaranteed way to get something into the graveyard.
Yeah, and then we also have the faction to Surveil Land.
Yeah.
A different opportunity.
Well, because we're playing Brainstorm here, we can actually fetch into Surveil and then Brainstorm to also put something on the top to put into the graveyard. But that's not always going to happen. And we also have the old-fashioned Thoughtseize Yourself option. But
and then there's another card. It's a one-off. It's Tainted Indulgence.
You see it a lot in Modern. In Legacy, not so much.
But it's an instant speed, draw 2 cards, and discard a card unless there are 5 or more mana values and more cards in your graveyard, which take a while for Reanimator to do, because everything is very, very cheap.
Yeah.
Unless the big ones are already there. And in that case, I'd rather draw the 2 cards.
Exactly. So I think it's nice as a one-of. The power level is maybe closer to Modern than to Legacy, but I think as a fun of one-of, it's a nice inclusion.
Yeah. For example, what you might see is what we talked about. Seville trick on the stack, Brainstorm.
Yeah.
Put the fat one on top.
So this is definitely a scary Brainstorm because this could put something into the graveyard. So looks like David's looking to see if he wants to interact with this Brainstorm here.
Yeah, he already used 1 force negation. Question is, what else does he have left outside of his cards? Maybe he's just fetching, just for safety, and saving for a ley line binding afterwards.
Yeah, and so...
But it's just a hard cast force negation here.
Mm-hmm. We do not have any dazes in David's deck list here, so he does have to expend a second force of negation here. And So he is playing 4 Force of Wills and 3 Force of Negation. So even though it's an 80-card deck list, he does have a decent density of force effects.
There's plenty of cards available here.
Yeah.
I said this is now a hard cast. So we have fairly got traded 1-for-1. Much better feeling than the first Force of Negation, which also costed him. I think it's the Quantum Riddler.
Yeah. It is interesting, though, because this Surveil Brainstorm, he could have done it in David's turn, and then Force of Negation wouldn't have been on the table. But they don't know each other's deck lists, so I think maybe Force of Negation might not have been as much. He doesn't know he's playing 3.
Yeah, or maybe he's like, I've dealt with the first one. How about the other one?
Yeah. And these are both players who did win the first round. So we have another Surveil land coming out from Eduardo. Will he follow it up with another Brainstorm?
Yeah. Also, the Force of Negation is always on the table if you pay the mana cost.
All right, he had the mana to play it here. So this was actually probably happening in his end step. So yeah. Yeah, they're playing fast, which I like. But it's,
There we go.
All right, so we have, yeah.
Try it again.
Yeah. Trigger on the stack, Brainstorm. Will he have another? Nope. So it's resolving this time.
No, I think this is what makes this version of Reanimator pretty cool. That's right. It has the ability to take its time and be more consistent in getting things in the graveyard instead of just trying to be very aggressively trying to go off on turn 1 and turn 2.
Yeah. Because the other version, you see it do unmasked target yourself. That also uses up a huge amount of resources. And in this case, it takes it a bit slower. But David having to use these 2-for-1s, at some point he's going to run out of resources. And
now there's a massive resource here.
What is that creature on top? Wait.
That's a Reanimate. The spell in the graveyard is Reanimate.
There we go. Okay, that went faster. So yeah.
That's the current boogeyman. That's the Atraxa.
Right. Reanimated Atraxa. That's
Fill his hand.
yeah.
It's the sorcery. That's an instant.
And yeah, David's looking at the 3 cards he has.
Another sorcery. And Atraxa is not the one you want to Phelia.
Nope.
And that's the second creature.
All right.
You're happy about this, seeing a second creature here?
We have a little jump to the other game, but we're back here. All right.
And once in a while it happens. They're very tricky happy. They want to show as much legacy as possible. But we'll have to wait until this game is finished.
Flow State is in the instant pile. That's interesting. But there we go. Back into the sorcery pile. So, I mean, do we go for another Reanimate here? I mean, that depends on his hand, I think. Flow State could be nice, too. We're going for a Thoughtseize. Just take apart David's hand or target yourself to put the Atraxa.
If you can, for example, take out a Phelia, that would be great. Or maybe there's the Caracas. If there's a Caracas hiding, you're screwed anyways. But at least you know what to find, what to look for the next time you try to go up. This is a fucked up hand and a big issue.
But yeah, I mean, okay, this is not.
That's a very small solution.
Yeah, this is. Even if we have a Brainstorm here, we have a Ponder, but I would not be too worried about this.
It has one card in hand, right?
Yeah.
Anything that's properly threatening gets forced.
Yeah.
He knows he's up against a force. That's what makes reanimating an Atraxa so scary. It's not just a 7/7 body which is lifelink death touch,
which you have to get rid of,
and flying and whatever else. It is the pretty much always guaranteed 4 or 5 cards you draw from it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And so as far as interaction from David, so because he's playing Yorion, he's actually playing 4 Leyline Binding, which is something you do not see that often. But that is a clean answer to these kinds of creatures because you don't want to put them in the graveyard. You want to exile them.
It's gone.
Yeah. And I think we also have the 4 Swords to Plowshares. Oh, this Phelia deck is also playing up the Beanstalk. So that's a reason. Phelia Beanstalk is definitely a fun little combination. So...
David is here for the long run, but he's not allowed to play the long run against Reanimator.
Yeah.
Yeah, you play 80 card decks, you get to see. This is the cool thing about the Orion decks. You get to see more fun cards to play Legacy with.
Yeah.
But you also have to consider way more lines for order to survive. What do I have available?
Yeah.
What can I find? What are my odds of finding it?
Yeah.
But yeah, I like this list. This is a nice control list. It suits the current field pretty well.
Mm-hmm.
Of relatively fair decks.
Yeah.
There's a lot of creature-based decks here.
One thing which is also impacting kind of probably the hands that Eduardo would keep, once you know your opponent's playing a Yorion deck, you know they're going to be a long-term value deck in general. So you're going to try and be aggressive. And I think he was pretty successful at that here.
Yeah, give it time and it will win the game.
Yeah. So we have a Thought Seize on a single card in his hand. So David is out of resources here.
David is begging for the one leyline binding at this point.
Yeah.
Or even better, up the Beanstalk into leyline binding.
Yeah, and so we actually see that Eduardo exiled an Atraxa. So maybe that was his only blue card at the time, but...
He already has one in play. He's fine. If this one dies, I'll have to sculpt again.
Because that's what I'm thinking. Does he have like a round 2? Like, can he handle a single removal spell? Or will that bring David back into the game if he manages to remove this one?
I mean, we saw him pick up one Force of Will. We saw him have to bin the other one on the bottom of his deck.
Yeah.
Who knows how many he has left? He said, for example, he might have 2 other blue cards or another Force of Will and no blue card, and he's just waiting for the second blue card just to be 100% safe.
Yeah.
How many cards in the hand?
I think at this point, David is also fine with Caracas. Just get it back into his hand and let it buy enough time and let my Tamio do some work.
Sanctuary.
Caracas would be huge, but this is a case where having an 80-card deck list is a
Yeah,
bit painful.
these are all very unlikely outs.
Yeah. He is playing a Caracas, but only one of, and doesn't really have any way to...
But at this point, I think he might have a solution. There's a Mystic Sanctuary, so he has something on the top of his deck.
Yeah,
He can put the Sword Supply Shears on top,
seems like a good choice. And
attack with the Tamio, sacrifice it for 7 life, draw the card,
Flower Traxxas.
and so
crack
the,
it.
yeah, and the force that he got off the Atraxa, did we already use that?
Go ahead.
Because I know did he?
Yeah. That's what he pitched for the first Sword Supply Shares.
Yeah, all
Keep
right.
it, to keep it safe. Now he has to do it for the second one.
So I see a Daze in his hand, which is not going to work here.
It works perfectly fine if he has a Force of Will.
Yeah. I don't think I see Force of Will. I mean, I think he's playing the original art, which is easy to recognize from the stream. Nice red colors. Force of Will, the art was originally going to be for a red card. And yeah, I love the contrast of it, the blue and red. But it looks like we do not have a force there.
No. So, which means David is, I guess, sort of back in the game.
Yeah.
He's still struggling, but he did find his one way out.
Yeah, and so Eduardo's deck plays 4 Atraxas as reanimation targets, 2 Archon of Cruelty, which would be quite nice, and 1 Wrath and Mikey, which is one of these reanimation spells which finds another one in your deck. And those are actually also the only creatures, so Wrath and Mikey will always hit the big guy.
Yeah, just because straight value.
So we have a Thought Seize targeting himself. Yeah, there's that Archon. And we also have an Animate Dead and another Atraxa, so bad news for David, I'd say.
I'm surprised he decides he wants to go for the Archon here.
Well, cleans out that last card from his hand, kills the Tamio.
We know the card it is.
Yeah.
It's a relevant card. It kills the Tamio. So I guess it's good enough.
Yeah.
He could have also just picked up another 5 cards.
Yeah. I think, 5 to 4 cards is pretty safe in this list, but, this draws him 1, and...
It also stays an additional out.
Caracas. This is not sensitive to Caracas.
And it also kills him next turn.
Yeah. Oh, yeah,
he
she needs to
aims-
turn off the clock. That's definitely relevant, yeah.
And it pretty much dies to everything else, right? He could... Phelia is not doing much.
Yeah. But yeah, David has 1 unknown draw, and that has to be it. He's passing. Not a scoop yet. Doesn't mean anything, but Seiju. Wow. That's
That is quite a pickup.
yeah, that's a nice one. And no more reanimation spells in Eduardo's hand.
Basic on type.
For now.
Yeah, let's see, how many does he play for reanimate?
He's already at 6 mana. He's already getting close into hardcasting the second Archon.
That's always a scary place to be when they start hard casting stuff. I've seen that from the other Turbo reanimate deck because it plays 4 Dark Rituals as well. Like, they can just play 3 Dark Rituals hard cast stuff as well.
If he finds 2 Lotus Petals, for example, he can hardcast the Atraxa that's still in his hand. Just to find the blue mana.
Yeah.
Oh, there's one on top of his deck. Here we go again.
Ooh, yeah.
Problem solved
25.
for now.
And I think David, he got lucky with that top deck. Is he going to get lucky again?
Yeah, he has to keep continuing getting lucky, but at some point I think his luck runs out.
Yeah.
So his best out right now is up the Beanstalk into the leyline binding, just to keep the draw going. But yeah, at some point 80 card deck. The odds aren't that great. It's like in 1 in 10.
Yep, and we can see that he probably drew something which was not one of those things. So we're going to game 2, and
But now the fun part starts for these kind of decks.
Yeah.
David can now interact more heavily with the graveyard.
but again, 80 card deck also means the chance of finding those sideboard tools is smaller. So we do see from David, we see, I think, Lion Sash definitely coming in.
That's not much.
No, I mean, you can tutor for the Lion Sash off of one of those Stone Forges, so that's kind of nice.
It is kind of slow.
Yeah. Lavinia is not great here. It would be better against the turbo version.
Yeah, it's not doing anything.
No. You could maybe consign. So a nice thing is consign actually stops animate dead, and it can also prevent the ETB trigger of Atraxa. So it's not super great, but it does help.
No, then there's the Wheel of Sun and Moon.
Could we? Is that?
If a card would be put into enchant player's graveyard from anywhere, instead put the card is revealed and put it on the bottom of the player's library.
Could we maybe get that one on coverage? I think that's one which maybe used to be played more often, but it's one I haven't seen much.
Very old one.
Yeah.
Most people have accepted the fact that Rest in Peace is probably a more useful card.
Why would you play this one over Rest in Peace, I wonder? Because it keeps your graveyard and only removes your opponent's, I think.
Yes.
Okay. What was it? The Wheel of Sun and Moon. Yeah, that's a fun one. But so, I mean, I think Consign might be possible because it has some play, you know?
It has some play, but it doesn't solve issues.
No, but I think, you know, if we're looking at some cards, with 80, I think there is room to cut, possibly. Like Batter Skull, is that really what you want to be doing in this matchup?
No, it's very slow. You want if you're going to pick something, I said it will be the Lion Sash and it'll be the other card in the Meteor Sword.
Yeah, I could see something like Life of the Low maybe also coming out here. I mean, I feel like that's not really the type of game you want to be playing.
I think Life from the Low is fine. It's not great.
Yeah.
I don't see a specific reason to cut it here.
Well, if you want to make room for some things. It's like, I think Consign, it's not great, but maybe you'd rather have it to something like Life from the Loam. To stop an Atraxa trigger, to counter a Animate Dead. I think especially the Animate Dead one.
Maybe he just has to the fact that he's not going to do much in the cyber plan.
Yeah.
And just has to play the game as is. Him being on the play might help a lot. Give him time to at least set up somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
It's a time he does not have on the draw.
And yeah, so also I see from Eduardo's deck, he does have Show and Tell as a juke to maybe be less reliant on his graveyard. It's an option here.
Yeah. I mean, we have also seen Eduardo's deck is not the fastest, right? It could be still be very fast, right? If the careful study, for example, results.
Yeah.
But if David is allowed to have a bit more time to set, he can do that one setup piece.
Yeah.
There's not that much interaction from Eduardo as well, right? He has to choose: do I fight, for example, Stonefish Beastie, or do I protect my creatures?
Yeah.
And I think when that point happens, there might be more opportunities for David to use his removal more efficiently.
Yeah, and I think David, he's looking for, you know, those exile removal spells. Stoneforge, I think, is a really great one to get here. Interesting, he does not play Containment Priest, even though he's playing Phelia, which would have been a nice one, but I guess he's thinking he has enough answers for things. We also have Solitude, yeah.
Yeah, so he has a bunch of removal. Doesn't negate the value that Atraxa is putting on the board, but
Yeah.
he will just have to find or play with the cards he has. A set, he just wants at least a setup piece. Maybe an up beanstalk is already good enough if he can draw additional cards afterwards.
Yeah.
Right? Keep his hand full, fight for the cards available.
Yeah.
And then remove the creatures once they are in play, or remove the graveyard with the two interactions he has.
Yeah, I think also sticking a Beanstalk makes it a totally different game. All those expensive 2-for-1s suddenly become 2-for-2s. And yeah, I think that's where David also would like to be. Also, I missed it. 80 card deck lists, easy to miss some cards. We have 2 Consigns main board. So maybe bringing in 2 more might be a bit much then. So
yeah, it's not the card you need to find this. It's fine to stop the trigger, but
it's if you have dead cards, it's a nice thing to replace that. But I think we don't have too many really dead cards here.
no, you absolutely do not. We'll see how it works out. Let's see what he boards in. I think it mostly depends on David needing to get a value engine going.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter which one. He needs to make a little bit of value so he can keep fighting with the amount of cards that Eduardo can possibly generate.
Yeah.
It costs quite a few cards to reanimate something. So if he can stop the first 2 attempts with the generate machine, like up the Beanstalk or maybe Stormford Mystic Lion's Eye Sash, maybe get a Phelia next to it, get a second trigger from Stormford Mystic, get a different second creature. At that point, the value engine is going.
Yeah.
And that might be enough to keep, to stop all of the reanimating shenanigans that happen.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And once the Stormford Mystic, for example, is on board, there is no interaction for Eduardo to deal with it.
Yeah.
Right? Instant speed, the next turn, instant speed, Lion's Eye Sash, eat the one creature.
Yeah.
I know.
Because, basically, Eduardo's deck, it interacts with the hands, for Thoughtseize on the stack with Force of Will and Daze, but not on the board. We have 1 Bone Shards. That's basically it. So, picking impactful creatures, I think,
And
is...
anything else is a choice, right? Does he want to go for show and tell? I wouldn't do it. This is not the matchup to go for show and tell.
No.
He might consider fatal pushes. If he's afraid of the asset, the Containment Priest, all the 2 mana drops, I think fatal push is a good shout here.
But, will he have a good feeling? I mean, so there's definitely enough creature-based interaction.
Yeah.
Thoughtseize, so that's nice to know what Eduardo has to play around here. And if there are hate pieces in hand, he can get them out. So that's a Stoneforge, Rebecca Gay art, one of these... but we have a Force of Will without a blue card.
Yeah. So the Force of Will is not the card you're afraid of.
No.
Fine. If he finds a blue card, you'll fight through it once. It's fair. It's a Stoneforge Mystic and the Leyline Binding here that are relatively scary cards.
Yeah.
The current Reanimator decks do not have any hexproof or shroud creatures. They used to in the past with Inkwell Leviathan or Imperial Archangel.
Valgavoth is a new one, which also has kind of hexproof, but he's going for the Stoneforge Mystic here, which is, a problem earlier than the Leyline Binding will be.
The Leyline, as said, it's a removal 1 for 1. You still have to draw cards, right? The Atraxa still draws your cards.
Yeah.
Fine. If it gets removed, you can deal with it.
And he also might be thinking, hey, I have time to find another Thoughtseize, and I'll get out of his hand before I actually...
Yeah, maybe he has the second one.
So we have a Brainstorm, some lands. Yeah, a bit hard to see exactly what's in there.
Yeah, as we talked before, David needs to find his value engine, and if you take away the value engine here, that's perfect. But whenever you see a Thoughtseize, it's always the scariest thing that's happening next. Is there another Stoneforge Mystic on top? Or in this case, is there a Beanstalk on top?
Yeah, Beanstalk, Phelia, Stoneforge, some of those are definitely things Eduardo should be scared of. But
he does not want to see from that coming from top. Is that the Wheel of Sun and Moon?
Ah, wow. So out of the 80 cards, he's found his one of. And
this is also not something he wanted to see from the top.
No. So basically this enchants a player, and any card which would go into their graveyard goes into exile instead.
No, it goes in the bottom of his library.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
So it makes sure nothing that hits the graveyard can trigger. It just goes back into the deck.
But it is still in the deck.
It's a one-sided. It's still a one-sided graveyard hate.
Yeah, but if I look at Eduardo 75, it doesn't look like he has a way to remove this. No, Echoing Truth is...
Depends on the sideboard.
Yeah, because Echoing Truth also, it hit non-land permanents?
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe he has that.
It's Echoing Truth or Engineered Explosives. It all really depends on what he was expecting to have to deal with.
Yes.
This is a card might not be on the list. Rest in Peace could be a card that he's more or aware of, or Crafting Escape, or on the artifact-based removal ones.
But yeah, so there's a decent chance that he might have boarded in some something that can interact.
But at this point, he's like, what the hell is this?
Sure, of
Yeah,
course.
in his sideboard, he has 2 Echoing Truth and 1 Engineered Explosive, so potentially 3 outs for this thing.
Yeah. I mean, this is an 18-year-old card at this point.
Yeah, that's what makes Legacy fun. You have these, fun cards which come back into relevance.
No, I mean, the other solution is still there, right? Play 8 lands, cast the hard cast your stuff.
Yeah, and I'm thinking why, like, so I don't think David does much with his graveyard here. Well, he Life from the Loam. That's a reason not to play Rest in Peace. Yeah. One Life of the Loam is in the list.
Yeah, but also the Mystic Archive.
Right, yeah.
The Mystic Sanctuary.
Yeah. So land gets back instant or sorcery. Yeah, so I think Eduardo's plans have been put on pause until he finds a way to handle this thing. And this will also turn off the flow states, which is that's a risky part about playing flow state in a Reanimator deck, is you're making yourself even more susceptible to graveyard hate.
It's anything from anywhere.
Yeah. So we have a brainstorm.
Oh, we're going into a quite a bit of a lull. There's not a lot happening. But basically, pick up the hand, find the answers. Like, we know David has a removal piece and not much else.
Yeah. But this is giving David time to build up those resources which generate value. You know, he's going to be able to maybe find that Beanstalk, find that Phelia, Stoneforge, and like Eduardo's on the clock here, whether he knows it or not. Like, you know.
Well, currently he's not on the clock, right? He's at the same plan. It's like at some point I need to get something done, right? David had the same issue. At some point, I need to get something done.
But the late game is for David, and we're heading like into the late game here, I think.
We might head there, but David will only get the advantage once he gets a value engine going. And so far, we do not know. We haven't found a value engine here.
No.
Stoneforge Mystic got rid of. We don't know when he drew a second one.
Well, we got a brainstorm fetch here. You know, we've seen a lot of new cards.
If at any point he finds the Optic Beanstalk, a Phelia, or a Quantum Beauty, we know the value engine halfway there. At that point, I'm 100% convinced we will be heading to endgame.
Yeah.
And that's David's territory. Doesn't mean David is safe, but he will be most comfortable there. I think he's pretty comfortable here as well. But I'm not sure how aware David is of Eduardo's sideboard plans here.
Yeah. I mean, we do have 4 brainstorm for Ponder from David, and he's looking for things like, you know, Stock, Stoneforge, Riddler. I mean, I'm expecting David to be hitting all his land drops here, but to be honest, it looks like he's fetching right now, so he is still hitting all his land drops.
Yeah, for now, yes. He had 3 lands at the start. He's just sculpting his hand. He's trying to find any form of value engine. I think he would be happiest with a Stoneforge Mystic, but if he finds a Up the Beanstalk, Quantum Riddler, he's already very happy.
And I think he's also going to be looking for things to protect his sun and moon.
We know there's already a Force of Will. Yeah. We knew the Force of Will. You just need to find
the Beanstalk.
David is a very happy camper.
Yeah. So this is on a Ponder 2. He's got 3 cards in hand, but now he can start accruing value.
Yes.
Force of Negation's up on there. I think also a Mystic Sanctuary.
That's what he sees here.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
That's for hate pieces.
All right, so we have 8 cards. Mystic Sanctuary is the second from the top. It is a Mystic Sanctuary, so we're going to put Ponder or Brainstorm?
Probably. Or not.
Oh.
Also an option.
Yeah. He prefers the cards on top.
Just wants an untapped island.
Yeah.
We saw there's a Force Navigation there.
Force Will in hand, yeah.
With the Ponder.
All right.
So he decides not to play the Ponder to keep the Force Will there. I guess the Force Will allows him to draw a new card. David is pretty much almost there. It is full active here.
Yeah. Oh, that was just a draw go from Eduardo. Ooh, that's nice. So mana is no longer going to be a problem for David.
I think it's nice, but I was not expecting him to board it in.
One floating.
No? I mean, it does. Oh, nice. I mean, now we can keep, mana open for that. So he's got 2 layers of protection here.
There's 20 minutes left in the round, and this is, at the point, as Eduardo, where you're like,
after that,
Is it worth continuing playing here? Or do I want a full game 3 where I have the time to find my hand and play the game?
Yeah.
Because this might be too much.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, in any of these games, you are playing against the clock in a draw. It's better than losing, but it's not great for your standings.
No, absolutely not. You want the second win. Pretty much, you want to aim for the 5 wins, so you can potentially draw into the top 8.
Yeah.
Any loss, early loss, might already have to force you to play all 7 rounds.
Yeah. So, and knowing that, you know, a deck like David's is going to eat up a fair amount of clock, yeah. I mean, he could hope that he can stretch this game out for 20 minutes, but I don't think that's realistic. Right? That's
Yeah, unfortunate.
a bad impulse. Yeah. But it does dig him deeper. I mean, he doesn't need the quantity of cards; he needs the quality. So he's trying to find those outs. And I mean, if he put in the fatal push, maybe he already has that.
Fatal push in hand.
All right, so that's. But yeah, so he technically needs 3 answers in a way because there's a force of will. Okay, he also has bone shards.
Once it doesn't do much, except it puts the cards on bottom.
No, but I mean, so if he has the fatal push in hand, wait, this will get out the force of will. Then you still have the fatal push to remove it.
Trigger. We know there's force of negation on
No.
top or second from
I
top.
fetched 3
Yeah.
times. And yeah, you're right. 16. Yeah, that checks out.
You're starting to work through those layers of protection here, and David's hand is now at this moment empty, so he has 1 card in hand after that draw.
Yeah,
So
I'm not sure if this is a force of negation.
Stoneforge
Yeah.
and Misty. Untap.
all right,
Decline.
so he's basically exiling his own graveyard just to grow that Lion's Ash to try and put down some damage.
Oh, yeah, 100% there's a force of negation available.
Yeah.
3 more.
He has a lion's eye sash, ate some stuff,
Sure. I will play this.
and I can start attacking, I think.
Yeah, I was gonna see if he can grow it a bit more. I mean, yeah.
Four.
So he has 2 lands to eat there, but he's choosing to keep open his mana.
No, I know he has.
Yorion in my hand.
He's gonna buy back Yorion as a blue card for that force of negation.
Yeah, he's 3 mana here.
Yes.
Right from the carpet. Yeah.
Yeah, Yorion can blink anything, so he can blink the beanstalk for an additional card.
And tell.
I would recommend writing down landfills in case something clashes. If you guys want to use dice, please use these big white ones.
So that is the show and tell which he boarded in. And in this case, we do see that having that strategy, which doesn't rely on the graveyard, is quite helpful.
He needs it.
Yeah.
But I was surprised, right? You're up against Solitudes, against Phelia,
No, but it's more options.
against Layla, Binance, Caracas.
Yeah.
It's just all a battle skull, meteor sword. It's all rough stuff.
But those are problems whether you reanimate or show and tell. I mean,
No, because if you reanimate, you don't give him a free drop.
okay, yeah.
They are the same issues, but he's not hard casting a meteor sword anytime soon.
No, that's fair.
I will.
Yeah, so it looks like David has been able to successfully fend off this attempt from Eduardo. How much more does he have? He does have quite a few cards in hand, but Eduardo's life, I think, is less. I think we've had 1 or 2 hits already from the Lion's Sash.
At least one.
Yeah. He does have a stacked grip of cards.
I think it's a good deal for you, actually. Given the matchup, I think.
But yeah,
What is he considering, right? What can he still need to win?
yeah, I don't think he has time to remove the 2 pieces of Graveyard Hate.
I mean, there's a fatal push. He can redraw his fatal push. There's an echoing truth, so he needs to get rid of both cards, and then he can start fighting for it again. We don't know what the final card is in David's hands. I think it might have been a Ponder, but the Lion's Eye Sash here will just eat. So, one of the cards is Yorion, and the other one I do not know.
I do find it funny with the Sun and Moon enchantment. It makes actually fetch lands much worse. Usually they have a huge deck thinning effect, but now they get shuffled back in.
Because they get that fetch back in.
Yeah. So late game, it actually has a decent impact on like the quality of your draws, I think.
And also, I mean, it still gives Eduardo a chance to find all of his lands and hardcast whatever he needs.
Yeah.
But the only thing he can reliably hardcast would be, well, reliably, I wouldn't say. The only thing he can hardcast with the mana base in his deck.
So we're Bone Shards discarding Echoing Truths.
I am shocked.
Yeah. Maybe has another in hand, but there's a forcing back. I mean, so this will get rid of the clock, but it's, you know, it'll buy in time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Still needs to get rid of the Sun and Moon.
Yeah.
So this gets countered.
Yes.
I draw a card.
He draws a card.
Yeah.
It looks
Just
like
put
the
it in
force was
pile
successful.
in the
Yeah, I think they are all.
and I will.
Yeah, one extra draw to possibly counter the Bone Shards, because that trigger was, nope. Okay, so,
Everything on the bottom.
yeah, Eduardo's at 5, so we did have 2 attacks from that thing before it got
Right. Now what? You're down to 1, 2 cards.
Engineered explosives for 2.
Ooh, that's pretty nice.
Yeah, that's a good solution.
Yeah. Oh, do we have interaction for it?
Yeah, there's
Oh, that's gotta hurt.
it's unfortunate, but he has to.
Yeah, yeah.
And even if he gets it back at some one way or the other, it's no longer at 2. So the one wasteland actually worked here.
Yeah. Yeah, now all David needs is a creature.
No, yeah. I mean, David's pretty much here.
Yeah.
If I was Eduardo, I probably would have scooped here.
Mm-hmm.
Just to have enough time to make sure I can win game 3.
Yeah. Well, I think he's probably thinking that David's not going to win game 3, so that's going to be, you know, he can win quickly, Eduardo.
Relatively quickly.
Yeah.
But his deck, I said, we've seen this game as well. It's not that fast anymore after boarding.
Right. Games 2 and 3 much slower. Ooh, Phelia.
Yeah, just pick it up here.
Oh, this is 2-turn clock, because after the first hit, he's going to be a 3/3. So
First main.
Yeah, but I do think Eduardo might still need 15 minutes to fight through everything David has to offer in game 3.
yeah, yeah.
Go to combat.
But yeah, this is one of the harder choices you have to make as a player.
Yeah. Second main.
Okay, he's sticking in there.
So yeah, I think it seems that Eduardo might be what you said, buys enough time. So at least in game 3, I cannot lose.
Yeah.
So my worst outcome is either a win or a draw.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't mean he can't lose fast enough.
Yeah.
But it's a lot less likely.
Yeah, and this is playing not to lose instead of playing to win, like in that sense.
Yeah, it's just extending and buying as much time as possible.
Yeah.
Which is the choice you can make.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you know, draw is definitely better than a loss.
Now
all right.
picks it up.
Yeah.
Grabs his card back. And now he has to go into the tank. Is my sideboard? Are my sideboard changes exactly what I need?
Yeah. But I mean, to be honest, we did see a lot of the things we expected. Echoing Truth, Engineered Explosive.
Yeah. Fatal pushes as well.
Yeah.
Show and tells even.
Yeah.
So what did he take out? I think the Lotus Petals are gone.
Yeah, because it's a slower game.
And maybe the Dazes are out. I can't remember seeing a Daze in his hand.
I did see one, but I think it's not great here. I mean, David, yeah, if he hasn't seen it, he might not be playing around it. But if you have something like, you know, Carpet of Flowers, which David has 3 of, it feels really bad.
Yeah, because so that he just removed 4 reanimates for show and tells.
Could be.
It's not the choice I would make of the already animate deaths instead of the reanimates.
I think I definitely, yeah, the Daze I think is a good candidate remove. I like the idea of Lotus Petal as well. And that's 6 slots already. I mean, yeah.
There are a lot of cards came in, right? The show and tells come in, Fatal pushes, Echoing Truths. There's 9 cards coming in that we see.
No. Do you think there's also 2 Force of Negations in Eduardo's sideboard? Do you think he's bringing those in as well?
No.
Because, yeah, Like, but if you're going for the explosive plan, you want, you know, I think it would be nice
The
there.
force negations are, I think, pretty much only picked up against Storm and Cars, just to make sure you have access to the turn 1 answers.
Yeah.
Since he's barely playing anything else. Yeah, yes, there's an Echoing Truth. Yeah, Echoing Truth is just 1 turn too late. Either if you go a Petal, Petal land, and then you have 2 mana of Echoing Truth, you can stop. You have to be on the play. So I do think the force negation is an additional answer to deal with the card.
Sure. But I mean, if we're looking at this matchup, we see, you know, if you stop a Beanstalk, if you stop that Sun and Moon enchantment, you can stop, you know, Sorcery Speed Leyline Binding. It's, I think if you're pushing to win early, it might be, you know.
The issue is also how much can you actually remove from your main deck?
Yeah, I mean, as a replacement for Daze, maybe, but the blue account isn't huge.
You could even take out your float states.
True.
Right? If you want to go all aggressive,
yeah,
your flow state doesn't have the time for it.
I like that idea. Also, knowing the graveyard hate's coming in. Yeah.
So he might reconsider here and take a more aggressive approach to his sideboard.
Yeah.
Because he is on the play. And I want to go fast. I want to go quick. I want to win it quick with the protection. So yeah, a force negation could happen. If he decides he wants to go as fast as possible, at that point, I do think that spells are coming back in.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair. And I mean, you know, force negation is risky because David can do a lot in his turn. So it would be risky, but I think it's...
Yeah, I think this is also the most difficult part of Reanimate sideboarding.
Yes.
Too many cards to go in, not enough cards you really can take out properly.
Yeah. And the hit you run into can have many different forms. It can be an enchantment, it can be a creature, it can be a spell. So,
and don't forget, Eduardo was on a pretty good spot, right? He has a turn 1 Thought Seize in game 2. He just the son of Wheel and Wind and Moon.
He drew it off the top, turn 2. It was...
it's always there.
Yeah. Hand Thought Seize the top of the deck.
If you know, and you know, it's the best card is always there.
Yeah, so I think from the mulliganing decisions, we might get an idea of how hard Eduardo's trying to go here.
Step 1 is a mulligan.
Yeah.
David is very much okay with what he found.
Yeah, and Eduardo's starting. So
Eduardo's starting, but he's starting with 6.
Yeah. So yeah, and we were discussing the meta breakdown. We're going to try and show it to you as well between matches.
Yeah, it's not up to me, right?
No. We don't have control of what's shown on the screen, but we're happy to discuss it when it shows up there.
I mean, Legacy is an excellent spot. You can play creature decks. You can play creature decks that are hard. You can play creature combo decks. You can play artifact decks. You can spell decks. Everything is there.
Here we have the Wheel of Sun and Moon. Yeah, it's a spicy one. I like this art too. Yeah, Secret Lair. You know, sometimes there's great art which comes from it. Sometimes art that's not my taste, but it does bring some diversity, at least, to the art of Magic.
I think those are fine. It's like this for everyone. Can pick up a favorite art here. I just see with the ponders. There's so many different ponders and brainstorms. Even just on the basic lands, there's a stupid amount of cards. You've shown the lightning bolts. Like, what is it? 29 different arts. Well,
yeah, I'm actually kind of curious how many ponder arts there are, but. Less, I think, than lightning bolts. All right, so we have started our game 3, and we actually have no play from Eduardo turn 1. No Thoughtseize.
I mean, he might not have the luxury to work with a lot. Maybe there's a tainted
indulgence.
Tainted indulgence in his hand.
He is moving fastly with his turn.
Okay, so he has protection. He just doesn't have a fatty or something to put in his bin.
Interesting, yeah. Yeah, I don't quite see what he has in his hand, but it's doesn't seem like a huge number of cards. It seems like he might have. So he has 3 still in his hand. Nope, 4. So 3 now.
That's 1.
Okay, and he does have a Thoughtseize. He was just waiting a little bit to play it.
Brainstorm, protect my hand.
Tamio triggers.
Yeah. As protection, it's nice. It does flip the
So it's a
Tamio.
so it's a Plowshares, a whole bunch of cards. The Tamio might be an absolute nightmare here.
You think it's for bringing stuff back from the graveyard? You think? Or...
Yeah, it's uncontested. So the clock is already up there.
Yeah.
Because if it flips, you have to deal with like 32 additional cards.
Yeah.
So play against that one.
Yeah. And
Reanimator has it doesn't have a good way to deal with planeswalkers.
well, bone shards in this case, but that's a one-off. So
It's a one-off.
So yeah, I think Eduardo knows he needs to start moving.
I mean, you don't care about the creatures here.
No. So it seems like swords would be what I'm taking here, maybe. Leyline's not great because it looks like he does have the fetches to enable domain.
You might still take the Stoneforge here.
Yeah, because there's 2 exile removal. So
Yeah, you saw the sash.
yeah.
But yeah, you have to fight against 2 pieces of removal.
Yeah.
Maybe you have to take a piece of removal and just gamble for it.
Yeah, I mean, if I was Eduardo, like getting a fast Atraxa would have been really nice, but I guess he wasn't able to find it.
Well, he's able to find blue cards, but it's not helping him. There's blue cards in the enemy dead, but it's not the solution here.
He does seem to be okay. So he's going for binding over the swords. I find interesting.
Yeah, so he takes out a piece of removal.
Yeah.
The reason why you take binding, because of course it takes more than just a thing, and it's a cleaner. If you take out the enemy dead, it's slightly cleaner.
Yeah.
Could be slightly cleaner removal once in a while.
And if Eduardo finds Beanstalk, it's also a possible redraw.
Yeah.
Because he has the resources to make binding cost 1. So, in that sense. Okay.
Here we go. Find the lion sash.
Yeah.
Maybe the meteor sword if you're greedy.
Sash.
Yeah, there we go. Lion
And
Sash.
after that,
I think it's also if he has, like, for example, a fatal push, he can take out the Stoneforge Mystic, or at least the stash, and just accept that there is a Stoneforge Mystic here.
Yeah. Ooh, here's something to possibly put creatures in the graveyard. And the stone, the hand was relatively clear.
We know David has a negation here.
Yeah.
That's the thing he put on top.
Yeah.
But he can fight for this one. He knows.
All right.
He
So
knows there's no blue cards here.
yeah, we're forcing back. And what does he get rid of? He gets rid of a flow state. And he has 2 cards left.
Yeah, one of them is animated dead.
Yeah. Of course, he will draw 2 new cards, and then so we'll be left with 2, and possibly a creature in the graveyard. So
The biggest one is he needs to find a creature in his graveyard.
Yeah,
Well, that's the creature.
we see the Atraxa, and now we have the
That's the
Reanimator.
enemy.
All right, this is what Eduardo needs, because this will be a refill. And of course,
And the last card
yeah.
is a Daze.
So if it looks like David's going for the swords here, and that can be dazed.
He's getting punished.
Yeah, but I mean, you can't wait.
I think David has to do it.
Yeah, you don't want to
But this is the call you have to make. This is a difficult call.
Yeah. I mean, screwed if you do, screwed if you don't, because that Atraxa can flip force blue
Oh,
cards
it's not a
very
Daze. I
easily.
thought he had a Daze in hand.
Okay.
Oh, he just restocks his hand. He got rid of the removal.
Yeah.
Now he can try again, right?
And there are a bit less than 3 minutes on the clock. So, do we see another creature? That's
Smooth.
hey, new Atraxa.
He has 2 pieces, so that's good.
He doesn't have a way to get it in the graveyard yet, by the looks of it. Because I mean,
Oh, there are the Dazes.
all right. I mean,
I don't know what the final card is in his hand.
oh,
Those 3 are easy.
yeah.
Probably picks up the Careful Study here.
Or the show and tell. I mean, because he got the Leyline Binding out of hand. That's another reason to take
He's up
Leyline Binding.
against just 2 cards.
Yep. Because basically, he can't get Careful Study and Reanimate.
And one of them is a Lion Sash, so we know about that one.
Yeah. I kind of like the show and tell.
Yeah, you can pick up, ignore.
oh no, brainstorm.
He has a show and tell in hand, right?
Oh, did we see that? Yeah. Okay.
That's what he showed.
He's going for
pick
flow
him.
state, maybe?
Yeah. He just wants a protection.
Yeah. That is a nice pickup. Nice spread of cards.
Yeah. It doesn't mean he's safe because he's still against the Tamio over there.
Yeah.
So he might have to flute the Tamio before it can either tick up or especially tick down and grab the swords.
Yeah. But we're close to getting into turns, and I do think David is going to have a hard time finishing in
Yes.
if we get into turns, even if he draws half of his deck with Tamio. One thing with Tamio, you actually draw more cards with whatchamacallit, Yorion deck.
Sorcery.
But I mean, 20 or 30 cards,
Yeah.
you're going to win either way in general.
In general, you're winning.
Go to
At this point, there's a solution.
Second main.
The Disruptor Flutes will definitely be in.
He did pick up the Disruptor Flute from the Atraxa, so
Yeah, here's the Lion's Eye Sash.
yeah.
Means and it's empty.
Let me take a look.
Yeah, Eduardo does not have enough mana to deal with both cards, right? He cannot flute.
I will eat.
He cannot flute and then play something, show and tell something.
No. Because he has 3 lands, maybe he plays a 4th, but mana's a bottleneck here, I think.
Oh,
What happens?
It is.
Oh, Carpet of Flowers? That's
no, he picked up I think a Force of Negation.
Ooh, which he has the mana for here.
Yes, but he knows he's up against Days. So here's a show and tell.
So you're already.
Yeah,
You can cast it.
That's nice.
and it will get dazed, but I mean, you can't let this resolve,
Well,
I think.
I know you have it.
The Tamio got back the Force of Negation. That's what,
Yeah, the time, yeah.
yeah.
This is with the extra time.
Yeah, this is what that's fine. Yeah.
Sure.
All right,
So
so
one way or the other,
0.
David is not happy.
yeah, so we
But-
are
Yeah.
going into turns here.
David's turn will be turn 1.
Yeah,
That means Eduardo has
Days.
2 turns to attack. That's not enough to do 19 damage.
I don't know.
but maybe
It's enough to do 14, so he needs to find 5 more.
find an Archon next turn.
A second creature would help.
Sure.
Rafiniki would be nice in this situation.
Raf and Mikey would pretty much finish the game here.
Yeah, because Raph has haste, and the creature he finds also enters attacking.
Hey.
Now Eduardo's like, yeah, well, damn, if I only lost game 2 a little bit faster, I probably could have won this one.
Yep, yeah.
Do I already have it in the graveyard? No.
Yeah, I think that's why Eduardo didn't scoop as early.
No, but now he's beating himself up. He's like,
Right,
damn
he
it,
could have won this with more time.
if only if I did,
Yeah,
he would be able to finish this
I
one.
will cast Force of Negation.
yeah, probably, because
Yeah, showing going through the motions.
Yep.
We knew this one would be happening.
I have 0 cards. Go ahead.
all right. Do we find the second creature?
Oh, you need more than that, right? We need
Yeah.
a creature and a way to put it back into play.
Oh, yeah. So Careful Study is nice because it can find a creature and put it into the graveyard.
It's not enough.
No,
That's
that's not great.
garbage.
But this does get us closer to those possible creatures. I'd go for the... So what does he have in his hand?
And he could still flute for Sash and just go reanimate. So he has a Careful Study, he has an additional Atraxa, he can find more cards.
Yeah, and there was a Flow State in that hand too. So,
He has time.
yeah. The hard thing is, so if you now fetch and shuffle your deck, you're putting a lot of dead hits on like throughout the deck again. So
Yeah, I wonder if even the Don and Mikey are still in there. Ref and Mikey are still in there.
I hope so for him.
Go ahead.
So yeah, he's not fetching, Ponder.
I mean, he boarded in, what is it, almost 11 cards. So maybe that one got the axe, and he's just focusing on the Steel Archon and the 4 Atraxas.
Yeah, it does look like the Lotus Petals are out. The Flow States are still in some number. So yeah, we got the Ponder.
I have 2 turns.
So I think we're at the point where we need something with haste because 2 attacks plus Archon isn't enough anymore.
No.
Can't count.
You're looking at the possible outs for Eduardo to win. David
Yeah.
does not have a way to do this amount of damage in 3 turns.
No, I mean, we need Raph and Mikey next turn. I think.
And yeah, unless David finds like a Meteor Sword next turn, you're 100% not losing.
Yeah.
And maybe has a chance to start beating down a little bit. But also, I don't think it's enough.
So yeah, the chances for Eduardo to win are slimming. Yeah, because that Daze was not free either in this case. Like that costing him a land drop is not nothing here either.
No, but it's not the grand issue. The issue is he needs a Wrath and Mikey.
But that's my point, is the extra mana is one ponder less, one careful study less to find that Wrath and Mikey. So
What's the fourth one? Flying.
Flying, vigilance, death touch, lifelink.
it's good to read the card, even though it's a lot of text and tracks, huh?
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, but it's not attacking this turn.
No. So
The next turn is 7, so David would be at 11, so he needs 4 more damage. So maybe a single Archon could be enough if there's or 2 fetches, since there will be an activation from a Tamio for -1 power.
yeah. Ooh, yeah.
He needs 2 fetches or additional life loss here.
Yeah. So David should be at 11 here, because we did get 1 attack through.
Not yet, right?
Because Tamio just plussed, so... it's only next turn we're getting the attack.
Yes.
Oh.
He's very far from winning here.
Then it's going to be very
He
tricky.
needs to find 6 points of damage. Wrath and Mikey
Yeah.
is pretty much the only the option
Yeah.
here.
And even then, it's...
Or finding this turn we land the Archon.
Yeah. Because Wrath and Mikey only works if it hits Archon, because if it hits Atraxa, it's still not enough. Yeah.
If they don't have trample, no. If Wrath and Mikey has trample, they just bring additional bodies. It doesn't.
Yeah. So I think Wrath and Mikey does have trample, but we need a lot of... I believe it has haste and trample.
Disruptor flute names.
Yeah, they do have trample.
Disruptor
But yeah,
flute.
being at 18, that is a lot to do in one turn.
But if Wrath and Mikey comes in, that should be enough. An Archon next turn should be enough.
Right, but so Eduardo has 2 more turns. Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, he needs 1 to make sure he has 2 attackers on
yeah.
the final.
Okay, so that's what I was thinking. My math still works out. I was just thinking we were a turn cycle further, but
Finding an Archon on
Yeah, it's
Eduardo's turn
yeah.
4, let's say the fourth extra turn, is not enough because it's only a life loss of 3.
Yeah. I do like this art from it. It's Rebecca Gay's more modern work is a bit different from her older stuff, but it's grown on me when I first.
Very popular artwork. Very popular artist.
Yeah, it's some of my favorite cards from the pre-modern era from her. All right, so we have a flow state here, digging for that extra creature. So yeah, Archon here would still be enough.
Sorry, it's not fun. I got confused.
Yeah, this is 100% as they call it in HS, a 2-outcome game.
Let me take.
There's only a draw or only a victory for Eduardo left.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's pretty much what he hoped for when playing so long for game 2. But yeah, it might not be enough.
He's attacking Tamio.
So I go to
Yeah, in that case, there's pretty much nothing else left.
Yeah, that seems like a playing for draw.
No, not really.
Well, oh, right. He could have looked up. I mean, I think he still has a force in hand, but I'm not sure. But it seems like all that would do was put swords into your hand for David.
Yeah, which puts it back into the draw situation. Now he can still get Mikey and Raph and Mikey in there into the Archon, and it would still be lethal.
Yeah, but
That's the only out.
yeah, because he was not able to put down a Archon this turn, Archon isn't enough on its own anymore.
No, situation doesn't change much. So
Carpet trigger.
And this version of Reanimator only plays one Raph and Mikey.
Yeah.
I think the red-black version plays like up to 3 sometimes.
yeah, they often play more creatures, just in general.
Yeah.
Because it's a little less consistent, so they need to find the creatures. Since this one is so heavily blue, it is able to find whatever it needs. It just takes a bit of time.
And time is the problem here. Yeah.
Time is the problem. It's the amount of turns. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do not use that fetch.
Yeah, that would be,
It's an 8.
well,
It's equipping. It's big.
ooh,
8.
what's he trying to do here? He wants to push some damage?
7, 8.
It's 7-8.
So we're trading?
Yeah, just the draw is guaranteed here.
Okay, yeah.
Mikey down is 13-16 damage.
Yeah, so we are,
No. It could be enough. Because it's attacking, right?
yeah. So that is, how big is Raph and Mikey? 7/7.
7/7, and there's a
Plus
6/6 flyer.
for the Archon plus an extra
3 and 3.
3B3. So because it enters attack,
Oh, no,
I
you
don't
don't
think
get
you
that
get
one.
the attack.
No.
So I don't think that's enough
No,
anymore.
It's 9, it's 16. No.
Why did Eduardo block here?
I think he just went for safety. It's like,
Yeah.
but yeah, I think he could have probably waited one turn. I think he's just accepting that the draw is here.
Right. And I mean, in this case, Reanimate isn't enough because the Lion Sash, of course. So it's, yeah, he'd need show and tell into Raph and Mikey into attracts. So it's fair, I think, to go for the, oh? No. Okay. Yeah.
I think it's a draw.
All right. So they accept the draw.
Yeah, I don't think the headline stage is coming in for 26.
No.
It is what it is. Very unfortunate. It's a pretty painful draw, I would say, for both players.
Yeah.
They're still in good position to make top 8. It's still fine. But yeah, having a draw this early is just potentially ruins your resistance as well, and getting the X1-1 into top 8.
Yeah. So I think maybe first few rounds, maybe players are a little bit more conservative in that sense. But
I think David is a bit more
I think
content with the outcome because he was very much on the back foot. I think we have longer turns. He will be there.
all right, so this is the meta breakdown we were talking about previously. This is for today's event, July 12th. That is what we are at today. So we covered combo, broad spreads. I don't know what else you'd like to.
I think it's surprisingly. Yesterday we saw a very little amount of lands and very little amount of beans control, and we do see even like it's just a shy of 10%. 9%, we do see a lot of lands. Things we also not seen a lot yesterday, it would be Eldrazi Stompy.
Yeah.
So maybe we get to have the opportunity to pick one of those decks, see them on camera, and see how well they perform against the changes. For example, the new decks like Izzet Tempo, it's been there for a few months now, but it's very popular against the Vroomsday versions.
Yeah.
And outside of the Dimir Vroomsday, I do not see a lot of decks that potentially can have cars.
Well, so that's an interesting thing is those Dimir Tempo lists. A number of those have been picking up the car as well. Playing, I think the the car as long as Dark Ritual and sometimes dazing your own spell can be that, third non-creature, a fourth non-creature, but we don't see that distinction here, I think, in the breakdown.
No, and if you look at the other combo decks, there's probably some Epic Storms here. There might be some Atlassian decks there. Maybe some one-offs, weird combo like shenanigans.
Yeah.
The same goes for the other mid-range, right? There are probably versions of Creative Control, right? Either with white for deafening silences to be prepared for the cars. We will have to see. As said, it's a very diverse one. We're looking forward for the future rounds.
Yeah.
We want to thank our sponsors that are in the image here as well, like Ultimate Guard, Emjati for organizing the event. At the Eternal Mania, this event that happens yearly to see the best legacy players available. It's 3 days of all fun events, pre-modern, chaos draft, vintage, everything is here. So if you're not here next year, you do not have to qualify to participate in the other events.
No. Yeah.
And to finish up, we have Boose. I think it's
Boose, maybe Boose, yeah.
Yeah, and then Bazaar of Boxes, who's doing the prediction for today.
Yes. So thank you all for joining the stream, and we'll see you in the next round. Which is nice against a combo deck, so he knows Car is not going to be on the menu unless it comes from the top of the deck, but he does not have that explosive of a hand. No Dark Ritual. Doomsday is what he picked with the thoughts.
No, but the tempo decks are have always been relatively well equipped to deal with Doomsday or Storm-like decks in the main deck. So it takes a while for those decks, but Doomsday is very capable of just beating the odds here as well, right?
Yeah.
It's a strong deck. If you at some point allow it to cast the namesake card, they will win the game.
Also, Tobias is playing 3 Bowmaster, and that can also be, if he manages to put in some damage in the early turns, that Bowmaster can prevent some of those Street Wraith or Cycle lines.
Yeah.
So, yeah, the tools are there to dismantle.
And the tools are also very much there that there will be a car for 16 damage, and Tobias will be very quickly on 17 already.
Yeah. Yeah, with a Brainstorm Fetch to kind of shape up that hand.
I mean, we've seen the original hand from Tobias. He pretty much ran out of gas, so the Brainstorm has to give him a little bit of fresh life.
Yeah.
The downside of the tempo decks, especially the blue-black ones, they have a hard time finding their clock, right? They take a bit more time to get something on board compared to what we saw earlier with the Core Steel Cutter and the Dragon Rage Chandler decks.
Yeah. The only one drop in the Izzet Tempo list is Nethergoyf. So it is, trying to put down some things turn 2, turn 3 more. No Barrogoyfs in the main. Somewhat threat light. So we'll see. Time is all a Doomsday player needs.
Yeah, Doomsday is just trying to do as much as possible, sculpt their hand, and at some point try to get into action, right? Either a Doomsday storming out, a slightly different.
Yeah.
They will find a way, and then they have to use one of the piles available. Do we need to win this turn? Can I win next turn? Do I win in just draw, Death Oracle?
Yeah.
3 turns later. Those are the choices they have to make, which line they need or which line they want to go for. But it also allows the deck to be very flexible. As long as you're at more than 1 life, there is a way for you to win.
Yeah. And Tobias, he needs to put some damage on the board, and he got it. So that is going to be a 4 power Nethergoyf.
Yeah, that's a good start.
And every damage you do before Doomsday counts for 2, in a sense. So early damage is quite impactful.
Yeah, now Rodrigo is already thinking, my hand is not very good yet, but we need to deal with this 5-turn clock.
Yeah, because he has a
4-turn clock.
His hand was Force Days and a land, so he decided not to force it. So he's going to hope to find a Doomsday, I'm thinking.
He needs to find a way to win in 3 turns.
Oh, he did. Okay. I'd fight over this.
Oh, 100% you fight over this.
But he is weak to Days.
You have already committed.
Yeah.
But we saw the opening hand before the Brainstorm. It wasn't that great. We do not know how much Tobias has left. If it was weak to Days, Tobias probably would have started off with the Days. Because it's the cheapest way to answer here.
Yeah, fair. So we can assume Tobias doesn't have the Days.
No.
And he exiled Ponder with that, which you don't need if Doomsday is resolving.
No, but it is a nice card to have if you have a Doomsday pile that's not winning this turn.
Yeah.
And it's very much likely not winning this turn. So he will set up a Doomsday for next turn and win there, right? He goes to 7. He accepts the fact that he will go down to
7 right now. But plus the hit, which will take him down to 3.
Yeah, even if it takes him down to 2, that's not the issue. Now we'll see what kind of pile he's going to make.
Yeah, I'd expect a Cavern of Souls would be nice to have in there, just in case Tobias pulls a counter from the top. We have Edge of Autumn as an extra draw card, but I think a lot of lists, they go with Lion's Eye Diamond Consider as a way to get an extra card off of there. So I think a lot of those lines are kind of cast Consider, or you have some kind of free draw spell. Put the draw effect on the stack. Sacrifice LED for 3 blue. Drawn to a Consider or something. Play that. Drawn to your Thassa's Oracle. Play it with the remaining 2.
That's pretty much exactly what's going to happen.
Yeah, we see the Consider, we see the LED, we see the Oracle. Is that an Edge of Autumn as the green card? And a Brainstorm, maybe. I'm not sure what that last card is.
Well, the last, in the back, that's the Consider.
I think the middle one's the Consider. But that's, There is at least an extra blue card, which is a bit of an unknown, and the list plays a single Thassa's Oracle. So there's not any backup Thassa's Oracle.
No, not mainboard. It's very rarely mainboard.
Yeah.
What could Tobias do to win? Bowmasters.
Yes. Well, because Bowmaster does 1 damage plus 1 more from the draw.
Each draw.
But there's only going to be a
2 draws.
Well,
if it's Edge of Autumn and Consider.
But so there's 5 cards in his deck. If he draws 1 for the turn and then plays the Consider, that's only a single draw, and he'll have 2 cards in his graveyard left. So if he goes,
you want to say he just goes for Consider. It doesn't matter what's in his graveyard, and then straight into Thassa's Oracle.
Yeah. So I think Bowmaster might not be enough.
No.
Maybe Tobias can get an extra card type into his graveyard. I don't think so, honestly, because he would need Bowmaster plus the extra card in graveyard.
Down to 3.
Yeah. So this is going to be tight. But it is looking good for Rodrigo here.
Yeah, that also explains why he was never able to go for a Street Race line, which is a bit cleaner.
Yeah. But yeah, that 2 life can be a lot, as we see here.
Every single point. Magic is very simple. As long as you have more than 1 life, you can win the game.
Yeah.
1 life or more.
Yeah, 1 life is more than 0.
And this is what we are seeing here.
So it does have 5 power. So land is the extra type?
Land, artifact, instant.
Creature as well. The Tamio.
Oh, there's a Tamio in there. Yeah.
Yeah. So if he has the Bowmaster, he's in good shape.
If he needs to use the Autumn here.
Well, he has to do a Consider in order to get through that extra 2 cards.
Here are the cards. He has a Daze. So that's a Brainstorm, right?
Oh, so if he had the Bowmaster, he would have played it. So I think we can say Tobias doesn't have a Brainstorm. So yeah.
Draw a card.
So he sacrificed the LED.
Okay, he has a Brainstorm.
Yeah. So there's an Oracle on the top of his deck. He's got 2 blue floating.
He doesn't need to counter here.
Okay.
He needs to counter this.
Right, yeah. So he got it.
Couldn't find it. Snuck the game, the main game in.
Yeah, small margins, but
yeah, but that's
Doomsday.
That's Doomsday. there are just no margins for error here.
Yeah. Losing half your life is not free.
It also shows how hard the deck could be to pilot, especially if they have to make the changes in the end.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You have to be very adaptive, right? In this case, he didn't have life total to work with, so he needed to use the Brainstorm. He had on a head on top, and he had a Daze for protection.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good protection at this point, right? The Bowmasters, he would have been fine with Bowmasters here.
Yeah.
And then just draw cards, make sure he has the mana, the Lion's Head Diamond there as well.
Mm-hmm. I'm curious. Oh yeah, that's like any combo matchup. You know, the post-board games can be interesting. Different, I mean, but from this list, so we have 3 consigns in the sideboard. That seems like a pretty nice one to counter that Thassa's Oracle trigger.
Yeah.
We do have the Jace Welder of Mysteries, which is the usual way to get around those kinds of effects.
It's a second solution. Even he's up against Tempo. It's not too crazy that he just goes creature based here.
Who goes creature based here?
The Doomsday deck goes creature based, right? There's Bowmasters in there. There's Murktides.
Oh yeah.
There's Fade Up Pushes and Void Walkers.
Yeah. So he has kind of the creature. It's not really a juke because you still have the Doomsday combo in there.
Yeah, it doesn't change. The only thing that's probably out at that point will be the Fantasticars.
Yeah.
Which I probably would take out in this case, especially when you're on the draw.
Yeah.
But maybe he can bring them back in game 3. But yeah, you're against so many counter spells, you're like, sure. In that case, here are my creatures. Deal with them as well.
Yeah. Because we got 2 Bowmasters, 2 Murktides, 2 Voidwalkers. Those are the creatures.
Yeah.
No Barrowgoyfs, which is something I find interesting.
No.
Because that's always a really nice, for me as a player, irritating sideboard juke. Because Dark Ritual into Barrowgoyf can be quite irritating. So yeah, Long Goodbye, that's a 2-mana instant, which kills Creature Planeswalker, mana value 3 or less, can't be countered. Can be good against Tamiyo. And, well, basically it hits most of the threats from Tempo list. And let's see. But I do expect the 3 consigns to come in, so I would be surprised if Rodrigo doesn't pull in the Jace as well.
I think Tobias is just either he has to consider the removal, like Fatal Pushes is still good enough, he can take those. But Snuff Outs, question if he still wants all of these removal pieces.
Yeah, Snuff Out, it's not great against Oracle, because they can make a pile which just empties their library.
Yeah.
And a lot of the creatures, if he's seeing the Juke coming, are black. I mean, but Murktide, that is something which is irritating. So I'm curious to see how that's going.
Yeah, I don't see any Doithy Voidwalkers here, which would be a nice cheeky addition.
Yeah.
Not that good against Doomsday, but they usually used against Storm-like decks to make sure the graveyard is still empty and provide a faster clock.
Yeah.
And while not being reliant on the Murktides that take quite a bit to set up.
I do see also 2 Force of Negations extra on Tobias' sideboard. I think that could make sense to bring in, just to try and stop the actual Doomsday itself.
Yeah, well, we'll see what the players cooked up.
Yeah.
I'm 100% sure Tobias is aware that there might be cards involved.
All right, so we do see in the opening hand a Dark Ritual Doomsday, which is going to get picked apart by that Thoughtseize.
With 2 Lotus Petals and another Thoughtseize.
Yeah, that looks like it would have been a turn 1. Well, he needs an extra draw to kick.
He has no draw here.
Yeah, because that.
But you're very happy being able to cast your turn 1 Thoughtseize and see if you can go off there already.
I wonder what's that last card in the top of the hand. It looks blue.
It looks very shiny.
Yeah.
Is it the original Ponder with the Merfolks on the water?
Because if it was a Ponder, then that would have been a turn 1.
That is a Ponder.
Yeah. So he could have played the Doomsday and had the mana to draw, and yeah, that's a scary one. So yeah, that Thoughtseize was essential here.
He's going for Island.
Island Ponder. That's never a bad thing to do on turn 1.
No, but he has no Doomsday, so he needs to resculpt his hand.
Yeah.
So card 2, we have to check. I don't think you won this.
Yeah, it was Force Island and maybe another draw, another Ponder, something like that.
Yeah, but it's not helping your hand. These are not the cards you need, so he shuffles them back.
Yeah, we need Doomsday. Doomsday or...
I think a card works for next turn, but we don't know if it's still there.
Yeah. So if the car's there, then probably didn't go for the creature plan. If he's going for the creature plan, probably no car. All right, and we have our threat.
Yeah, these are always, when you're playing any form of combo, the moments you aren't happy about. Because Tobias is missing a land drop, he knows he's all good stuff.
Limited pressure.
Well, there's still a single Nethergrave that's going to do pressure.
Yeah. Hitting for 2, that's only going to get more once he manages to play.
But it's all the blue cards you have to deal with in his hand.
Yeah.
And you don't know if one of them is a Snuff Out or not.
No, but Rodrigo did have a Thoughtseize in his hand. So he's going to be able to see what that, hand goodness is, which led him to keep this. Right, so 2 Bowmaster, Daze, Force of Negation.
So it's not...
Force of Will.
Force of Will, yeah.
So 4 gone.
Exactly what you expect. Like a hand,
Yeah.
3 interaction spells, and a Thoughtseize. I'd keep it any time of the day against a deck like this.
But he doesn't have the mana for Bowmaster yet.
No.
He has basically a single Daze or a single Force of Negation.
Oh, that's what he has now, but it's still enough since Rodrigo...
But it's we'll see what sculpting he does over the next few turns. But that does seem beatable. Okay, Brainstorm's really nice. If that can find him a second land, that's huge.
Yeah, not just a second land, he can hide his hand, right? There could be suddenly 2 more blue cards.
So is this a Dark Ritual in response to... Ooh, this is the creature juke we were talking about.
Yeah.
And this is big because this could kill the Nethergoyf.
1, 2, 3. There you go.
Yeah, and so he can't daze this. and he can't get an extra type into the graveyard, so it looks like he is killing the Goyf. And that is 4 power suddenly in play.
Yeah, it saves a lot of clock. Like for Tobias's clock is gone. Rodrigo is the one putting the issues, setting the issues. We know there's 2 Bone Masters from the other side, but you have a 3/3 token, which is a good start. And you get the most out of the 1 Bone Masters. Yeah, will we get shot down next turn or the turn after?
5 power even, right? Because it's 2 on its own.
He probably found 2 lands.
Yeah.
So there's no use to grab this land here. You take the 5. You play your own Bone Masters either in his turn or the turn after. We don't know if Rodrigo is on a daze, but yeah, you can have a war.
This was done in Rodrigo's turn, so I'm like the force of negationing the Dark Ritual. You must see Bowmaster coming in that situation. I do wonder what his plan is here, because I feel like that could have been a good force of negation target. Because you want to get rid of the Bowmaster here, and the 4/4 army is something you can't ignore either.
Sometimes you have to realize what the hell is happening here. It's like, take your time, take a deep breath. Okay, Dark Ritual. Why would he cast that ritual? You're in Legacy. What the hell is he doing here?
Yeah.
And I know there's no demonic consultation, so you only have to go for the instance. There's not a lot here.
Yeah.
So a Bowmasters is one of them. It's not uncommon to have creature-based sideboards in Doomsday-like decks, right? As we discussed before. But outside of what could it be? What are 2 or 3 2-mana instants of flesh creatures?
We have a value Thassa's Oracle. People always forget that it actually does a kind of scrying.
Yeah.
You don't just have to win the game with it.
You don't draw a card.
No. And so
that means he either has the Jason there as well, or he's fully committed on the beatdown plan here.
Yeah, because there is only a single Thassa's Oracle in this list. He did not have a second one out of the sideboard.
No, but if it dies for one specific reason, he can just pick it up with Doomsday anyways.
Yeah, but it does have to die. So
it's a 1/3 Murphork in
Yeah.
I mean, if Tobias has to win, he has to start attacking. So at some point, it will get there.
But Murktide, I mean, it's
that one flies.
There are situations where Tobias can let the Thassa's Oracle live.
Yeah. So here's another. Is he going to trade off? No, he's not trading it off.
No. So just chumps.
Would you consider just not dazing it here?
Yeah.
Make sure he doesn't have additional...
so he did let it resolve. He's flow stating.
Oh, it's a flow state.
And it looks like he does get the full value off this flow state. Yeah, Tobias has a daze in hand, but Rodrigo's been playing around it pretty cleanly.
Yeah, I mean, at some point, you're not doing anything else.
Yeah, there's also a Tamiyo, and there's that Force of Negation, pitching the daze. He sees the daze is not going to find any targets.
Yeah, but Tobias is not... the 2 Bone Masters aren't enough, right? You're getting punched for 4 in the face every single turn.
Yep.
And he could even consider attacking with... he can no longer attack with the 1/3, but the 4/4 is still...
But yeah, Rodrigo's drawing blind here. So he has no information about the top of. Oh wow! Okay, that's
about blind here.
Yeah. So the Doomsday player is playing the full 4 flow states.
These are not great cards.
No, but you're getting closer to better ones at least. So we have a land, and did you see what the other?
Is that a card?
Or maybe a Fatal Push?
Fatal Push would be pretty nice.
Yeah, to answer that Tamiyo.
You could take out the Tamiyo and then start attacking here.
We're seeing the Oracle getting in here.
Actually, as you should. The Bowmasters aren't blocking it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tobias is on the 8. He doesn't have infinite time here either. Because the only cards in Rodrigo's deck that just draw cards are the Street Wraith, for example. But if he casts it, it'll be hard casted at this point.
Yeah. So it is a Fatal Push. So that means that those extra cards Tamiyo could have given are off the table. Yeah. Top deck war. Who's got?
It's the one thing Tempo doesn't like. My opponent that's all spells is suddenly playing creatures.
Yeah. And so Topios's deck is only playing 3 flow states. So in that sense, like in a top deck war,
Oh, that thought isn't helping either.
no. I think I might prefer Rodrigo in a top deck war in this case.
I mean, I prefer Rodrigo with the current board state.
Also, yeah.
Tobias could recover, but it requires pretty much a Murktide.
Yeah.
Maybe if he has a Blazing Borer, get rid of the token.
No, Murktide would be incredibly sticky in this situation because Fatal Push is really the only removal Rodrigo has, and it's
Nope, he's shuffling.
Yeah, didn't find it. There's 2 Murktides.
Tobias is like, Paragoy would also do it. It's like, just let me recover my life total.
Yeah, 2 Paragoyfs are in his 75.
I don't think he brought them in.
Nah.
Too slow, too chunky. He needs something now.
And he only has 2 lands right now, so 3? Okay.
Yeah, he's still on a rather unhealthy 8, I would say.
Yeah. He has a Surveil land you can look up here to kind of help out. Ooh, yeah. That's going to make things really hard. I mean, it wasn't great already, but this just removes a turn from the clock. Maybe the Surveil land was already in the graveyard?
No,
yeah.
that's it.
Wow. So those were 2 very different games from the Doomsday player, but you can see how powerful that juke can be.
Yeah, and you still have the Doomsday available, right? The Doomsday just goes into a win, but then all the other cards you can play are just flexible.
Yeah.
He took out pretty much the dead cards. He's like, oh, sure, I bring in the better sideboard cards and pose a threat on the board, so we can fight over there and maybe can find an angle afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
And if I don't need the angle, I just win straight here.
Yeah, and yeah. I'm sure Tobias is wishing he forced that Dark Ritual now, but hard to say, at the moment itself. It's those are tough decisions, and in hindsight, yes, Rodrigo takes it 2-0. So we didn't see too many cars at the top of the metagame yesterday, but we might see a few coming through today. Yeah.
There's at least a few in Vroomsday, and there might be a few today. Right, we've seen Vroomsday, and there might be a few in, for example, Mystic Forge combo decks.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows what's hidden in the Tempo decks as well?
Yeah.
We don't know what people cooked up with the car at this point in the metagame yet.
Yeah, and I think almost all the Epic Storm decks have gone over to...
They're in other combo selection.
Yeah. But we do not see a breakdown in that metagame overview of Epic Storm decks. They might be in the other combo. But...
I'm 100% there might be at least one. We don't know which version, right? There's 9 different combo lists that's considered other. Yeah, well, pick one what it could be. All small slight changes, different names, and...
Yeah. So we have the option to do an interview with Rodrigo.
If he's coming, I'd love to pick his brain.
Yeah.
What he likes about the deck.
Yeah.
What makes the addition of the cards so good for Doomsday.
Mm-hmm.
And we will ask him about the sideboard selections here.
Yeah. I'm also interested to hear that he isn't playing Baragoy from the sideboards. Maybe that's just, old tech, and now they're on different stuff. But yeah, it was quite the showing.
Give us a few seconds, and then the player hopefully will show up.
Yeah. All right, apparently Rodrigo also does some streaming himself, so that'll be nice to hear. Yeah,
at least he can shout out his own channel, right?
Yeah. Always happy to promote a legacy player.
Well, the other match that I'm not sure if it didn't end, but we might get to see afterwards as well, would be another Goblin surveillance cam deck, and against a I didn't check the other one.
Yeah, so I think I have, if it's table 4, that is another one of those Dimir Reanimator lists. Yeah,
it would be a Reanimator list against the Welder list with quite a few changes.
Mm-hmm. Tamio is one which, oh wait, no, that's, Tamio is a change compared to the last one we covered.
Yeah, it's also, it would use this Friction Devourer
Oh, that's
on the
fun.
Welder side.
Yeah. We have Rodrigo in the room. Congratulations.
Hey, Rodrigo,
Hello.
welcome.
Thank you.
Must be a great start for you now.
Yeah, I think it was a cool game. And 3-0.
3-0, very good. How much did you prepare for sideboarding this game, and what would you regularly do?
Much less than I will want. Like last week in Spain, there was another big event. It's Impact Returns. And one of the days there was the Nationals for qualified to the LL, and there was a big event on Friday. On the Nationals, I played the Vroomsday deck, and it went well. I went 9th or 10th. So the deck was strong. I thought that there were some flaws in the building and in the sideboarding. Cards like I don't like. And then the last 2 days here, I've been playing Legacy Lands. And it was not bad. Like yesterday, it was like 6-2, and it was fine. Nothing. And today, I wanted just to cast Dark Rituals and stuff. And I rebuilt the sideboard a bit, the main deck, the game plans. So yeah, you mostly depend on. There are like different levels on this game. How you sideboard, how the sideboard. Are they keeping fatal pushes? Are they not keeping it? Are they thinking that you are bringing out the Doomsday package and then they are not bringing in consigns? So you have to try to next level them. And yeah, I think that's what happened a bit this game.
That is always a fun thing about playing Doomsday, right? You have always a flexible sideboards, and all of them are mind games. Do you think the Fantastica made Doomsday a lot better? Or even, does it make the deck more difficult than it used to be before?
No, more difficult for sure not. Yeah, it makes the deck better because you don't have to play cards like Personal Tutor anymore. The card is so I hate that card. And now, in the past, your only real strong hands were the hands that had like turn 1 Ritual Doomsday or turn 2 Petal Doomsday. Now you have a lot of hands that let you Dark Ritual something out that threatens to win the game. And for me, the best card deck is this one, because in the Storm decks, you cannot protect your card with cards like Thoxis or Veil of Summer, because how the spells start. So if you go like turn 1, land, Thoxis, Lotus Petal, Dark Ritual, card, that's already the 4th spell. But in this case, you go Dark Ritual, card. If they force, you can force or daze. That's the 3rd spell. Then you play Lotus Petal, and that's the 4th spell. But in case that they don't force, you just play the Lotus Petal and daze or force your Lotus Petal, and that triggers. So your defenses card is also proactive, and it just trades so good against how the opponents want to play the game.
Yeah, so it's for today's 7 rounds. What are the decks you're looking forward to face the most?
I think no deck. Yeah, probably the deck that doesn't interact with you. I think good matchups is probably the Boros energy deck. The lands deck has some tools like spheres, but you can almost any hand that plays a 3-drop on turn 1, they cannot beat it on the play. Yeah. And then you have forces and stuff. And then probably you don't want to play against the Izzet deck. It's a very bad matchup.
The Surveillance Cam deck.
Or the
Tempo.
The Tempo, the Izzet Delver, that's one. The Cam, I think it's close. I have some extra fatal pushes for that matchup in my sideboard, and that guess I helps. And then
the deck still remains scary. Yeah. It's about similar as quickly as Doomsday. Outside of you have more opportunities to go turn 1.
Yeah, the Mystic Forge or Ring decks tends to be a good matchup because you play forces, you play a fast combo, so sometimes you just play a boss and then
a lot of them no longer are playing the Trinisphere.
Yeah, the Trinisphere. No, I think there is like nonsense of playing Trinisphere nowadays when you want to play the Fantastic card deck, which is most broken. And so you want to play all the Ursus Bubble, Mishra's Bubbles, and all the free spells.
Do you think it will survive the upcoming ban rounds? Yeah. Or will they be just a little longer?
Okay. On Magic Online, it's full of cards. On paper, my experience from this weekend and last weekend, there are people playing it, but not like the level it should be played. That's probably because players want to play their pet decks, and sometimes they don't want to just play the new broken stuff if they have tested with something that they knew
They're more comfortable with.
yeah, and that happens a lot. Also, some people doesn't want to play with proxies, even if this tournament allows it, and they also don't want to pay over 150 euros for a card that's probably gonna get banned.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I think the format has adapted more or less good, but maybe there is a high chance they ban it because it
requires too much. Of the other deck
many decks just play it because it's so broken.
Yeah.
So when every deck is playing a card, Wizards doesn't like that. Like it happened, for example, with Mental Misstep. When everyone was playing Mental Misstep, just because your opponent plays Mental Misstep, that's something they don't. And this happens a lot with a lot of decks like that. And then, and no one likes the card, like really.
I also heard you have your own stream. Where can people watch you play or see you play?
I stream from Monday to Friday on Togors MTG and have YouTube videos on my channel every day of the week. So
thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks to you.
I wish you the best of luck for the upcoming few rounds, and hope to see you in top 8.
So, bye.
Yeah, so we have Augustin Cristio. Oh no, that's a different one.
No. We're going on the 1-1 table where we are having fun with Azorius Phelia against Dredge.
Dredge, yeah. So
there's quite a few Dredge players. Because people were playing less and less graveyard removal because Antub got banned.
Yeah.
So the Dredge players, the Dredge fanatics, they were like, well, at this point, our qualifying tournaments, these are my tournaments.
Yeah.
So there's quite a few Dredge players who qualified with Dredge after the banning, and there's a few of them who just keep playing it, and they decided as well, as long as there's less removal, and there's more cards focus against the cards against the cars, we might actually be able to sneak in a few additional wins there and do very well against the field.
So starting with an Unmask is a nice start. And I mean, so like, there's no Leyline of the Voids. That was a big reason why Dredge wasn't being played much. I mean, you do see some Graph Digger's Cages, which is also a really hard one. But some of that Surgicals or, Fairy Macabres, those are a little bit too...
There's still a few,
but not that
not that many anymore.
And those are things that Dredge can fight through. So there's no hammers. There's surgical tools, and you need a hammer again.
And Deafening Silence is a card that's annoying for Dredge, but it's not not unbeatable.
No, the slow Dredge plan can still be pretty scary.
And then there's the Sun and Wheel and Moon we saw. That's an absolute killer. But Dredge has always had a sideboard that brings in like 6 or 8 cards against specific enchantments or artifacts, and then deal with it.
So we are in game 3 here, so we do expect the tools to be present. I'm curious, looking up the lists, what kind of stuff Giuseppe might have brought in here. Because, I mean, with Dredge post-board games, they're all about, what kind of graveyard hate is there, what kind of disruption. Because 2 Containment Priests, I see, Consign is something that can be considered in this matchup.
If he wants to start countering Dredge triggers, but then again,
it's not great.
How much time are you buying with it? You're spending a card to buy a turn.
So we do see, we do see 2 Surgical Extractions here, which is something, but not an automatic game win.
No, but those are the important ones.
Yeah. Am I looking at the correct list here? I think so. Yeah. You have the orders switched up. And I mean, so we saw the Unmask coming in from Thibodeau. I'm going to not say that name correctly, but from our Dredge player. Interesting. The Dredge player is actually playing for Leyline of the Voids. I mean, of course, Dredge is...
It's not like they aren't there. We also do see the consigns here.
Yeah.
But he didn't have one in the opening hand. He still enjoyed the opening hand he had. So I guess it must have a good amount of action or some Force of Wills to counter the first important spells.
Yeah. So this Force, is this targeting the Lion's Eye Diamond?
It might.
I mean, it's not a bad idea because that is a big boost of mana.
No, it wasn't.
Oh, no. Okay.
Maybe they have been against the Unmask.
I see. Okay. So and we have more free interaction. So basically LED was trying to flash back the Faithless Looting. We do have a Dredger, Dredge 5, the Stinkweed Imp in the graveyard.
Yeah, I think Dredge is perfectly happy here.
Yeah, because they can go on the slow Dredge plan. And
unless the Imp also gets taken out with the Surgical Extraction.
That would be...
It's not there. It is there.
It's in the list. We don't know if he has it in his hand, but
yeah.
that would be a stacked defensive hand from the Phelia player.
It doesn't mean the Phelia is winning here, because the Phelia is not doing much else.
I think I see another consign in his hand.
But if Tiberiu is on Dredge, is able to untap with the Stinkweed Hip, he's more than happy.
Yeah, because an interesting thing. I mean, so he needs an extra mana before he can activate the Cephalid Colosseum. So, like with a Dredge, he basically has the threshold, but he does need some draws to actually be able to activate it.
I think he's just perfectly fine dredging for a bit, find a single Narcomoeba, maybe through the graveyard shenanigans where the Dredge is familiar with.
Yeah.
And get, for example, the Cable Therapy going, make a few tokens.
Yeah. Because, I mean, you of course, want your, what was it, the bridge?
Bridge from below.
Bridge from below. And, of course, then when you flash back your, what's the thing called? Oh, and Poxwalkers is, of course, a really great card.
Yeah, he just wants, the best thing is a second Dredger. The second best thing is just do something on the board.
Yeah.
Get the Poxwalkers out, get a Bridge from below.
Yeah. Because he doesn't have, like, if he dredges once with a Stinkweed Imp, doesn't hint another dredger, he's not in a great spot. I mean, then he can look for that. Okay, so we have
He boarded in Hogaak. Now, there's a second dredger.
So we have
there's a Poxwalker.
Yeah. So that's pretty nice. We can continue dredging, and a single Narcomoeba is going to start getting things moving.
Yeah.
Because then he can start, so he doesn't have a bridge, but with a Narcomoeba, he could at least flash back to therapy. He gets back to Poxwalkers. Yeah.
Yeah, he's also immediately getting close to that point towards the Hogaak that's in there.
Nice to see Hogaak's being played. I know not all of the lists in the past have played it.
It's just a single sideboard option.
So I'm fetching for a Meticulous Upgrade.
Yeah, interesting.
As long as his graveyard is not being dealt with, which will no longer happen through Leyline of the Void.
Yeah.
But it might happen through Surgical Extraction. But at that point, he has all the options available, right?
Yeah.
He has a Stinkweed Imp here. He has a second Dredger. For now, there's a Poxwalker. So all he needs is to not get rid of his Dredger.
And so, yeah, this Dredge list, for those players who might not be up to date with the changes Dredge has made, but so Toru the Infiltrator is now a card which a lot of these lists play, which is quite nice. I don't know if we can get that one on stream, but the Dredge players also now play Thassa's Oracle as an alternative win condition, which is quite nice against Ring.
It's not just against win. The current decks, especially with due to Satoru, they draw so many cards. Oh, this is a Lavinia. This is not a card they are happy with.
No, because this, I mean, so like it doesn't turn off the deck, but Cabal Therapy no longer actually hits, no longer resolves with Lavinia in play.
Yeah, well, Therapy still involves. Oh, if he no mana spent.
Yeah, exactly. So the flashback gets countered. Lion's Eye Diamond can't be cast anymore. This does turn off a number of options.
Yeah, but it doesn't turn off Hogaak.
No. Well, no mana's being played for it.
It's right. Yeah, if you don't use the mana, you can't use mana there.
Let me see, because Lavinia has a lot of card text. Part of it only works for non-creatures, but the other part works on any spell. So
yeah, non-creatures is for the land limit.
Yeah,
and no mana spent for any spell.
So this does ensure that Hogaak can never enter the battlefields. Because you can't spend mana to cast Hogaak. That's the one downside, which can be an upside.
Yeah, but Dredge can still do other stuff.
Oh, yeah. But these are things which, this is actually quite big, I think, removing the Colosseum. Oh, and so he did only have one card in hand, so that does draw, it brings his hand from 1 up to 3 with this warp.
Boss, trigger,
Thinks he's out for a little bit. Let's see how the Dredge player will recover.
Yeah.
It's not an easy deck when you're in this kind of situation.
And so, yeah, he's in the situation where he doesn't have any lands. So he's continuing with the, old-fashioned Dredge plan. So he does get a Narcomoeba.
Oh, there's a bridge.
So bridge and Narcomoeba is big. We do have a Poxwalkers. So this could lead into some action from the Dredge player, who hasn't really been doing much so far. He's been filling his graveyard, which is, of course, what you want to do. And I think he has 2 Dredgers in his hand here. Yeah, so he's flashing back the Cabal Therapy. That will trigger the bridge. That will trigger the Poxwalkers.
Yeah. I mean, that it gets counted doesn't mean you can't play it.
Exactly. So we have creatures.
We have a start, and there's still another Dredger coming up for next turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
And yet, Giuseppe, I mean, he only has 2 lands and 3 cards. So, I mean, he is not in a very strong situation here. I mean, we can assume he does have a lot of answers.
And don't forget, Lavinia is a 2/2.
Yeah.
She can no longer attack at this point.
Yeah. So Giuseppe's very slow clock is also turned off here. And, I mean, you know, he doesn't have a lot of creatures, but he can still hit for 7 if he wants to, the Dredge player.
Oh yeah, I mean, all the little zombies he created are already a problem for the tempo deck, right?
Yeah.
The tempo deck's best answer would probably be Phelia and start flipping away the tokens.
Now, this is also very strong because flipped Tamio halves the clock of all those zombies. So that's quite a big one.
+2.
This could win him a lot of time. Because now suddenly the Lavinia can block the zombies.
But Lavinia still cannot attack.
No.
Don't forget the Tamio just can still get attacked, right? And either because Tamio is still dead.
No, but so all the creatures are -1, -0 because of the plus.
So there's a 2-power. It goes to 1.
Exactly, yeah.
And then it's dead next turn.
Yeah, if he can make more zombies, which it looks like he can because he found another Cabal Therapy, but there's still only a single bridge in the graveyard. But this is all slowing down the Dredge player. And that Wasteland is also quite nice. The Dredge player plays a single island and no other non-basics. Also good to note, this version of Dredge is playing Anger.
Yes.
Not all of the lists, as far as I know, play it, but...
No, the Saturnalists mostly do.
But yeah, that Wasteland's quite nice against that, too. That basically does turn off the Anger option.
Brainstorm, Wasteland. Okay.
Yeah, and then the turn before that is when the infraction happened.
Looks like we do have...
There's an angry finger pointing at last, starting to do math.
That seems like a judge's finger.
Too far to try and fix the situation because there's a full.
It seems to be maybe a discussion about Lavinia and the Cabal Therapy. But I think they did resolve it correctly there.
Thank you.
Yeah, just counter the spell, not that it cannot be cast.
Yeah. So yeah.
They still have a mana value.
Right. So the first part of Lavinia's ability says you can't cast non-creature spells if you don't have that many lands. So the fact that he has 0 lands means he can no longer cast 1-mana non-creature spells.
Yes.
So actually, the Lavinia is pretty big here.
Can fix that.
Yeah.
Which they probably.
Making the cable therapy with nothing happened.
I don't remember the first one, if it was correct, but the lands were definitely. I think the lands were already gone at that point.
Maybe, yeah. But in this case, I don't think they can rewind it. So I think in these cases, it's a warning. Game rule violation.
No.
Both players missed it.
Yeah.
But I think there's going to be some discussions with the judge on what to do with this and how to approach it.
Yeah, this is pretty much a bunch of illegal plays here.
But I mean, so moving forward, like assuming that this is going to be the board state, the Dredge player's options are really limited here. You can do the slow Dredge, and that's pretty much it.
He needs to find the land.
Yeah, but the land, I mean, he can then resolve 1 Cabal Therapy, and then the land immediately gets wastelanded.
Yes.
If he's lucky, he can fetch for a basic island, and that'll actually keep him somewhat safer. But he doesn't have that many fetches.
He still needs, yeah.
And drawing means not dredging. So that's also...
You could just keep the fetch in play and just not fetch.
That's also a nice option, yeah.
Absolutely no problem.
Well, we'll just have to wait until the judge came to a conclusion how to deal with this, because this is a pretty significant change of board state.
Yeah.
Than it would have otherwise would have been. But it also would have changed the Dredge player's turns. Because at that point he would just draw until he finds a land.
Yeah. But I mean, so the difference that second one makes, if we assume the first one was legal, that second one just generated one extra zone.
I think both were illegal. I think he already wasted before he started.
That would be rough, because that's the difference of a 1/1 Narcomoeba versus 7 power in
Yeah.
play.
Can I help you? Okay. So how can we explain?
And these are hard calls for judges, I think.
Prelude is that none of us.
But yeah, that's what they're there for.
We are
And yeah, as you see, you know, like these mistakes get made even at the highest levels of play. It's it's a complicated game. Yeah.
Yeah, people are like, oh, Lavinia does the one or two things, and it does both things, and they're slightly different.
And at this point, chat.
They think, wait, I can jump through this hoop, but get stuck after the second one. You just forgot about the second one.
Yeah, yeah. And I think in general, like my experience with Legacy in, you know, our area of Europe is that this was an honest mistake. I don't see this as players trying to, you know, sneak something out.
No.
It's
It might not be intentional, but it might still lose you the game.
yeah, yeah. So it's important to, you know, get a judge in there and find like an impartial resolution.
So quite a bit has happened.
But these guys know that. I'm sure, you know, they've had these kinds of interactions before.
Triggered Boxwalker and Bridge.
Even the best players, they make
So all of this
mistakes.
has happened ever since.
At this point, we're just waiting what the angry finger is trying to say.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm curious from the rest of our coverage team who's actually in the room if they can share a bit about what is, being discussed here. Because for us, we don't.
They've been. It's for them as day 3, right? You don't expect them to just listen to a judge ruling and try to stay awake.
No,
Not doing the coverage.
no. But it's from where we're sitting, we don't have the audio from the table itself.
No, the guys are working very hard to make sure you guys have the stream.
Yeah.
We're just complaining about angry fingers and no explanation.
That's fair. That's fair. Yeah. And we want to keep things interesting for you guys. So, but yeah, but I mean, depending on the I hope they can find a good resolution. But it's an exciting board state.
Okay, fair enough.
Like it could go in many different directions.
I agree.
Yeah, there's only a few more tables left. The final tables are now closing up. Time is over in the round.
We already had 5 minutes.
But yeah, my experience with the really good dredge players is they know how to dance around all the different hate pieces.
Yeah, but Lavinia is not very common in Legacy. It's pretty much a modern card,
Yeah.
especially when Cascade was popular.
Mm-hmm.
But after
Thank you.
but the Legacy is just such a rare card to see and it's only a one-off always.
Well, I've seen a lot more Phelia decks playing 2 of them recently because, you know, it's quite good against the Tron decks, which try and, of course, cheat on mana a lot. And, you know, it does turn off Daze and Force of Will. It's usually not played for that. I do feel like it has gotten a resurgence, and especially with those car decks, I think it's a decent option, but...
So they are allowed to continue play
All right.
with no changes to the board,
Yeah.
since the mistakes were already made and they cannot be, pretty much not be recovered.
Yeah.
Unless they take like half an hour time, rewind the stream, and
Yeah.
good luck there.
Ooh, Phelia. That's a big one. Because that can start eating up those zombies. And no new zombies are coming in right now due to the... so the problem is if Phelia attacks here, because there's 2 zombies, the other one will block and kill Phelia. So
I think they have one less power until the end of next turn, right?
it's only for the turn they attack. And it's only the
right.
attacking creatures that get reduced.
All right, it's the attacking creatures.
Yeah. So he is going to go for the trade. I think the dredge player is going to try and block and kill the Phelia.
Yeah, I mean,
Or not.
no blocks.
Okay.
These zombies are allowed to block, right?
Yep, they are. So he has other plans for this zombie. Blocking, apparently. Interesting.
Well, he's no longer blocking
No.
because there's a Phelia coming.
Yep. So I feel like that would have been a good block to do.
What could be interesting is activate this attack.
Yeah.
He could have considered not removing the token and, for example, reset his Tamio. But yeah, then you get the front side, so there's no use.
Yeah, I feel
Take the tokens, get in for 4.
Yeah, I think he could have removed that dog if he wanted to, but I'm sure the judge call might have rattled him a bit. I mean, you kind of got to get back into the game after something like that.
Well, Poxwalker, there's no use. Just keep attacking.
Yeah. He's just keeping the Tamio at 2. But
For now.
He's losing the damage race.
Yeah, all he needs is a land on top.
Yeah. And for those paying attention, he's taking draws instead of dredging here.
A block would have removed the bridge. Yeah, the one, I think it's a one bridge.
Yeah, I mean, you can dredge into more bridges maybe, but I think he needs the land. All right, so now he's removing the Poxwalkers. Oof. And this is 4 damage a turn. This is not nothing. Oh.
Yeah, there's a stifle. It's well, it's a consign, so it's no longer coming back. Yeah, that should be the end of it. It's just 2 turns of attacking. The amount of lands the Dredge deck plays is not very high.
And so for those of those who don't know that interaction, basically the Phelia blink, it's a delayed trigger which happens at the end of the turn. And because it's a trigger, you can counter it. And
you can stifle it very well.
Yeah, and that keeps the card in exile. So it's a nice kind of alternate mode for Phelia.
Yeah, picks up a force of negation, so 100% nothing goes wrong.
Yeah, I think that's it for the Dredge player. But a very nice showing for Lavinia. Yeah, that's the hand. So, and it's good they caught that violation, because if that, went on any longer, that could have really made a big difference.
Yeah, if he was allowed to continue.
Yeah.
So, at this point, congratulations Izzet, even though he was put into the advantage because of a mistake by both players, he still managed to finish it off with a nice timely Phelia.
Yeah, Phelia good.
So Giuseppe still alive in the run for top 8. Tiberius is probably not for top 8, but he's still up in the air. It's up in the race for some proper prizes. Everyone who qualified here gets prizes from our sponsors, and the top 8 is even juicier. So if you look at the sponsors, like Ultimate Guard, Boose, Eternal Mania itself, the organizer, Emjati, the main sponsor of the event, and then the Bazaar of Boxes who do the production.
Yeah. Right. Well, we're almost halfway through the tournament. We're just finished 3 out of 7. And we have a little intermezzo here. So we're going to shift over casters. So... all right, we have a little story from the ELM. So, Tom, welcome.
Hello, hello.
All right. So, what are you coming to share with us today, or are you just joining for?
I'm just joining in for a quick chat. See how everybody's going.
Okay,
so, how's
great.
it going?
Yeah,
on coverage.
Good. No, it's been some great matches so far. And so, you're from the ELM organization?
Yep, I am the representative for Belgium and also kind of the head of the whole project.
All right.
So I'm taking the lead with the qualifier season and making sure the website is up to date, which is often isn't, but when it is, whenever it is, I'll take full credit.
And so for me, I only started Legacy a few years ago, and for me, I'm somewhat new to the scene, but what's the history of the ELM? Have you been part of it since the start? Has it been what's the story behind ELM?
I haven't. So ELM essentially started in a cap at Four Seasons Bologna, a taxi cab, where late at night. And so once a year at Four Seasons, our good friend Gabe, he organizes the Italian Player of the Year Invitational, together with Nicola Guidi. Shout out, amazing crew. And so they have a full system of leagues in Italy, where once a year the people who qualify for the Invitational get to come together and they crown a national champion. Yeah. And we thought, wouldn't it be nice if we could do that, but for the whole of Europe, which was a thought the Brits in the taxi cab were going for. And so in that same taxi, there happened to be me, and then somebody from the Austrian Legacy League also got involved pretty quickly. And before you know it, we all of a sudden had people from 12 different countries saying, yeah, we think we can do something like this. And the people from Four Seasons willing to host us for the first few years.
Great.
So that was 2002. That was 5 years ago. Yeah. We ran the first year with a few qualifiers. Instead, we did more of an invitational style structure. So we had all the known names to promote the event, and that went over really well. Yeah. And then year 2, we switched things around. We figured out as a team a qualification format to make sure that ELM became completely merit-based, and that's where we are now. Yeah. So Yeah.
Great.
And at that point, I happened to be one of the architects of the qualification system. We had multiple people, of course, chiming in.
Yeah.
And that sort of led to me taking the lead of the project, even though it's a team effort. We have people in 24 different countries working their asses off all year just to make it happen. So,
and of course, like for European-wide legacy events, you also have Eternal Weekend, which is, I think, now put together by Four Seasons as well.
Yep, but our big brother.
Yeah. But of course, that's more of an open event, and this is invitation only.
So in a way, there are two different things. And to be fair, we started the European Legacy Masters in part because in 2022, if people maybe forget, we didn't get Eternal Weekend Europe.
All right.
So we felt like we were being left outside, and it's kind of we'll do our own tournament with hookers and blackjack.
Yeah.
But instead, it's with magic and beer. But those are all pretty sweet as well. So that was sort of it. But we never wanted to. We don't see ourselves as competitors. We see ourselves as sisters. I would say to Eternal Weekend.
Yeah.
The thing is, Eternal Weekend is obviously amazing, and it's once a year, and it's big ass event. I, as a vintage fan, of course, love it as well. But it's kind of just one thing. It's once a year. And the problem we were trying to solve, all of us, is what's going on with Legacy at the local level, because COVID hit it really badly. Like, a lot of local scenes died.
Yeah.
And to many of us, what Legacy was missing at that time was meaning. There used to be a sense of meaning in Legacy because you had Legacy GP, so you would go to your local store, you would play trials, try and earn a buy. There was a card market series, which was beautiful. In the US, they had Star City games. You could go play an event, and it was meaningful because you could qualify for something else, for a next level. And that's what we wanted to reintroduce. So from our perspective, the ELM finals is kind of just the cherry on top. But the real cake is players being motivated to come out to their local store, because that's where Legacy really lives these days. WotC doesn't support Legacy anymore the way they used to. No. Again, which is fine. Like, I get why, but we want to come out and play with our beloved old cards. I would say with my Tarmogoyfs, but that probably puts me firmly into a boomer category. But so we just want to play. We want people to support their local stores, and that's what ELM is all about.
Oh, that's great. And I mean, I think maybe as a final point, because we do have a new round coming up soon, but
amazing.
What can we expect from ELM in the future? Like, we have a great location here. Is that like going to be here for the future as well? Do you see like would you like it to get bigger? Like, what are your ambitions still? Or you think we're at a good place and, keep it as it is?
Yeah, so ELM has a lot of potential, but it also takes quite a lot of work to develop that. I think the place where we have the project right now is kind of, I would say, a best effort, best result of what you're able to do with an evergreen event like this, with a bunch of amateurs just pouring their heart and soul into it.
Yeah, and I think sustainability is also quite important. Have something which you can keep on doing. Yeah.
But every single year we try to make small tweaks and try to make it slightly better. We've increased the prices steadily. Like, the first year we started with just around 1,000 euros in prices. Yeah. This year we're at a full 3,000 euros in prices in the top 16 price pool, plus at least that amount. Like, it's more like 5K worth of products from Ultimate Guard, who have really been amazing to us from the start as well. So we try to grow the price pool. We try to do things slightly better every year with our internal processes. The structure of ELM itself, the size of the tournament, we like to keep stable. So we like having a 7-rounder plus 3. So that means we use the same, 128 player cap. And location-wise, the guys at Emjati from Eternal Mania have been treating us very well, so we are very likely to stay here. I mean, we will do it here next year again. I can already share that. After that, all is up in the air. We'd love to stick with Eternal Mania, but also the vision for the project has been to have the European Legacy Masters travel around. We started in Italy because that's where the beating heart of Legacy was when we launched the project. Now we moved to Belgium after 3 years, and we are actually open to discuss with you. If anybody's out there watching, organizing tournaments and saying like, you know what, I think I'd like to have a stab at organizing ELM in my event, get in touch with us. We are really looking forward to meeting you and seeing if we can work together.
All right.
We'd love to spread the love.
All right. Awesome. Well, thank you so much for all your effort. It's been an amazing few events, and looking forward to Yeah, the rest of today and next year. So
yeah, I'm looking forward to handing out a bunch more prizes to our players. I'm looking forward to crowning a new champion, of course. And I hope everybody is looking forward to seeing some more amazing Magic on stream, which is about to happen right now for round 4, I believe.
All right. Yeah, most definitely. So thanks a lot. And
take care.
Yeah, you
and have fun.
Yeah, will do.
Bye, everybody.
All right, we're going to go for a quick break, and we'll return soon with the next round of the ELM finals.
Welcome, everyone, and back to round 4 of the European Legacy Masters here in Hasselt in Belgium. At this point, we're going to into round 4 with the 3-0 tables with Yannick on Golgari Hogaak. Here we have Peter van der Ham.
Yeah, doing a short look in with y'all and helping the commentators here. So let's see what we've got going on.
Yeah, unfortunately the day for you didn't go so well.
No, bad start, but all's well.
Yeah, yesterday was a bit better. Like just shy of top 16, 6-2.
Yeah, I lost my win in on camera last round, but today didn't go too well. A couple of mistakes, but also very prepared opponents. So.
Yeah, that's the level of opponents is so much higher today than it is on the Saturday.
That is well.
And now we're going to enjoy some proper high table legacy. Golgari Hogaak. It's been a deck that's been on the up and up, especially when it comes to results.
Yeah.
We had Morten yesterday on a losing the final on the Saturday, and he's still participating today. And now we see another one who's on Hogaak, who's on a 3-0 score.
Yeah, we both see a lot of players that are black-green players performing very well throughout the year, and also a lot of them qualifying for this event. And then yesterday, like you said, they performed very well as well. So looking forward to see how they do today, for sure.
Yeah. Then we see a deck we don't see often that much anymore, which is the Cloudpost deck.
Yeah, the blue Cloudpost variants that are kind of taking opportunity of the Tron decks leaving the format and them now being the big mana deck with...
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Mystic Fortress yesterday who cheat mana on a different way with Grim Monoliths and untap effects. And this is the first time this weekend we have on camera lots of mana on just lands.
Yeah, for sure. So more controlling than the Forge decks, and can be good in this matchup because you can go over the top. But of course, Golgari, Hogaak, if they put on the pressure and actually get to interact with your lands, it can be a tough one.
Yeah, and we already see an average reclaimer. Sylvan, I think it's a Sylvan Safekeeper. I keep forgetting the art. And then there's a Moon Shadow next to it. The Moon Shadow can grow very, very fast in the upcoming turns, and there will be a lot of pressure. And we know the Dimir Cloudpost, outside of the very big spells, they do not have a lot of interaction with a big board state in the first few turns.
No, for sure. So they really have to rely on their big mana spells that basically remove the cards one by one. We do see a Wasteland being fired off here, which surprises me against a Petrified Hamlet. Oh, it's a fetch land, sorry.
It's a fetch, yeah. It's mono gray. We have to get used to it.
Yeah. So I'm assuming this Petrified Hamlet is just naming Wasteland to prevent Yannick from at least attacking the mana, while he's also growing the board state here.
Yeah.
Now, we must assume that Martin is now looking to combine a Nexus with this tower and then firing off some big spells that can actually stabilize this board.
Yeah, at this point, Eldrazi Confluence might still be good enough. There could be Karn. Ghostlex Command, still a very good pickup here.
Yeah, so interesting to see these two Eldrazi Confluence in the main board. They're very good at picking up some like medium-sized boards like we see here. But they do need to fire it off before this Moon Shadow gets out of hand or this Reclaimer gets too much value.
He might as well just aim for the One Ring, just buy additional turn, see if you can spend more mana afterwards, and just build towards that Ugin. Ugin Eye of the Storms. But because the fun thing about the blue deck here is it does have a few other cards that might make value as well. There's a Sink into Stupor that might buy time, some Thundertrap trainers who can find new solutions, some Stuck-Ups to find solutions. Yeah. And he still has one or two more turns where he can sculpt his hand, but for the big mana spells. But then he really has to deal with it. But once he gets to the 7-8 mana, it's very hard for the Hogaak deck to actually deal with it.
Yeah, for sure. So we now see the third land coming down, not generating any additional mana. So this is just the very fair. We have 3 lands, therefore we have 3 mana. There's no 1 + 1 + 1 is 7 going on around here. So that means Martin is not the fastest here and also not ready to fire off things like stock up because of a lack of blue cards.
Go.
We saw a end of turn Kozilek's command being fired up for 0, just to draw another card and try and find something more.
Yeah, I'm surprised he's not firing it up for 1. Oh, he can still because he can, if he fired 1, he can take out the Moon Shadow, right? It checks mana value.
I think the big decision here is, do you go for the Reclaimer or the Moon Shadow? The Reclaimer can protect the other cards through various ways or generate a couple of extra bodies here with the Umedian Hatchery.
Yeah.
So the question is, how fast do you expect the Moon Shadow to grow? And is it worth it to target that rather than that value engine that's going on?
Yeah, here's the protection. Yeah, get some more creatures on board.
You mean to give it a try?
Yeah, so we decided not to fire off the Kozilek's command and just to pass and see what happens with priority. And now we see Yannick just proactively sacrificing the Umedian Hatchery just to get more pressure on board. And this now will trigger Martin into responding. This now signals you don't need to Reclaimer to sacrifice his land. You're going for a very pressure-heavy play where you try to work with this Moon Shadow. Interesting to see. It seems like we're going after the Safekeeper here. So the Safekeeper, not being the most aggressive of these creatures, but it is the card that enables Yannick to play through any possible removal that Martin has.
Yeah, it might be a problem for later where he does want to try, for example, dismember Eldrazi Confluence.
If I'm Yannick and I know what I'm up against, did this reads like an Eldrazi Confluence coming up soon? Because else I think you try to pick up the other cards, of course, then you get the lands that can keep protecting it. But...
And he still has a mana available, so hopefully he can... Yeah, he did it end of turn, more bodies on the board now, so maybe he can now follow up. A Thoughtseize would be nice, just to make sure what situation you're in, the state you are in.
Yeah, you're looking for Thoughtseize, you're looking for your Hogaak here to really get you over the top. Martin's protecting the end very aggressively. Now taking 2 cards, but of course the Force of Negation is not the most impactful card in this matchup. So
no, but the most impactful card must be in his hand. So it could be the 1 ring he needs to protect, and for example, it could be something that's a little bit bigger. As I said, the Eldrazi Confluence would do pretty well on this board, right? You can take away the 2 or 3 creatures here.
Oh, it just phased out. Oh, okay.
Yeah, and if we do get this Tron mana going, something like an Ugin, if that's in the hand, it's also great to protect.
If he can finish the Tron lands here, you can go to 8, get an Ugin, and the entire board is clear.
Yeah.
And I don't think Yannick will recover from an Ugin landing.
No, that will be... Is the 8 mana Ugin in here as well? Or is it just 7 mana? No, it's just...
It's just the Eye of the Storm here.
Yeah, so it's...
There's a mine, a power plant in the tower. So Exodia has been assembled. The mana is here.
Yeah, it looks like we do see an Eldrazi Confluence and an Ugin in hand. So now the question is for Martin, how do I stabilize best?
Well, by resolving the Ugin.
Usually the card that if you play any other cards exiles more permanents is a good way to start a turn.
Yeah, and it has so much loyalty as well.
So much loyalty. If you need mana, it provides the mana to cast your second spell. If you need cards, it provides that as well with a little bit of a life buffer. So definitely very good at stabilizing these boards. And here we see 3 more mana from the Ugin. Eldrazi Confluence, exiling 1 more card with the Ugin, probably. And then using the...
taking out 2 selections, like +3, -3, take out 2, exile the other one. I don't know how Hogaak recovers from this one.
This looks like a very tough spot. Bowmaster is of course a strong card, but it's taking out a Eldrazi token here. But yeah, beating down that Ugin from 7 loyalty will be a tough task.
There's still a zombie army here. Or at least there should be one.
No, I think this Eldrazi spawn got sacrificed.
Oh, got sacrificed, right.
So it was a 0/1 Eldrazi spawn and a 1/1 Eldrazi Scion, I believe that is. No, it was not sacrificed. All right.
I'm not sure if I need to check the rulings as well.
On the Eldrazi Confluence? Or?
No,
oh,
the Bowmaster. If it's required for the trigger to make an Orc army.
It definitely is for the Bowmaster. It's one entire ability, so if it doesn't have a target, then you don't get the.
There's a dot in between. It's a separate action.
No, it's part of the same triggered ability. I am pretty sure.
Okay. Well, he has one now, so at least he has something to fight with. But then again,
yeah.
There's an Ugin. There is no main board solution here.
No, so this is just we have to try and attack this Ugin down with 1/1s. It's a tall task, but we see Hogaak being milled here, so that's something that could definitely help the clock. But yeah,
but any colorless card is just killing the big ones.
That's basically just saying, I hope you have 2 more lands, and
if it had hexproof, but it's the best course of action here.
Yeah.
Make it bigger. I think if he gets rid of the Hogaak here, you're probably ready for the surrender.
That will mean we're in a very tough spot as the Golgari deck for sure. So we see a draw with the Ugin. The Bowmasters is getting another trigger, and I'm assuming we get another mana here to prevent the army from growing, but yeah, it looks like we're not growing the army. So.
Yeah, good.
So 1 mana floating, having drawn a card and gained some life. If you're Yannick, you're just hoping that there's no color spell at all in at hand.
It's just not a single one. We see 1 land, but we don't see what the other card is.
I think this body language from Martin, he's either trying to sell.
Well, it could be a blue card.
That he has something, but yeah, there's 0 blue mana on this board.
Yeah, so he pretty much has a dead card in hand. But he's now challenging for face. 8, 9, 10, 11. Ping 1, make it bigger. Yeah, 13.
2 additional damage, so that's lethal.
It paid off. The gamble paid off.
Yeah, so this is Martin from the start of the game, just not having any blue mana and just relying on the natural Tron plus the Petrified Hamlet. We surely understand to keep. You're safe from Wasteland, you have an Ugin to ramp into, and you have...
You had protection for the first Tulsi, so you had the Ugin. He just didn't have a second Ugin card here.
Yeah. So now we're looking at the sideboards from Yannick. And definitely bringing in some disruption for these bigger cards like the One Ring and Ugin, I think in the form of Flute.
Yeah, the Flute will be there. Collector Oof might still be there.
Yeah, I think you boarded in. It is still a body. It does stop the One Ring. It's not the best in this matchup. It's not like it hits against Tron, but it's still...
no, but there's definitely cards you can take out, right? I don't think the Fatal Pushes are this exciting.
No,
You're not taking out the Thunderclap Trainers, for example. Those are not interesting for you. And that's pretty much it, right? It's just those kind of removal cards you can safely take out. The Thoughtseize you would keep in, but you only need space. You need to make space for 4 cards.
Yeah, so I'm expecting these flutes, the edicts probably coming in, but I'm not sure about that one. That depends on, like, do I want to stop you from having an Ugin, or do I want clean answers to the Ugin, or as clean as you can have it against the 7 mana Planeswalker that exiles something when cast. Definitely taking out the Bajuka Borg here. You don't need Graveyard Hate in this matchup. So you have like something like 4 slots that you can easily trim, and then the question is just, okay, what do you value more?
Well, which person do you value more? Yeah.
And then on Martin's side, we see some Karn targets being in the sideboard.
Yeah, I see some surprising Barragoys.
Yeah, I think that's not surprising to many people here. No. There's a reason we're calling this blue-black Tron usually. It's not because of any mainboard cards. It's those sideboard Barragoys that really help in the tempo matchups. They're not really meant for this matchup, I believe. I mean, they do block very well, but it's really against the tempo matchups where it just slams the door.
I mean, they kind of slam the door here as well. Right? They're pretty good Hogaak blockers. They're pretty good, pretty much blockers for anything else. Well, outside of the Moonshadow.
Yeah, that's true. So I guess you might bring them in, and then the question becomes, what does Yannick do? Do you expect the Barragoys to come in? Do you keep your Fatal Pushes? This is one reason, certainly, to bring in those edicts. So you can hit both the Planeswalkers and The Barragoys?
Yeah, the question is how much of your counter spells do you keep in? Right? Do you keep all your Force of Negation, the Force of Wills in? Like, which is the card you are afraid of the most that you need to counter that you cannot solve with?
I
your
would
other
definitely be
solutions?
trimming those Force of Negations. They're just the narrowest of the bunch, and you don't want to be 2-for-1-ing yourself all the way.
Yeah, and anything else is just wishboard for cards.
Yeah, so the question here is, do you just bring in like one of the explosives or the ballista, since you either, if you have to solve a board, you can wish for one of them, so you can bring the other one in to be a bit more efficient. So I could see the explosives coming in here, unless you really appreciate that card into explosives line.
Yeah.
But other than that, yeah, you have Force of Negations to take out, so you have a couple of cards to bring in, not too much. Probably bring in the Barragoys for that reason.
Yeah, you get so much dead stuff you can take out. As I said before, in different matchup as well, mostly Tempo matchup, Force of Wills are very expensive against a deck that really doesn't care about things getting countered.
No, just these 1-mana spells. You're like...
The 1-mana 1/1s, yeah, they are dangerous in the end, but the better trade is the 1-for-1 trade, so you need the 1-for-1. Need the 1-for-1 trades. There's nothing here that kills you that early, but you need to have these Force of Wills or Force of Negations.
No, for sure. So I'm expecting all the Force of Negation to come out, and maybe trimming the Force of Wills based on how many cards we're bringing in.
Yeah. There's a whole bunch of cards getting shuffled in here.
I'm expecting Yannick to have evaluated this hand to be good enough, or still checking it out.
I think the Golgari has plenty of hands that are just good enough. Most of it just 1/1 creatures. Can I play any of my cards in my hand, and then he can go.
Ideally, you'll have some angle to get the Wasteland. Of course, you know this Tron deck is built to handle it, but you still want to test them on that angle.
Yeah.
If I have a way to a Wasteland, that means you have to have a hand that deals with that.
Yeah. And I think Martin needs a bit more selective hand. He needs to get somewhere. He needs a plan he can follow. If he has a hand with just a whole bunch of Garner spells, he will just toss it away because it's not doing anything. He needs to find the mana and a plan to go for.
Yeah, and we're also seeing you kind of want, if the Barragoys have come in as we expect, you also see tension on, do I have a hand that can actually cast black spells while also having an avenue into these big spells?
Yeah.
Which is typically a very hard balance to find.
Yeah. So if I, once again, just like in game 1, Martin is very safe after the Petrified Hamlet. Make sure his land count is already safe. No wastelands happening. I do wonder if at some point we're going to see a more change up in wasteland strategy as well.
Yeah, we have for sure seen decks like Lands, of course, going to the Ghost Quarter.
Yeah.
They typically ran one. I've seen for a while that they run 2 in some of the list, just to be able to work through these hamlets. Because you basically, if they have 2 hamlets, you kind of want to have 2 Ghost Quarters to deal with them. So assuming they would put both of them on Wasteland.
Yeah, maybe for other decks as well, right? There's plenty of strategies who like to attack the mana base through the Wasteland. If they can use it, they might just do the same thing. It's like a 3 or 1 split, maybe a fifth one as well. It won't be as consistent as lands, but it might just still be good enough to get them over the edge, like the 1 in 20 matchup where it is beneficial.
Yeah, for sure. You get that 1 activation, and then after that, all your Wastelands work again.
Yeah, meanwhile, Yannick is just doing his plan, right? He casted but it's Once Upon a Time. Make sure you had enough place for Gare for turn 2 as well. So turn 1, here's a creature. Turn 2, there will be a creature. Deal with it afterwards. And the question is if he has a fetch land, for example, to make the Moonshadow bigger, or maybe there's a Stitch Suppliers or something, just make it grow and wait in turn for the white. But I think you just slam the white as soon as possible.
Yeah, you want to get this going. It protects your other creatures from any interaction that might come up. The question here, what can we do with this Moonshadow? Is this just getting in for a couple of points and see if it gets removed, or do we have some avenue to actually
it wouldn't surprise me if it immediately gets removed by the first Ghostlegs command.
Yeah.
Right, get the additional mana creature in. Maybe you need to scope your hand a bit better, get it off the field. But Martin decides he either doesn't have it or doesn't want to. We do spot a Force of Will, so he kept at least some of them in.
Some of them have clearly been and being kept in the deck. It's always tricky because once you start trimming on forces, you have to take into consider your blue can.
Yeah. Here's the force. Here's the first One Ring. I don't think Yannick has any answers against winning through a One Ring.
No, I don't believe we have a questing beast or anything in this list to really get through it. But I think his main course of action is just trying to prevent this card from drawing too many cards.
Yeah, I also don't think there's too many decks anymore that use the One Ring well.
No, there's a couple of them. It's certainly a lot less than in the past. So we're, as Yannick, you're like, I have a collector hoof, I can shut this off. And if I get the opportunity to pressure you, then maybe a Bowmaster is good enough to deal with this One Ring. But to have that work, you do need some pressure.
Yeah, now we're just waiting for the Hogaak to come in.
We did see a shielded edict hitting the graveyard, so definitely brought those in, probably expecting the barrel boys, but like we said, also
it just
against you.
It's such a flexible card. It just does whatever it needs, and you know what's coming in, or suspect what's coming in. You're like, I want none of it. It needs to go. These are very clean answers.
Yeah, for sure. So we do see we're searching now for another land. I'm expecting we have another 2-drop land, but
we have one white. The white is not that big. Not a lot of creatures hitting the bin.
But this deck does what it does very well is say to the Tron deck, all right, you get a little bit of breathing room here, but you do need to find something bigger. You need to do more.
Yeah.
Just having this and then passing the turn after drawing.
Here's the flute.
Yeah.
Flute number 1. That might fetch a force. If he has a second blue spell.
Sacrifice this one, trigger.
It resolves. Make it bigger. Mill for 3. Find something cool.
This is, of course, what we saw in game 1, that we had a Ugin but no color spells and probably a blue spell in hand. And now we see the other side of the deck. We have a Force of Will, probably not a blue card around. So it's,
it's one big Moon Shadow. The Moon Shadow is pretty much ready here. Next turn, the Moon Shadow will be fully removed from all the counters. Be a full 7/7 menace.
And we're expecting this flute to name the One Ring. So looks like the logical play, of course.
Yeah, Martin is nowhere near Ugin mana, so at this point.
Well, you say nowhere near, but have you seen the effect of a Nexus? Because that would be 7 right here. So
that would be Ugin.
If Yannick believes he doesn't care about the cards and just is winning on the board if he gets the time, maybe you go for Ugin. But yeah, I think just you can't have your opponent draw too many cards.
There's the Barragoyf.
I have 1, 2.
And so there's an interesting card in this matchup because they're not keeping in all of their removal for it probably, but they do have a lot of tools just to fight through creature decks naturally with the talent gates that they can get.
Yeah, and don't forget the Moon Shadow does have menace.
Yeah, so that's definitely getting through. So if this white can prevent the lifelink from the Goy for a couple of turns while the Moon Shadow is getting in, well, that's definitely not protecting it.
Yeah, maybe he already has an edict in hand. Maybe there's a fatal push coming in, or he still has him.
That could certainly be.
And that would be a good chunk of damage that's coming in this turn.
Yeah, so this white is not coming in unless something else happens during attack or before combat. But that Moon Shadow for sure, already a 6/6 coming in. So 1 or 2 attacks should get Yannick there. So the question is, can you deal with this Barragoyf and what else is?
Yeah, if you, for example, have another Stitcher Supplier there, if that's a fetch, the Moon Shadow is coming in for 7, putting you at 9. There's an Edict. That one does get forced.
Yeah, so this could have been Martin just going, I've got my value from the One Ring, I have a different plan, and I need this Barragoyf.
I think the Edict is a very nice way of fishing, it's a safe way of fishing. Because any other creature right now is in Talent Gates.
Yeah.
And he doesn't need Talent Gates to use now, but he can use the Talent Gates in Martin's turn and make sure next turn he will be able to attack through whatever is necessary, and there's no life gain from the Barragoyf here.
For sure. Just 2 hits with the Moon Shadows already so close. Even at the 6/6, just putting Martin down to 3 would already be very dangerous. Interesting, we see a main phase, I believe.
I think he just wants a token. To sacrifice in the white.
Yeah. So we're probably going for an attack and activation of white.
Is he aiming for lethal here? If Martin is life total is correct at 14, they can aim for lethal here.
Yeah. So the question is, how big is that white right now?
It has a dice of 4. You can make it 5 by sacrificing the Bowmaster, not the token. Get the Talon Gates in, which also allows the Moon Shadow to become a 7/7.
So that currently looks like 12 to me, but maybe there's something.
Now it smells 14. If he sacrifices the Bowmaster, the white goes to 7, Moon Shadow goes to 7.
Yeah. So the fight is, of course, the growth of the white. Yeah, for sure.
No, that's exactly lethal.
Yeah. For sure, for a second there, I was thinking we were tracking the size of the white, but no, it's the increased size of the white. And of course, with the two base stats, we're going in.
So as well spotted, I said the Shoulders Edict was nice with the fish for counter spells or interaction. Make sure to spend his mana. Maybe he wanted to make sure the tomb gets used as well. So he found a way, could come in for the attack with the safe away with the Bowmasters afterwards. No second interaction. And he goes in exactly for lethal. Otherwise, he would have just lost 1 life during his upkeep. Through the One Ring, but
for sure. And but this is the risk with Barrowgard in this matchup. You have to kind of get it down quick before they can get all the tools online to deal with it. But you don't really have that quick of black mana, so it's always a bit of a give and take. But
no, Martin was also just missing his Sky's command, did a little early interaction. There's not a lot happening. Yeah, the One Ring was there, but the first 2 turns, nothing happens. And if you can get rid of the at that point of the Moon Shadow, we saw him comes in for 3, 4, 7.
Yeah,
and then the game is pretty much over.
Yeah, and so with these Barrowgard, you of course try to get your opponents basically with their pants down, not having anything to stop it, and then it can just completely stall or taken over a fair game.
Yeah, normally consider like for Martin has a pretty good way of interacting because he is on the play. He can set his mana up, so he's a little bit faster on the high turns, but it was still too slow. Very quick hand from Yannick. Said you get the hand, played creatures, finished his hand with Once Upon a Time, and congratulations there.
Yeah. And we saw in game 1, of course, that the play into saying, well, here's my Hogaak. You still have 2 cards in your hand. If there's a colorless card there, I'm dead. Yeah. If you just miss on colorless cards, I win. And we saw Martin just not having the colorless card.
Yeah, it's very much possible because there are a lot of blue cards in the way. Blue cards, black cards, even after sideboarding.
And how did it go?
So that was rough for Martin not finding the colorless card there, but also just not finding any blue mana in the first game.
No, but look at that once again. It's a Golgari Hogaak going undefeated.
Yeah.
It's already 4-0. He's pretty close to top 8 because it's only 7 rounds today. Getting to 5 wins might already enable you to draw into top 8.
Yeah, sure. Especially if you just have good breakers from starting with a 5-0. That means that the X1-1 result will likely get you there.
Yeah, you might not get the highest seed.
No.
This is not the proto, we don't know this here. If people are qualified, guaranteed for top 8, they get like the first and second seed, just to remove them from influencing other matches. But at this point, yeah, he must be very happy about the 4-0. And nothing against Martin with the Dimir Tron. He's at 3-1. He's very well capable.
For sure.
Yeah, if he does it again, another 3-1 or a 2-1 or another 2 wins, he might be able to draw. Because having your first loss in round 4 is pretty good for your tiebreakers.
Yeah, and it's powerful deck. We've seen it in yesterday as well. Which people I was talking with, people doing it very well with Tron. Some of the people I was testing with as well really liked it. So it's interesting to see how Martin ends up, and also I don't know how many other Tron players we have, but it's just a deck that is doing quite well.
I do have a meta breakdown somewhere, but it's not clear how many specific Tron decks there are. But there's a few hidden here and there, but none of them list the Tron. So it's somewhere between the other mid-range decks, I would say.
Probably the other mid-range pile or the other control pile.
There's no other control pile.
Then it's probably taken up in the other mid-range pile.
It's the mid-range pile, yeah. There's probably multiple versions. And there might also be the Flash Dragon combos are there. There's still a few up there.
A lot of Eldrazi.
Yeah, but there's a lot of creative control versions as well with white. We've seen white for deafening silences. In a few seconds, Yannick will join us for a quick interview. Please come in. And then we can ask him some fun questions about why he picked the deck. Welcome. Have a seat.
Thank
Congratulations on the 4-0 already.
3-1.
3-1. Somebody lied on the score sheet.
Someone lied.
Someone lied. Okay, still 3-1, still pretty good. Still alive for top 8. Have you played this deck earlier this weekend for testing, or did you play different decks?
Yesterday I played the same deck.
And how did it go yesterday?
6-2, 16th. So all right.
Top 16 is it's a pretty good result. Could be enough. Close enough to of today. What do you enjoy about this deck? Why did you pick the deck?
I picked the deck because I've played a lot against one of my friends to test the deck. I think it's super fun. It's really fun to play a green tempo deck. I love fair green shells in Legacy, and I think currently this is both one of the strongest green decks in Legacy, and it's also super intricate. You have a lot of really interesting lines, very minor rules interactions that just sort of sequence in a way which I love taking game actions. I love thinking a lot about Magic and making interesting plays. So that's why I took the deck.
Yeah, if you think about game actions, it's the one of the Reliquary. You have the Elvish Reclaimer, so there's plenty of stuff to do. Set minor interactions, the Sylvan Safekeeper, the Stitchers.
Stitcher Supplier, yeah.
Now, would you consider, even though there's a lot of interaction, would you consider it a hard deck to pick up for Legacy players?
I think it is not as hard as it seems.
So it's relatively easy to pick up, it's harder to pilot to the extreme.
Yeah, exactly like you said it. I think the base of it is pretty easy. The ground level of playing a proactive deck, beating your opponent down, having some disruption, anyone can do that. And then there are certain interactions that you need to know rule-wise that make the deck a bit more complicated. But overall, I would not call this a hard Legacy deck by any mark.
Do you think the deck benefited a little bit by the Entomb Band and the Fantastic card coming in the format? That there will be a little bit less graveyard hate and more specified hate towards the Fantastic card, and people feeling a little bit safer that there's now the old Reanimator available, or the old Storm decks that just go Entomb, Echo of Eons.
Well, to be very honest, I've never played the deck within earlier metagames because it's relatively new. LA1 recently discovered it, as far as I'm aware, put it on the map. And I would say it did benefit from the Candelabra ban, because I think big mana decks are generally not great for you. And then I'd say the Entomb ban, it did benefit, but it's not as huge as it seems.
No, but it's just minor changes of distractions where you're not fully graveyard based, just semi-graveyard based, I would say, right? Your white, sure, it gets bigger, but it's still a very toolbox card afterwards. But it's mostly the Hogaak and what's the other guy? I think every Reclaimer, for example, that just suffer a little bit, but the Moon Shadow just ignores it anyways.
Yeah, I'd say the deck is relatively resistant to graveyard hate, even though you're playing a lot of cards that care about the graveyard. Overall, the reason the Entomb ban isn't as bad for a deck like this is because you have a lot of creatures which search up Bachuka block, which is super key, especially White of the Reliquary being able to both attack and at the same time keep open interaction is really strong.
Pretty much for the... I had a question in mind and I forgot the question already. Sometimes it happens. What are you looking forward for the next few rounds?
Well, I'm mostly looking to have fun, but if I could predict my next matchups, I would love to play against other fair tempo strategies. I think the deck excels against other fair strategies.
Every interview so far for the past few days is that my deck is very great against the tempo decks.
Fair enough.
So for those who play the tempo decks, be warned. You're not having a good time this weekend. How far did you enjoy the weekend so far?
I think it was absolutely amazing. I've did tons of different things. I've won a lot at Magic yesterday, lost a lot of Magic on Friday. I've had an amazing time here in Hasselt with friends, eating out, having a beer. I did the Chaos draft with beer every round. That was stellar. And overall, I'm just having a lot of fun. I'm having a vacation time with friends, and I'm enjoying life.
Yeah. Thank you very much for the interview. I wish you the best of luck in the final few rounds, and hopefully see you back in top 8.
Thank you so much. Thank you for interviewing me, and as always, do it.
This is table 4, and these players are on 3-0. And this case, the score is correct.
Nice games anyway, thank you.
So we're looking at
He won the last one.
the players either shuffling up.
Augustin, sorry.
Oh, they just finished.
Augustin.
So in that case, we are pretty much done for the round. Players will shuffle up. I see Izzet Welder going to 4-0. It is a mirror even.
Did you get your gift sleeves already?
Nice.
I took one Cortex. Yes.
So Augustin is going. In this case, we do have a player that's on 4-0 with the Cam Welder. We've seen quite a bit of Cam versions. So you're quite the specialist in the deck.
Yeah, it's a different version than I was playing, but certainly interesting to see Antoine's take on it.
Yeah, this is the
Augustin's take on it. I think they won, right?
No.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I see. We've seen. It's even like we had two very popular versions, like the version you have with the more affinity-like versions, and we have the version with the Goblin Engineers, and then we see here a version with 4 Fable of the Mirror Breakers.
Yeah, so this is an even more mid-rangey, more toolboxy version of it.
Eat my welder. Oh yeah, because
That is trying to. It's a bit, if I'm allowed to say it, a bit of an older build of such a deck, but it is very good in the fair matchups. And I can say that this WelderCam deck can struggle a bit into Phelia, and I think that's something that Augustin with this version is a bit more
resilient. Yeah, also it seems to be playing Lightning Bolts, Reyes Apprentice as a one-off as well.
So if you're expecting people to show up with blue-white. And with Phelia, then this is definitely a stronger way to deal with that. So it'll be interesting to see how they came to the choice of playing this version.
Yeah, we didn't get to see the players play, but if we're lucky, Augustin will be joining us for a short interview as well. So we get to learn a little bit more about the deck and why he chose this specific version.
Yeah.
So you can see them packing up, and afterwards, it's just a few meters into the next room, and they hopefully will join us for a nice interview.
Making ashtrays all day long.
I think how many matches are still up? Perfect. We're looking at the amount of tables that are still open, but it's just a handful of tables that are still playing.
Yeah, we see on our cam overview of the tournament some players still going. So one of the Netherlands' popular Lance players. Still deep in the tank. I see.
Yeah, it's always Lance players. You can recognize the guys with the little orange parts in the shirt. The one sitting there. There's another one playing in the back. And then we're being joined by Augustin.
You had to open Bazaar Apprentice. I'm not surprised.
So congrats on the win. I'll start with
Thank
that.
you.
Nice one. You played well, not the mirror, but something close to it.
Yeah, I put my version like closer to the painter, without the bad cards. So without painter and without Parablast.
Yeah.
Like I don't like putting cards that always need something else for them to be good. Like the bubbles, like they do nothing themselves. That's why I prefer to keep the more mid-range. It's more mid-range with a combo than combo with a backup plan.
Yeah, so I imagine this is, for example, a very good version to play into a field with blue-white Phelia. Is that something you expected?
I expected a bit more show and tell and slash cars, but I was expecting a lot of tempo, which is why also I have more removal than most versions of this deck.
Yeah. Yeah, so that certainly makes sense. And how do you feel about the car decks? Is that something you're fine dealing with, or?
I haven't faced them yet, but
okay, that's also a strategy.
Yeah, that is also a very good strategy. Like avoid your bad matchups. Step 1.
Yeah.
Step 2, get lucky if you do find a bad matchup.
Also a very valid strategy.
The thing is that this deck suffers a lot for faster combo decks. Like there are no forceables. Like there's nothing at 0 for the first game.
Yeah.
I did bring in I do have a Filigree Silex, which is in the main board exactly because of this. Like to at least help. Like I can take 16, then blow up the cards and combo myself.
Yeah, you can find it with Engineer, of course, and just if you're in time, you can just set it up and make sure that you don't die from a
like the turn 1 Welder, turn 2, well, some artifacts, engineer. If it's camera and I can win, yes. If not, well, it pulls up the board or the Sonic Bridge.
And how do you feel about this matchup? You're playing the bit more, well, let's say the mid-rangey build of this deck against the lower to the ground and maybe more engine build version. How does that feel?
I think it's very favorable because I can actually interact much more easily with his board.
Yeah, you have your lightning bolts and
I have lightning bolts, fury. Like in the 2 games that I won, like I simply did not let him have creatures. Well, he does not really interact very well with mine.
Yeah, so you just get to do what you do and just. He's maybe a bit faster, but as long as you have your interaction, you can get the time to...
Exactly, to develop and just overwhelm him with more cards. But he is faster, like he's much better going for turn 2.
Yeah. So when you're mulliganing in such a matchup, you're also looking like, okay, I can have the fast combo, but he's more likely to have it maybe? So you're looking for interaction primarily, or...?
In this matchup or in general?
In this matchup, for example.
In this matchup, like, it also depends on how many cards I have. Like, he has shown me that he is going for the more turbo. So, if I have a hand that can go like turn 1 welder, turn 2, maybe combo if he has nothing. Like, the rest of the hand also needs to be very good for me to keep it.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
But I will gladly keep, like, this game I kept a hand that was Bolt, Cauldron, Lands, Raise Apprentice.
Yeah,
like,
so
just killer things, you're not going to combo, and I'll just outvalue.
Yeah, if they have a welder hand, they probably keep it because that's their best way of dealing with you, and then you have to bolt and get time to do the other things.
Yeah. If it was slower, the multiple welders in play is also very funny because welder works on your opponent's cards as well. Yeah, it's like for you to try to combo, you also have to account for them, which is funny.
Yeah. And how do you like your chances in the field? Have you seen? Is it like you expected from what you've seen, or?
No, there are a lot of Golgari decks. I was not expecting that.
I had the same reaction. yeah.
Which I'm glad that I have more removal.
It's very, very good there because they do pressure you as well, and they're maybe a bit less vulnerable for one piece of removal. But then if you can get something going,
yeah, because like they're going to have Force of Vigors, they're going to have Endurance. Like comboing is not going to be easy.
No.
So I will have to interact somewhat with the opponent.
Yeah, and then it's nice you have your Fables, so maybe if you do have combo pieces, but it's clearly not working, you can get rid of them. Maybe you have some more.
Yeah, but very often, and sometimes just okay, I'll toss away the welder, and eventually I'll get a cauldron. Yeah. Like I can just discard.
Very strong. How are you feeling? How's the heat going?
It is very stuffy in the in this match area.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I think it's congrats on a win. You're now 4-0, I believe.
I am 4-0.
So a couple of more wins, making it to the top 8.
Exactly, that's the plan.
Looking good.
Thanks.
Anything else you want to tell? Should people play this? Do you think? Is this just the meta beater, or is it specifically for this tournament? Do you think?
I started playing Legacy like 3-ish years ago. I've soon began building Painter, and I've played it like for over 2 years. Like I simply love the deck and the mid-range plan, the engineer, like all the toolbox things. Like I love the deck, so I would always play this deck.
Yeah.
Like if you like a fast combo deck, it's fine. Like Pass by the Grave. So this for Show and Tell, it's an A+B. Like bit different. It has a better mid-range than Show and Tell does, but Show and Tell has a more definitive. I win.
Yeah.
So,
all right.
I think it's a good chess, but depends on what you like.
All right, good. Well, looking forward to seeing more wins for you, and hopefully we get to see you in the top 8 as well.
I hope so.
Good luck.
Thank you.
A good day, and welcome to round 5 of the European Legacy Masters, where the best Legacy players will fight for fancy prizes and eternal fame.
And we have 2 players here really closing in on the top 8 already with 4-0 scores. Just looking at the 5-0 now and really making a run for it.
Yeah, yesterday was like a sort of final qualifier with over 200 players. Today, these are only the qualified players, 2 from yesterday and a bunch from all over Europe, with a little over 100 players fighting for this, all the prizes that are here today, and the eternal fame of winning this tournament.
Yeah, we see a lot of good players showing up in this invite-only tournament. The Boros over here on Vroomsday is definitely among those very best players Europe has to offer.
Yeah, we've spoken to him a little earlier today, and he seems to have continued his winning ways. This win will almost guarantee him for top 8. It's not 100% guaranteed, but I think the math is very favorable for whoever wins this game, that he will be representing himself in top 8.
Sure, and here we see a quick flurry of action in the first couple of turns with Rodrigo just going for a top and then protecting his hand from the opposing Thoughtseize. Thoughtseize is definitely one of the more potent cards for life in this matchup. Yeah.
Rodrigo is now just doing the math. Can I win fast enough? Do I need to take any of the, for example, do I need to take out the cup? Right, it represents the biggest damage in the shortest time, or do I need to take the endurance in case I want to go off in a specific way?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing here for Rodrigo is he knows his hand. Unless he has to cantrip for things, he knows whether he's going for a Doomsday plan or for a car plan. Taking the endurance here, ensuring that the Doomsday plan is a little bit less disrupted.
Yeah, it's mostly that he's probably trying to go off next turn. Right, he now assembled his hand, and he just wants to go off with whatever is available. He knows there's no longer any interaction that he's afraid of, or maybe he goes off like the turn after.
Yeah, these decks definitely they're very cantrip heavy. This is why they can support these two plans next to each other, and these flow states. We see a lot of flow states into the win kind of games. So this is basically what you ideally want to do with Vroomsday. You just go Thoughtseize, check your hand. Ideally, if you have a flow state that's on, dig for a bit more action, and then the next turn you definitely.
Yeah, as long as you have more than 2 life, you're doing well. I don't think the Bajuka board here matters all that much. These are not cards Doomsday is it's caring about.
No, I will say with the pressure that this deck can put on, with the white activations growing the cub, Doomsday is already starting to look as like something that you need to card draw immediately. You have to win on the spot.
Yeah,
the Doomsday pass is definitely already out the window, and that's these Cradle control decks can definitely put on the pressure.
Yeah, probably has to either find a Doomsday, find a car, and pretty much start aiming for the win in the next 2 turns.
I'm starting to suspect that
he might not have a next one.
This might be the critical turn. So I'm suspecting that Rodrigo has one more turn, but that might be it. So it's like hitting them for 16. If you do it this turn, it's maybe good enough. If you do it next turn, I'm not that sure that you're winning that race. Same with Doomsday. If you need some life buffer for your street race or anything like that, it's starting to get tricky here.
Yeah, I think it might already be done next turn. He has a regular land drop. If it's a fetch, he can cast the second white in his hand, sacrifice that white for another fetch. It's a whole bunch of landfall triggers for the 1/1 counters as well. And then he gets to double some counters.
For sure.
Right, if you stack them the right way, that's probably enough to go for lethal, right? It goes to 12. It's easily 12. So Rodrigo is pretty much here fighting,
trying to
win right here.
Yeah.
But all he needs is a Doomsday and a single card draw.
Yeah. Well, it's usually with the current configurations, you need like 1 draw and 1 mana. That's like your critical spot. Now we see a shuffle, and I think this is a cycle of a street right here, which is not a sign of strength. You want that card for if you result.
That one card he didn't want to. Yeah, he's just digging for outs. So he couldn't sculpt his hand fast enough.
And now we see a car, I believe, here.
But the car isn't doing it because he's 2 spells down already.
Yeah.
So unless he has 3 mana available, then he could do car something else.
Yeah. So the question now becomes: can you like attack with 3 cars twice, and do you get there with the 1 blocker?
Yeah, but he cannot activate the car. He can still play the car, make it a 4/4 as a blocker, for example, by playing an instant spell.
Because how many spells has he played?
2.
I see 2 cyclers.
He played a blue spell at start, then a cycler, then the autumn. Because he used a land.
So he played 1 card this far.
The autumn is a.
It's also cycling effect.
Then he can go ritual car.
Yeah.
Battle.
So I'm getting that's the math that Rodrigo is doing here. Is like, okay, can I win here with the car? And how many creatures do I have to keep back? Like how many damage is coming in here?
A lot, but I don't think it's trampling.
Well, the cup is, I believe. So, but not all of it. So if you do get a block on one of them, you might be able to live through the turn.
Okay.
Yeah, so now he's doing the math.
Counters or double?
So preferably he wants to attack with 3 cars.
Yeah, 3 cars is the magic number, and then hope there's no removal for one of the 3 cars, so you actually get a lethal the turn after.
Yeah.
Or actually double removal. It's the 12 plus 8 math that works out there. You need 5 attacks. But of course, we know these decks, these critical decks, they're very tricky. Just phasing out a car here and there, maybe getting a block in the way from a Zenith. I'm checking if we have some Birds of Paradise here, which are the kind of cards that can show up and really mess up some combat math here.
I don't see any Birds of Paradise here, but there could be a Grist that takes out one of the cars. There could still be a Talon Gates to take something out. Right, even if it's for just a turn.
So I believe I don't think there's much of a choice here, except like, do I go for it at all? And you probably just have to do it. And then the question is, do you keep 1 or 2 tokens back? I think the other option, keep 4 back.
That's what he needed to do the math for.
Keep 4 back and hope they don't get through 16 of power and toughness. That's the other option, but then you do have to find another win con. So
he's not guaranteed. I think the Force of Will is nice, so he can at least prevent maybe a third creature from landing, which makes math a little bit easier.
For sure. So it's 2 and 2, so we're.
He's doing safe.
So the math works out such that 4 blocking just the white isn't enough, or maybe this is to play around the tailing gates getting in the way and just removing the 1 blocker. The trick here is now you do need 3 cars to survive for the next turn if you still want to have lethal with cars. So it gets very interesting.
Yeah, I assume Rodrigo did the correct math. That the 2 is.
Sometimes you do the correct math and conclude that you can't win, and just hope that this is the most complex version I can do, and hope that we get there.
Yeah, I mean this is the 3rd day of playing for most of these players, and maybe after with this heat as well, you may be. You know what? Math is just not it for me. I'll just do the 2. Seems safe enough. We'll figure it out once my opponent is doing the math here.
I do believe that Rodrigo is on top of his game and probably has a plan figured out, but these creative control decks, they are tricky.
Yeah, he did a bit of calculations, and because the cup is here, it can get both the cup and a white are here. Damage can get out of hand real quickly.
So the advantage here is only the 2nd trigger of the cup and the creature double something, of course. So it's not like we can have everything like grow exponentially in 1 turn cycle. No. You usually need a 2nd turn to really get it going. And we don't.
I mean, this is the first game so far this weekend where we've seen car resolve, and it's not guaranteed to win.
No. I do think that the Force of Will we found as Rodrigo does help a lot.
Interesting.
So we're going for a.
He's binning the cup. Talon Gate 1. Yes. But this is only 4 damage.
Yeah, give me anything. Okay, that's fine. So this is
Where's the other 6 coming from?
Do we have a second Talon Gate in this deck? To start with, yeah. So there is a 2nd one. So the question is, okay, how do we get? We did saw a 2nd. Oh, it was 2nd white in the opening hand, not a 2nd cup.
What's that token is coming back?
Ivar that can
You think he can grab something back? Okay. So he could get back the cup.
Here we might see the critical force will to prevent this
9
play from happening.
Maybe he has a 1-drop.
You don't know.
I know.
With a Noble Hierarch or an Ignoble Hierarch.
I don't know what you're gonna do with it.
Get the Exalted trigger for an additional point of damage and then put it in a bin, but I don't see enough damage coming in to survive for next turn.
This is not a creature, right?
That is not a creature. Okay. No. It's confused with Grist, but.
Yeah. So the question is here, like, did we get ourselves into a spot where we can push for lethal without the Tiger? It would surprise me, as we've already invested 3 mana, but.
6, 7.
Yeah, I don't see the way for you to play a creature here and get your white big enough.
Yeah, and by phasing out the car on their turn, it means they have the full 4 cars on the next turn, so a single removal spell surely won't do it.
But yeah, he starts with a turn with 4 cars. There's no way to get rid of 2. So at least 12 is coming in.
So that was the plan here. Take out 1 blocker, then go for the Tyvar and probably get a creature back with that and get something going there.
Yeah. Oh.
But yeah, the car's proving good enough on this turn.
I guess.
It looked dicey, but the Force of Will from the Brainstorm definitely got Rodrigo there. So now, sideboarding. The Vroomsday deck has this semi-transformational sideboard where we take either the car or the Doomsday part out of the deck. And now the question is, which part of our deck do we trust? Are we just saying that the Cradle control is interaction light enough so that we just keep our main board plan alive and maybe get a couple of removal spells to buy time? Or do we say, well, the Doomsday deck part is tricky because I'm under too much pressure, or maybe the car part is too vulnerable to cards like Force of Vigor?
Yeah, he 100% of Force of Vigor is coming in.
Yeah.
I expect the Abrupt Decay coming in as well.
Yeah, so from the other side, you just have to assume there's still a combo deck. So you have to bring in everything that helps against that. And then the question is, okay, does Rodrigo trust in a fair plan? I'm assuming not. I'm assuming we're just bringing in removal because it both helps protect your time to assemble combos.
He hasn't seen anything that should worry him as well, right? From these kind of decks, they often just don't have all that much. So I do think the Doomsday is still up there.
Yeah, and well, in a lot of fair matchups, you like to bring in your take out your Force of Wills. I do think a match like a deck like Cradle Control will hit you on certain very limited angles, and just having your Force of Will to be able to react on whichever angle that is. That's one of the reasons this card deck is so powerful.
Yeah, it also depends on how much he wants to rely on the car. It's probably still in, but he knows this Force of Vigor is coming in, and the question is again, is it? You mind if it gets countered there, right? If he forces it there, because you need a ridiculous hand to go 4 cards deep and then do a force battle, unless you get to play the car. And he forces the car.
Yeah.
But you want to force, either you want to force as soon as possible or as late as possible.
Yeah, the real big advantage of Force of Vigor over something like Force of Will against the card decks is like if you have to force the car while your opponent only has the car as a second spell, then you're like opening the door for them to use Force of Will as one of the spells that they need. While the Force of Vigor, you can just like, okay, do you have the trigger? Yeah. If not, we'll go to a next.
Yeah, and also if it's the third spell, you can safely force. Because if they force it again, it's already the fourth spell while it's not created yet.
Yeah.
But it's an issue for next turn, but they again need 4 spells. And at that point, 4 spells a lot. You don't have 9 card hands.
Well, mostly not. You never know. With the flow states,
it's not impossible, but at least it should buy you enough time for your opponent to have it, or maybe interact with him on a different way.
And I believe we've seen Rodrigo trim on some of his mainboard cards. I believe I saw Flow State going out, probably just expecting the match to be about pressure.
I think he's just doing the safe thing, bring in fatal pushes, knowing it's a creature-based deck. Maybe take out, expecting troublesome creatures.
Yeah. And we saw now in the hand already Jace, Wielder of Mysteries, basically saying you have some ways to interact with my Tassa's Oracle plan.
Yeah.
And I just want a safe way. If I do have an early Doomsday, I just want to make sure that I win through whatever stuff you're trying to do.
I wholeheartedly agree. Life is just doing the fair creature deck, finds creatures, finds mana, make sure the mana is getting used as much as possible. As I said, it has a hard time interacting with the combo part of the deck, right? The Doomsday part is the hard part. It's the card part that's a lot easier for him to interact with.
Usually you have quite a lot of interaction with the Doomsday pile, but it's all circumstantial interaction.
Yeah.
So what usually happens is if you have enough pressure on the Doomsday player that they just have to go through their pile immediately, then you can catch them off guard. But if they get time to maybe draw 1 or 2 cards from their pile, then they can play through whatever you try to do.
Now we see a benchmark cup, more pressure, more mana, more fun stuff to do. There we go. That's a quite the pressure.
Yeah, so this is a real nice curve out that you get here, which is a lot of pressure on board, and it's just saying you don't get time to sculpt.
No. Well, it's pretty unfortunate that, for example, he has a Jason hand.
Yeah, maybe. It does not matter too much, I believe. Like, of course, you'd rather have an action spell in hand, but
it makes your pile a lot harder, since you cannot just line side diamond your into your Jace.
I will say that a lot of these piles, since they don't have a draw 2 in the deck, other than like Brainstorm can draw multiple cards, a lot of these piles start with a Brainstorm anyway, or at least after the cycler.
No, that's true.
You can put it back without, and then cycle into the Jace with the LED. But it can sometimes require you to have a bit more mana because you need to Brainstorm first. So the LED isn't just putting an additional 3 mana in your pile, but maybe only 2 because you also have to pay 1 to stack it.
I think Rodrigo must be feeling right. It's not pretty okay. He has the game 1, he has game 3, he will be on the play, which is pretty good for the deck. Says another turn of...
and if you have a quick combo here, you can probably still get there.
Yeah, but I wouldn't surprise me if Great Control finds a way to just kill him next turn. 19 damage with this kind of board. There's no hoof here, so
I
will
be slightly surprised if we get a 19 damage in with this turn. But maybe I have not seen these Critical Control decks demolishing the whole field the entire weekend, so maybe it's...
No, but anything is... a lot of things are possible with the side clock up.
Yeah.
That one just adds math upon math. Right, add counters. There's already counter here, so you give the Bayou more counters. You do have the white. The white gets the white itself doesn't grow unless you toss in the dried arbor. But then you get another fetch, another double triggers. Then you keep stacking and stacking.
It does add up. Then that's for sure.
And I said if you do it the right way, it checks for the how many trigger you are. You double the counters.
And we do see Rodrigo being in between plans here. We see the Jason hand, of course, that was boarded in for the more protective Doomsday pile. And also we see the cars still in, despite, well, maybe there being a lot more interaction for them post-board. It's still just such a powerful card that you just have to be able to go for it. The tricky thing in this matchup is just you can't really win on your sideboard Murktide Regions or Orcish Bowmasters or anything like that. Yeah. So you just have to go for your entire plans.
And if he goes Doomsday here, then he's dead, unless he wins. There's another cup.
And there we see the Force of Viker. So making sure that there's nothing in the way of this this plan, but also that duress is not a Dark Ritual. We're not going here.
But at least he did the math, and he's guaranteed to be alive next turn.
Yeah. One big thing here: a Wasteland and a Cub in hand. This is very dangerous if you're on 2 non-basics.
Yeah.
This will get a counter, and then I'd like to
That's one wasteland, comes to play tapped. You can attack, sacrifice your thing, grab another wasteland.
Yeah. And that's it becomes a lot harder to do this thing when you don't have any spare mana. Like if you have to go for the Doomsday plan, but you're very tight on mana, it's so hard to go off on the same turn.
It also looks like he has maybe 2 cards in hand, which is not the thing you want to find.
No. If your opponent is wise enough to stay above 16 life and has a lot of pressure, it's always going to question like, is it actually good enough? It's a lot of power. It can block for a bit, but is it actually doing what you want?
Yeah, for sure.
It's like this pressure might be too much, but
it might be fast enough. Which is also the fun thing about playing all the legacy as well. There's always the point when you just push any form of combo deck to its maximum limits, right?
Yeah.
Just pressure, pressure, pressure. Even if you do not have interaction, make them have the combo.
Like these, especially these blue combo decks that are just built to ponder, brainstorm, flow state into the parts they need.
Doomsday has never been the fastest combo deck.
No.
Right? We have some words, sure, you can go off turn 1, but those are very complicated, very demanding, hand-demanding situations. And more often than not, they just buy time on the mana. They need the mana to cast the initial spell, make sure the pile gets triggered.
Yeah, and especially in these Vroomsday decks, one of the key new developments there is now you have 2 plans, and they both kind of need a Dark Ritual to function. So what you often see is the Doomsday deck, they're digging to their Dark Rituals because they have either a Car or Doomsday or maybe both in hand, but it's the Dark Ritual that connects those two bits. And well, we didn't get there on this one.
No, we didn't get there on this one, but Rodrigo is still in a fine spot. And it was now you can make the decision: do I need to change a lot of things for turn 1? Right? For example, does he want better cards or does he want to keep Force of Wills in? Now we can be a bit more aggressive.
For sure, we see some consideration of, I believe it was a flow state that was put to the top. And I see a duress there. We're just like, can we speed this up? Can we just say, you know what, my car plan is good enough if I just do it fast enough?
Yeah, well, what is duress hitting, right? It's a Force of Vigor and a Erupt Decay, and anything else is not that exciting.
Yeah, the Thoughtseize. Yeah, I think if you're...
I think Thoughtseizes are still fine hits.
Yeah.
But you don't care about the T-VAR, and that's pretty much it. You don't care all that much about the Green Sun Zenith, because it's for this matchup a pretty slow card.
For sure, like the turn 1, of course, it's like a Llanowar Elf on turn 1, but other than that, yeah, just adding more mana or already like game where you just have to be fast. That is not ideal. I believe the players are sideboarding. And
yeah, the sideboarding shuffling up. You can see the players in the background as well. There's still plenty of tables still playing. And even if you look well, there's one of the vendors in the back. You have a bunch of vendors, and you can't see it, but all the way back in the top right corner, behind it, there's a bunch of artists.
Yeah, we have a nice artist lane here this weekend. A bunch of artists showing their work and doing custom work for people. It's been a nice time to hang out there. And yeah, the vendors, we see Emjati, of course, one of the organizations just running this tournament in general, like this entire weekend here. And yeah, providing everyone with cards, with the value for their nice finishes, and
a bit of gamble addiction. But at least, did you make any purchases so far?
My winnings yesterday.
Then
that was the I can defend that one.
Yeah, I picked up Illusions of Grandeur because I didn't have one and I needed to have one. And once I have a bit more time later today, I'll snatch up a few other cards as well.
I played Illusions in Legacy for a bit last year. It was fun.
Those were different days.
No, last year. No, the Sorin Flip Planeswalker. You can combo that with Illusion, so I had some fun with that. But yeah, it might not have been the most competitive deck.
No, but it's welcome to Legacy, right? It's all players here have a lot of fun.
Yeah.
This is the try hard day, right? This is where the players try their absolute best, but on Friday and Saturday, and even those who did not qualify for today do have legacy events where you can just do the fun stuff.
Yeah.
Legacy players do love the fun stuff, and everyone is welcome, even with your jank deck or better combos. And there's so much still to explore in Legacy, right? There's tens of thousands of cards, and I don't think every inch of Legacy has been explored. And this is the Hogaak deck. It doesn't have all that many new cards, right? Just a few. And it just came out of nowhere. Someone was like, I was toying with a few cards, and suddenly it's now one of the stronger decks of today, or this weekend.
Yeah, and we saw the same thing earlier this year, of course, with Tron. All the pieces were already there for a long time, and suddenly it was the top performing deck on Magic Online, leading to a ban even of one of the most expensive cards in our format. And last year, Jamie coming up with the correct way to play the Energy Boros deck in Legacy. That was also a shell that had been around for a while.
Yeah, that's a fun part about Legacy. There's, if you are a brewer and you think you have too much time on your hands, Legacy is the place to explore.
Yeah, you can definitely find some things that people might have overlooked or might have dismissed, and make something work.
There's also a whole bunch of weird interactions where it could be like, maybe there's something. Maybe there's something next to me. Maybe we're gonna find a card, and then there's a new set printing out, and maybe in the upcoming set, I think the next one is the Hobbit.
Yeah.
Or it's a Hobbit first, and then a Reality Fracture after. I think.
Yeah.
Maybe one of those sets have just one of those niche cards that just enables entire new sections of Legacy, where you're like, yes, this is it.
Yeah, maybe it has a new cycler for this Doomsday pile. You never know. This is, of course, what Rodrigo wants to be doing in this matchup. Turn 1, Doomsday. Now I can make sure that I win through your interactions.
Yeah.
Since you don't have pressure yet, I get like 1 or 2 turns to just find what I need to make sure that I'm not getting messed up.
And there is just very little life can actually do in the first few turns against it if he does not have the Force of Vigor. He can make a pile Force of Vigor isn't relevant to. He can make a pile that's safe against removal, creature removal. So the only Planeswalker removal is working. Abrupt Decay doesn't hit it because it's too expensive if you go for Jace line. And there's just not enough pressure on his life total. So you can just make a pile, untap, finish.
Yeah, just make sure you don't lose to like a Snuff Out or an Endurance or anything like that. But in a situation like this, you can just make the safest pile.
And this is, this is pretty much what Jace, Wheel of Mysteries, is coming into the deck. He's not risking the Tassa's Oracle plan. He still has a handful of cards. And that's probably where the next turn is. So he just sets it apart for the next turn. Probably top of cards, something like a Lion's Eye Diamond. Just make sure he has the mana. Plays the land, finishes up with the draw spell, and make sure he finds the Jace and finish off.
Like even if you do little else, just passing the turn a couple of times while playing lands might already be good enough to just get through a spot where the Oracle always wins, or maybe DJ's.
And he just, for example, for safety, he just makes a pile with, I don't know, 3 cards, a Tassa's Oracle, and a Jace, and he just go, turn go, Tassa's Oracle, Jace.
Yeah. Of course, you
have a bunch of forces back up.
Yeah, you're at 9. I don't think you should let him get to the third turn.
No,
then you're going too far. But
he still has 4 cards in hand.
Yeah.
He's making a pile. He's 100% sure he can win within those in the next 2 turns. But he's also he's safe enough. Life can look through the deck and do a bit of math.
And see, like, what is it that you put together, and can I interact somewhere?
Can I interact somewhere? What do I need to do?
Yeah. And I would be surprised if Rodrigo did anything else this turn. I believe this is just, all right, I've got my deck set up. I'll take my draw.
I'm 100% sure this will resolve. I will fight for the next turn. Yeah. And there's a non-zero chance to either be a discard as his first spell next turn, or he's just like, I have enough free spell protection and Force of Wills that whatever you do, you don't have enough.
Yeah, the biggest bottleneck here is certainly blue mana. It's always interesting against these wasteland decks. It's hard to get multiple blue mana out of just your lands in such a deck, even if you get multiple land drops, because they can waste you in between. I've seen it plenty of times before. The Doomsday player making a very secure pile and then just getting 2 blue mana sources removed along the way, and then just not getting there. So it'll be interesting to see how safe we build these piles, but also on which angles.
He already has an Edge of Autumn. He's a tap land, so he can already make the pile 1 slower. He pretty much has to work with the top 3 cards.
Yeah. We're expecting Lines and Diamond to maybe show up somewhere in here just because of the lack of blue mana, the expensive cost. So.
But he has a draw spell. He has one of the draw spells already, so it's probably a random card he can just fill away. Street Wraith with the Lion's Eye Diamond in between to make sure his last draw goes into Jace of Mysteries for 4.
So as actually expected, I now have a deck of 5 cards and see what you can do. We see live top decking a Duress, I believe. So maybe you just have to try and see which angles can I pressure on. Is there something I can find where you're just slightly weak?
Yeah.
Because at this point you're not winning the race just by playing creatures.
We see Duress. There's also, I think, an artifact card in hand. But I wasn't really sure what it...
if you can hit the Lines of Diamond or maybe a random petal here, maybe you can get away with just having some interaction.
Yeah, I thought these would be pleasant here, but I don't think it will win you the game, right? Doomsday Piles are very, very resilient, hard to beat. I mean, the best card against the Doomsday Pile here is probably Ancestor Recall, but that's vintage stuff.
Yeah. Well, I was discussing with players earlier this week that maybe these piles should be playing Tot Scour again because there was so much Doomsday online. You can just really get an unsuspecting player with the Tot Scour because, well, who plays around that?
You you want to draw some cards? No, I don't. Not when my win condition is in the stack, but yeah. Making your opponent force to draw his final cards is one of the best things he can do against Doomsday.
Yeah, for sure.
Sadly, we don't have a lot of options in black and green here.
No. All right, we're getting the Duress here, and we're seeing another Duress, a Fatal Push, and a Edge of Autumn. So actually a pretty light hand here from Rodrigo, with the land also being a tapped one.
Yeah, I don't think the land matters all that much. I think the Edge of Autumn is one of the more important cards here.
Oh, for sure, but that's basically just a turn. And you have to take it, I believe.
I don't think the Duress matters that much, but that said, he didn't develop his turn. So Rodrigo can just draw a go.
Yeah, you're not going for the I tried to pressure you here lines. You're just going for the I have to see if there's an angle here where I can just make you not win with your part. So we see a second Duress. I believe that's a Force of Vigor and a Ignoble Horror in the back. The sketch art
you have to take the Force of Vigor here. I think the Duress matters, and if you have to do a Lion's Eye Diamond line, you might play the Aquarty mistake, so he gets to destroy the Lion's Eye Diamond on time. It's a bit janky, but it's the only card that does something.
Yeah, I mean, you would love to be able to take this Wasteland here, just to have more mana on the next turns, but
he says no.
No. I wish I could.
Yeah, I do wonder what the rest of his pile is here.
I think it was later.
And maybe he's considering how important that Force of Vigor is.
So we're going, just saying like, okay, you don't have a threat.
Yeah, it's like, it doesn't matter.
Right, we're milling a Fatal Push.
Yeah, he's just all up.
So there's 3 cards left in the pile now. It'll be interesting because we don't have a draw into anything.
No.
So this Wasteland is starting to look quite interesting.
Interesting.
I don't know if I care.
Yeah, there's probably a Street right there.
I had the one of those instead of the Toxis, which would have been better.
I'll check this again.
So,
yeah, this is the point where you double check the deck. Like, okay, what's in your pile? Is there anything I can press you on?
Is there a Jace?
Like, is there Lines of Diamond in your deck?
It's not an Oracle.
Petal in your deck?
And there's no Oracle. So he needs to draw a lead.
Is there no Oracle? Do we?
That Oracle is at the bottom, I think, of that pile.
And we are only playing 1 Oracle. So, yeah, if that's not there, then...
So he has Jace. So which means he needs 3 blue. It has to be Lion's Eye Diamond.
Yeah.
So the next card must be a Street Wraith, which does not get targeted by duress.
Yeah.
So he will not combo next turn. He will probably combo the turn after.
Yeah, so you have Street Raid, Liza Diamond, and Jace. And the question is, okay, is there an interaction point there?
Yeah.
Okay, we believe that is the pile.
Shuffle your pile.
Yeah, it's fortunately a May.
Fair enough.
So just like, okay, get rid of one of your lands. And I think this is live saying, I think you have lands in your pile. But I don't think there's a land in that pile. I think it's just, like we said, the Oracle, and that should be shown here. Or the Street Raid, I would
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'll go first.
Now there's a Jace and a LED on top.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course, Viger does not have a target here.
No, and there's no opportunity for him to get there.
I do think it was good by Rodrigo to get rid of this Reclaimer earlier, because the live totals were getting kind of interesting for like a couple of attacks.
Might be.
I could have also duress your resistance.
Like a Reclaimer that's on into the Noble could
Yeah,
get kind of interesting, but as is, with this game state, I don't see it, but maybe.
It might have been enough, right? It's 2 attacks, it's 4/7.
Yeah.
Lions and Diamond, draw a card. Sacrifice Lions and Diamond. Grab the Jace. Hey, look. That's all I need.
What do you know? I don't have a library. All right, yeah, we got there.
Yeah, this is the fortunate thing about the Doomsday and these kind of matchups.
Yeah.
You can just resolve Doomsday and draw 5 turns in a row, make sure you're alive.
Yeah, we saw a pile of Thoughtseize, Fatal Push, and then the 3 combo cards here. Just going to an empty library while trying to protect yourself from whatever can happen. Like, get rid of a creature, get rid of a card in hand, and then just go.
Yeah, he might have made a pile with the Edge of Autumn if he decided it was necessary before, or if he had the mana for it.
All the cards are just removal and draw spells. So.
Yeah, this is just nice, slow. This is Doomsday against these kind of matchups. There's plenty of matchups where Doomsday is not allowed to do this.
No, and definitely
this was just not one of them.
Yeah, if life had started on a creature here, of course, not knowing the pile, you have to like see what you have to do. And they started on a duress. If you start on a creature here, then maybe you have to pressure. And I think that's what they were talking about. Like, what are the interaction points? And should have maybe have been more on the beatdown plan.
No, but we're not done. At least we have another match in the round.
Yeah.
These are one of the lower tables.
Probably means they found something spicy for us.
Ooh, the better. Well, I found another Dredge one. Dredge against lands. This is a classic. A classic as old as time, as you say it.
A classic that's been quite favorable for lands for most of the time.
Yeah, and it hasn't gotten any worse.
No, they've got more and more tools through the years, more ways to their graveyard hate.
Yeah, but even if you look at it, it's a straight 1/1.
Yeah. All things being
which
equal.
means Dredge won game 1, which can happen.
Yeah, for sure.
But lands is more than enough utility to beat them on game 1 as well. So he snuck a game on game 1. Now he gets to play on game 3 on the play again, which is pretty mandatory for Dredge to even have a chance against lands. It saves you 1 turn. But yeah, every single Tabernacle of the Pendravilles is something you're not happy about.
Yeah, like you can catch them game 1 with not having access to their Bazooka Bog, but post board, those are just cards they can find, and especially in this metagame with Sphere of Resistance also being part of the deck, just another card that's pretty hard for Dredge to get through.
Although this is a list with Anger, so it has a bit of more of a combo edge as well. So the Tabernacle is not always enough.
No, for sure.
I do not see a Glacial Chasm here as well. I also don't see one in sideboard.
No, we're really just relying on the graveyard hate here.
Yeah.
Which
in addition to whatever lands is regularly up to him, right?
yeah, you can win like the slow aggro games usually. But we see a mask have been brought in here from the Dredge side, and a mask being pitched to Unmask this far.
Again.
Yeah. You just have to find your interaction point, and you see here, okay, the Otherworldly Gaze trying to set up some Dredge for the first turn.
I'm 19. Take a look. Yeah.
Yeah, but we haven't seen
2, 3.
anything here. It's Wasteland. I don't even know what the first card is.
I believe this is Wasteland on the on Gunnar's land, and then Otherworldly Gaze to try and set up something. But the first card that was taken was the Sphere of Resistance. That was this card.
That also makes sense. Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, no, I don't want to pay extra for my spells since I hardly have mana in my deck. So.
There's a Mox, one of the few Moxes that are still being played, that are illegal to play.
Yeah. Well, Mox Opal seen quite a lot of play as well.
Pro Mox is still there.
Yeah, the ones we do get to play are quite interesting, but
yeah. No one is playing the Dragon Mox though.
No, I tried it. It's interesting. Mox Amber has made a bit of a return, by the way.
Oh yeah, Mox Amber we've seen before.
Yeah.
It's got a lot of good early drop legendaries nowadays.
Yeah, it turns out that if every creature getting printed is a legendary, Mox Amber gets quite a bit more interesting.
But then again, it's not being used in a fair way. It's once again using it in more like a combo or an almost illegal way.
I mean, if you're not using it in a fair way, you could have just passed a turn and play another land.
Yeah.
So.
But yeah, right now Gunnar is allowed to play, pretty much play his deck, right? He's not being interacted with for now.
No, we saw Wasteland like pressuring them to set up their graveyard, but not finding a Dredger, I believe.
No. But he might have a Dredger in hand, and he's going to force it out right now.
Yeah. So here's a breakthrough, and the interesting part here is Nicole doesn't have a land, so crop rotation is not on currently. So we're not expecting a Bajuka Bonk here. So the question is...
No, not yet.
No.
1, 2, 3, 4.
It's 5. We found a new Dredger.
Yeah, so sometimes we see a pile of endurances in these lands, like in this instance it's a couple with a Fairy Macabre, but not firing it off yet.
There's another one.
It's a troll, I believe, so only 4 this time.
Oh, but he keeps finding...
And that's another troll for the 6, and these breakthroughs, they go through so many cards.
Yeah.
It's definitely the most in-your-face version of all the card draw spells they have.
Discard all.
A whole bunch of triggers.
And they all go back to the graveyard, all these Dredge creatures. Breakthrough has resolved. And now we get some creatures into play, can fire off these couple therapies, and the question is how many bridges have we found? I see 1 sticking out.
It's not great.
No, but 1 bridge and a Poxwalker, it's something, but it's not...
No, it's a side. It's 100% worth playing.
Yeah, but this is not a... I believe this is not a you're dead this turn situation.
No. Like, for example, Nicole would very much still like the Bajuka Bog, one way or the other.
Yeah,
and interact with it, buy time, rebuild.
Yeah, we're probably setting up like 7 or 9 power here.
That's also not a very promising hand here.
No, I believe, is this a Boseiju?
That's a Boseiju? I do not know the bottom card. It looks like a land.
Again, I will add 2 more. Is it okay for you?
We're firing off multiple couple therapies here, just sacrificing the same Poxwalker to make multiple tokens. So I believe we end up with 3 tokens and a Poxwalker in play at the end of it.
I think both
so that's a solid 9 power.
Yep.
Which means that, yes, you want to find your graveyard hate, but at this point, you need to find your graveyard hate and something that deals with quite solid board.
Yeah. The Tabernacle would still be fine. So she being left with just 1 and the bridges would be gone. That's probably the best out to at least survive for a turn. Doesn't mean you're in a good shape.
No, you do get a new token from the bridge in the Poxwalker, since, well, creatures can die on your side, luckily. But that would certainly alleviate a lot of pressure.
Playing
a land for turn, I believe, and
Yeah, but since you're still a land, you can still play it.
Yeah.
Doesn't happen very often. 2 mana available.
This is a life from the
That's a life from
card, card we couldn't identify.
And sorry, the ones you grabbed?
I mean, it's at least get some lands back. Good chunk. We know that one of them is a wasteland.
No, one unknown, so 4.
One unknown? I just think it's one unknown.
So 4 cards in hand.
But a wasteland is nice, but it's not winning you the game.
And I believe that's a forest in the middle one.
Alright, so
Yeah, it's one of those. I
with
think it's
too much text.
One of those D&D ones, I think.
So 1, 2, 3.
So Gunnar must be very pleased with what he has available here.
Yeah, this is looking very good.
Okay, so I'll go to combat. I'll swing for 10.
Just the solid 10 power coming in with Narcomoeba as well. Bringing you from 20 to 20. It sounds like a swing that's...
Just needs to. It's still the pressure. Yeah. We also couldn't see if Nicole had the mulligan pretty heavily. Couldn't find anything settled on a bit of an awkward hand, but didn't want to go down any further because the damping sphere was there.
Yeah, I believe it was not a full hand, but I'm not entirely sure because we saw Mox Diamond.
Yeah, if we do the math, this never was a full hand.
Yeah.
Tokens. Get 2 more zombies.
Since there are currently not 7 cards around, I believe. It's after having some draw, so we're probably looking at some heavy mulligans here.
Yeah.
And keeping the turn 1 sphere of resistance, hoping you get a turn and just completely shut them down. Now we see an Archon heading to the battlefield.
Probably not.
Which won't make it easier after losing a mana on Nicole's side.
Yeah, she pretty much want to cheat. Get 2 lands into play, the Tabernacle in the Wasteland.
Yeah.
Get rid of 1 land, make sure the board is gone.
So we're dredging loam here. I believe this is saying like I need a Tabernacle.
I mean, yeah. You have nothing available to work with. There's also an Ashen Rider here.
Yeah. Which like you can get a Tabernacle, that means there will be a lot less pressure, but the Ashen Rider will also make sure that the Tabernacle is only there for 1 turn.
Yeah. This time Nicole didn't get there, right? The 1 damping sphere is just not enough. Couldn't get on the field. If it was on the field, it would have helped a lot. Even at that point, they can always play the 1 for the 1, get the start, get the 10 damage in, and we see the same, pretty much close to the same result. She needed a Gravedigger's Cage and something stronger.
Yeah.
To survive here.
Yeah, but when you're mulliganing, sometimes you just have to keep on the 1 card that does interact and hope it gets there. And in this case, we saw Dredge overcoming the plan by just discarding it, which is, well, a good way to deal with it.
Yeah. This will be the end of round 5. We've seen Rodrigo with Vroomsday pretty much making it into top 8. I think he can draw twice into top 8.
Yeah. For sure.
And we'll be back in a few minutes with the next round for round 6. There'll be more people trying to settle their slot for the top 8.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for round 6 as we get to the end of the day here for the European Legacy Masters in Hasselt, Belgium. I have with me a different Peter.
Hello.
For 2 rounds.
My name is Peter Brass, and I was not good in the tournament, so now I'm here talking to you guys. It's great to be here, man.
Yeah, we're happy to have you here. As we get into our game here, we have last year's champion, Johan Larsen, on the left. I was expecting Cephalid Breakfast from Johan, but he is on the Izzet WelderCam deck.
Yeah.
There's not really an established version of this deck. Yeah. This is definitely a very grindy version with low keys and Phyrexian Dragon Engine.
Okay, so as an expert, what do you think is like different to his list? He's played to play against more control and more slower matchups?
Yeah, I think he was expecting maybe to face more control.
Yeah, like less cars.
Yeah, no, the thing is, control's a very good deck against Fantasticar because there are a lot of interaction points with the combo. So if you can find a spot to get rid of Fantasticar, that's great. And control decks are really good at that. So if you're playing a more combo-ish deck, then it helps to have a bit more grind.
Yeah.
If you're facing a control deck, if you're expecting a lot of slower decks. So it makes sense.
And speak about grind, we're hitting Carson's third tree, and the permanents are the permanents are a Tameo, a skateboard, now a surveillance cam to tap down the Tameo. Both are respecting each other a lot here.
I mean, the surveillance cam is a free card, right?
Yeah.
You can make sure that Karsten here on Reanimator is not getting that clue. This Reanimator version is more similar to the Reanimator versions we saw last year, that have more interactive pieces. These days, most people are on more of a all-in Reanimator, but
with Dark Ritual, no counter spells, just put the fatty in the yard and put it in play.
Yeah. So it's interesting to see this deck again, though I'm still recovering from last year.
Yeah.
I was so sick of seeing this deck.
Oh yeah, was last year when you could play Grief and Reanimate, or
no,
after Grief?
Grief was a while back, but Entomb definitely pushed that deck into very unfun play patterns where you have a very fast combo turn 1, turn 2, but you're also playing a slow grindy game.
Yeah, and you're just like, the problem is that only blue decks can stop you, because once you have the fatty, you're like, okay, you have to counter this, and keep it going.
But you never know if you're going to face the fatty or you're going to face the very fast and lean deck where you're playing a bunch of sideboard cards that do nothing.
Okay, yeah, so it was like an angle breaker deck. Very good fork, as we say in this language.
But yeah, without Entomb, this deck has gotten a lot slower. It has to play 4 copies of Careful Study.
Oh yeah, that's the blue Faithless looting, because he's not playing red, he's just blue-black, correct?
Yeah, correct. So both these players have combos. Both these players are also set up for a more grindy game.
See, a construct getting sick with his fresh new skateboard, trying to go to combat. Currently swinging for 3 or 4, because skateboard gives +1 and haste, right?
Yes. I'm looking at that token. I think that was one of the tokens last year. I'm not sure where we got it, but it's a very nice token.
It's a nice back, and here we see a bitter downfall, bitter triumph.
Bitter triumph, yeah.
And where he has to discard a card or pay life. I did not catch what alternative mode he chose.
I think he paid life, and we didn't update that yet.
Yeah, these players are playing at a blistering speed, so I will not fault them if they are not updating the life tracker.
This is probably going to be a very, very grindy match. It could be fast, but it's very likely going to be a long match, so they should definitely pick up the pace a little. Yeah. I mean, they're playing at a reasonable speed.
Yes, we're 5 minutes in, and we're already at turn 5 or something, so around a minute per turn, which is a good pace when you're expecting to play a long game. And now we have finally the first big threat on the board, a flipped Tameo.
Yeah, it's nice to have those Careful Studies as extra ways of flipping Tameo. Tameo maybe not the best against these constructs, because she gives -1, -0. The constructs are usually going to be bigger than that. I mean, we already see 4 artifacts here, even though the construct died.
Yeah.
These constructs are going to be very big all game. No Wrath of the Skies for Carson, unfortunately.
That would have been a sick blowout. Just add the white and bomb that place.
We've seen a lot of board wipes this weekend.
That's
this Welder deck definitely hates seeing Wrath of the Skies. But
that should be very good against the Welder deck.
Yeah, this could be a decent matchup, I feel. Larson here, I think, has a couple forces. Does he?
No, he has no protection for his combo, at least in the main board. But Carsten, it's funny because he's Larson and he's Carsten.
Oh, yeah.
He has some interaction pieces with the 2 removal spells, 4 Force of Will, 1 Flow State, and Yeah, so his only counterspell is Force of Will in the main board.
No, he also has 3 copies of Daze.
Oh, true! The good one.
And I don't know what it is with Daze, but every time I see Daze this weekend, it seems like there's 3 copies.
Maybe there's some math we don't know about. That 3 is usually the first Daze is the good one, and the second Daze is bad.
That is true.
So mathematically, around 3 is that you see 1 during the game, and you hope that is earlier than later.
Yeah. And I mean, it is a good card against Fantasticar, but true. I feel like we've seen very little Fantasticars this weekend.
Yeah, I heard it. I heard from like the rumors. It was that one guy who was 4-0 in the last round, but it seems like a lot of Dimir and maybe Cradle control is bullying the cars into submission, and then the next level is the guys who are preying on the predators. The Mystic Forge and the other typical good against slower control decks.
Yeah, and we're seeing the metagame kind of stabilize here, and that's good because I was worried we were going to see way too much Fantasticar, but no, the card has been a part, but not overwhelming.
Yeah, I was also very scared that the meta would just be, you got a fast car, I got a ticket to go to the O2 bracket.
Yeah, looks like we had a Goblin Welder. I think that's a new printing for Jon Larsen.
Yes, it should be. He plays 8 welders, so it's either one.
I think it's the welder. Karsten having the force. Of course, if the welder resolves, you equip the skateboard. We have the cam already.
Yeah, and then it's party time.
Yeah.
And is this entomb on your welder?
No, it's an Animate Dead.
Animate Dead on your welder. That's very interesting. No, it's my goblin.
So this is potentially very scary for Jon Larsen here.
Yeah.
Because Welder works on your opponent's artifacts.
That's true. So he basically have the best Royal Assassin in the game.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember when I was playing Painter against 8cast, Welder was the best card just because she took your opponent's stuff. That's
very cool. You really don't see animate your opponent's stuff, and now it's really paying dividends for Karsten here. Johan had to crack his surveillance cam. Maybe he is getting quite desperate. There's the new version of the Goblin Welder.
So one thing that is interesting to note is Jon Larsen still chooses what permanent to target if you get rid of the surveillance cam. So there's no real combo potential for Karsten. Yeah. But in Karsten's next turn, he is going to be able to get rid of this construct.
Yeah, I think he's just... Yeah, and he... Johan carefully removed his Lotus Petal, which would be the worst card in the graveyard. So now at least he gets to draw a card either from the surveillance cam or the bauble if he chooses to swap them.
Yeah. Oh, we have a Goblin Engineer. So we're just committing to this plan, I guess.
Well, it seems like Karsten only have 2 cards in hand. So he's currently shields down right now. Ooh, a Soul Cauldron.
That's interesting, because first of all, Karsten does not want to see that card in play.
Yes.
Because it stops his reanimation plan. At that point, we are a full-on tempo deck. And as a tempo deck, Karsten's deck is not really set up all that well. We are really heavily into reanimation plan. So Soul Cauldron here would be really good.
Yes. What's another good option he could get?
That's an option. The Legion Extruder. Because now if you weld that in, the welder dies.
Yes.
And then Jonas is fine again.
Yeah, so now Karsten has to weld the skateboard out to not get haste on the welder.
I think he still needs to go for the construct. I think he needs the time. But he's not in a good position at all.
And Johan is here to ball. He's not, hey, no, you can't kill the construct. Here's a 3/3 double strike. This is lethal damage. You have to do something. And you really don't want to put that bad boy in the graveyard because that's an ancestral recall waiting to happen.
But the problem is he has to block because he's already at 8.
Yes, so he can either swap one of those out or block.
Oh yeah, he's going to... Wait, he's going to block the construct and swap the construct?
Yeah, so he's happy just taking 6, I believe, going to 2, which might be a dangerously low number with the thing in the background, the burn spell.
Yeah, we also have the Legion Extruder still, and I think we have enough mana to equip the skateboard to the engineer and activate to get the extruder.
Yes. So he should be dead on board right now.
Yeah.
Yes. So.
Yeah, that is what's happening, and we are going to game 2. Interesting.
Yeah, I thought maybe this would be like Who Blinks first moment, but Johan just presented enough threats, and there were like no big boys in the graveyard, just a Tameo that didn't go anywhere, and just some sloppy beats.
Yeah, and we were 2 careful studies in, and we didn't find a threat.
Yeah, no, that's like the magic of banning Entomb, because now now you have to play more than 1, 2 fatties.
Yeah, no, it makes the deck a lot less consistent and a lot more fair, which is bad news for Karsten, but it's very good news for us.
Good news for everybody who enjoys playing more than 1 round of Magic.
All right, looking at sideboards, there's not really all that much I like for Johan here. Like the Tormod script is definitely...
Yes, that's going in.
That's going in for sure.
What's the twin shot sniper for?
The twin shot sniper, that's interesting. It's functionally the same in this deck as a what's it called? The Legion Extruder.
Okay, so it's when you need 2.
It's when you need 2 damage for anything. The Legion Extruder has the advantage of being able to turn artifacts into bodies.
Yes, so you can, if they stop your combo, you can still convert all your leftover rubbish artifact pieces.
Yes, exactly. The Twin Shell Sniper has the advantage of being a channeled ability. So you discard it from your hand, and that makes it almost uncounterable, only stifle at that point.
Can't you... Yes, it's a channel ability. Yeah, so you can't consign it because not a triggered ability.
No, consign doesn't work.
Very interesting.
It has to be actual factual stifle.
Factual. We love to see it.
I think we've seen that card like 6 rounds on coverage this weekend.
Really?
Yeah.
And there has been 11, 12, 17... Rough math, 16 rounds of coverage.
Yeah, 16, 7. Let's see, we had 11 yesterday.
Plus, 11.
This is round 6.
So 17.
Yes.
17, 6 out of 17 is not a bad popular rate.
it's been mostly in the blue-white blink decks. Because you attack with a Phelia, you remove something, and then, it wants to come back. No, we're not doing that.
So the deck that already plays Swords to Plowshare really needed blue Swords to Plowshare. It was not enough with 4. We need 8. We're greedy.
No, Stifle, really good card.
So only Tormod script in. Do you think you will go for like Capper Cannoneer into the Flood Maul? Any more interaction? Or do you think it's just, my deck is faster, I will kill you before you kill me?
I think you want to keep it light on the sideboarding. If there's really anything you want to take out, and then I think something like Into the Floodmaw is fine. I don't think this is a Kappa Cannoneer matchup, but I could be wrong on that. So we'll have to see how the games go. I think Johan's deck is already set up well enough to just power through.
Yeah.
Just maybe swap 1 or 2 cards and leave it at that. For Karsten...
Yes, what do you think he will bring in? Is he going to go for like... Voidwalker seems like a very good one.
Voidwalker seems like a very good card. It stops all the Welder shenanigans. It stops Emry, mostly. But it doesn't stop things like Ursa Saga. Voidwalker might be a reason to bring in the Kappa Cannoneer to give you a non-graveyard angle of attack.
True. And here we see a Goblin Welder with another arch. and it is on the stack, I would assume.
Yeah, if Karsten has anything, he's going to interact with this, because Goblin Welder feels like the scariest turn 1 right now in the format.
For sure.
Because you have no idea what's going to happen afterwards.
Yeah.
At least with Storm, you know that if it's a turn 1, you die.
Yes, this could be bait. He could be going for like a Saga plan or Kappa Cannoneer even, and this is just trying to get an interaction out of him. So he went for a Survey land, and
this... Oh, it resolves. I was going to say, it might have been a Daze. Daze is a very nice combo with the Surveillance.
True.
But no, we have a Dolphy Voidwalker. That's a very good answer to the Welder.
Yes, now it's just an embarrassing 1/1.
Yeah, that thing, it can still attack.
True, it can attack, and Voidwalker can't block, and here we see Voidwalker grabbing the fetch land as the text of the card is every time something goes into the graveyard, it's exiled with a void counter, and instead of putting infinite counters on thing, they're just exiling it close to the Voidwalker.
Yeah, and while I don't think Karsten needs the mana, this is a relevant fetch land.
True, he can actually get Underground Sea with it.
He can actually get stuff. We have seen a bunch of Voidwalkers this weekend that got a bunch of fetches that don't work.
Oh.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Golgari decks this weekend.
Yeah, the Cradle Control and other black-green.
We've seen somewhat of a resurgence of Hogaak, which is
big boy.
It's incredible.
So here we see both players are stopping each other's plans. One with the Voidwalker and one with the Soul Cauldron. So now the graveyards seems pretty off limits to me.
Yeah, the Soul Cauldron is not there to hit your opponent's graveyard, but it definitely works. You definitely don't hate to see it against Reanimator.
Yeah, because the deck is it's hard to get many fatties. Ooh, and now we see the combo of Thoughtseize plus Voidwalker. Do we get something juicy that we can cast right here?
It doesn't look like. I think the juiciest thing here is the Loki that's on top.
That's true. Do you have any ways to trigger it in Karsten's deck?
I don't think so, no.
Because if I'm not wrong, it's when an ability targets something, you draw a card once per turn.
Yeah, so no counter spells trigger it. A Brazen Burrow wouldn't trigger it because that is not
an ability.
No,
it's a spell.
Yeah, so there's not really anything in the deck. Archon of Cruelty, I think that says target opponent, so that would work.
Okay, double value, cheeky little pot of Cruelty.
But yeah, I mean, at that point, you're already doing quite well for yourself, right?
Yes, true. I think if you have an Archon that is attacking, I think you are winning.
It's like, it's extra butter for your after.
Oh, I need more on my Belgian waffle. It's not enough with chocolate. I need the vanilla and cream as well.
I've been here now for 4 days and I haven't had a single waffle. Something's wrong with me.
Don't think that's wrong with you. On Monday, I'm getting the waffle. There is my type of waffle. Archon of Cruelty.
Yeah, this has been one of the most recent really good reanimation targets, along with Atraxa, but Archon of Cruelty not being legendary is so important.
It's so important, especially with what I like to call the legendary slop era we are of Magic, that every set just has a bunch of legendary. Caracas stonks are going up.
Yeah, you would think that, but there hasn't been a lot of Caracas for the past few months. I do feel like it's been good this weekend with Hogaak and Fantasticar and Loki.
There's some, but it's not like that one is a good one. It is okay to bounce you because they already get the value from it with the enter the battlefield trigger. But
yeah,
some decks can grind through 3 cards you get from Atraxa.
Yeah, and I mean, I still think the best target for Caracas is probably your own Phelia or Thalia, just as a protection.
Yeah, it's very good against Tamio before it's flipped.
Yeah, that as well. Just really annoying.
So now we're seeing some good old honest Magic. We are 3-2 unblockable versus a 1-1 no text.
Yeah.
Who is winning this matchup?
This is potentially very scary. If Johan can get rid of the Voidwalker, he is set up to try and do something.
Consign with replicate. Why did he pay the replicate cost?
This is for the Ursa Saga.
Mm-hmm.
The second chapter ability, the ability to make constructs goes on the stack, but if you consign it, then Johan misses out on up to 2 constructs, which in this situation is very scary.
Yes, they are really good. And so now he chooses to put a card in exile. He just removes a bad card from his deck. I love it. 2 mana, 1/2, remove a card from your deck.
I guess it's fine to just get rid of that thing.
Yeah, you don't want to draw a Mox Opal right now, so
no.
It's correct. It's just a little goofy.
It could have been correct to maybe keep the engineer in hand, but maybe Johan has something planned to where he doesn't mind having it in play. He just wants the second creature. It's interesting. We're going to have to see how that goes.
Yeah, I think maybe it's Archon protection, as you pointed out.
That might be a good one, yeah.
And it also might be just we need to raise this 3-2.
Yeah, just an extra body.
Now currently Johan has enough power, but he's losing the race by 1 because he will attack to 13, and then Carson will attack him to 12. And the game will end at Carson being at 1. But clearly I'm wrong because Carson is on 14.
Yeah.
And now the 3 power looks much more scary.
I guess they forgot to update the life totals.
Yes.
If Johan wants to win this race, he needs some sort of creature in the graveyard that he can exile to the Soul Cauldron so he can get those 1/1 counters.
No, but right now he's currently winning because isn't the Cam a creature? No.
No.
Oh, no, my bad.
It's just an artifact.
Just an artifact. It looks like a little spider thing on the art. I thought it was a 1/1 something.
It looks like a creature, yeah. It could easily be a Thopter, but no.
No, it's just a movable camera. I see.
It's about the camera that is on the, I think it's a cockroach.
Yes, so Predator can spy on the turtle.
Yeah, but he doesn't control the cockroach, so it's not a creature.
Very reliable surveillance.
Yeah, I don't know what the idea was behind that. Shredder's not the smartest guy.
No. But isn't that like the typical of the super villain comic book? They have to be gatekept by logic or else they will win.
Yeah. So the third chapter trigger off of the Ursa Saga, it looks like Johan Larsen looking for something, he's not quite sure what. There's no spell bombs, I believe.
No, so we're just getting a skateboard.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you see. Look, how is that not a creature, that sneaky cockroach?
Yeah, so, there's no spell bomb in the 75. So there's no way for this trigger to get rid of the Voidwalker.
Yes. So he gets a skateboard, but he chose to draw 2 cards instead. Because if he would simply to equip the skateboard, he could start winning the race. Now he's currently losing the race.
Yeah.
Because he needs a 7-turn clock, 6-turn versus Carson's 5-turn clock.
It's interesting. We're still trying to draw cards, trying to find just something, probably just to get rid of the Voidwalker. I guess Johan doesn't want to raise here. I think he really wants to combo.
Yeah, I think if I don't know, I'm not as good as player as Johan, but I would assume that he's thinking that this game will not gonna last 6 more turns.
Yeah.
So the skateboard, I just get the skateboard. I don't need to equip it because I just need the haste for if I get rid of the Voidwalker, I have haste for other goblins.
Yeah. And I mean, if you have mana to spend somewhere, you can definitely equip it. But this turn, we decided to go for the draw off of the Surveillance Cam.
Yeah.
Just 2 more cards deep. Hope to find something. Didn't find anything.
No. But if he is on the Kappa plan, that is looking mighty fine right now. Because look at all those spare artifacts just lying around. Easy to cast a Kappa right here.
Yeah. If he draws a Kappa, then the plan changes again. It's we're making decisions by the seat of our pants here.
Yes. So I think also Johan. That's interesting because he would win the race if he simply equipped the skateboard. So he said, "No, I need to do something." Ooh, and there we have something we have to do something with.
We have to force that because that turns it back to that would actually just win outright because it does 2 damage to the Voidwalker. But we have force, pitching force, so Karsten doesn't have much of anything else left, I would assume. Maybe he has a third force, but he definitely doesn't have a blue card for that.
It's strange to me that force was the worst blue card in his hand because he's not deploying lands, so clearly he has just a grip of spells, and now here he comes. 3 damage. This is limited at its finest.
Back to the beats. But yeah, it does make you wonder, what does Karsten have in hand right now?
Maybe a bitter triumph that we will see here to win the race.
Bitter Triumph would be very, very nice here. It's going to discard a Reanimate. That makes a lot of sense. Reanimate doesn't do much of anything here. And I think that's kind of the problem. I think Karsten has a bunch of A's and no B's.
Yes, because the Soul Cauldron is the alphabet gatekeeper, not letting anyone going to B. You may have A, but A is actually detrimental for Karsten right now because then he could put a counter on his goblin, right?
Yeah, and he's not reanimating that.
Yeah,
that's for sure. So both these players just don't really have much of anything. Another Surveillance Scam is going to act as a healing salve here.
Yes, which is important, removing the ominous 4-turn clock that is Dalty Voidwalker.
It is incredibly annoying, I must imagine, for Karsten. Just these cockroaches just buying a bunch of life.
Buying Johan time to find something to do because and he's passing again, so he must have just drawn another no land and reactive card.
Yeah, just these draws must have been awful for Karsten. Like he's doing so little with what he has.
What Karsten would have done to have a frog or something to do this game planning.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna be honest. People are giving me flack for this, but I miss Psychic Frog. I think it was a fun card.
It is a fun card, but it's a very strong card.
It's a very strong card. It still sees a lot of play in Modern, and for good reason. It's probably too strong for Legacy, but I did enjoy the play patterns personally.
And here we see Johan having some fun with his button, joking that he would untap. No, he would actually say in upkeep, he would activate his healing salve once again, keeping it at a slow 4-turn clock rather than the 3-turn clock.
And this time also drawing him 2 cards, of course.
Yeah, which is the important part, I think.
Like, both these... Ooh,
that's a big boy.
Looks like Johan might be drawing the cards, but Karsten is drawing the gas as we get a Baragorth finally. That probably explains why not much has been happening. He's been looking for that 3rd mana to play a Baragorth.
And now it's looking really good for Karsten because that Baragorth is currently 2-3, I think. I'm seeing a land, an instant. Yes, a land and instant.
Yeah, this Soul Cauldron has kept these graveyards very small. The Voidwalker as well, of course. This is a bit of a nombo.
A collaborative effort to keep the graveyard as still as possible.
Johan finally finding something. A Pinnacle Emissary gets forced.
Which very importantly puts a 3rd instant in the graveyard, so this Goyf will have 2 power for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, it's gonna take a while for this Goyf to start shrinking, and worse, if it connects, it actually starts milling.
Yes, and is that a mandatory trigger or a May ability?
That's a good question. I thought it was a mandatory one. Speaking of mandatory triggers, this Emry is going to give a bunch of cards to the Voidwalker, but it is a creature. Looks like, you may mill.
Because it might be scary to put stuff in the graveyard with the Soul Cauldron in play.
Yeah,
it's +1/+1 to your creatures.
Yeah, it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. Because if you don't, then you just have the 2/3 and it doesn't do much, and eventually goes away. You do get the life link. That's very important.
Yes, that's super relevant for this matchup. And here, we're going in, and we are double blocking the Goyf to trade with it and kill the creatures. They should go to the exile, as it probably will point out.
They go to the Voidwalker. There we go.
And here, Carson will gain 2 life and put Jone on 8. 3/3 remaining of this coast-to-coast Dante Voidwalker.
Yeah, but now Jonas out of creatures.
Yes.
So he's lost his clock. He's slowly starting to run out of camps. Finds another welder.
So we're back to 1 welder. And now, two welder. Ginormous.
And now with the skateboard, we have a 3/2 haster. It's not going to block, so you might as well attack.
Yes.
Did you do the math? Who wins this race?
So he puts him to 6.
Yeah.
And then he attacks for 4.
Yeah.
Then he goes to 3. He goes to 1, and Carson loses. So right now the ball is in Carson's pack. We're back to
another
limited, and now you have to stop my lethal 3/2 haste attacker.
Yeah.
You can see his face. He's like, wait, do I win this race? And he's no, I still want to race.
Yeah.
But he's 1 turn short. Unless he has something to do with this welder.
This game has been pretty nuts. we have Emery coming down as a vanilla 1 minute 1/2.
Ooh, and a push.
And the push, and that changes the clock again.
Yes, because now we're playing 4 to 5, and Carson just needs to swing 2 times to win this grindy second game.
Yeah, because now the Emery with the skateboard needs 3 attacks.
Yes, and we're gonna brainstorm in response to this camera to see if we can do something funny.
Oh yeah, we still have the last cam. So we are now. I think we're officially out of cams. We sack this cam to draw 2 cards and gain another functional 3 life.
Those cameras have gained Johan 9 life, I would like to point out, which is more than 4.
Yeah.
So he would be dead by now if they didn't do this healing salve draw 2 effect.
This is incredibly close.
Game, man. It's so crazy that it's 2 combo decks, and they just feels like they just sided out the combo and you're just grinding it out with the most scrappiest creatures I've seen in my legacy.
This is so close.
So is there anything? Oh, lightning bolt!
The bolt.
Wait, didn't he just miss lethal? He just attacked with Emery for 2 and bolt face.
Well, at the very least, he could have attacked with the Emery and see what happens.
Yes.
Instead, we are going for a welder into nothing.
Skateboard, and we're back to the beats, baby.
Yeah. Instead, we just go for an attack, I guess.
Yeah, we're just gonna attack for 3. I think maybe he was just too focused that I have to stop this Doughty Voidwalker to forget alt pace.
He's been trying to kill that damn thing for, I think, upwards of 8 turns at this point. Like, I understand getting rid of the bloody thing.
I don't know what turn we're even on. So he presents 3, Carson fetches, goes to 1. Is there anything he can draw to get out of this mess with the Soul Cauldron locking him up?
I don't know. I don't think there is.
I'm looking at this list. It's like Barrow Goyf is the hope. It's our answer. We need Barrow Goyf, and we need him now so we can lifelink and survive combat.
Yeah, I think Barrow Goyf would work. Yeah, there's still enough cards to where it's at least a blocker that gains enough life.
Yes, it will be a 2/3, I would assume. Okay, yes, that one doesn't save us.
It would be
Barrow Goyf. No, and that's the crappiest artifact deck I've seen in my life.
That was a hell of a game too.
Holy moly, that! And people say the format is too fast. Just link
No, people always say, "Oh, Legacy is a turn 2 format." No. Legacy is one of the slowest formats in Magic right now. It's not Pauper. We're not quite that slow.
I love playing. Back in the day when Red-White was the biggest card advantage deck in Pauper, it was so sweet.
Yeah.
Now they lost the mantle to the stupid flying rats.
Yeah.
Now we're back to Grixis.
So with this win, I think Jon Larsen is able to draw
the last round.
The last round for
5-1-1 should be top 8.
That should be top 8. As for Karsten, if he wins the next one, 5-2 might still get him a spot. We'll have to see.
Yes, if we look at standings, if there's enough persons that 5-1-1 is a clean cut, then he might sadly be out. But he's still for top 16, which is quite the prize money. And here we go over to our side extra game.
Yeah, this is our B match here. We have Brian Wang on the left, playing Boros Energy. We saw him yesterday
getting the semifinals.
Yeah, he was playing really well on Boros Energy, a deck that, me personally, I was not expecting to do well this weekend.
Me neither. It's just like but he has card protection. He has a lot of anti-combo. And it's just good against blue because he has so many 1-mana bangers. And the Raptor is back, banned from Modern. It's super strong.
And combo has been very much underrepresented here this weekend, both yesterday for the main event as well as the ELM today. Bastian on the other side playing Cradle Control. We've seen Cradle Control performing very well this weekend. Not necessarily for Bastian. He's had an okay Friday, barely missing out on prizes. His Saturday was a little bit more rough, but looks like he felt good about today, and he's
so close to top 8 right now.
Yeah,
both of these players should also be able to draw themselves into the top 8
if they win this match. Yes. For sure.
And right now it's some scary cats. Usually the Boros Energy is called the cat deck, but looks like Bastian is the big cat in town.
Bastian, I believe, is not playing natural orders. No, he's not. Opting instead to go for a full 4 Scythe Cat Cub. Very scary card.
Yeah, with fetch land, that cat becomes big.
Yeah, that can get very big very fast. I believe on turn 3, it's able to attack for 20 in some cases.
Here we see a snuff out from Bastian, killing the Soul Guide Lantern. So now
the Guide of Souls.
The Guide of Souls.
the other soul, yeah.
But now the Raptor might not, it will be not as good, but he still has 3 energy, so he can hit everything in his deck. So here we see a Voice of Victory, which is a really good card against those pesky counterspell decks.
That's also a very good card to hit here as an aggressive creature, being able to make the 2/1/1s when it attacks. So it's a nice bit of pressure.
Now you see a little mistake from our testing cover.
There we go.
Thank you. Yes. So this is like the glue that keeps the deck together. This is finally the Soul Sister that is good enough for constructed.
Yeah, very nice note that they put Soul into the...
a little nod for the old...
Yeah.
It turns out when you give it 1 more toughness, you get an extra energy, you get an extra resource, and you can make anything a threat. Then it's finally good enough.
Especially that last one. Making everything a flying angel is incredible value. Speaking of incredible value, Amp Raptor is also a very nice card in this deck.
It's so nice to just have red... Cascade draw, but if I'm not mistaken, those cats, they have trample, right?
They do.
So this fetch land is representing how big is this cat gonna be? It's gonna be 6 and then 12 counters.
Oh, that's a very good
God,
one.
This cat is gonna be the biggest cat in the universe.
So the doubling trigger only happens on the second one.
Yes, but he played the fetch land, giving it 2 counters. So now he will double it to 6 and double it to 12.
Let me think, because I think the... No, it's the second time it resolves. That is important. So there's no shenanigans where we get to put more counters and then double. So we do get 2 doubles. So we go to 12, and then we get 2 more for free. So.
Badger. For sure. This is what I would definitely call a fat cat. This one has shareholders and money up the wazoo.
This is a 16-16 trampler right now,
and
with this trigger.
I would guide your eyes to the life total of Brian. What an oddly convenient number that is.
Yeah, no, think he does have a blocker.
He has blockers.
So he's going to live this turn.
The biggest cat in the universe has entered the chat.
Yeah, and then, I mean, this is what we said, right? If you get a scary hand...
There it is! Almost as big as that cat.
That is a chunky cat.
So it should have 1 more counter, right? Because it should go to 12, and then it
gets 2
more.
Yeah, I think so, yeah. So
he probably missed 1, but I think it's big enough.
Yeah, I don't think the 1 matters, no.
Because I was just gonna ask you, like, Brian seems like a good position here because he could like give his cat lifelink or flying. He could double the counter, double the creatures with the Guide of Soul. He would get the blessing of the city, making buttloads of cats. But these cats, they are small fries compared to that biggest cat in the universe.
I think even with the Guide of Souls here, he's not getting enough life. I think Brian needs a removal spell for this cat. He doesn't have it this turn because he's completely tapped out.
That is the cat the next turn. Because he already has a fetch land. So if he draws a land, that number is too big for me. I can't count that big.
But he might have a Swords to Plowshares in hand for next turn. That would be the hope for Brian. If not, then I think he has a problem here. I don't think he can kill Bastian in 1 turn.
No, I think we have to trump with our guide of Voice of Victory. So we go to 3.
Yeah, I think.
And then we have to find removal spells for both these cats.
The question is, are we going to keep the Ocelot Pride? Is that what we want the most?
I think for going long, I think Ocelot Pride is part of how we win this game.
Yeah, and then the question is, are we thinking we're going long? Are we getting rid of this cub? So if we're getting rid of the cub, then you keep the Ocelot Pride, you keep the lifelink, you get to make more tokens. If not, then you're probably blocking with the Voice of Victory, and you do a Hail Mary and hope that there's something on top.
Yes, because I think we want to be at 3, because then we can survive the cat. And he's pointing out he missed a trigger, so this is only for 15. So Brian doesn't need to block anything.
He doesn't have to. Yeah.
Yes. So sadly here we see. I think the playing to win here is not to block if you can go to 1.
Yeah.
Because with the guide, Voice of Victory, we can make many cats, but we still need to kill this one.
This cup needs to die no matter what we're doing.
Yeah.
After that, we have 2 Amped Raptors to make blockers incredibly annoying for Bastian.
Yes.
But we need some sort of life gain, but at least we're still afloat. Yes. We don't have to worry about this massive trampler that's coming our way.
Yes, and I'm looking at this list. If you look at his list, he's not playing like Orcish Bowmasters to just close this game, right? He needs to do it the old-fashioned way.
No cheeky Orcish Bowmasters, no.
Yeah. So here, Brian is a phenomenal combat math gamer. He's counting now exactly how many creatures I need to attack with and how I can win this game.
So did he have a kill?
A kill with the cowboy. But he has 2 blockers, and
because you're not blocking the cat. So if you're not answering it, you have to kill. We have 4 creatures able to attack. I guess you could pump with a Guide of Souls somehow, but if you're playing Sand Scout here, I think you're just dead, right?
Yes, because can the Sand Scout get a land that can stop the Destroyer of Worlds?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, it can get Lasotep Quarry. We don't have mana for a Lasotep Quarry. The Quarry, if we have enough mana for the Quarry, we can reanimate a creature. But we're so far.
Yeah, we're so far ahead. So I think Brian has a Swords to Plowshare.
Gotta be.
Because if he has a Swords to Plowshare, then we have. Oh, now I need to do the math. I think both of the Raptors are going in, but the problem is you really want to attack with also the Pride and Voice of Victory, because then you get lifelink and you get the cats. But the problem is he can just block with the 2/2s, so you don't get the lifelink, so it dies. And then you don't get your cats.
I'm thinking, can you even attack here? Because if you attack, can Bastian just attack with everything?
Okay, Brian has done the math, and he has come to the conclusion that an attack for 5 is what we need.
If we have enough mana for Goblin Bombardment, then that changes things, yeah. No, we don't.
He's plowing the small cat.
What?
What is Brian's plan?
Is it?
Yes, does the Lasotep Quarry...
No, he's not allowed to cast the Endurance.
Yes, he just showed... Look, Brian, I have an Endurance. Cool, put it back. Does the Lasotep Quarry tap for white?
If you sacrifice a creature, yes.
Okay, so we can have 2 Swords to Plowshare. Then, but
I guess that means
this attack still doesn't make any sense. Oh yeah, no, it still makes sense because you don't want to send in the cat, because if the Badger Mole blocks the cat, it still dies, and you don't want to use your 2 plows has to go for the cats.
Yeah. But also now that Brian has used 1 Source to Plowshares, there's no more land drops, so we're not getting Goblin Bombardment. So we're not killing it here.
So here we see sacrifice a creature after block.
And he had a...
They got, and now Basti gets roughly 1 trillion life.
Yeah, like Bastian is a little bit out of gas, but Brian is at 1. There's a lot that can go wrong here.
If we draw another cub, we can just put it on the... There's so many cubs in this deck.
Yeah, it's nicknamed 8 Cub as a result.
Okay, yeah, then we can put it on the other cub and start forcing Brian to jump. But Brian has set himself up for a victory here, because he can now Lasotep Quarry, get back the Guide of Souls, attack with the cat, and pump it. Foul is not going to do it here. Actually, that's what Brian wants to do. But that reach creature is making it very interesting. No!
Yeah, the Endurance.
The graveyard!
The Endurance means that the Lasotep Quarry isn't going to work this turn.
Yes.
I mean, anything Bastian blocks at this point puts the Lasotep Quarry on.
Yes. And that makes a 4/4 copy, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct.
That's so cool.
Yeah. When I first saw the card, I was a little underwhelmed.
Yeah.
And then I saw a semifinals, funnily enough, against Bastian.
Yes.
Where Lasotep Quarry was absurd. And I've been a believer of the Boros version over the Mardu version ever since.
Yes. Because... You want to play Wasteland. Your Wasteland is so good right now, and we can't be going pretending to play black spells. We need our mana efficiency. So here we see a block on the Endurance. City's Blessing.
You do get the City's Blessing. That is a state-based action, so we do get that. Now we get a 4/4 Ocelot Pride, which still has First Strike and Lifelink.
And we're gonna make 2 cats because we gained life this turn.
And the Lasotep Quarry doesn't bring the creature back; it makes a token version of the creature. So now we have 2.
Oh my God! Can you? But will the copy of Ocelot Pride see itself? Will it make...
Yeah, it makes a copy of itself. So there's now 2 Ocelot Prides.
And
that are 4/4 with first strike lifelink.
But how many normal cats do we get? Because when you make the copies, will the copies that arrive see the copy of Ocelot Pride? Are we doing doubling?
You mean does it keep going? No, because it's at the beginning of the deck.
Okay.
So they will have missed the timing for that.
Okay, so he will only get 2 extra cats and 2 extra
he has 2 1/1s and 2 4/4s with first strike and lifelink. And then next turn,
ding ding ding.
Yes. So Bastian needs an answer for 2 Ocelot Prides, and he needs it now.
3 Ocelot Prides, because he had the city's blessing. So it will make 2 copies.
Yeah, but the end step trigger makes a copy of itself, right? And then you're done. Or
because when you have the city, you make 2 copies. You double the amount of tokens you make.
Yeah, you get a copy of a token that entered this turn, but only 1 Ocelot Pride entered this turn, right?
Yes, but don't you get an extra card because of the city's blessing?
No. When you get the city's blessing for each token you control that entered, you get a copy.
Yes.
And I'm thinking,
so we get 1 in the end step, and then we get another 1 in the end step.
No, because the first trigger makes a 1/1.
Yes, and
then if you have the city's blessing, you get another 1/1, and then a copy.
Okay. Then I understand. Yes.
Yeah.
And now we see Brian. I think this game is pretty much over right now. You have to ask him to do the math, and if he swings everything sideways, the math has been done, and you, sir, are dead.
I mean, it's much easier math when your life linkers are 4/4s, right?
Yes.
And you're
here is Brian. Send everybody in, because we have a Guide of Souls, which will give 2 triggers, and he gains 2 life, and he's possibly gonna activate the ability before blockers. He's like, no, I'm gonna give one of these first strike guys +1, so it can tumble more.
And with no natural order and no Crater Hoof Behemoth, I don't think Bastian can come back from this much of a life total swing.
Maybe Hoof would have done it, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, even Hoof would have had issues here. That's where we're at right now.
Because we're gonna gain so many life. And brother, how many tokens are we gonna get? Are you a quick math guy, Rob?
No, I play control decks, but I don't play creatures. Math is for blockers.
Their life total is irrelevant. You either win with a combo or like they're out of resources, so they concede.
Yeah. We're doing the math here. Maybe somehow we can pull out something.
I think Bastian might just be doing it for the fun of it, because he has 2 4/4 life linkers and so many cats, and they're just gonna keep coming.
I think if Bastian had a Caracas, he might still have a shot here where he could block like a first striker. But now it's
okay. Let us see. The math expert has done the math. We are in first strike damage. How much is going to change in first strike? Talia is gonna kill the cowboy, which name escapes me.
The Sand Scout.
Sand Scout, yes. So life total has gone from 12 to 14 just in first strike.
Yeah. And this is a hell of a life total swing.
Rob, we're not done. We're going to normal damage now.
Looks like we did kill at least 1 Amp Raptor, so we got that going for us.
Yes, 1 Amp Raptor went into the Endurance bust.
Hey, I completely forgot about the Guide of Souls as well. That trigger on the Voice of Victory.
And now this end step. Fireworks are gonna happen. We're also gonna get another copy of Guide of Souls. Because we tapped it this time.
That copy, my god.
This if weaker men would play Magic Online, but Brian is doing the math right now by creating the biggest army you have ever seen on camera.
This is by far the most Commander-like game we've had on coverage this weekend. That's for sure.
There's been I would call this the Balatro game. There's been a lot of doubling on the side of the game, and we see here the crucial trigger that was missed. Could have changed
yeah, that would have, because
I know Brian would simply block with an Amp Raptor. He will not use his Guide of Souls.
I think we would have just had one less Amp Raptor at that point. Bastian would be at one more life total. I don't think that
doesn't matter. That if Brian, since Brian is a god at math, he realized I cannot die at 1, and I need this guide of this voice of victory to guide him to victory. He was telling him, "Don't block with me, Brian. Don't do it. I will give you victory if you give me infinite cats."
Yeah. But yeah, I think in the end, the one counter didn't end up mattering. But there's, oh my god, just keep grabbing more dice, man.
Yes, this is everybody except Brian right now.
Yeah, that's good enough.
I know that Buster was like, do the math, bro. This is not Magic Online. So with simply 6, 12, 18, 23 energy to spare, 6 soldiers, Guide of Souls, and 1 million cats, Brian managed to pull us out. Then for the folks at home, I told Rob, I'm going to tell him a story about Brian if we got it on camera.
Yeah.
We will bring now, because we are at Eternal Mania, and there's a lot of fun things to do, simply more than the main event. And on Friday, we were playing the Chaos Bear event, which I recommend everybody to go to if they're playing here for maybe next year. Sure,
Yeah, it's
they're going to come back.
It's like an event sponsored by a beer brand. It's like, I love Belgium, man. This country's great.
It's awesome. The funny thing is, I'm sober. I don't drink alcohol, but I love Chaos Draft, so I put it on. And it's a very casual event. You win, guess what? More beer if you win.
Of course.
So that's the fun thing. And you are also doing a beer testing. So they have a big timer. That's not the round timer. That's when more beer is coming. So people are sitting there, I'm waiting for more beer. And there's no pods. You just sit down so you can play with your mates. So us Norwegians, we sat down and we found a table, and Brian came down and was like, "Yo, Brian, come sit." And he and his friends were like 2 or 3, so they joined us. And this man is in the finals against me playing Boros in Chaos Draft.
Yeah.
And he's doing the combat math with I don't know how much beer in him.
Yes.
So he is built different. He knows to do the math. That man knows math.
For some people, it's just second nature. They make it look so easy. Well, anyway, congratulations to Brian Wang for what should be another top 8.
Hopefully.
After yesterday's top 8, yesterday's top 4.
To back top 8, that man is a beast.
Yeah, he's doing really well for himself. Good luck to Bastian. Maybe he can still get a win and then at the very least get prizes. If not, somehow sneak in the top 8. We'll have to see how the standings are, how the tiebreakers are.
Yeah, we will get them on screen, Rob. It's for our viewers at home too, so we can see who is in and who is playing.
We don't have standings set up now. We'll see if we can get them up for the next round.
Yes, and
we have Brian coming in a moment.
Oh, that would be great. I need to ask him, how does he do the math, and how much practice does he have with the deck? So hopefully we will get Brian here soon and congratulate him with what most likely will be a top 8 for him.
If you told me this Friday that Boros Energy was going to crush 2 events back to back, I would have called you crazy.
Yes.
It's incredible.
That's apparently this is the meta for it. He loses game 1 to Car, and then game 2 and 3 he wins.
Yeah, apparently,
and he's good against blue because are you gonna how many threats are you gonna force a wheel? Are you gonna force a wheel the raptor and the cat and the god assault and the gods of victory?
It's too much, and against combo decks, Swords to Plowshares isn't really that great.
No, so you just toss them out. It's a clean sideboard. Now we get Brian over for
Brian coming in. Brian, congratulations on what should be another top 8.
We'll see.
How do you feel?
Lots of emotions, I guess. Still walking off the last match a little bit. Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest. If you had told me on Friday that Boros Energy of all decks was gonna top 8-2 events, I would have called you crazy. But you've been playing well. How does the meta feel?
It feels very fair. It feels very fair, which is exactly what you want to see as Boros. Have not played against any Storm today. So it's been good.
I was expecting more Fantasticar, to be honest, but I think everyone's playing fair decks in the hopes of hitting Fantasticar, and you're making great use of that.
Yes.
You've really found your spot.
Yeah.
Did you make any changes that you want to talk about?
Nope, I didn't. No. Yeah.
Just the same deck.
Worked well yesterday, right? So
it worked very well yesterday, for sure. Did you have good matches today? What were your matchups?
Let's see. So kind of going in reverse order. So obviously the Cradle control I just played.
Yeah.
It was an energy mirror before that.
Yeah.
That was just it's kind of a coin flip, right?
Yeah.
What else did I play against today? Dimir Tempo was round 1, Lands was round 2, and then Beans.
Just all the fair decks.
Yeah, all the fair decks, exactly.
Yeah. What would you say was the best card in your deck today?
Best card in my deck. Guide of Souls is always the best card in the deck, I think.
Yeah,
so.
I think Oslo Pride looked pretty good that game.
Yeah.
We only caught the third game, unfortunately, but you came back from a 1 life total.
Yeah.
Do you think because I believe that your opponent missed 1 counter? Do you think that mattered that game?
I don't know if I'm not sure if he missed 1 counter. Maybe he did. I didn't see it.
Yeah, maybe we missed it. It could have been our fault, but
There's a lot of math going on that game.
There was I saw like 5 dice in play or something like that. How do you feel going into top 8?
Feel good. It's beyond anything I could have expected coming into today. So yeah.
Anything you're scared of?
No, not really. I've accomplished everything right that I wanted to set out to do. So and more so. So anything that happens from here is just gravy. So.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, I'm gonna wish you good luck on that top 8. We'll hopefully see you on coverage again.
Sure, sounds good.
And we'll be right back. We're gonna take a small break, and we'll be right back with the final round of Swiss. So don't go anywhere.
Well, welcome everyone to round 7, the final round before the top 8. People are really battling it out now for those final couple of slots, and we have Dutch on Dutch. Matchup here. They're fighting to see who makes it into the top 8, probably.
Yes, with a victory here, you surely go top 8 over all the others that will be drawing in this round. So, do you know these guys? Are these like friends? Do you have anything? Do you think they know each other?
Yeah. So they play in the same shop a lot.
Okay, so these are friends.
Yeah, they play in the same tournament series a lot. They face each other all the time.
Oh, yeah.
In a recent ELM qualifier, they were the 2 people that always played different decks, and they both switched to Reanimator for that tournament because nobody expected them to.
Okay, so they were like, "Oh, I'm gonna come with Storm, and you're gonna counter me." Double Reanimator.
I'm actually confused. No, that was a different. Sebastian is on Reanimator.
Okay. He's known to play that deck.
But they know each other. They face each other a lot in tournaments.
So you've been in a couple tournaments, right, Peter? Why are these players not drawing? Do you think they have 2 bad breakers and needs the win to go top 8?
That's what I would expect. We saw a lot of people on XM1, and what actually I think might be the thing that breaks it here is that Jordi is on 4, 1, and 1 already.
Oh, yes. So Sebastian is paired down. I did not see that, viewers. My bad. Yes, so they both have to play. And yes, he is 4, 1, 1. And our deck is calling it mono blue lands, which I don't agree with.
No, it's a mono green lands, as he always calls it, I believe.
I actually played against a blue lands player in this tournament. He would consign my Ugin and spell pairs my ring.
Oh, that's a really anti-combo.
Yeah, I was like, and he ended up drawing 5 dead cards and lose. So.
Nice. No, but Jordi is known for playing his lands deck. He's been his online tag is the Netherlands.
Oh, the Netherlands! That's excellent. I love that.
Yeah, he's been playing this for years and nothing else. Even if it looked terrible in the meta, he's always on lands. So not surprising to see him do well here. He's a really master of the lands deck. And then Sebastian, I believe he's been on Reanimator for quite a while as well, and he surely knows how to play this deck.
Yes. So as the expert here, Peter, who do you think is favored in game 1?
So, I believe they know the matchup, which helps a lot for Jordi.
Yes.
There's a lot of situations where you just don't have a direction to graveyard hate in the main board, just depending on having a regular good opening hand. But knowing the matchup, you can mulligan 2 hands that actually do have fast access to graveyard hate. And I think it should be, overall the match should be in favor of Jordi.
Yes.
Just on the lands deck, they have so much graveyard hate, and they don't necessarily die to your creatures.
That's true, because the bangers he has are, he has 2 Raffen Mikeys, he has, of course, a Archon and a Trexa. So these, and 4 Grizzlebands. Me and Rob was talking about it last game, that Reanimator has to play so many big boys right now because you don't have the Entube anymore.
Yeah, you don't get to get away with just having like 3 creatures in your deck. Go with that. So they have to play a lot of them, and we've seen the numbers of Rafa Mikeys go up and down as people are like, they're really good in the unfair metagame because you just win faster, but then against fair decks that have removal for it, like Jordi has a Carcass in his deck. If you have access to that, certainly your card does nothing.
Then Atraxa and Archon are like the prime, because then you still do something.
Yeah, or if there's no pressure in your life total, of course, the Gristlebrand.
Yeah.
Drawing your deck and like.
You usually win when you draw 7 cards.
Usually, not always, but usually.
Usually is the keyword.
I had an opponent draw 20 cards versus me yesterday, and they just didn't find the cards they needed. So
damn, there was a Tamio ult, right?
No, there was 2 Atraxas.
Atraxas, not enough gas, damn.
Yeah.
So here we'll see I would assume, because Jordi knows the matchup, that he's aggressively mulliganing, because one of the powers of playing deck like lands is the ability. You have so much mana. You can always do something.
Yeah, it's basically, you know that you're like, I think 90% of his deck is pretty replaceable, and he knows that 10% of his cards of his main board cards are just very good here. And I was just going to say,
as foretold, a good fist bump between friends, and turn 1, your deck is off.
Yeah, I was reviewing the deck he submitted today, and he has this one Grafdigger's Cage as an Earth Saga target in his main board.
It makes sense. It's super good, and it randomly is good against Karn Forge as well, because then they can't play off Mystic Forge.
Yeah, so it just does a lot, and sometimes you know the matchup, and you know you can mulligan to certain cards, just as this Grafdigger's Cage. And I think it's very interesting to see what Sebastian's plan will be.
And he is discarding, I don't know.
That's an Animate Dead.
An Animate Dead, yeah. So his plan was to go the old-fashioned way, draw up to 8 and discard, which now seems like a horrible plan against this impending 2020, which will come this end step, I believe.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see what Sebastian's mainboard plan against a Cage here is. Because I'm looking at this deck list. We can, of course,
Dark Ritual,
get to a point where we're indeed like just hard casting things.
Yes,
but
his plan is going to game 2 as the biggest creature known to Magic slaps him in the face.
Yeah, just Jordi mulliganing to 5 and then keeping a turn 1 Grafdigger's Cage into just the natural Dark Depths combo.
Yeah,
that's what you want to see. You know, he's not beating it in the main board. So definitely worthwhile mulligans.
Yes, that it is, but it's like, what is the counter for Sebastian? he can't like mulligan for unlimited dark rituals.
No, you just have to hope that they're not mulliganing to something you can't deal with. So the one of Grafdigger's case, he cannot mulligan to exactly that card. So you have to hope it's a crop rotation that he keeps.
Yes.
And then you discard him. And
then you Bajuka Bog, and then you can keep playing. But the Grafdigger cage is like, we are game 2. You pack it up.
Yeah, there's just nothing to do against that. I'm kind of interested. He was still playing a couple of turns. Maybe if you get a lot of time and do get to the Dark Ritual state, maybe. But it's so unlikely.
So hard, and you cannot cast Atraxa, you cannot cast Mikey, and you cannot cast Coma. You can only cast Griselbrand.
I believe there are Lotus Petals in the deck.
Petals.
Yeah, so cards like Rafa Mikey are doable.
Okay,
Maybe.
you just need lot of lands, Dark Ritual, and two of the Lotus Petal.
Yeah, you have some red mana, I believe, or list. I see. Yeah, because we have Stronghold Gambits in the sideboard as well. There's Badlands. So the Rafa Mikey maybe.
maybe on the biggest of copium, you can get to 7 mana and kill your opponent. But like, if the land player hasn't won or like locked you out, then what are they doing with it?
Well, then maybe they mulligan to an unkeepable hand.
And one graphic, but it seems very unlikely for me that he would be able to get beat that cage.
Yeah, but now it becomes the interesting part because now we're going into game 2 and
tell me what changes for both decks.
Yeah, so this all the Reanimator variants we see at the moment, they all have ways to get around Graveyard Hate. And for this lands deck, Graveyard Hate is like the number one thing, access how they interact with you. So Sebastian's getting 4 Stronghold Gambits and 4 Show and Tells.
Yes, and I assume he goes to Ancient Tubes as well.
Yeah, just to cast the Show and Tells, because you don't have that much mana in your deck. So I believe those are coming in as well. And then, just the lands don't have creatures. Just these Strongholds Gambits are almost always hitting. There's 2 Endurance in the sideboard. And
1 Explorer, Nitadil.
Actually, the card isn't good in the matchup, but I would probably board it in as shorty.
Yes, for sure. So you have hope that if he goes for the Gambit, you have the Explorer like, no, my guy, not yours.
So if you just randomly have a creature in your hand, you know that 4 of their 8 sideboard dukes are just not working. So I would certainly board it in. There's enough stuff you probably don't need in your main board.
Yes, and you don't. Purely, you just go the 2 Endurance and the Explorer, and then you shave some of the.
Yeah, and I guess my question is, do you board in an additional Disruptor Flute? Like they're an A and B combo deck, but they have so many
B's,
so many A's or B's. I mean, like they're enablers. They have so many of them. So it's just like maybe if you board in creatures and you just make sure the show and tells are slow enough.
Yeah,
that's a plan you can do.
That can be a time because lands often gets quick 2 mana, so you can. Just you go Disruptive Flute on Show and Tell to slow down the Reanimator, and then you can go the other one on Stronghold's Gambit if you draw 2, and just coast from there. That makes sense to me that he would have for take in those.
Did the additional flute, probably, and then I would board in the creature. I don't think Force of Vigor is worth it. Like in the main deck, it hits enemy dead, but they're trimming those for sure. Like you usually trim either your Reanimates or Animate deads based on. Is my life total under threat?
Yes, and in this, it certainly is not.
No, your mana is under threat, maybe. So you want to reanimate, and
I think the battle will not be won by some dinky Karn robots punching for 2 or 3 or something.
No, probably not. And we see these barrel guys from Sebastian's sideboards. If these players played a lot against each other, you could at some point get to a point where. I know you're sideboarding so aggressively that I can actually win a game with a creature, but normally I would never do it. We've played so many times now. I know it's good.
It doesn't seem like this is the matchup, but I just want to give a shout out to Sebastian. How clean is this sideboard? 3 of 3 of 4 of 4 of. Mwah, beautiful. I love it.
You know what you want to do and you're showing it.
Yes.
It's like, yes, we're dodging Graveyard Hate. We're putting these in, and then we want a couple of barrel guys because Wydell.
That card is crazy good.
Yeah.
If not for the car, it's probably the best 3-drop, like generic power level 3-drop in the game right now.
For sure. And the matchups where it's good is just the ability to reanimate and animate that card against like the tempo decks that they counter it, and then you just reanimate it.
Now it only costs 1.
Yeah, so good.
And it's so crazy that they gave it lifelink and death touch. He tussles with the best of them and gets you back in the game.
Yeah, and just that triggered ability to fill your graveyard.
That's so important. It becomes bigger or you get gas. It's like win-win no matter what. It's awesome. So here we see both players drawing up their 7. None of them have mulligan yet, and Sebastian Lee is taking a mulligan and is definitely on the play for after losing the first round.
Yeah, for sure. It's kind of interesting. I don't think the Reanimator list mulligans that much post-board, because you just need to find your cards.
Yeah.
But your mana base is not the most consistent sometimes, so maybe you're like, no, I need to be fast enough, so I do have to dig for the right cards.
Yes, because against a deck like lands, it's very often that your mana is constantly under attack, especially since you know he's probably going to go up on Ikitil Explorer, so that's another way to recur cards from the graveyard to constantly destroy your lands. He's playing 3 swamps, so he's kind of protected against Ghost Quarters, but enough Ghost Quarters will get there.
Yeah, I think you have a lot of fetches. You have these swamps to get, but also you do need to get your blue mana for Show and Tell. You do need your for Stronghold Gambit. So how many swamps can you fetch before you just
and you need green mana?
Yeah,
that is the crucial part, because I think, as you pointed out, the game going slower favors Georgie so much. If it were like a bar, for every turn it gradually goes towards Georgie.
Yeah, I think that's definitely true, because he just gets more and more tools to deal with stuff. Like at some point, if there's a Caracas in play, a lot of the things you want to show and tell into play just don't win the game anymore. And you get through it. I'm actually looking at what Sebastian's answers to Caracas are. I think it's just getting an Archon into play or a Coma. Just hitting those 3 fatties. And that's where you really see the lack of Entomb showing up.
Yes.
Or in this case, of course, when you show and tell, you just don't get to select what you have anyway. But yeah, if Jordi gets access to a Carcass at some point, it becomes a lot harder.
Yeah, because he is playing 3-color-ish, and we can't have Wasteland in this deck.
No, yeah, there's no room to answer it, and that's what you get. You want these 4 show and tells, you want these 4 Stronghold Gambits in your sideboard, and you don't have room for like a Pitting Needle or Wasteland or anything like that.
So it feels like he has decided he wants to be the problem. He wants to present the threats and say to your opponent, you have to deal with this.
Yeah, do you have it?
And the Lance deck is very equipped for this specific matchup to deal with the problems. Because you need mana and you need Show and Tell or Stronghold's Gambit and enough mana to get it in and hope they don't have Caracas.
Yeah. And of course you can win through Caracas. It just becomes a lot harder, especially post-board when you're relying more on these higher mana cost spells on average.
Yes.
So you're more likely to get a Wasteland out of it, or you need a load spell to go for it. So if it gets bounced, you need to like reassemble what you're doing.
Yes. And here we see one of those extremely beautiful swamps going on. Sebastian simply keeps 5s and pass the turn.
Yeah, so it's down to 5 for Sebastian. It's not ideal for him, of course, but he's a combo deck. He just wants to have this A and B and say, do you have an answer for me?
And sometimes going a little slower can be fine. He knows that he will have more mana next turn, because there's no way he can play all Ghost Quarter him 3 times this turn.
No, for sure. That would be a bit much.
That would have been crazy if he finds a way to do it. I will be very impressed. But he knows that he is going to do something next turn, but he just needs 1 more mana, so he has to take it slow. And then you start with the swamp, so you know that your mana is safe.
Yeah, now it's you already kept the 7. So what did you keep? Like, is this a fast flute hand? Well, apparently not. We're on just 1 land.
Yeah, Boose and pass. And there we have another beautiful swamp, and this Ghost Quarter is looking better by the minute. Yeah. Those are extremely pretty, by the way.
If I see this from your side as Sebastian, I'm like, that looks like a graveyard. interaction hand.
Yes, it looks definitely
This is not
green one called crop rotation.
Crop rotation for sure, but like crop rotation, endurance, those are the kind of cards when they don't lead on anything explosives.
Yeah.
They're like, okay, you have one of those cards, but those don't work against Stronghold Gambit or Show and Tell.
Endurance do against
Stronghold Gambit for sure. Yeah, okay.
Yes. So what is Sebastian's plan of attack with this information? Because most certainly Jordi has some form of way to stop. And here we see 3 mana. It's actually
He did bring them in, yeah.
This level they are played so much, so we're gone to the next level that the Bargoys are good again because you just need more threats in the deck.
Yeah, this just did you do you have access to your Maze of It? Did you board it out because you don't think it's interesting to stop my attacking creature? You probably didn't board it out, but it's like, okay, if you have Graveyard Hate in your hand, maybe you don't have access to your Maze of It.
Yeah, and right now it's a mighty 1/2. There are very few cards in the graveyard. And now we see Once Upon a Time, which actually is Jordi's first spell. He simply played 2 lands and passed. What do you think he's hoping to find here?
I think one of the cards would be Endurance.
Yes.
Because as long as the Baraglyph is this small, it actually trades for an Endurance. So Jordi can select not to grow his own graveyard, and then by enduring Sebastian's graveyard, you know the Baraglyph is just a manageable size.
Yes. He goes for Ursa Saga, which might be a slow but a good way to victory, because you can get your Graveyard Hate, and you get threats to tussle with this Goyf, which is now 2 power.
Yeah, the issue here is that now Sebastian has a free way to fill the graveyard.
Yes.
So you run into this are there multiple Baraglyphs? Then you run into issues.
That could be scary.
Or is there some leftover reanimate effects? Since now there's a free way to fill the graveyard. And if there's a free way to fill the graveyard, now you're just 1-for-1ing with your reanimate.
Yes, then it's good.
Yeah, now it's not like I had to set it up and then reanimate. Now it's just, there's a creature already. Reanimate, okay, you have to endurance or you have to crop rotation, and that's a good exchange.
True, that's what happened. We're seeing so now Jordi is like, yeah, this Baraglyph, he's gonna become big. I don't care. No. But this little spawn is probably just gonna chump block it, and there we see an endurance. For surely that has to be the pick, right?
Yeah, it kind of depends on his hand. He does have a Decimus stage already, so maybe this is just, I have to go for a fast Dark Depths.
That's true, because does he has any way to deal with a fast Depths?
No, it would be have to be an Archon, but assuming the Depths just comes out end of turn, it would be very hard. So maybe then that's a line you go for, but it really depends on Jordi's hand and what he feels like he has to interact.
Yes, because this turn, the Goyf having lifelink here will be very important, because this turn he can block the Goyf and sacrifice the spawn, not taking any life. Next turn he can play Dark Depths if he chose to pick it, but then the Goyf will connect, making Marit-Lage at 2 turn clock, which opens it up to a Archon shenanigans in some way.
Yeah, and then you also get into a situation where there's just an Atraxa blocking it for a while and something like that. It's interesting because Jordi now filled this graveyard. That endurance he picked up is actually not that useful against this Baraglyph anymore, assuming Sebastian can play spells.
Yes.
Like if it's just a petal in his graveyard, then Jordi can reset his own if it's needed.
Yes. So I think, did you catch what he think? I think it was the endurance.
Yeah, he did pick up the endurance.
And it's most likely, I think it's to be Stronghold's Gambit protection. He will keep it in hand and just try to find a way to maneuver through this Goyf.
Yeah, so it's interesting. I think, I'm not sure if it's a Boseiju or Javimaya, that's the first land that Jordi played.
I think that is a Boseiju. I think it's like the Tender Art. So he's struggling a little with green mana right now.
Yeah, so if there was a Boseiju, there was an angle to just play the endurance here, rather than block with the spawn. But if it's if it's a Javimaya with the
Reanimator, here's the show and tell. What did you bring to show and tell this time, Sebastian? Because this is so interesting, because he knows all his spell will resolve. So you just need to figure out what is the best thing to put in.
Yeah, and Jordi is just like, okay, can I do something scarier than you?
Yes.
Like, if you have a Carcass, great, they just probably draw a lot of cards, but then you have to close the game fast.
Yeah.
But what if he puts in Dark Depths now? can he get to a point where just haste Dark Depths with a skateboard on it?
That's true, because if he picked Dark Depths, this show and tell would be so much scarier. It's the Iquitel Explorer, which is going to die to the Archon of Cruelty.
Yeah, this is really bad news for Jordi. So he was hoping to get these more lands out of the graveyard with the Ice-Steel Explorer and then just go for a Dark Depths, probably. But now with Archon being the show and tell target, this is a big problem for Jordi.
Yes, now we have actually a very good way to victory, which is very good against Caracas and Maze of It, because you get the attack trigger.
Yeah, now there's actually a big issue for Jordi. And like we said earlier, indeed with the Caracas, but also all the ways Jordi has to try and protect himself. Like you said, Maze of It is not that great. Blocking with Mark Lage, it can be done, but it's also not ideal in this stage.
Yes. So now this game has gone very well for Sebastian. He's now not within Archon range, but interesting. I think he did not connect with the Goyf. This was the second Memphis. My apologies. Yes, but this Goyf is looking like a really good card. His matchup is a 6 power and is like threatening to go ham on Jordi's life total.
Yeah, now it's not a question about can I deal with this Archon, but because there's also the Goyf, now Jordi has to not only deal with the Archon issue, but also find a way to actually win, because there's still this Barrel Goyf. Like if you deal with problem A, there's problem B. So you need to solve problem A, but also win, probably.
And here we see Busager and...
So now it's Javimaya, a Wasteland, and the Dark Depths going to your hand.
Yes.
So now Jordi has a lot more green mana, which helps him a lot, of course.
Yes, but we're still under very much pressure of this. So this construct is probably on chump block duty, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. And also, this is the issue when Lance doesn't have an exploration.
Yes.
Like, you're doing a lot of things, but it's not really...
He has Cabal Therapy, and he knows... No, wait, what is he naming here? Because he cannot name lands.
He can name the endurance, he knows
Yes, he knows about the endurance.
Yeah, but that's just getting information. I don't think that Cabal Therapy was really important, necessarily, but you want to know what you have to play around.
Yes, and here we see the Force of Vigor actually sided in. He actually wanted the Force of Vigor in. Why do you think that?
This might be a case of having a green count for the endurances.
So he just needs enough green spells.
Yeah, that's something that's like what I can see here. I'm not actually sure what he's trying to hit with it. Like I said, you can sometimes hit a animate that, but that would be my first board out as Sebastian.
Yes, when we are on the Goyf show and tell gambit plan.
And I don't actually see any other targets. So I think this is just Jordi saying I need green cards for my endurances.
Okay, so not the cleanest sideboard putting in relatively dead cards with the only ability that they are green, but it chose to keep it in hand and discarding the Wasteland instead. That's very curious. Why do you think he wanted to do that?
I'm actually not sure. So he discarded the endurance and then there's Force of Vigor.
Yes, he has he has the Force of Vigor, the Dark Depths, and an unknown card which I did not catch. And he discarded to the Archon trigger the Wasteland.
Yeah, that's actually very interesting. So he still values having a green card in his hand, or he thinks there's something Sebastian boards in that he has to play through. But
yes,
yeah, as we have open deck lists, it's always a very nice advantage that players don't have.
We can do better plays when we know exactly what the threats are.
Yeah, so maybe Jordi is just worried about a pitting needle or something like that.
That's true. That could be a relatively easy card for the Reanimator to play. So even though they're friends, they probably haven't shared each other's list.
No, seeing that Force of Vigor makes me think maybe not.
Yes, but it's so cool that the level is so high that we went from just going show and tell strongholds. We actually need the Goyf to present just enough threats to get through this army of lands, stopping us from winning.
Yeah, I think Sebastian drew this very well, but also Jordi looks a bit unprepared for this plan. And
yes,
that's not just a player. That's not a player issue. That's just also the Lance deck.
Yes,
Lance is historically not that great against spell-based combo, and by having this show and tell, you're become a bit more of a spell-based combo than Reanimator usually is.
That is very interesting. So this Saga token bravely went in front of the humongous Barrow-Goyf, putting Sebastian at a still within a 2-turn kill of Marit Lage, but keeping Jordi alive, only taking 9 damage from the Archon.
Yeah, his life total is starting to look very rough. I believe he has to do something with Merit Lage, blocking the Archon.
Yes, we have to go to 2 and because we have to make Merit Lage after the trigger and just accept the Goyf face beatdown.
Yeah, hopefully for him he has a way to get either enough mana to get this token out as well,
yes.
Or maybe he can find the Maze of It. Like that would be ideal. Just make the 2020 to deal with the Archon and the Maze of It to deal with the
Yes.
Barrow-Goyf.
So this Ursa Saga, is he going to make a map?
Yeah, so I think this is him saying, okay, I make a blocker for the Barrow-Goyf. I'm going to search Expedition map and get a Maze of It, I guess.
But the blocker would die before blocks.
Does he have an answer to the Archon then?
Because he could have played Marit Lage this turn. And taken 6, which is not great, but you're still alive.
No, you would also lose 3 from the Archon trigger, so...
Right, that's right.
He does need an answer to the Barrow-Goyf. My question is now, does he indeed have a way for this Barrow-Goyf to... for this construct to survive, as you said, this edict effect coming in from the Archon?
Yes, I completely forgot that Dark Depths is not an out for this. So we have a land for turn, we search up a expedition map, but are we not just dead on board? Yeah, no. And we are, and we already realized.
He's making the Dark Depths and he's like, oh wait.
Oh yeah, no, he just fixed his graveyard.
Oh.
So I'm very interested, what is his plan here? What can he have not to die to the combination of 2 lethal attackers plus a lightning bolt to the face?
I'm trying to see here if there's anything that he has that actually stops one of these. It could still be the crop rotation, but he just doesn't have it.
No, he's just making his friend play it out, I think.
Yeah.
Is the out a missed trigger on the Archon?
Or maybe the out is you don't see that I'm dead and you only attack with one of your creatures.
I'm like, but I don't want to lose my creature to Stronghold's Gambit. Do we need more?
Sebastian really wants to win this.
Yeah. And there is the dangerous Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles duo coming in, doing the Mykin Raphael trigger first. We get a... What the...
It's a coma.
That's the coma attacking. The limited banger from... not Kaladesh. What is it called again? Kaldheim.
Yeah, it's just a very nasty hexproof threat that goes through whatever your opponent is trying to do. But I think Sebastian is unnecessarily showing cards here, but
yes,
he's like, Jordi is still playing it out. Maybe he has something I'm not seeing. And let's just get this Reanimator in and let's just make sure that he's dead.
Yes, because I would assume that he's just dead to the 2 creatures. So, but since he's your buddy and you're like, it's fine, I just want to kill you because it's cool on the camera.
I mean, they know each other from tournaments, but they both really want to be in the top 8.
Yes, of course.
They will still be like...
Yeah, they have like that's the sad and the great thing about playing your friends is like, you always get like the friendly rivalry. But when you lose, you know that your friend is ascending and maybe they take the whole event down. Then it doesn't feel so bad, losing the top 8.
True. But yeah, I don't think either of them will be happy taking the loss.
No.
Okay,
this is like, they seem like competitive players, but they seem like they're smiling and having a great time anyways, which is very important as this is still a game at the end of the day.
For sure. I'm very curious what Jordi is changing here.
Yes, I think he maybe thought Sebastian was sideboarding in a certain way and changed his mind. Because now, when he has seen the Barrow-Goyf, he probably needs to attack the deck in another way.
Yeah, he's seen the Barrow-Goyfs, he's seen these, just to show, he should assume probably the show and tell plan, but now also the Barrow-Goyfs, so maybe this is him saying like, okay, I have these dismembers in my sideboard.
Yeah.
Maybe that's a way to deal with the Barrow-Goyfs and just not be as cold to them.
True. Or maybe he's just trying to go take out like Force of Vigor and just trying to, now he's on the play. trying to just make a big 2020 fast and kill him.
Could certainly be the case. It'll be interesting to see how this plays out because that game certainly did not look good for Jordi.
No, they did. The Bargoth looked so commanding, and it was also, as we noticed from Sebastian, from swamp, petal, Goyf.
Yeah.
And that was enough to get there.
Yeah, and then we had, I believe, a second pedal show and tell.
Yes.
Just my mana base is untouched.
Yes.
I'm doing stuff that you can't really interact with your deck. And that looks very clean. So I'm interested to see what Jordi's plan is here and whether he's just like, okay, maybe I don't have good interaction versus show and tell, and I just go for a fast Dark Depths.
Yes, or maybe for fast ways to destroy his mana, because maybe he will not mulligan as aggressive because he knows the graveyard is contested, that he can try to mulligan for a more explosive, proactive hand with explores and other ways to loop land interaction.
Yeah, I think that is a good point. I still think that the Reanimator deck, even with the show and tell, it's still quite low to the ground. So I don't think you can rely on your mana.
Okay.
So it's like, it's nice if it happens.
Yes.
But keeping a hand based on mana denial against a deck that's just like, I have Lotus Petals and I can just get through it.
Especially since we're assuming he's picking in the 4 Ancient Tubes, so he could just go fetch, get the swamp, and then turn to go for the kill.
Yeah. And whether it's just, oh, I have a Barrogoyf. Anyway, this issue. Yeah.
1-2 Barrogoyf was good enough.
Yeah. You already made it a lot bigger.
Yeah, he made it a lot bigger. He helped it. He took him to the give, gave him his pro tip, and the Goyf was like, yeah, I'm ready to rumble. It seems like both players are keeping 7. At least Jordi looks like he's keeping 7. He's taking a note of something.
Yeah,
which is allowed, which is very smart to do when you have enough time to do it.
Yeah, when you're like, oh, there's something I should remind myself of, or I should be wary of, just write it down.
Yeah, it's free. It's free, guys. Oh, it's 16 minutes on the clock, but both of these decks are fast enough to get a win within that time, so I wouldn't be scared of a draw happening.
No, Lance is prone to getting draws usually, but not in these kind of matchups.
Yeah, not in this matchup, and maybe he will see I'm dead in 3 turns and concede if it's locked up and he has answered every threat.
Yeah, like if in those you have 2 more turns kind of deal, it's still like, well, if I make it 20-20, that's still plenty of time.
And Sebastian might be happy with a draw anyway, because 5-1-1 might get him in.
That's true. No, 60 minutes should be plenty for them.
It will not be the last game we saw where the current champion, I think, attacked 12 turns to get the win.
Nice. Was it with a goblin or?
It was with a goblin with a kick-ass skateboard and his girlfriend Emery coming in doing the last points of damage.
Emery doing a kickflip.
Yeah. And out of the water, the goblin is pogging. He's so impressed. That was not very legacy, I would say. That game, it felt very like fundamentals and combat math. And
I've been beating players down with 1-1s a lot this weekend. It's
that's awesome, Peter. I hope you continue to do it.
Not today.
Not today. No. You're stuck here, and I love to see the friendly bloom. And here we see what I was talking about: more explosive hands. Maybe he doesn't have a way to touch the graveyard at all.
Yeah, but this is just if Jordi
has everything.
If Jordi just has a fast draw, then Sebastian's like more fair game plan might just not be quick enough, and that's probably what you try to do with this kind of hand. Like, okay, now I have a Saga. Next turn, I make my first token.
Yes,
you have to do something quick, and it has to win through quite a lot of pressure.
Yes. I think Jordi just had what we call in the business a snap keep. Explore, Green, Saga, and Graft Digger Cage. I mean, the last 3 cards can be... you're keeping those 4.
He would like another land.
Yes.
And that's like the only thing I would say, well, if you don't have a 3rd land here, so you can activate the Saga, that would be like a reason to be like, it's not that snap of a keep.
Okay, fair. Me, the reckless player, would keep it. My deck is called Lance. Of course, I'm gonna draw it. But as you pointed out there, Peter, it seems like he cannot make a guy because he drew. He has only interaction in his hand. What would you name on this flute?
I'm going to guess this is... He's seen a red land, so probably Stronghold Gambit.
Yes. I think also that is the best thing, because show and tell, you get something when they do it, and that's much easier. With Stronghold Gambit, you need the creature in hand.
Yeah.
So here we see Thoughtseize.
Like, the reason to be shown telling is if you have a creature in hand, like he has. So maybe.
But here we see this. Jordi had like a very good keep here. He will get... what do you think he will get of the Saga? Because the map is already in hand.
Yeah, so it's interesting because he doesn't have that much mana. Normally, in this situation, of course, you try to go for tokens and skateboard.
Yes.
But in this case, with this few lands, he already has the graveyard covered.
Yes.
He already has the map. So what's left for him that's actually good?
He has a very important card. He has a...
is it a Pitting Needle?
No, he has... What is the name of the card? I'm blanking. It is the Dredge card. It's Life from the Loam. So the Saga will die. He will make a mana. And then he will be able to start dredging. And then this Explore will start popping off.
Yeah. And we see here, because Jordi has a Pitting Needle in his deck, Sebastian wisely fetching in response, just in case there's a Pitting Needle still around, post board.
Yes. It would feel very bad to have all your fetches be dead, especially when you want to get a survey land and get a look at the top.
Yeah, for sure. So I'm guessing he could still get Pitting Needle if he wants to name one of the creatures like Gristlebrand, just to make it loss.
So it's just a big lifelink here.
Yeah, but I'm guessing it's better just to get the skateboard into play.
Yeah, so you have it, and then Maritlage plus 1 mana kills your opponent very fast.
Then again, he's very far from doing any of that.
Yes. We are on the slow dredge plan. And we see a surveil to the graveyard, and it's a fetch land.
Yeah, so just a polluted delta, definitely not what Sebastian was looking for.
No.
Now Jordi, 1 mana floating, searching for something. If he hasn't drawn a land this turn, it's still very awkward to be loaming your 1 Saga back.
Yes, it's not great. But you start the ball rolling, because the dredge could be anything. It could be 3 more lands.
Yeah, if he finds a fetch land, a crop rotation, anything like that from the top, to just
then it's golden.
Church and go from there.
Then it will not take many turns for him presenting a Maritlage.
No, for sure. But
he called for a diamond.
So that means he drew a land for turn.
Yes, for sure. Or else this makes no sense.
Yeah, so he drew a land for turn and now getting back 2 lands with the loam.
Oh, and it's a Caracas as well. That's what we like to call money.
Yeah. So this Saga is in the graveyard to target with this loam.
Yes. It is. I think Jordi might just do a little shortcut. He's like, wait, where's my other land?
Yeah.
There you go. It's there. It's fine.
Yeah.
And now we can go both of them into play. And now the advantage bar is heavily in Jordi's favor, because he has Stronghold's Gambit locked up. He has the graveyard locked up. He has a Caracas in play, and there's no wasteland. What does Sebastian do from here? Are we back to Goif beats? This is our on the way?
I think we're back to, if my show and tell target is an Archon, I can still do pretty well here.
Archon is the way.
Archon and Coma are the 2 that just win through the Caracas.
Yes, but soon we will get enough mana to bounce Coma.
Yeah.
Because of the Explore. It all depends on what this life is loaming.
Yeah.
Because if it's just like not lands, then we kind of have to wait for the Saga to die to do something.
Yeah, then we get in this spot like, do you make a token or...
Okay, so he did not name Stronghold's Gambit.
So Jordi had a Endurance in his hand.
Yes, so he probably named Show that.
So he named the Show and Tell, and then Sebastian immediately followed up with the Thoughtseize and took the Endurance. So I believe Jordi's actually Hellbent right now.
Yes, he has no cards in hand.
So this is just, well, here's something very annoying.
What would be the best thing to put in now? Raf and Mikey?
No, there's
Caracas. Caracas is in play. Probably was testing you, Peter.
it's probably the Gristlebrand.
Yes.
But you'll probably be fine with Archon or Coma as well. And
yes.
The Trafka is not as great, of course, but...
Yes. So is this a new a way to play Reanimator, because I played Reanimator long back. I played it when you could play Reanimator Grief, and then you would have your Show and Tell in the sideboard. But when did Stronghold's Gambit become a popular card to play?
Yeah, so it saw some play in the past as well, just like as a good card that dodges graveyard hate. But I believe it was after the Entomb ban that it got more popular. But
okay.
You could certainly suddenly not have a good I'm just a tempo deck post board.
Yes.
Because you have way more slots to use and you had to play more creatures.
Yes.
So now you're creature heavy and you have to go with it.
And I think also this is a meta where there are a lot of opponents who doesn't have creatures in their hand. Back when you had your Goyfs and you had your Griefs and your Frogs. I don't want to be Stronghold's Gambit, giving them free Frog or Grief. So it was an Atraxa, but this was quite a good one. It seems it has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different types plus land.
Yeah, so we see, I believe, a Petal, a Dark Ritual, a Barrogoyf, the Fatalist Looting, I think the red card.
That makes sense. It's very red.
It's red, but I'm not sure. I think it's Fatalist Looting.
Yes, I don't think it is Stronghold's Gambit. And as we noted, the Goyf is like the way we get some progress in this game, because this Atraxa is going to go back to hand. And now Jordi is just like, sorry, buddy, I just need to write down what you got.
Yeah. You'll see it soon enough, I think, because that Ancient Tomb and that Petal.
Yeah, the Goyf is probably going to play this turn.
Yeah.
Ancient Tomb, Petal.
And this means that Bastiaan's just ahead of that Urza Saga.
Yes.
Like there was a bit of a tension, like is this Urza Saga just going to take over? Jordi took a couple of extra turns because he had to loam. Before he got some mana online, and now it's like, okay, now you're so far behind on this fair plan.
Yes, because this Goyf is huge. If he would have had 2 constructs, there might be a way to like double block it and kill it. But now it's so big and it's keep getting bigger. I don't know if 2 constructs might be able to tussle with it.
Yeah, no, I think for Jordi now, he still has this map in play.
Yes.
So I believe this is going towards, I'm going to have to get my Maze of it.
Yes.
And just not attack with constructs. That is not the plan I'm doing right now. That's my guess.
Yes. So obviously we would low to see if we could just free roll the Maze of it. And I think if he has it, he surely cracks the map this turn.
Yeah. Or he's just saying, I can take a hit or 2.
That's true. You can go to the casino.
Yeah.
You can get lucky. But if I were Jordi, I would very much not like to be touched by that Goyf. Here we see tapping 2 mana, most likely an activation of the map. No, he's gonna play. He's gonna play low before. Maybe he doesn't have the Mace of Ith, but that seems so weird to me when you know your opponent went on the Goyf plan. And it's only 1 slot.
It's so easy to get it. No, I suspect he first wants to get more lands, just to have more mana available.
Yes.
And then he has 2 land drops here, so maybe he just makes 1 land drop, then maps for it. Or, like I said, maybe he's like, I can take a hit.
Yes, he can also... He was going to loam anyway, so I think he's going to play Wasteland, Waste Ancient Tomb, use the 2 remaining mana for the map and then the Mace of Ith, because he's only used 1 land slot.
Yeah. He's going after the Ancient Tomb indeed, just to make sure that there's not too much mana going on, because that at some point Sebastian can play the Show and Tells even through the flute.
But he did not activate the map. Is he playing for Martlage, or do you simply think he doesn't have it in the deck?
I would be very surprised if the Maze of it is not in there. My guess is he's indeed thinking, I need a bigger plan than just answering this Goyf.
Yes, because you already have half of the 2 lands. You just need to find the other one. And when you're dredging, it can be quite quick to find the second piece.
Yeah, and you have to assume that Sebastian doesn't have a lot of answers to your Merit Lage.
Yes.
Especially if you make it in combat, so you at least get a block on that Barrogoyf.
Yeah, so I think you correctly identified, Peter, that Jordi said, I can take a hit.
Yeah.
He can take 1.
Yeah.
One is free. And here's the looting, as you pointed out. what will go to the graveyard?
A lot of options.
It's a flat hand.
He knows he's not getting anything back from the graveyard, but he can at least dump him there.
Yes, selection is king when you're looking for power. And in the timer is ticking down. It's only 3 minutes left in this very exciting game.
It could actually become quite a grindy one.
Yes.
Because with this Caracas, there aren't easy ways for Sebastian to just go over the top. He's reliant on which fatties he draws to throw into play.
Let us see. Coif connects. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So a Griselbrand and a Stronghold's Gambits are the most important thing that enter the graveyard.
Yeah, Jordi's like, okay, that's one less.
Yeah, that must be good, because we can see that Jordi starts to loop these wastelands. And here we see the map end of turn.
So we're going for the end of turn map, despite having a land drop available last turn, I believe,
Maybe he just needed to know what his opponent...
It is the maze of it.
Why is he doing it? Maybe he forgot he had an extra land up.
Maybe, or we're missing something.
Yes.
No,
We are not the 4 and 1/1 land player. And they are. I'm pretty sure that these players are both aware of the time, so he might just have been stressed.
That could also certainly
because you see, he has picked up the pace rather quickly right now. There's probably just gonna be another diamond, get the mana going, because we need this Maze of It to deal, and we just need to start getting threats into play.
Yeah, his plan now is just wasteland you every turn.
Yes.
Deal with the Goif.
Oh, I think he waited because he wanted to see if Sebastian had a land in hand.
That could be the case.
Because now he knows that this wasteland is a very good get myself a lot of turns.
Yeah, but he has to, like you pointed out, the time is running out. He can't just sit on recurring wastelands forever.
Yes, and now we have an undestroyable wasteland. Dark Ritual. What is Sebastian going to cast of this?
This is also not wastelandable.
Immune.
So we're...
No, we cannot... Did he flash back? No, you can't.
Can you?
I don't think you can flashback, because I played a very interesting game where I played Mystic Forge and I used...
And cast spells from graveyard. No, that's not a legal play.
Yes, so sadly, this is an illegal play by Sebastian, but we'll see if they change anything. We'll just keep on playing. Anyways, do you know what you can do against a Grafdigger's Cage? You can unearth, because that is an ability on not a creature. So against my opponent's Grafdigger's Cage, I unearthed my Mishra's research desk.
Yeah.
Because that is not affected by the ability. So it seems like our crew. Now he saw the eyes on Sebastian. He was like
hidden behind the.
Yes, that these players have been playing great. But one thing I don't like, they just stack stuff on top of each other.
Yeah, so sometimes the board state gets a bit.
They get clumped up. So I'm not blaming them to try to efficiently use their space, but I feel like presenting a board state is also a way of communicating with your opponent.
For sure.
And just putting different things on top of each other doesn't make sense to me, because double diamond makes sense. It's a diamond. If you had more explorers, you could make an explore pile. But
what I'm expecting, like usually you're very aware of what's going on in the game when you're on Reanimator. Like, okay, the graveyard is locked out.
Yes.
But because Sebastian is probably bored out almost entirely of his graveyard hate, he probably went, oh, that card doesn't matter.
Yes, or he simply just got overloaded with the information from the Atraxa. He had 5 cards added to his hand, and maybe he just shortcutted to, I can't reanimate.
Yeah.
Not, I can't cast spells from the graveyard.
And we also shouldn't forget, the time is running down. They're trying to pick up the pace.
He's playing for top 8.
Yeah.
people make mistakes.
Yeah, for sure. I've made plenty. Yeah.
You do, Peter. It happens, but as I would assume, Jordi pointed on it, and you saw the reaction of Sebastian. Was like, man,
yeah, he like moved the flute, revealing the graphic pages. Sebastian was like, stand. Yeah.
So now their viewers, the judge has come from the main played area, since the stream area is in a different room, and started to now get the story, and we assume that both of the players understand what will happen. So what do you think is going to happen now, Peter?
It's always hard to try to be the judge here, but they have to figure out if this is reversible, or if it's just you both messed up. You both get a warning for
failure to maintain game state, because both Jordi should be tapped the mana and said you can't do that.
Yeah.
Because I click on his own card.
I'm pretty sure because Sebastian looked at the additional cards by resolving the fatalist looting, it's not reversible.
Yes.
And that would mean that they're just both getting
a warning. Yeah.
A warning for failure to maintain game state.
Yes, that makes sense. And it's like, it's often when you're like looking for outs.
I don't think it's failure to maintain game state. Maybe but it's you missed this.
Yes. Yeah.
But whatever they use the ruling.
Yes, it's probably, if they would get different warning, it's probably a slightly more severe warning to Sebastian and a slightly less warning to Jordi, I would think.
Yeah, but it's probably just you messed up. And
yeah, I hope we get a conclusion on this game and it doesn't end right now, because that would be very, very sad. But because the set has been very amazing, it felt very back and forth.
Yeah, this game especially is very interesting. Game 1 and 2 both went heavily one direction.
Yeah.
Like with the Grafdigger's Cage, and we had the
Goyf that just become ginormous and beat them down.
Yeah, and then we have this very close, very grindy game where both people are kind of doing their thing.
Yes.
Like Sebastian put in a fatty. He played the Barogoyf. Jordi has been slowly but surely getting his lands engine online, getting his wastelands going.
Yes, starting to destroy his mana base. He has 2 important lands in play. He has the Mace of Ith and he has the Caracas. So it's like, we need one more Goyf and one more Archon to do something.
Yeah.
Preferably Archon.
Yeah, and Jordi, meanwhile, he knows that he has everything he needs. He has this wasteland to keep going. He has his saga to just overwhelm this Goyf.
Yes.
And he has access, I believe, to Dark Depths somewhere. I'm not sure. He has the stage at least.
Yes, I think he has a stage, but now lacking the Dark Depths because of the map that was used on the Maze of It.
The Maze of It, yes, for sure.
And here we see one of our lovely judges coming to help players resolve. And people at home, when you're playing a tournament, don't be afraid to call the judge. They're there to help you.
Yeah.
To make the game as clean as possible. Mistakes will happen.
Everyone makes mistakes, and even at the highest table, even at the lowest table, it's just mistakes will be made. Just call a judge. Hey, there's something here that probably didn't go as it should have.
Yes.
How do we fix this? And then you just play on.
Yes. Take it on the chin. Every mistake is an opportunity to learn.
Yeah.
And that's how you become a great player. You learn from your mistakes. So if you can get over the hump of it feels bad to make a mistake, there's a lot of EV to be acquired in the long run as a card player.
Yeah, for sure. And sometimes it's just silly things. Earlier today, I drew my first card for the game. It was a sideboard card.
Yeah.
It was game 1. That wasn't.
Me as well. Yeah. So I told my opponent, then I called the judge, and the judge was like, because I was in the very end of the call time and had a very complicated judge call where my opponent would concede, but I made an illegal play, and the judge was like, okay, we have to rewind. And then I was like, okay, but I concede because I know you have the game.
Okay.
Because I managed to lock myself out of the game because I completely forgot that Null Rod is the secret text on Karn.
Oh,
okay. I put Lactis in play. And he had a creature to attack me with, and I had no bridge. I was like, wait, no, I can't do anything. I'm locked.
It's a symmetrical lattice lock.
Yes.
And then you have a 2/2?
Yeah. 3/1 flyer. Good enough to get there when I was on 6 life. So mistakes happen. It's nothing to be embarrassed about. And the judges are always so lovely, trying to make the game as fair as possible.
Yeah. They're here for the players. They're just, okay, how do we best fix this? Is there anything weird we can do to make sure that this game continues as it is now? Or is there something to back up? I don't, like I said, I don't think that...
I think there's too much things have happened.
Yeah.
So even though he shouldn't be allowed to cast a spell, it's like, then we have to go pick up the 2 cards that were discarded, throw your hand, put 2 cards on top of the deck, put the Faithless Looting back in the deck, and that sounds a lot of things to do.
There's also a lot of information that's just being thrown around to both players. Like, you now know the top 2 cards of your deck.
Yes.
Your opponent now knows.
Yes, I think it's a bigger advantage for Jordy to see the hand than it is for him to see the 2 extra cards.
Yeah, probably, but in any case, it's just information that shouldn't be in the game.
Yes,
so
it's I don't think it's reversible from that point onward.
No, but we have some very skilled judges, and I've seen them back up some very complicated board states. So you never know what they come up with.
Yes. So we're just gonna be here hanging with you guys. How's your day been, Peter? Was it nice to get something to eat?
It was nice to get something to eat. It was not nice that I had a lot of time today to do commentary, because that meant I didn't do very well.
It's great to be in the booth, but it's bad to be here. You know, the old LSV, he would go on the mic when he did bad.
They always did the Pro Tour top 8s because he just missed the Yeah.
What a great guy. What a great guy.
Actually, like over the weekend, I had a very good tournament yesterday. Sadly, I had to play the winning in the last round and just didn't get there. But
hey, let's talk more about that afterwards, Peter.
Yeah.
So it seems we are back and something has happened. I would assume that the looting is still in exile. And I think, as you said, that we will not be rewinding.
No, I believe that there's still some discussion going on.
Yes.
What exactly is the solution now? But also, how much time was there left when this happened?
It was like 1 minute.
Yeah, but it's like, okay, now they get an extension, so their clock probably goes back to about a minute.
Yes.
But that's never an exact science.
Because usually you get time back, but it makes sense that you won't get extra time because you are supposed to finish the game within 50 minutes.
Yeah.
So it would be unfair if they got to play for 55 minutes.
Yeah, so depending on how long this judge call takes, they should just get that amount of extra round time. Well, which means that the result is they have 1 minute to finish.
Yes.
Still, and then extra turn.
We are back, Peter. Great. It seems they received 4 additional minutes. Which surely should be enough time to finish this game.
Well, we'll see. There's still a life-linking creature on one side.
It's true. A life-linking creature. We're in Jordy's main phase. The Ursa Saga trigger has ticked up, and that's where we last left off. Here is a wasteland for turn. Destroy the
So that's the first land, and now we're getting the Bajuka boat to just exile the graveyard and passing the turn.
And now the robots will come, because now the graveyard is the Goyf still 5? I don't know.
Nah, we'll find out when. I always say when people are like, "How big is it now?" Like, we'll find out when it matters.
Yeah, that's the correct answer. You don't need to tell your opponent. You can ask them. Read the card.
No, I mean, you could tell me how big it is, but it's usually like, it'll change between now and when it does combat damage or when we go to combat. So we'll just figure it out when we go to combat. Instead of, I just played this Baragoid, how big is it?
Yeah.
You end your turn, how big is it?
Yes, I think if Jordy is considering attacking, I would ask how big it is.
Yeah, at that point you're
because then it matters.
Now I need
But until that point, it doesn't matter. And here we see, is there going to be another showdown? No, it's the Goyf brother. Yeah. So here we have presented a way to win the game. We can now attack. But these constructs, they are huge. She has 6 artifacts. I think they are six.
Five currently. The exploration is not.
Oh yeah, they're 5. But surely he's gonna make another one.
Yeah.
In response to the trigger ticking up.
I think the question is there another artifact in the deck? And I think it would be a Mox Diamond.
Yeah.
Just another one.
So they will be 7, and that's big enough to not only to destroy these goyfs. And you, as the game is now, Jordy has the win because he can just keep making this humongous creature.
Unless something big happens, that's how, where it goes. He also gets to a point where he can just Thespian stage his maze of it and then just have.
Yes, he can have 2 Thespian stage, and then if he takes 3 creatures, he can just get over the goyfs.
Yeah, so the question here is now, can you close before the match ends? Because as we started with, Sebastian would probably like to ID at the start of the
But very interesting, he did not make a man. He has other plans for this mana. He's going for a skateboard and tap a goyf.
I'm very sure that means there's a Merit Lage in the future.
That is the only thing that we have better things to do than playing with our constructs. Maybe he dredged one. He dredged really quickly, so I did not see what he's getting. Okay, let's see.
Using
yes, there it is. So now we have putted the ball in Sebastian's park. What can he do to deal with this Merit Lage?
I must confess, I don't believe there's any instance in this 75.
Oof. That's rough, buddy.
Yeah, I believe it's. He can cast a Dark Ritual if you really want to know.
Okay, I love having mana in my pool.
Yeah, but it looks to be big 2020 coming in. That's showing these Barragoys that they're just not big enough.
He's gonna win now.
Yeah, this is skateboard.
He's gonna get the kick-ass skateboard, and here we say Merit Lage coming in on her iconic skateboard.
Yeah, Merit Lage do a kickflip.
Kickflip 21. What's 9 plus 10? 21.
Yeah, and then
And there's
so
the
that's the
fist
end of.
bump. Oh, thank God the judges made it so we got the finish of the game.
Yeah,
and this was so exciting.
It was a very close match. They just had a bit of a tight goal at the end, an oopsie at the end, but then they just finished the match, I believe, how it should be.
Yes, and congratulations to Jordy. Maybe he clutches it in on 5-1-1.
Maybe it's certainly what he's hoping.
Yes,
but,
and a big congrats to Sebastian for going 5-2. X2 is an impressive feat in this tournament. It's a lot of very skilled players.
For sure, like any positive record is good in this field, but 5-2 is certainly very positive.
Yes, he would be close to top 8, most certainly in the top 16, I will believe, which is a nice little prize to take home.
For sure. So we'll see what happens here. I believe the players are still figuring some stuff out with the judges.
Yes.
Just going on, okay, exactly. We had you finish the game, but okay, is there anything weird going on? And
yes, it's just normal. Just doing a little backup, just checking, okay, was there no foul play? Is anything fine? And it seems like the players are here to clean it up.
Yeah.
Ah, what an exciting game. Legacy is awesome.
Yeah, so that was the end of the Swiss.
Yes.
There are very long last round, so a lot of people probably waiting for the final standings to see, did we make it in? Who actually made it in? And like waiting for these past couple of results to come in and see what happens.
Do you have any horses in this race, Peter? Is there any friends you're rooting for that you think is top 8?
Well, I'm rooting for Jordi myself. I hope he makes it.
Oh, please, Jordi, clutch it in for Peter.
And I'm very happy with last year's winner, Johan Larsson. It looked like he was in a good spot to lock it up before this round. So
I think he is in the draw brackets.
Yeah, so I'm thinking he made it in, but he's usually on his very iconic breakfast. He swapped the decks today and absolutely crushed it again.
Yeah, so he played breakfast yesterday.
Yeah.
That welder deck looks very powerful.
Yeah, then he was like, I think it's just the better of these types of decks.
Yes.
So he switched for today, and maybe also catching some people off guard since he's been playing Septet for a long while.
Yes, and there's a lot of graveyard hate, and I think the Goblin deck is better to handle than the breakfast deck.
Yeah, it's a bit better at playing through it. I think that's certainly a case, and it has a bit more tools, I think, against the card decks as well. So that might have weighed into the decision.
Yeah, I have two friends. One friend and one acquaintance. I am rooting for Tormod Lang. I'm pretty sure he's the only Norwegian that managed to sneak it in.
Nice.
Extremely good player. I'm just gonna give him a big shout out. He is the heart of Oslo legacy community. He is the TO and he fixes everything and he makes Liga, the league that they're playing. So he's the biggest legacy man. It's so cool that all his hard work has paid off.
Yeah, seeing someone invest in the community, but then also be successfully competitive.
Yeah, that's
so awesome. So that's definitely congrats if they made it in.
Yes, I think so. I'm crossing everything, and I of course hope that my goat Brian Wang got in. I want to see that the math genius making the infinite cats again.
Yeah, that would be great, and also always cool to see that deck.
I'm just so impressed by that. I really want to play it and see if I can count to X in equation upgrade and then the mathematic card. I don't know. I only play card games.
Yeah, but I think that was it for this round.
Yes.
Now we'll be back for top 8 in a bit.
Yeah, do you know how long the break will be before top 8? Or should the viewers just stay tuned?
It's probably pretty short.
Thank you so much for having me. Everybody, thank you so much for watching. Stay tuned. Top 8 will come shortly.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the top 8 of the European Legacy Masters. We have found Europe's 8 best players, and we're going to find out who is going to be crowned this year's champion. Speaking of champion, Jon Larsen.
Yeah, the last year's champion making it back into the top 8. Absolutely crushing it once again. It's great to see him back.
Yeah, and not on the deck I would expect him to play. I would expect him to play Cephalid Breakfast.
Yeah, he's our Cephalid Breakfast mastermind. But especially for this event, he said, I think the Cam Welder deck is just better positioned. So I'm going to switch it up.
I mean, I don't think I'll hear any argument against that from you.
No. If anything, I'll tell him that, yes, indeed, I think it's pretty good at the moment.
Yeah. And then his opponent, Matthew Hayden on Eldrazi Stompy. Not a deck I expected to see in top 8.
No, actually coming in from left field a bit here with Eldrazi Stompy. It had been out of the meta for a bit. It seems to be coming back in just because, well, it's a fast deck. People are respecting combo decks a lot. And if the fair decks are respecting combo decks, and you're just a more aggressive, more fair, bigger deck, you just stomp them.
And I mean, we saw that earlier as well, right? With Brian Wang doing really well on Boros Energy, also making it into top 8. So maybe we will see him afterwards. There's a lot of decks got caught in the crossfire, expecting a bunch of fantastic cards, and then not really showing up in this event.
We've seen a lot of respect for fantastic cards throughout the weekend, and I've actually seen more and more deck lists moving from Saturday to Sunday, moving down on their fantastic card hate.
Yeah.
Just going like, it's apparently not that present. People have elected not to play it here.
Yeah.
And let's just go back to a more normal playstyle, but still respecting combo a lot. And you'll see, yesterday we saw the 2 Golgari decks making use of the fair decks being very anti-combo. And now we see this Eldrazi deck here also seeing like, if you have additional Force of Negations in your deck, those are not cards that work against me, and I'll punish you for it.
No, but you would expect something like Consign the Memory.
For sure. Those in some numbers as well, but I must say it's good against Eldrazi. But it's not as good against Eldrazi as it is against Tron or whatever it was.
No, for sure. There's a lot more things to be hitting. Or ignoring, apparently, as Johan here going for a double Engineer.
Yeah, so we see Johan here starting on a quick Engineer, throwing, I believe, a Phyrexian Dragon Engine into the graveyard and following it up with a second one. Meanwhile, Matthew has not got much going yet.
No, that's... I mean, it's a bunch of mana, but nothing really to follow it up. Do you expect maybe an Eldrazi Temple next turn into a Reality Smasher?
This looks to me like a Top-Knot Seer and or Kozilek's Command hand.
That also makes sense.
Especially in this matchup, Kozilek's Command is actually very good because one way to easily die is to Welder.
Yeah. Yeah, we've seen Welder turn 1 is a very scary play.
Yeah,
For sure.
and we see Johan here just not having the welder and going on the slightly bigger Goblin Engineer, which dodges that X spell that removes creatures. So we see another pass here.
Interesting.
I think this is to me very clearly saying Kozilek's command was the keep. This was the thing we were playing for, and now we just have to fire it off at 4 mana instead.
Yeah, and possibly having to fire it off against a construct coming up. Ooh, a Legion Extruder.
We're just casting a Legion Extruder here. That's interesting. So we're putting on more pressure, and we want something to weld out. Or to engineer out, in this case.
Yeah, but not taking either the Petal or the Bauble or the Opal?
No, yeah, I guess he values his mana and just getting this additional 2 points of damage in. And now this is where we expected command.
Yeah, I would definitely expect that. If we're not seeing a K command, then I wonder what Matthew's doing, because it's certainly not playing Eldrazi.
No, there's 0 Eldrazi cast and we're 4 mana open, so if this resolves, it would be surprising, let's say it at least. But it does.
It is. He thought about it, but...
Yeah, he said, no, I think I can beat that, or I just don't have it.
Or he's worried about something else, maybe?
There is a second engineer activation open. So I think that's also why we saw the additional artifact getting played first. And this is just, I have 2 engineers. If you respond to the first one, I'll get it back with the second one.
Yeah. Yeah, from the...
So, yeah.
We are unfortunately 1 mana short to Kozilek's command away the Dragon Engine in play.
Yeah, so this will probably be you have 2 engineers. I can't really get rid of both of them. So it'll be interesting to see what he does here. Like, do you get rid of one of them or do you need your mana? And he decides he needs the mana.
Yeah, going for the value Kozilek's command. And I mean, this is kind of the power of the Kozilek's command, right? The fact that it does everything, and if it doesn't do the thing you want it to, there's probably something else you could be doing with it.
Yeah, and whether it was like a conscious decision or not, Johan is playing perfectly around the hand that Matthew kept.
Yeah.
Just not going for any graveyard interaction until you have double Goblin Engineer open. And not having a 1-drop to get Kozilek command on turn 1. It's just, it falls so perfectly this far.
Do you think the command is the scariest card for Johan to face here?
No, I think the scariest is and always will be either Fleshraker or the Linebreaker.
Yeah, just something proactive.
Just something that gets you that, because these Wilder decks actually don't play that much removal. So if your opponent is just doing something more proactive, then you can be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, that's fair. Ooh.
You see Matthew going after the Saga here. And just saying like, okay, I don't want you to get another strong construct. I don't want you to get that Surge. And the Dragon Engine I can handle. That's what we're saying here. And of course, yeah, you can't really target the Dragon Engine anyway. There's the ever-looming Engineer activation.
Yeah, and I mean, functionally, taking the Ursa Saga here is like getting a 2-for-1, right?
Yeah, you're taking out 2 more artifacts and 1 very big one at that. So
yeah.
That being said, there's a new Ursa Saga. The Battle Mage got taken out, and well, you're tapped out. So I'm just gonna get this Dragon Engine back once again.
Yeah, it's a very slow, very controlling hand from Matthew here. I mean, you were talking about being scared of the proactive play. This doesn't feel very proactive to me.
No, there's so much grind value in this WelderCam deck.
Yeah.
That if you get time to do your thing, you should probably be very favored. So I'm thinking Matthew kept this on the strength of, well, I have a Kozilek's command, I have good mana, and I have this Battle Mage.
Yeah.
Against some hands, that's absolutely great.
Yeah, just not this hand, unfortunately.
Not against this hand.
We got an Emery.
Emery, Bauble, and I believe it was another Bauble the first hit. I'm not sure, but it was, I believe, a 0 mana.
Yeah, it was nothing really exciting beyond what we already have in the graveyard.
And now it's just, here's a Welder and an Emery.
Yeah.
If you don't deal with any of this, it's so over.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was over indeed.
Yeah, because it's interesting because I know a lot of lists. I know your list doesn't run engineer. Where do you draw that line?
Well, Engineer is an incredibly powerful card, as you see here. It just provides a lot of value and it just generates a game plan in and of itself. It fills the graveyard and also gets things back. It's just, there are things you can't play if you play Engineer. So in the build I'm playing is way more blue. I want to support Force of Will. I want to have a lot of blue lands, so I just don't have the red mana activation cost. I don't have the slots for non-blue cards.
Yeah, this list is just a little bit more red, whereas yours is far more blue focused.
Yeah, we're seeing two of these WelderCam decks. One is has its genesis in the painter decks, just the painter decks, adding in the WelderCam, and then over time removing the painter part. And now being a red WelderCam deck, and on the other side you have these Vinti decks that are already like naturally a good fit for that combo, and just say like, oh, I can also fit that combo in, but that's moving from a blue side and a big down side, and instead of the value side.
It's like you have two decks converging, but never quite meeting each other.
No, they are distinct still, but there's and we see success with both of them. So it will be very interesting over time to see which will be the dominant archetype.
And I mean, there's also a lot of value in leaving your opponents guessing in that regard, right?
For sure.
You never know exactly which version it is, unless, of course, you see an engineer that kind of sells it.
Like, do they play a Force of Will or not? It's quite important information.
That's very much, definitely in a format like Legacy.
So sideboarding, we see they're very actively looking at these open deck lists, of course, in the top 8. So they know exactly what the opponent has access to. That doesn't mean that they know what's coming in or going out, but these are the 75, and this is what you have to deal with.
So with that information, how would you sideboard if you were Johan Larsson?
As Johan Larsson, the consigns, like you said, they're still seeing play in this format. So those are coming in. They're just hitting all the things you want to hit. They're still a colorless deck. And then I'm interested in seeing if he brings in the Haywire Might here or not. There's Chalice of the Void to deal with, which can be very annoying.
Yeah.
So you might want to bring it in for that. I'm guessing he will, but I'm not sure it's necessary. And then, probably the Rip Apart is just another removal spell. It's not the cleanest, it's not the most efficient, but having something that blows up a Chalice or a Flute or a one of the 3-drops is very important.
Yeah, just being multifaceted in this matchup makes it interesting.
Yeah, for sure. And then on Matthew's side, we see the Disruptive Flutes, which are definitely coming in.
Yeah.
Eldrazi Confluence. It turns out that Johan has a lot of small creatures that provide a lot of value. So blowing all of those up is a very good proposition.
Yeah, pretty much for the same reason as the Rip Apart, just a very flexible card, and depending on the board state, can do a lot of things.
Yeah, but flexible in this case is mostly which three creatures are you killing? Which is quite flexible, I must say.
And there might be a world where you make some Scions as a cost reducer for your follow-up play. Bose's command is still very nice.
Very sure. Very true, very true. And then we see a Karakas in this Eldrazi sideboard. I love Karakas. I always have it in my Eldrazi decks, and it's so good here. So definitely bringing that in. It's bouncing not only the Emeries, completely shutting them down, but also we have Lokis in this list.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, you can get some value out of them, but having to replay them every time and only getting the activation on your own turn makes it a lot worse.
Yeah, and very much unlike Nadu, Karakas does not trigger the Loki, which is very important.
Yeah.
You have to do a lot of work and then still lose the Loki.
Yeah. So one thing I'm interested in is whether Johan feels compelled to bring in the Kappas, the 2 Kappa Cannoneers. I would assume not, but if you think there's enough interaction on the other side and you want to just have the other game plan of getting them dead, you could bring them in. I don't think you should in this matchup, but I would not be surprised either.
We've seen them come in against things like Rest in Peace, of course, when your entire graveyard plan is under too much pressure. Then it makes a lot of sense. It gives you a non-graveyard way to keep the pressure up.
Yeah, and it's the best way for this deck to get through the Wrath of the Skies, which we've seen a lot of as well.
Yeah, absolutely. But now that we have open deck lists, we're not scared of Leyline of the Void or something. We literally know what the graveyard hate is. And There is some. There is 3 copies of Fairy Macabre, but honestly, I don't know if I don't think that's good enough against Cam Welder.
I wouldn't board him in, but
No.
if you're just like, I need more interaction for that part of the deck, you can do it. I mean, it's not crazy to do it. The thing is, what do you have to take out? You can choose to go just for a way more controlling game style. So you take out the smashers, you bring in like these confluences, the flutes, the Carakas. No Rod, actually interesting. It does do stunting, but it also doesn't do a whole lot sometimes.
Consign Memory has that problem also against WelderCam.
Yeah. It's like, yes, it hits stuff, but not the important cards.
Yeah, it's like even some of the important artifacts are a color, which is really weird.
Well, one big advantage here, it does stop the WelderCam combo from making mana. But with the engineers, you have so many ways to just get that Legion Extruder into the graveyard. Yeah. And then at that point, it's like, I'll just flip that back and out. I'm not activating any artifacts here.
Yeah.
Just a little welder that could.
Yeah. So then Null Rod would be also like a more controlling card. Most of these sideboard options are on the controlling side.
Yeah. And I think there's a big risk of overboarding here from Matthew.
Yeah.
You like I said in game 1, you need to get him dead.
Yeah.
You need so much disruption to take out all of the angles of the deck.
Yeah.
And I would not be surprised if Johan either boarded in the Kappas already, or we will see them come in game 3. If he sees like all the hate come in, I think.
Sure. Yeah. If Matthew takes up a controlling posture and wins game 2, then Johan might decide to go into Kappas anyway.
As soon as I see a Fairy Macabre, the Kappas are coming in. Like,
for sure.
If you're going that deep,
yeah,
then we're beating you down.
It also signals a certain game plan, right?
Yeah. I must say, I'm kind of surprised that these Thorns are in the deck. It's not bad. That they do have a bunch of artifacts, but it's kind of the same issue as we can have with the No Rods. Like, they're not targeting the most important cards.
Maybe the Thorn of Amethyst is a good thermometer to figure out what Matthew's doing. Which sideboard cards would you think are better than the Thorn?
Yeah, I would say Flute, Dismember, Confluence, Carakas.
Yeah.
Maybe Warping Wheel.
Because then I feel like maybe some, if not all of those cards came in and we are in a controlling game state.
It could be. If you just decide, well, I think you're too fast for me, and I just, maybe. But I will say it does look good here. Johan is not doing a lot yet, but these are the cards that are not getting discounted.
Yeah.
Or not getting costing more.
It might also be a thing that Matthew decides to keep the Thorn in on the play.
For sure. Just like if your mana is depending on your Mox Opals, then this is very powerful. But it is tricky because this is just a deck that plays a lot of 1 and 2 drops.
Yeah.
And they're all creatures. So you're not making them cost anything extra. So I would be a bit suspicious, but also this is an advantage of these decks. Not, he had seen the deck list, of course, but I don't know. Not everyone has as much experience against it. Yeah.
To already know the pile, right?
Yeah, sure.
Not a lot happening now.
No, but we see these Thorn of Amethyst now being followed up by the Reality Smasher, and now they look a lot better.
Yeah.
If you're just like, okay, but you don't have time.
Yeah. A Reality Smasher is a hell of a clock, that's for sure.
Yeah. So this is definitely not we go full control. This is I want to delay you, and this is Smashers.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which I think is the better plan, but I'm personally not 100% on board with the Thorns, but I'm not in the top 8. So
yeah, true. that's very true. I mean, again, they are working here, and it does make sense to have them on the play because Matthew has a lot of ways to get them in on turn 1, and then it becomes a delaying game where, I mean, you still have things like Lotus Petal, and like you said, Mox Opal. There's a lot of fast mana, 0 mana artifacts that just become a lot more clunky.
Yeah, it turns out that a 1 mana Mishra's Babel is just not that good.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's interesting. I mean, it really depends on Johan's hand. Some hands just don't care about it at all.
Yeah.
Others, well, maybe they do. This would have been a turn 1 Emery, maybe. No, it would not. Depending on the rest of his hand.
Yeah. Because that's something I noticed with your games as well. Based on your opening turn, it's very hard to determine what kind of hand you get, because there's a bunch of ways it can go.
Yeah. Just sometimes you have an emissary in your opening hand and just have it around for a long time.
Yeah.
And just don't play it. But we see Johan here getting the Haywire Might.
Casting the Haywire Might.
Casting the Haywire Might. So clearly is respecting some of these artifacts that are in play. I'm somewhat surprised, but maybe he's just preparing to answer a flute.
Yeah, just leave the thorns in there. There's not much else going on in the graveyard either.
No. I believe this castle being out of the sleeve means it's been activated. This Arena of Glory, sorry.
Oh, that makes sense, yeah.
But that would mean that we have a hasted engineer?
Did we cast... Yeah, Emily was last turn.
Yeah.
So then why would we...
Well, was it still from the Emery before?
Oh, that might be... Did we activate Emery last turn? No, because we couldn't, because we don't have mana.
Yeah. Okay, I might be missing what this board state is representing, but I'm thinking this was a hasted engineer. But
it does feel like a hasted engineer. I just don't know why.
Maybe I missed something that
there's no artifacts to check.
There's no mana to activate the engineer.
But
or no, we cast the hasty engineer with a mana up. No, that also doesn't make sense because we don't have any artifacts to weld out. I was thinking maybe we had something with Emery and then we can weld it, but no, because we're not.
Maybe, yeah, I don't know what happened there, but at least we get a thought on share. Now we get a full look at Johan's hand. Emissary in hand, cam in hand, a portable hole, and a consign. And I must say, I have to give some respect back to these Thorn of Amethyst.
Yeah, they're looking really good right now.
Because that's a portable hole that couldn't answer it in time. He also doesn't have white mana. That's a consign that couldn't have been kept up.
Consign does nothing. Even the surveillance scam tapping an attacker would have been really nice to have here, but that's not an option.
No, so now Matthew just sees the hand, sees there's not too much to worry about immediately, and goes in with the line breaker, and now, well, Johan has a big problem.
Yeah. I think this is pretty much set as game 3. Like, I do not know how Johan could come out of this. Do you have any idea? Do you see any line here?
No, I think if that arena wasn't tapped, maybe it was a welder line. But a welder from the top would definitely be good. But with the without being able to give it haste, it's not really anything that we can do there.
Yeah, I see what you're putting down there. Is like you make 2 red with the Arena of Glory, 1 for the hasty welder, and the other one can still be used to cast the. No, we're still 1 short for the cam there. If we had another land, I suppose.
Yeah. So yeah, the game being completely determined by these Thorns of Amethyst is messing everything up. And we do get this engineer that kind of gets to skip the whole Thorn of Amethyst thing. It's just like, no, I just get something back. But there's just not something in the graveyard for Johan that's that powerful.
No.
And everything that the Emery can do is just way too expensive. Yeah.
Wait, he does seem to be thinking about something.
I will say the deck can be complicated.
No, for sure. There's so many moving parts.
And sometimes I'm like, oh, nothing happens here. And then I'm like, wait, can I? The answer is usually no, by the way.
Yeah.
So I do give it a second thought, like, is there a way out of this? And then, yeah, usually not.
Yeah, because like I could see a world where you don't have to sacrifice the Haywire Might to itself, right? To exile.
Oh, you do, yeah. It's one green.
Oh, yeah.
Sacrifice it itself to.
Yeah, so you would need a Lotus Petal to even get rid of one of the thorns here.
Yeah, so I'm guessing this is. We're looking for a way to get a cam in the graveyard. If we don't already have it, then we can tap something, which means we're hoping this line breaker targets something that was already the biggest one.
Yeah.
So we can actually just tap it down with cam. So we gain 2 life by sacrificing the Haywire Might. Yeah.
Okay, I missed that we had a cam. Yeah, that would have opened up some welder lines if we had Arena of Glory.
And now we untap the engineer, get rid of the cam again.
That would be 6/6 with trample. Is it 6? Is right now it's 6.
The Haywire Might back.
Yeah, and then that sacrifices the cam. The cam taps the line breaker.
Right.
And now we're at 6, and the Haywire Might blocks the thing. So, yeah, this is the line breaker targeting itself, being one of the tramplers, so it makes sense to go for that. But yeah, then it gets them down. We're just taking 5, going to 1.
Yeah.
And then going back up to 3 from the Haywire Might. But this did survive you on the turn. I will not say that this made it look the position much better.
No, but it does give Arena of Glory back.
Yeah, but now there's a wasteland, just for fun.
Yeah, never mind.
It'll be interesting to see whether this goes after the volcanic. It's that one blue that's going on there. But no, he's like, you can't have a Hasted Welder. We're going after the Arena of Glory. And I think that was the out that Johan had. We see a Saga coming down here. But yeah, it's a bit slow against what's going on here.
Yeah. We're just getting the Haywire Might back?
It's the one thing that Emery can do. It's everything else costs 3 mana.
Sure. We have nothing better going on in our hand. We could have kept up a Surveillance Cam, I suppose.
Yeah, if we could have paid 3 mana for Surveillance Cam, but then we're not activating this Engineer, which is also a cam. But
yeah,
we're looking at doing the same thing as we did last turn. But now we're 1 life lower. Since this Haywire Might gets us up to 5 when we sacrifice it.
Yeah.
We tap the line breaker again. And we get it back again. Then we block at 5 life. So this time, I think we're dead.
Yeah.
Yeah. But there's maybe a surprise. You never know.
No. Okay.
No, there's no surprise.
We did the math. The math says we're dead.
Yeah. So I was skeptical. About these Torn of Amethyst.
No, they absolutely decided this game.
Yeah, but
for sure.
Partly because Johan had a lot of sideboard cards in his hand.
Yeah.
And those sideboard cards, they're almost all spells that are not creatures, and you want to cast them at 1 mana. So will anything change here? I could see Johan saying, well, if that's your plan, then I'm going for the Kappas.
Yeah.
But maybe those Thorns are just not in there anymore.
I'm wondering if maybe now we see Matthew board out the Amethyst.
Yeah, I think so. I think this was like, on the play, that was nice.
Yeah, like on the play, they feel kind of like having a daze, right?
Yeah.
It's just they're buying you time. There's not much your opponent is able to actually do about it because you have the priority. Maybe now we go for a more aggressive build.
Yeah, or maybe a bit more removal because the welder deck is more likely to get something going, to get the welder going with the cam before you can do something. So maybe I'm guessing the dismembers were already in there, but if not, maybe a bit more focus on that.
Well, regardless of what Matthew is going to decide, it seems like Johan is pretty happy with his 60, or at least satisfied with it. He started shuffling rather quickly.
Yeah, he's like, well, You got me there, but yeah, now I'm on the play. I can have that sign open before you do something. I can just load out my 0 drops before you play Thorn, and if that's what you're doing, I'm fine.
Yeah, and even with the way that went, I think if there was only a single Thorn of Amethyst, I think he might have actually been fine.
Even just Johan drawing a welder at some point.
Yeah.
It's like, yes, you have 2 disruption pieces, but if I combo through this, it doesn't matter.
So they definitely work, but they're not perfect.
Yeah. They looked great there, despite my observations at the start of the game. So yeah.
No, I think what you said at the start of that game was entirely correct. It's just not how that game played out.
Not at all. No. So now, game 3, looking to see who can go on to the semifinals. Johan has kept his hand while Matthew is now taking a mulligan. Down to 6 for sure, we believe.
Yeah.
And yeah, Johan, from what we can see, just a bunch of lands, bunch of spells. Yeah, that's what you keep.
Yeah, can you make out what the cards are?
I saw a couple of cards, but I'm not entirely, not anymore. But at least 2 volcanics, that we can see. Those 100 cards in there, those are very clearly visible. Yeah, here you just feel if you either have a proactive hand or you just have consigns into doing something good.
Yeah,
you're very happy. So there's a lot of hands you can just keep here.
Yeah, and while Matthew's deciding on his mulligan, I do not see any other table having finished. So no updates on that front, unfortunately.
Yeah. It's always good to have people play long games for their quarterfinal matches.
Yeah.
No easy turn 1-2 wins on multiple games, just grinding it out.
Also fun to have people do that in the final round of Swiss. That also seems to have become a tradition here in Belgium.
at least one match, ideally a feature match, has to go like very long. But yeah, that's what you get. And players think a bit extra about their plays when they're playing for the top 8. And it takes a bit longer. And to be fair, the last round we showed, those first 2 games, pretty quick.
Yeah.
It was that third one that was a really grueling battle. Yeah.
I like long matches, long games. I love long games.
I will say, who's not very happy with the final result? Jordi.
Yeah.
He won that match, but got in the 9th. That's a tough one.
He took a chance on getting in on tiebreakers and unfortunately missed out just under 2% on opponent match win.
And knocking out the other Dutch player on the way. It's tough. You have to go for it. There's a good chance you make it.
Yeah.
He ended up being on the 9th place. So
unfortunate.
Tough for him, but
still a very nice score.
Very, yeah.
This is a hell of a field of players, for sure. We have a 5 for Matthew. Looks like on the draw as well.
All right, but not the strongest start from you and either. We're going to plateau into a haywire might, so.
Very measured starts here.
It looks to be a bit on the slower side.
Emery, also not the fastest.
Not the fastest, but of course. One accidentally grabbing an extra card while flipping them over.
Yeah, and he saw it, and you could see in his face, he immediately knew that,
yeah. I mean, that happens.
Yep.
You just try to mill 2, those were 3, and he had them far enough that you could see them probably. So they're like, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Let's just get a judge involved. I saw too many cards.
Yeah, and I mean, this is just looking at extra cards. You get a warning, don't do it again, and we move on, right?
Yeah, don't do it 3 more times in the top 8 or whatever. Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure that the 2 cards he was supposed to mill still get milled and the rest gets shuffled. He kept 7, so no worries there.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty easy fix.
But we'll see what they'll say. Maybe they'll like, okay, the rest of your deck is random, so these two go into the graveyard, and we shuffle the rest. So there we see a welder and a Mox Opal. Not the place you want your welders, but always have a couple of artifacts is of course great.
Yeah.
We shuffle the deck. We don't know what the top card is anymore. Everything's fixed. Don't do it again.
Yeah.
Move on.
I think the Great Furnace would have been nice, except that we found the Mox Opal as well. So, no, I guess there could be a situation where maybe the Mox Opal isn't on, but you do have the WelderCam combo, I suppose.
Yeah, that's true. So it does allow you to make infinite red mana with the WelderCam combo. Sadly, Emery cannot play it from the graveyard, which is like...
Yeah, you win some, you lose some, right?
Yeah. But yeah, this Emery is just looking like it's going to get some value, and that's fine.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're looking at what are these players going to do this game. Thus far, it's like I have a land, I have something that is going to generate some value, but where is this heading?
Well, Matthew played an Ancient Tomb and passed.
So, like in game one, this is signaling like, okay, so you have interaction. Is it a dismember? Is it a flute? Or is it a Kozilek's command?
Skateboard going to tap the Ancient Tomb, and we are tapping it for mana, so I am going to assume that that is a Kozilek's command for 1 then?
Could certainly be. Yeah, the other option, we're tapping 3 mana now, so it's going to be the Kozilek's command, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
The question here is, what do you do with it? Like, you can exile the Haywire Might if you want, and just get something out of the graveyard, but I don't think the graveyard cards are strong enough here.
Like, honestly, I don't hate scrying 1, draw a card, maybe make a spawn.
Yeah, I think I prefer the Haywire Might being gone over a spawn, but depends on how much how mana intensive your hand is, and if you really need that spawn for something.
Yeah. Is Johan playing Agatha Soul Cauldron? Yes, he is. There's an argument to be made for getting rid of the Goblin Welder in the graveyard.
This is certainly a good option as well.
Yeah.
I'm not sure you're allowed to do that in this case. Like, is that the most important thing going on? Yeah. Maybe this. Once the Soul Cauldron turns up, it suddenly is the most important thing going on.
Yeah. I mean, that's why Kozilek's command is so strong, right? Because even when it's bad, and this is kind of a bad Kozilek's command, there's still a lot of options, and just good because you have that many options.
Yeah, I'm very surprised by this option, by the way. This is the exile your Haywire Might and make a 1/1. So we have big plans here.
Either we have very big plans, or Matthew is not holding a land.
That could be the case as well.
Because if Matthew doesn't play a land next turn and goes Thought-Knot Seer, then that makes sense.
But even then, wouldn't you rather scry 1 and draw a card to find your land?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
It's an interesting line, like we said, because let's comment a lot of options, a lot of things that matter, and it depends on your hand, what you want to do.
Yeah, I think at this point, I personally wouldn't have hit the Haywire Might because I just don't see an artifact here or an enchantment that could be relevant from Matthew's side.
No, that's true, but maybe there's a flute in his hand and he really wants to be able to turn something off. That could certainly be a case. I'm personally a bit more surprised about that Scion.
Yeah, no,
but that's.
I assume that's just him not having a land or having a land.
Anything more.
Maybe it's like an abundant countryside and you have a reality smasher. That also works.
Could certainly be the case. So it'll be interesting to see what happens in these coming turns. It's a lot of decisions on that card. So. And Johan is just setting up just more things that will eventually give more advantage.
Yeah.
And as long as you're not putting pressure on it, it's fine.
I think we're seeing a Thought-Knot Seer here.
And this is indeed like you suspected. We don't have a land. We just need to cast this card.
Let's see, what is the other one?
That is a very good question.
It looks like a cat of some kind.
Is it a land?
No, it has a mana cost. I see 2 pips. I have no idea what that card is.
This for the Dragon Engine. Trigger.
Ooh, it's a rip apart.
Oh, that's okay. It's a rip apart.
That might be like a secret lair.
But it's in the graveyard now. That's one of the advantages of not knowing what it is. It's now there.
It is, in fact, a secret lair drop. Yes, that makes sense.
All right. Well, the Phyrexian Dragon Engine got rid of it, so
yeah,
it's So we have Emery getting back a Mox Opal, and now we have a Cam untapping the Emery. So we're just going for some value play here.
Yeah.
This is just wanting more mana, so getting the Opal first, then untapping the Emery. And now we make 4 mana, I believe. No, we did board in the Kappa.
Yeah.
So now this is the Kappa on a skateboard, I believe.
It might be. I always find it strange that the Kappa Cannoneer sees itself come into play.
Yeah, it's a interestingly worded card for sure.
Yeah.
All right, that's a lot of pressure, and yeah, this is Johan predicting like, okay, you have a lot of. I expect you to interact with my regular cards a lot, so I'm just gonna put in the Kappa that if I have stuff going on, I can get you there.
Yeah, here's a Kappa. Good luck with your mold 5, and you can see it on Matthew's face. He's not feeling it.
No.
He doesn't have a lot of choice. He's just looking it over just in case, but I think he's about to call it here.
Yeah, 3 mana against this board state is maybe not enough to solve everything.
We also didn't hit our 3rd land drop, it looks like. And Matthew calls it. Johan Larsson moving to the semi-finals.
Once again, getting another step closer to defending his title.
Yeah. I mean, he had a very good year last year.
For sure, he had the Eternal Weekend from the year before, and then won the ELM last year. Just absolutely slaying these big paper events.
Yeah. So, congrats to Johan at least. He moves on. We have another one of our quarterfinals finished. We have Gustav Holmberg taking down Philip Stroch 2-0.
Yeah, so that's Lance taking. Is it Lance? Yes.
Yes,
Lance taking down.
Philip on. Looks like Esper. Esper Phelia?
Esper Phelia, indeed. So it's a Bowmaster version of the blue-white Phelia deck that we've been showing up a lot this weekend.
Interesting. A very fair deck again. Both really fair decks.
Yes. It's it seems like the menace of cars and combo decks is not made it to this part of the top 8 anyway.
No.
We do have some other quarterfinal going on with a Doomsday pile in it, I believe.
Yeah, I believe that is our B match, if they are still playing. We'll see if we can switch to that. Or maybe they just finished. I do see an arm still there.
Yeah.
Or you're stalking it out.
Yeah.
Could I have done something different?
Let's bring that up. That would be our B match would be Rodrigo Togores MTG, as he's well known on Vroomsday. We've seen him a couple times today.
Yeah, it seems that they have finished though.
It does seem like they have finished, yeah. We'll see if we can figure out who it was that won that. His opponent, Augustin Christau, on. Is this Painter? It looks like Painter. It has like the shell. It kind of looks like Cam Welder.
This is the more grindy Welder deck that was that made it to the top 8. So this is more of the old Painter shell, and just the Fables and the Breas to have a very grindy version of the deck.
Yeah, I am very much a fan of a Quad Fable, but it looks like we have our winner, which is Rodrigo Togores. I hear you won the quarterfinals.
Yes. lucky me.
With Vroomsday, one of the few Fantastic Art decks making it to top 8. How did it feel this weekend?
I think it's the best Fantastical deck. I already said it earlier, and it's like having your Dark Rituals to power it out. It's much better to like play Monolith, or with Dark Ritual, you only need a Dark Ritual. With Monolith and stuff like that, you need to have like Monolith and the car and an Ancient Tomb.
Yeah.
So I think that is something, and just being able to protect it was great. In this round, for example, I could play it very slow. That's a more controllish game because I didn't have a strong card, but until I draw something, then fireworks.
Yeah, no, for sure. We talked on coverage a bit about how the Fantastic Art decks right now seem to fall in like 3 categories with Mystic Forge, Tez, and Doomsday. It feels like Doomsday is a bit of the odd one out in that group, where in Tez it feels like the extra copies of Besiege, where most of the shells the same. With Mystic Forge, you have Glaring Flashraker, where the Fantastic Art fits in that slot. How does it fit into Doomsday?
In Doomsday, it fits like you play the ritual and the car, and then you can defend your own car with Daze or Foss, and that's a spell that you can. Yeah. And then if your opponent doesn't interact with you, you can always Daze or Foss your Lotus Petal. So your protection spell is proactive and reactive. And that doesn't fit, for example, in Test, where if you go Toxis, Petal, Dark Ritual, Car, you cannot go off. So you cannot Car on turn 1 protected, which is a bit of a problem.
And it feels like being a bit more of a different angle, whereas in those other 2 decks, you're doing more of the same, but the outcome is different. Yeah. Plus you have counter magic, very nice.
Yeah. And it also makes that the post-board games for your opponent is very hard to manage. They have to beat the card. They have to beat the Doomsday. They have to beat the Doomsday with the Thassa's Oracle and the Jace, which is... so Consign to Memory is not the big insurance. And they have to respect the creature plan. So most of your opponents have to keep some amount of fatal pushes against you. So you play those different sub-games of... maybe he has Fatal Push and Consign, and I just go for Doomsday, Jace, kill you. And that happens quite often.
Yeah. I'm actually surprised to see you on Vroomsday, because I know that as of late you've been playing more lands.
Yeah, I played lands Friday, I played lands Saturday. Yeah. And yesterday I was like, I want to change. And I saw that at least on the last 2 events, there was not a lot of Izzet Delver. Yeah. There was some Dimir, but not that much Izzet with this like the bad matchup. And I was like, people are playing a lot of lands, a lot of Death and Taxes, a lot of fair decks.
There was a lot of fair decks here.
Yeah. We can steal games from them.
Yeah.
And it happened.
Yeah, for sure. How do you feel about the rest of the top 8?
I think Larsson is still playing, which is never easy.
He just won with
opponent. Then I'm playing against Lance now, which depends. I think he's not playing Spheres. He has like flutes. So it can be a bit better. Usually game 1 is... Usually Lance is an easy matchup, or at least on paper. Yeah. Then games and magic happens, and they just wasteland and spear you, and they have... But at least I think it's a good matchup for me for now.
Did you see any of your other top 8 already? I don't want to spoil any deck lists.
So it's open deck list, so...
you can see them all?
Yeah. It's open deck list, so I don't know what the other people are playing. But I guess we will play and see where it goes.
Yeah.
Like 1 game at a time, like always.
For sure. Do you think... To finish off, do you think Fantastic Car is a problem, or has this weekend shown that maybe it does have a spot in Legacy and it's fine for now?
It's a problem. I think that many people at this tournament didn't want to play the card because they feel safe with their decks, and people don't want to play proxies, so they don't want to buy a card that probably is going to get banned. So I'm better playing off my classic deck than trying something new, and maybe if the card will be cheaper, I will be sure that will be played more. But on Magic Online, you see that this week was a top 8 with 4 Fantastic cards in the top 4 and 4 non-Fantastic cards in the top 8. So it just cruised so through the top 8, and I think the card is strong, and it is very. I think those decks are a bit of lucky decks.
Yeah.
Because there is like when Modern was with the Rakdos scam deck, it was a deck with a lot of variants in it.
Yeah.
And there are some decks that have this, that they have very, very strong hands and very medium hands. But when everyone is playing those decks, if 10% of the field is scam or cards, someone is gonna get lucky with them. And someone is gonna card you turn one and return one, and that's gonna happen because at the end the lucky players, the best players, end up winning the tournament. So
yeah, and especially when the lower end of your variance is still having a really good deck, right?
Yeah, Legacy is so strong.
Yeah,
like the worst deck can beat anyone.
Yeah, for sure. Anything you wanted to mention?
Yeah, no, just that if you enjoy Legacy Modern, I stream every day from Monday to Friday. Not this week because I'm on vacation.
I think I forgive you.
Yeah, and then just subscribe to my YouTube channel and check out the videos.
For sure.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for coming on.
See you later.
Good luck.
Yeah, always.
We're going to take a quick break as we set up our next match. Everyone, thank you for watching. We are just about to finish up our quarterfinals here. We have our semis coming up. We have how many people? We have just over 400 people. Everyone, thank you for watching. Thank you for spending your weekend with us here. Thanks to our sponsors. We have Boose, we have Ultimate Guard, Emjati for organizing the event, the rest of the crew at Bazaar of Boxes for giving us this coverage. And yeah, everyone at home, thank you for watching. We'll be right back. All right, we are here for the semifinals. Our final quarterfinal match that we didn't report on yet was Brian Wang versus Tormod Lang, which was won by Tormod 2-1. So Tormod will be playing against Jon Larsen on our B match. But our match now is going to be Rodrigo Togores on the left, playing Vroomsday against Gustav Holmberg on Mono Green Lands. And joining me in the booth for this match is going to be Tom de Decker.
Yeah, I got to watch some of Gustav's play in the previous round. He was done very quickly. He basically destroyed his Esper opponent, locking him out with Ghost Quarter both games. So let's see if he can do the same against Rodrigo Togores, which is promising to be a very difficult matchup. Rodrigo, I'm not sure who's on the play, but Rodrigo is, of course, on Vroomsday. Very much a fast combo deck, which traditionally is a rough matchup for lands, of course.
Yeah, and Rodrigo seemed to be very much convinced that the Fantasticar is too strong for the format, opting not to play lands but going for Vroomsday instead. A bit of irony that he then ends up against lands in the semifinals. We'll have to see if Rodrigo was correct or that maybe he should have stayed on lands.
Yeah, let's see. So we kick off the game. I think that's a Malevolent Rumble hitting the stack.
Yes.
Looking for a little bit of selection, a little bit of acceleration.
Yes.
Great cards in lands, of course. Can we find a Life from the Loam among this for the full value?
Doesn't look like it.
Caracas. And then, it's Thespian stage. So maybe we're looking to assemble a fast combo.
Yeah, our other option looks like Ursa Saga, but we already have an Ursa Saga. We're not going for the beatdown then, I would assume.
Well, and we have a Thespian stage, so if we need more Ursa Sagas, there's a world where we try and get in on that. But I think, this is good. This is what we want to see.
Yeah.
If Gustav has a chance in this matchup, he needs to be able to get out ahead of Rodrigo and try to cut off his mana as soon as possible.
Double Thespian stage is definitely interesting. Because that signals to me that he is going for a more of a beatdown plan. Of course, Doomsday halving life totals very dangerous if your opponent can make a bunch of constructs and attack you.
Mm-hmm. But of course, that's true for the old Doomsday. But with the new Vroomsday, there's always a pivot plan. So traditionally, Doomsday, of course, can be softened up and if you get their life total low enough, they might not be able to go off. But the cards don't care about your life total. They just go beep, beep, boop, boop, and hit you for 16.
Yeah, Doomsday definitely seems like the best shell for Fantastic Art that we have seen all day. It didn't seem all too important in Mystic Forge and in the Epic Storm. Very helpful, but not necessarily the thing that pushes them over the edge. This deck is a little different.
Yeah, it's also the most common card deck that we saw in the meta today. When we were building the Metagame Raidome, I had to double check seeing how much Dimir Tempo there was, whether we were missing some of the hybrid card tempo lists. But surprisingly, not too many players made that choice. There were, I think, 1 or 2 of them in the tournament, but they didn't end up making top 8. I think Rodrigo is the only player in top 8 with Fantastic Card.
Yeah.
And overall, I'm not sure if his statement on the Fantastic Art being too good for the format is actually true. It is true that he's a very competent Lance player, and he was definitely on the fence between both. He confided with me before.
Yeah. Well, I do agree that I feel like Doomsday is the best shell for the card because it tries to avoid some of the pitfalls that Doomsday normally has. It's very much more a pivot plan than it is in most other decks.
Yeah. But Rodrigo, playing a Ponder and not hitting his second land drop spells real trouble. The question is, can Gustav capitalize? Does he have perhaps a wasteland available to him? We see a skateboard being tutored up by the Urza Saga. There's 1 mana floating.
That looks like a Dark Depths.
And that's a Dark Depths. And that's lethal. There we go. The combo deck getting raised by the control deck, supposedly. Because Lance, is it a control deck? Is it a combo deck?
I always felt like it was more of a mid-range deck with a combo finish. It feels like not really a control deck. I know some people put it as a control deck, but it feels like you have too much of an aggressive plan to really be a true control deck.
I think the big quality of Lance is that it can take these different roles.
Yeah.
Because for a moment we were both considering, is this going to be a construct beatdown plan? And it even looked like it for a brief second. But then all of a sudden it became a Marit Laus beatdown plan, which is this even quicker than that. So Rodrigo Togoras, obviously one of the best players on the European circuit, has a GP win in Prague. What will Rodrigo do to come back to this? What are his options? If you look at his sideboard.
Do you have the option of ignoring Gustav and going fast? I don't think you do, personally.
I don't think so either, because those starts, I think, mostly involve the Doomsday kill. But the sideboard of Gustav is actually quite well set up to battle Doomsday. He has multiple endurances. He also has a bunch of Force of Vigors in the sideboard. So there's 3 Force of Vigors, 2 endurance. Both plans of Togoras will be under attack from Gustav.
Yeah. Togoras does have the option of going for maybe some Voidwalkers and try to go for more of a fair plan, but that also doesn't seem very good against Lance.
Well, I think the Voidwalkers are coming in regardless, because you expect that your lands are going to be in danger, and you want to deactivate Life from the Loam. There's only 2 of them, so you wouldn't be having to go in this deep. Force of Negation is also an option, but and that is especially if you are expecting things like, for example, Sphere of Resistance from the Lance deck. But surprisingly, that's not what Gustav Holmberg brought. Or he did bring Damping Sphere.
Yeah, Damping Sphere still makes sense. No, we've seen most Lance players switch off of the Sphere of Resistances after yesterday, when it became very much clear that there were not a lot of Fantastic Art decks going around, and that Tempo was actually more of a prevalence.
Yep. For the past few years, when we saw the various Dimir decks face up against Lance, which we saw plenty of, because Dimir's been quite good for quite a while. The Lance deck had evolved in such a way that they were including white. We're often playing a full play set of Swords to Plowshares, which made pivoting to things like Murktide Regent often very cumbersome or not very successful. However, now with these in the current meta game, there's no Swords to Plowshares anymore. Do you think Rodrigo would consider bringing in his Murktide Regents?
I think he's somewhat forced to. I think you need the evasive threat, something that isn't Doomsday, doesn't get hit by Force of Vigor. If you get hit by a merit late, there's not a lot you can do outside of there's no wastelands. Yeah, I think you want some sort of fast clock that is hard to disrupt. So I wouldn't mind bringing in the Murktide Regents myself.
Mm-hmm. I'm not too sure. I think maybe the Fantastic Car is a better bet. Like obviously there's Force of Vigor and there's the Damping Sphere, but that's why you bring in the forces. But there might be a world where because you can only bring in so many cards. And if you're a combo deck, usually you bring in more than 4 cards. Tends to be wrong. So if we identify it, potentially consigned to memory but there's no sphere, so maybe not. Potentially Dottie Voidwalker if you want to attack the Lone Plan. Maybe Force of Negation. That's already a bunch of cards. I'm not sure if the Murktide regions are a better option than just trying to take it fast with the Fantastic Car.
Yeah, and just hope you don't get disrupted.
Yeah, or that you at least have the force for the disruption.
Yeah,
because the more time you give the lands opponent, the more time they have to put a vice on you to constrain your resources, and actually resolving a car in a Doomsday chain ends up requiring less in a Dark Ritual chain requires less lands than just playing out creatures one by one. So I'm not sure if any of the creatures are really that good, even if they could be mildly disruptive. One bomb we haven't mentioned yet in the sideboard of Gustav is Choke. So when we're talking about putting on a vice on your opponent and conquering the late game, Choke is, of course, it's a singleton, but it's a big hammer, which I'm not sure. Well, it's a one-off, so Rodrigo won't have to respect it, but he will definitely fear it.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and then it becomes a question of which game plans are fast enough, and just hope that Gustav's disruption does not line up well enough.
Yeah, or that Rodrigo's counterplay in Thoughtseize and Force of Will can line up just right against things like the Damping Sphere.
I have to be honest, I don't like Thoughtseize against lands, personally. No. If you can get a turn 1 exploration out of Gustav's hand, that is very good. That slows him down significantly, but that is very situational. But let's see how that pans out.
Yeah. Here we see turn 1 Doomsday. So we are definitely trying to go fast here. We are trying to avoid getting trapped by the lands player. Yeah. Now, of course, comes the interesting game of building a Doomsday pile that is resilient enough to win through, the various hate. We talked about Thoughtseize. Obviously, Force of Will has a key role to play here because the main points of interaction from Gustav now, they become a lot more limited.
Yeah.
Force of Vigor is no longer something he will be interested in. Wasteland, all the more. Things like Damping Sphere could, of course, be a big problem.
Just to buy you an extra turn, get something going.
Yeah. Yeah, I suppose Damping Sphere might not be all that great if Rodrigo can build a slower pile. But I can imagine we're not going to see I can imagine this is not going to be the easiest pile to build. I would like to include at least multiple lands in the pile, potentially a Lotus Paddle.
Yeah.
We see that Rodrigo's put Force of Will on the front. Perhaps he already has a street raid, in which case he might be able to, draw into Force of Will in case Gustav presents something particularly egregious.
Yeah.
Given that Gustav will only get one single turn before Rodrigo gets to untap, I think Endurance has to be the card on Rodrigo's mind, right?
But we saw no. There's 2 in the side. Yeah, I missed those.
Because that's what can make the Doomsday execution fail.
Yeah,
and I doubt that we have Chase in the deck against lands because that doesn't seem like the matchup to bring it full, given how tight the sideboard already is.
Yeah, but then maybe the question becomes: if you're trying to play around Endurance, how slow can you go?
Goblin Engineer.
Well, it depends on how much card draw you have in your hand right now. So if you have a street rate, you can at least get ahead 1. So if I didn't see what Rodrigo has left in the hand. Is there a street rate? I could very much see a case for having Force of Will on top.
Yeah, didn't quite catch that, unfortunately.
I mean, I'm pretty sure, he's counting the Force of Wills. So the lands player is also taking stock of how much counter magic is still available.
Yeah.
2 Force of Wills, spotted. Yeah, so he's pulling them all to the front. Yeah. I think there's at least one in the pile, if I saw correctly.
Yeah, I think I saw so too.
All right, and we're off to turn 1 for Lance. Can he match the Dark Ritual Doomsday with something equally threatening? I mean, we saw him kill Rodrigo on turn 3, didn't we?
It was turn 3, I think, yeah.
Turn 1 Saga, turn 2 Take Up, and then the turn the Saga procced, the game ended.
Yeah. Yeah, because the exploration was a turn 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, there we have the Damping Sphere.
Yeah.
Now, Damping Sphere is a funny one. So here we see exactly what I was talking about. We see a cycle to perhaps draw the Force of Will and counter this.
Yeah, looks like he did draw the Force of Will, has a blue card in hand.
Damping Sphere in and of itself doesn't stop the Oracle combo, because if your pile is just lands and an Oracle, then this does nothing. But if Rodrigo had any interest in going fast, if there's a battle in that pile, then the Damping Sphere can be a real killer.
Yeah. And it also stops your protection, right?
So I think Rodrigo tried building a fast pile because we see Force of Will, pitching Ponder, dropping Rodrigo to 6 life. There's a Dark Ritual in the deck. There's a Brainstorm. If all goes well, we can now see double Petal, maybe another Cycler, or just straight up Oracle with 2 cards in hand. Does Gustav have a response? No Endurance, and we're off to game 3. Vroom indeed. No cards, all Tassos.
This is definitely a card deck because it goes incredibly fast.
Yeah, I mean, we've played it a grand total of 5 turns.
Yeah.
Well, 3 turns now. No, it's a little bit more. 5 turns in game 1, then 3 turns now. We're on 8 turns. Two matches done, and it's 1-1.
Yeah, and it looks like they might have decided to maybe swap around some sideboard cards.
Yeah, what you'll often see with Doomsday, because it's of course a days deck, is that the number of daisies you keep into the deck varies on the play and the draw. And we also mentioned, of course, Thoughtseize, which on the play has a very different value than on the draw.
Yeah.
So if there were, for example, Thoughtseize on the play to try and break up some of the openings, like the turn 1 Damping Sphere we just saw, I can imagine Rodrigo wanting to take those out on the draw when they might not be as relevant anymore.
Yeah, Thoughtseize definitely seem a lot more attractive after that game too. Like you said, being on the play, just take out your daisies. But
some number, there's again, it's tough guessing what Rodrigo will do here. For example, Flow State, which is of course an amazing card, is playing it as a 4-off. It's good to build back up if you're trying to race towards a car. I'm not sure in the Lance matchup if you want all 4, because the matchup is not really about grinding. It seems to be more about speed. If we've learned anything about these 2 games, that both players are here for a good time, but not a long time.
Yeah. Well, I mean, these matches can be fun because there are a lot of decisions to be made, even though they are mostly condensed into a couple of turns.
Absolutely. We just see on how many different dimensions Gustav can interact with Rodrigo, and a lot will depend on how just the 2 opening hands line up to each other, because there's definitely hands from Gustav that can deal with, well, to be fair, the opening from Rodrigo was kind of as perfect as can be. Turn 1 Ritual, Doomsday, and after Resolution having the Force immediately available through the cycle. Yeah, that's what you bring the deck for. I would think.
Yeah, you don't always get those, but when you get those, they are very nice to have.
But given what we've seen from Rodrigo, what happens if Gustav wastelands him?
Yeah.
I'm not sure how many lands were in that pile, so...
No.
And that makes it maybe a bit of a gamble, which the turn 1 Dark Ritual Doomsday might be. But it's a strong bet, if we're talking poker terms.
Yeah.
It's a strong bet indeed. So here we have it, game 3. Let's see who can take it home and make it to the finals of the European Legacy Masters 2026.
Yeah. No word on the other table yet. But I
they might be taking it a little bit slower than these guys.
Yeah, that's going to be a much slower match. Johan Larsen on WelderCam against Tormod Lang on Dimir Tempo.
Yeah.
That's definitely... It sounds like a grindier game.
Yep. Still a combo deck involved, though. I think we can... It was also clear from the metagame breakdown, Legacy has sped up over the past year. And there's a significant amount of combo in the metagame. So anyone out coming to play Legacy, make sure you are built for speed.
Yeah, for sure.
And here we again see, strong opener from Gustav. The turn 1 rumble of the Mox, so immediate acceleration. Gustav will have 4 mana available on turn 2 potentially.
Yeah.
And there's Boseiju?
Yeah, Gustav chose the Boseiju. I like Boseiju to try and hit Rodrigo's mana base, but knowing that there is a Boseiju is definitely in Rodrigo's favor, because now he can actually put a land into his pile or some sort of mana source if he needs it.
Yep, but Rodrigo is still going for the basic island here, which is of course immune to Boseiju, but then also not available to be tutored later.
Yeah, definitely a slower start for Rodrigo here.
Yep, Ponder is more the speed we are used to from Legacy.
Yeah.
Not from Rodrigo though, because before he was a land specialist, Rodrigo was of course known as one of the strongest Storm players in Europe.
Yep.
That's what he won GP proc for. So we are thinking about the Ponder. I didn't really get a good glimpse yet of what Rodrigo's holding, so not sure what he would be brainstorming or would be looking for.
Yeah, we're going to have to see. Passes it back to Gustav. Gustav starting the turn with 3 mana. An exploration would be nice if we have that. I think we would have played that. Ghost Quarter.
Yep. That's another potential punish for fetching the island. But it's really a catch-22. You can win if you take a non-basic. You set yourself open to get wastelanded anyway.
But also this further complicates the Doomsday pile, because now we know there's 2 pieces of land hate. And if we're going to go for it, we need to make sure that we actually have the mana to cast our things. I think at this point, Jace might be off the table.
I don't think Jace is in the deck in the lands matchup, to be honest. So we see cycling a street rate, and then putting that island in the bin maybe a bit prematurely.
Yeah,
it'll get there eventually. Rodrigo, don't worry about it. And then continuing to sculpt with a brainstorm.
Yeah, I think he just wanted as much information before that brainstorm as possible.
Trying to read his. So now we get a glimpse of his hand, right? There's Force of Will there.
I think I saw a Fantasticar in there as well.
But he doesn't look too happy if I'm going off his body language. But he keeps his cards close. That wouldn't spoil us.
I think he might have... No, he did find the land, okay.
Having the Force of Will is nice, because if we're being honest, Gustav got some headway on mana and potentially threatened, ghost quartering Rodrigo, but he hasn't really presented anything of value yet.
Yeah.
But here we have it. We see the crop rotation threatening to get, well, what would he be getting? We will never know, because Rodrigo wants to have none of it. Cast Force of Will, pitching the Jace.
So
I will stand corrected. The Jace was in there, but now it's not in the deck anymore.
No, and it's not coming back with the Doomsday either.
Yeah.
I'm curious. I would have loved to see what the crop rotation would have gotten here, whether or not Gustav was going for a push, or whether there was some sort of interaction he was looking for. It would have told us a lot about what his game plan is this game. And now we're unfortunately left guessing.
Yep. I could have imagined there being a crop rotation for Urza Saga, perhaps, but we also are not entirely sure what Gustav has going otherwise. There's a skateboard.
That's not the greatest of draws.
Nope. Let's see what gets tapped.
Also worth mentioning, casting it off the Mox Diamond, not the Ghost Quarter, meaning the Ghost Quarter is still available for any potential Doomsday pile.
But here we see the fetch land getting tapped. Maybe, well, did we already play the land? We did. We did play the Boseiju this turn.
Yeah.
So that would have been a way to, wasteland the fetch. Always a neat trick. But in this case, it's, just a skateboard, pass the turn. And Gustav looking a bit worried. Yeah. He's not come anywhere close to presenting the same threats he did game 1.
He's feeling a little bit more shaky at this point, having played Boseiju, but Rodrigo also not really doing anything, just setting up.
So what could Gustav be holding? I could imagine things like Force of Vigor or Endurance being there.
Yeah.
Because those are the kinds of cards you wouldn't play. Obviously, things like Loam, Exploration, even Haywire Might, Ice Explorer. I think all of those Gustav would have been happy to play.
Yeah. I'm not sure. Oh, that explains why he played Beseju. He had the second crop rotation. This feels like he might go for a Dark Depths or Testament Sage. Oh, he does go for the Ursa Saga.
Yep. And keeping up the mana might also indicate something else. Gustav has 3 Disruptor Flute in the main deck. And one way to catch a Doomsday player off guard, of course, is to make their Tassa cost 3 mana more after they've built a pie, and Paladin probably didn't account for that.
Yeah.
Rodrigo, of course, being a Lance player, might be on the level. He's already built up to 3 mana, which is a lot in this matchup.
Yeah.
Not a single wasteland sided for Gustav in all 3 games so far.
Yeah. I will say, I do think Rodrigo is more comfortable with this matchup, with his recent experience playing Lance a lot. He did play it yesterday, played it on Friday.
Yes, he definitely knows how to play both sides. I've played the Doomsday side myself, never the Lance side, but I have faced against Lance plenty of times, Netherlands even, a few times, and it's a surprisingly tricky matchup because it also shows my age, but back in the day, Lance was the deck that just lost to combo, and here we see it. Clearly, the interaction was not Force of Vigor, because all of a sudden, we are vrooming 16 power into play out of nowhere from Rodrigo, and Gustav is down to 4.
Yeah, and we need an answer now, and I'm not sure what that answer could possibly be.
Yeah, Tabernacle clearly won't do it.
No.
Rodrigo has... And there you see Rodrigo smiling. He looks very happy. There's a land. And there's an exploration, and that's it.
Yeah.
That's all she wrote. Rodrigo Togores makes it to the finals of ELM 2026, beating Lance.
Yeah, he might be onto something with the Vroomsday.
Yep, the total amount of cars in the tournament was maybe less than I personally would have expected.
Yeah.
But it only takes 1 to take it all down. Or I guess it only takes 4 in this case.
Yeah. No, I was shocked to see how little Fantastic Cars we saw, how many fair decks we saw. Maybe the fair decks to try and beat Fantastic Art, because it does seem like online there's a bit of a resurgence of like blue-white control, so that might be indicative of having a good Fantastic Art matchup and people trying to beat it. But it's been a weird weekend.
Yeah, and it's going to be a weird month. People are going to run over each other all month long in various events in Europe and online.
Yeah.
And by the time we get to August, we will know a lot more. And we will get 1 more point of data from Rodrigo in the finals. Meanwhile, Gustav is packing up. Great performance of him, of course, representing Sweden. Again, the Swedes making a very good run into ELM. Last year, when they came to Eternal Mania, Hampe won the main event. The finals of ELM were 2 Swedes. This year, once again, the nation of Sweden proves dominant, but or at least Gustav's journey ends in the semifinals. There's, of course, another semifinalist from Sweden, our reigning champion, looking to double up. Let's see if we have any updates from that one.
I believe they are now in game 2, with Tormod having won game 1.
Yep, so 1 for Dimir Tempo, beating Izzet WelderCam, and we are just in time for game 2.
Yeah, how do you feel about this matchup?
I honestly have no clue.
Me neither. It's Chem Welder seems to be a very flexible deck in that it does a lot of things very fast, but you never quite know what it is that they're trying to do.
The experience I have is not 100% relevant. I've played Painter for quite a while. And when I was playing Painter, I always loved playing against the tempo decks, especially because of the presence of Fable of the Mirror Breaker.
Yep.
And the key thing is that you had so many engines that you were able to overload their removal in general.
Yeah.
And the way you lost, as usual, is if they managed to screw you out of mana or pressure your Ancient Tombs. Now, Johan's deck is more lean than the classic Painter deck is, so I think it is less susceptible to those angles of attack. But it also, I think, has less, I would say, engines. The engines are all the welders, all 8 of them, which Painter has as well. But there's no Fables here, as far as I'm aware.
Nope.
The other major card we, of course, have is Pinnacle Emissary, which can create an army out of nowhere.
Yeah.
I'm hoping Johan is playing it. Checking the list right now.
He's playing 2 copies.
Yeah. So that's, of course, a great one. It's interesting how different players are still, tweaking the numbers of this deck. I don't think the deck's been solved just quite.
No, I talked about it with Peter. It seems very much like you have people working on one hand from the painter side, on the other hand, the affinity side, and slowly those decks are coalescing, but they are still 2 distinct decks. And this is definitely more on the painter side because of the 8 goblins, because you're playing Phyrexian Dragon Engine, you have the Legion Extruder. Like, you're definitely more of a mid-range deck than, say, play a bunch of artifacts, go for a Kappa Cannoneer.
Yep. So we've already seen 2 engines being deployed, 2 Goblin Engineers pressuring Tormod, who had to crack a Nile Spellbomb just to get some kind of control over the graveyard. So now there's just a Legion Extruder in the yard.
Yeah, the Phyrexian Dragon Engine is still a very good engine. It's literally named engine, but being able to draw 3 cards, even just every other turn, is an incredible effect.
Yes, because we do see that Johan doesn't seem to be holding many cards. He's kind of spent them all on the first few turns.
That is what we have come to expect off of this deck. It's very easy to just dump out your hand, but if somebody comes after your value engine, it becomes a lot harder to try and rebuild.
Yeah, and so here we see something really interesting. We see Urza's Bauble revealing a great hate card in Tormod's deck in Nullrod.
Yeah.
But of course, the funny thing with Goblin Welder is that it can also target your opponent's stuff. And what I noticed is that in the graveyard of Tormod, there is another artifact.
Yeah.
So if Johan manages to find himself a welder, that Nullrod might be gone in no time.
Yeah, and this is the key difference between the welder and the engineer, because the engineer, unfortunately, does not actually target your opponent's stuff.
Nope.
It's just your own stuff. Wasteland, also a very good pickup against the Urza Saga, although Johan did need a second land thanks to the Null Rod. But it just, you don't want to deal with the Urza Saga, just get it out of here while you can. Deny Johan even more mana, because he's already quite constrained despite having all those rocks in play. Flow state here, not a very powerful flow state, but it is still castable.
And I still like Tormod's position at the moment. Johan is really locked out. But it is interesting to me that the fact that the Spellbomb is in the graveyard still offers Johan a unique out to the No Road, which otherwise wouldn't be there.
Yeah. Yeah, Goblin Welder, a very interesting card. I like all the different things you can do. It can be very unexpected to just suddenly see your own artifacts being welded in and out.
So let's see how Tormod can follow up.
Fatal Push is a very good one here.
We're getting started on trying to clean up all of those engines. And now with the Fatal Push, then instant in the graveyard, we get a full powered flow state.
Yeah. Very nice sequence of cards here.
Picking up 2 more. So now Johan is down to, 1 card in hand and 1 goblin, because 3 of his permanents don't work anymore. Oh. Here's an Emery, that's great. Do we have a Daze to counter it?
No, then we resolves. We find an Urza Saga, 2 fetches, and a Goblin Welder. That is not a good Emery.
That is not a good Emery indeed. There's still the Legion Intruder and the Bauble, so we will be able to get some value.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not looking good for Jon Larsen here.
If the Emery can live, this is making good progress, because this is a true card advantage engine with the Bauble in there.
No, the Bauble doesn't work because of the Null Rod.
Ah, there. That's a good point. We really need the Welder now.
Yeah.
So there's 1 down. Does Johan have any other routes to this?
Yes, I assume that he might have brought in Haywire Might. There's Into the Flopma on the side. And there's a one-off Rip Apart that I don't hate.
There's also a Portable Hole. But all of those require mana that he doesn't have easy access to without having his artifacts in play. So Portable Hole, there's no white mana in the deck, as far as I can tell.
No, I believe he had a plateau. Actually, yeah, he does have.
Oh, right.
He has 1 plateau.
So, all right. So there's a plateau and some fetches to get it.
Yeah, so there are a few answers that would require a white source, but would get rid of the Null Rod. Into the Flotman will get rid of it regardless.
So here we see something interesting. We see Murktide eating some cards in the graveyard, but leaving the Nile Spellbomb in there while exiling a Wasteland. I think this was a prime opportunity to get rid of the Spellbomb and close the door on Welder potentially touching that Null Rod. Because Welder only works if there's something to exchange with it.
And there also might have been an argument to be made for leaving the Fatal Push in there in case we find a flow state.
Yep,
it would have been, the Murktide would have been one smaller, but I don't think the clock matters. The clock would matter if Johan somehow loses 1 life, so this makes fetches worse.
Yep.
But it also makes flow state worse, which we'll have to see if that ends up being a problem for Tormod here.
Yep. But now we see the Null Rod has actually been taken care of.
Yeah.
With
that's a rip apart.
With the rip apart. So there we go.
Yeah.
That's the card you called out.
Yeah, we saw that in the quarterfinals. We had to look it up because it's a secret lair drop. But it is a very nice looking rip apart.
So the Emery can get to work on generating true value. And now we see the Legion Shooter coming into play, threatening to turn some artifacts into damage.
Yeah. I mean, that is the best plan we have available right now. It's faster, at least, than going for bubble triggers.
The question is, will we be able to raise this Murktide?
We're going to have to put a lot of power into play. Ooh, Wasteland? I don't think Wasteland is as good as it was just a moment ago.
Yeah, now with the Null Rod gone, Johan should be mostly out of mana issues for now.
It's currently the Murktide is a 4-turn clock. It's 1 short of being a 3-turn clock.
Yep. But I have to imagine the Orcish Bowmasters being such a good out to Welder being still in the deck. So I have faith that in 3 turns, if this Murktide is still alive, this game will be over.
I think that is a fair assumption to make. So
I'll happily stand corrected if Johan manages to stabilize it 1 life from there.
Yeah,
we will see. I think the best chance Johan has now is trying to assemble a combo to try and overpower the Murktide. There is also, I would say there's also Pyroblast, but critically, Johan does not have Pyroblast in the sideboard either.
Nope. And I'm considering, does the Legion Extruder present enough of a clock? Like if we activate it, make a robot, then weld it out, play it with Emery again.
Maybe we can, flash in a few welder camps, a few sewer valence camps in the meantime to tap down the Murktide. That's a way to potentially try and tempo out the game. If Tormod's aware of that, that would be a good reason to at least take out the Volcanic Island to try and hamper Johan's ability to at least do that. Because if Johan needs to start sacrificing artifacts to the Extruder, those are of course not artifacts available for Goblin Welder to sacrifice or to produce mana.
Yeah. Was that a second land, or am I thinking of last turn? I thought we played this Wasteland this turn.
That is a good question. Yeah, I think this is a double land drop. I do believe that is true. We should pause the match if we still have the option. But I'm not sure if that is an option at the moment.
Chat seems to think that it was indeed a second land drop,
I think we started the turn with a Wasteland there.
Quick mistake. Looks like they did catch it.
Yep.
I might have, but it was not that one.
Yeah, it happens. It's been a long weekend. We're already in top 4. It's also kind of hot in here.
It is a long and warm weekend. A lot of Magic for everybody to be played. Yesterday, we of course had the 217-player main event here at Eternal Mania.
Yeah.
Which was a banger. 8 rounds of Swiss play, plus the top 8, which also finished. I think neither of these players qualified through that one. I think both of them qualified firmly at home. Well, Johan qualified right here, last year.
Yeah, he...
by winning the finals.
He was the first. And depending on how this game goes, he might be the last today as well. But we're not there yet.
No, first we have to figure out how to handle this judge call. The problem here, of course, is that Under City Sewers has the surveil trigger, so there's information being revealed, relevant information to both players.
And I think we even put the Tamiyo in the graveyard off of the Undercity Sewers. Because I don't know how it got there.
We put the Tamiyo in the graveyard. We did know that the Tamiyo was there because we brainstormed this turn.
Yeah, right.
This turn was Wasteland, followed by a Brainstorm, followed by a Tamiyo, followed by the Surveil.
Yeah, no, you were right. So we knew the Tamiyo was there. So I suppose an easy fix would be to put the sewers back on top.
No, the Tamiyo back on top and the sewers back in the hand.
Sorry, yeah, that's what I meant.
And that the judge seemed to agree with that, which of course means that Tormod did make a critical mistake, because now he's set to draw this Tamiyo, which he doesn't really want to, because he forgot that he already made his land drop.
Yeah, that could end up costing him, depending on what the other card was.
I still think he's ahead as long as the Murktide is alive. But we don't know what might be hiding in Johan's hand. We've in this tournament seen Johan also win out of nowhere, thanks to Arena of Glory, granting haste to one of the Goblin boys.
Very good card. We've also seen him win with mostly Goblin beats. I don't know if you got that match. It was round 6, I believe.
I didn't see it personally, but as somebody who used to play a lot of Vintage, back when Goblin Welder was generally one of the best creatures, there were a surprising amount of games being won by Goblin Welder and Mox Monkey beats.
Yeah.
And not by Tendrils of Agony as everybody thought they would.
Yeah. No, if you missed that after we finished the finals, definitely check out that match in round 6. It was one of the best matches we've had all weekend. I can quite confidently say that.
The WelderCam deck is great at producing great magic, in my opinion. There's a lot of tricky interactions, both for the WelderCam player and for the opponent, to mess with.
Yeah, a lot of choices to be made, a lot of
Moxen to be sacrificed. We're looking to feed something back into the machine. So Johan is trying to raise, but he doesn't seem entirely sure about it.
Because again, I don't know exactly how the Legion Extruder changes the math here, because it does a number of things, especially with the Engineer and the Emery in play. There's a lot of options here in trying to get more damage out of it.
Mm-hmm. Well, Tormod is already at 6 life, so the race is quite close. This Tamiyo can also, be a chum blocker.
That
near explosives is not good news.
That changes things a lot. That means Johan now has to play, I would imagine, completely different than what he was probably planning, because now those tokens are a lot worse. Now, Murktide Regent might actually still be the clock that Tormod needs it to be.
And here we see Orcish Bowmaster.
Did have the Bowmaster, so it is a 3-turn clock.
Yep. Assuming there's a ping. Oh, we are targeting the Emery with the Bowmaster.
That's interesting.
Yep.
It's definitely a safer play. Make sure that Johan has less options available to him.
Oh, now I see. We did this in the upkeep, response to the bobble trigger, and then we actually killed the Emery.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
I missed the timing on that.
Yeah.
And that's why so now we're in the main phase. The Orcish Bowmaster hasn't played in the upkeep, which means we won't have an attacker this turn, but the Emery being gone is massive, because that was the way Johan was making actual headway. Goblin Engineer is, of course, great at cycling value, but he's not great at actually accruing new cards, or at least not as good as Emery is.
No, we'll have to see. I think it's definitely worth it to get rid of the Emery. I think it's fine to lose that turn that the Bowmaster ping would have given you. You'll probably get it back with the attack next turn anyway. And this is just so much safer.
I don't know. It might be close, because, the full turn... is also one Emery. There's going to be one Emery activation left in this game, or 2. No, one more. Why are we at 6? 7, there we go.
Yeah.
Also, if we are able to flip the Tamiyo, there we go, then we are also able to grow the Murktide by 1 by just returning any old instant or sorcery. So this could also be the way to shorten the clock. Draw 3 cards, put 2 back. It's the legacy we know and love, and then flip the Tamiyo, the legacy we've learned to live with.
Yeah. I do think that the metagame has learned to adapt to Tamiyo a lot more than people thought it would. I remember when the card first entered the format, people thought that it was completely unbeatable. I think it has settled down. It's still very, very
It took some time to heat up, but it was, of course, overshadowed by Psychic Frog, which was the premier card advantage threat. It's only one Psychic Frog at Bant that Tamiyo really saw heavy play.
Yeah.
I think the main problem of Tamiyo is not necessarily that she is unbeatable. It is a shame that a 1-mana card is able to finish the game by ultimating.
Yeah, it very much feels like it's like a slightly worse Chase the Mind Sculptor, but for only a quarter of the price, and that's still a really good discount.
Oh, that's insane. Meanwhile, we see Johan creating more constructs with the Legion Extruder, using all of the various ELM promos he's accrued over the years. We are sacrificing the extruder to get back a bauble. Yeah, but of course, all of this is in the face of this engineered explosives.
Yeah.
So Johan has to walk the tightrope here. How far can he extend into this engineered explosives?
What can he have here?
So the first thing I'm thinking is sewer. That's where it all starts, in my opinion.
Yeah.
A sewer camp to tap down the Murktide to stop the damage from happening.
Yeah.
Here we see engineered explosives getting popped. So now we can crack the bauble in response and crack the paddle, and we can still activate the engineer during the combat step as well. So we might be able to still get something out of these constructs. Yeah. So sack the paddle, activate the engineer, sack one of the tokens, getting back the Legion Extruder, I would imagine.
Yeah, that seems like a...
Dealing 2 damage to Tormod?
No, it's going
Tamiyo.
It's going
2
to
damage
Tamiyo.
to Tamiyo. That's what it is.
I guess that makes sense. If
The token is destroyed, but as well as the Bowmaster's Orc army.
Yeah. No, but I think this signals that we are going for the combo at least as our win condition, or at least I think a cam.
But here we see Lightning Bolt finishing off the Bowmaster, which would have been lethal as just an attacker. So now, so that's very much looking like, here we have it. Here we have the cam. Tormod might want to counter this.
All right.
But doesn't. So we faded the first turn.
Looks like a Mishra's Bauble in hand for Johan Larsson.
Yep. There's a Ponder.
So if there's anything relevant, I think I saw a Force of Will. Not 100% sure on that.
Yes, but now once the Surveillance Cam is in play, now of course we get to start looping. Because next turn, Johan will get to activate the engineer, getting another tap or untap of the Surveillance Cam.
Yeah.
So now he has a lot of potential to lock out the Murktide for quite some time.
I'm thinking it might be less time than we think, because we have 1 mana extra. Like, we do have to pay 1 mana for the Goblin Engineer, but...
And we run out of artifacts eventually.
I'm thinking it's unfortunate the Legion Extruder... No, the Legion Extruder can be put into the graveyard, putting the cam in, and now you do the cam thing with the Extruder. Does that work?
Well, Baragorv is joined the fray.
Yeah, that
so even if that works, we might be still in trouble.
I'm thinking, can we put Legion Extruder in this combo in a way that allows us to raise Tormod? We can take 1 hit off of this Murktide Regent, deny the lifelink from the Baragorv, and I'm just wondering if we can put enough damage off of this Legion Extruder in to kill Tormod.
Yeah, we need 3 loops. But especially with the Wasteland, it doesn't look like Johan will be able to do much else. Because ideally, he would have another Surveillance Cam, and I think that's what he might be holding. The Wasteland here on Volcanic Islands would have been brutal in that case.
Yeah.
But we can still activate Engineer. So we sacrifice the Surveillance Cam, we use a Plateau to do it. What do we get back is the first question.
I think the draw of the Bauble was Kappa Cannoneer, which is not a fantastic draw here.
No.
I think we're going to have to take the hit from the Murktide Regent.
Can we somehow build up mana? Is there if there is a Great Furnace, for example, in the graveyard, there would be a great target to return now with the Engineer, but I don't think there is. I think there's only Lotus Petals. And if we have to start sacrificing stuff, then Mox Opal also will not be an out. But first things first, we see the activation I just mentioned.
Yeah.
Like the Surveillance Cam, doing it again. Normally we would untap our Goblin with the trigger, but in this case, that's not what we're doing. We're going to tap down one of these creatures. It has to be the Murktide just to survive.
Yeah.
No, we are going for interesting.
I think this makes the most sense because it denies the life gain and gives us options.
There is the Bowmaster.
Yeah, that closes it out then. But I think tapping the Baragorth made sense to deny the lifelink and give Legion Extruder the opportunity to find some sort of 6 damage.
And thus ends the journey of Johan Larsson, our reigning ELM champion. He gave it his all, gave it a good run. Stranding in the semifinals against Tormod from Norway, which is also fun because Sweden and Norway, I don't know if you've noticed, but those people always have a friendly rivalry, a little bit like the Belgians and the Dutch, I would say. And always in a friendly manner, but they laugh with the way they speak. So I'm sure these guys will be cordial, as everybody has been all weekend. We've been having so much fun with all the players at ELM. There's been smiles, a lot of smiles, a lot of good beats, a lot of bad beats, a lot of good beers. No bad beers because we don't do that here in Belgium. And now we are on to the finals, which will be Tormod Tronstadlang from Norway with Dimir Tempo facing off against Rodrigo Togores from Spain with Vroomsday.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting matchup for sure. We're going to have to see how that goes. We'll get those players set up. In the meantime, Tom, thank you very much for coming on. It
was a pleasure.
As a caster.
It's very fun to actually see some magic from the front row.
Yeah, not having to.
Because I'm always running around the event trying to keep everybody in check.
Yeah, for that matter, thank you for organizing.
It's been that also has been a pleasure. I hope all the folks at home are appreciating it also. And we're going to run it all back next year. So stick around for the finals, of course. And after that, keep an eye on the European Legacy Masters. We will be coming to your LGS. There will be qualifiers all over Europe again. And maybe you can make it next year to the finals of the European Legacy Masters and challenge one of these amazing players for the trophy.
Yeah, and if you're part of a country that doesn't have ELM qualifiers yet, definitely contact Tom.
Yep, reach out to the European Legacy Masters. We have a Discord, we have an email address, it's all on our website. Reach out. The European Legacy Masters can also come to your country.
Yeah.
We have qualifiers in 23 countries this year. We can always fit a few more in this bad boy.
Yeah, no
Slap
problem.
the roof of the
Absolutely. We'll get set up for our finals here. What we do, we'll take a quick 2-minute break. Everyone, thank you for watching, and we'll be right back with the finals of the European Legacy Masters, so don't go anywhere. All right, we are here for the finals of the European Legacy Masters 2026. Rodrigo Togores, Vroomsday on the left, Tormod Tronstadlang, Dimir Tempo on the right. How do you feel about this matchup, Peter?
Well, the first thing I feel about this, we're getting a new champion.
Yeah.
There was in the balance for a bit, but we're getting a new ELM champion. Now, this matchup, it's very interesting. So, Blue-black Tempo was out of the meta for a while, and because all of these combo decks were showing up, it came back in to try and take advantage of these combo decks. So it should be favored, I believe.
Yeah, they should have a lot of disruption, right? Solstices do a lot, Daces do a lot, Forces do a lot.
It's a classic matchup, like you trying to win with a couple of creatures, and you can just disrupt the rest.
Yeah.
And that's just the game plan against these combo decks.
Yeah, this might finally be the game where we see Vroomsday more on the fair side. That would be very nice.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll have to see how these matches go.
Yeah, it'd be very interesting. I would give it to Tormod, but then again, it's also Rodrigo playing on the other side. Togor is just a very good player as well, of course. So he'll probably find his way out of some sticky situations. So it'll be interesting to see what happens here.
Yeah, and especially this matchup, there's so many things that can happen. Whether that be a fast game with a lot of interaction points or a slow game with a lot of decisions that really start adding up over time.
And how is it that after more than like 3/4 of a year after banning Entomb, because blue-black was everywhere, and then blue-black went out of the meta, we saw green creature deck, we saw Tron, we saw everything show up, and now we're back here, 2 blue-black decks in the finals, battling it out.
To be fair, these decks are a far cry from what they were around this time last year.
This is very true, and even these 2 decks are very different, but it's still fitting. This blue-black now, it's still showing up. Turns out that Nazis is very good, and when it fuels flow states, it's even better.
Yeah, I'll take it one step further. I think black in this format is very good. Over the weekend, we saw a lot of black-green as well. We saw less black-blue, but black-blue finals in the end. So blue has proven itself to still be a strong color in Legacy.
Turns out the Brainstorm and Force of Will, pretty good cards.
Who would have guessed?
Yeah.
Who would have guessed?
So we had 2 players here just passing with the Underground Sea, but Togora is taking the opportunity here to Brainstorm with the fetch open, so setting up for the combo. Tormod would have loved to start with some pressure, of course, but yeah, you can select your hand purely on that.
No. And I mean, depending on your hand, it might be fine to go for just a more controlling hand. Because if Tormod plays slow, then I think Rodrigo also has to play slow. He doesn't have much choice.
And I was wrong on the fact that Togoras was trying to set up a Brainstorm and a fetch land, but he just completely misses on lands there.
We see a quick daze here on the Brainstorm. That's a very aggressive daze.
Yeah, he did not have a land drop, and he wants to protect this Underground Sea from a wasteland. He's like, I'm going to take this opportunity.
Fair enough.
I can trade this in now, and it's basically a free daze, because whenever you don't have your next land drop anyway, just go with it.
Yeah. And the City Zoo is here for Tormod. Probably the best designed cycle of the decade, I want to say.
Very, very much so. Yeah, they've been the great addition to Legacy, and this is what Togoras wanted to do.
Yeah.
Just a turn 2 Brainstorm into a fetch land. Now, the Brainstorm got countered, of course, but still just setting up your draws and going ahead with it.
Yeah, consider for Togoras.
Yeah, and this is basically a Bowmaster check. Like, is there pressure here or not?
And another daze.
Well, when you only have 1 land, you better use it as efficiently as possible.
Speak of daze. And this is another reason why the surveillance are very nice to have, because daze allows Tormod to pick up the survey land and then just do it again. Start generating value. Oh, we're forcing back now. Is that that's force pitching days.
Force pitching another day.
That is the
fight.
That is the 5th days. What are we doing?
We really want to resolve this Bowmasters. That's what we're doing.
We are literally just picking up lands, going back to the start. We do have the Bowmaster now finally. Consider is going to resolve. That's going to be another 1 damage.
What a fight. But the Bowmaster does finally land before this Consider resolves. So we have some pressure on the tempo side.
Yep. Looks like I caught a glimpse of a fantastic car for Togores there. Another one that's definitely a bad draw. The first one you could maybe argue we can enable.
If you have to ritual, you're very happy to see that first card.
Yeah.
Immediately drawing the second, you're a bit less happy about it.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, and we now see a hand with double Force of Will and the Brazen Borrower. Absolutely excellent draw from Tormod here.
Yeah, that's very nice. I think Fatal Push might be the worst of the three.
It's easily the worst card here, but still having, after this duress, having the Force of Will left over, as well as the Brazen Borrower, which can pretty excellently break up car lines. It's definitely looking good for Tormod in this first game.
Yeah. Also, Tormod being the one who has actual lands. It doesn't look like Togores actually picked up his second land still after everything that has happened.
No, but Tormod's currently the one without land in play.
Sure.
Just pointing it out there.
Sure. Undercity Sewers hitting the field. Gonna surveil again. Gonna get rid of a flow state.
Ooh, that's an interesting one.
I mean, we didn't have a sorcery yet. So now we have the sorcery. Now the next flow state is much better.
That's very much true. But I would love that blue card with my Force of Will, while still having the Brazen Borrower to go with it.
Yeah, that is very fair. Thoughtseize.
That's a better card, though.
But it looks like Togores is holding a Brainstorm, so he might try to hide.
Yeah, how much pressure do you want from this Bowmaster? That's the question.
Yeah, that is true.
Like, do you think you'll have a win holding this Brainstorm?
I mean, we have 4 cards, and we know Brainstorm, double Fantastica. Do we even want to continue playing, or are you just going to game 2?
No, we're just shifting.
Oh, it's 5 cards. Is that double Doomsday? That's double Doomsday.
2 Doomsdays, 2 cards. And I've talked about this earlier with people. The Dark Ritual is what is the glue about these 2 combo parts. And if you have both of the resulting 3 mana spells, but not the Dark Ritual, it can look very rough.
Yeah, no, Brainstorm is going to go away. Togor is going to look for that Dark Ritual just clean off the top if he can. I don't think it picks up on the microphone, but we hear in the back our crowd shouting. If they can understand what we're saying, we appreciate you for your enthusiasm. But yeah, there's a very high energy here, that's for sure.
Yeah, it seems like Tormod definitely has a couple of fans in the audience here in the building. So.
16.
All right, so we're going down to 8. We have a Tamio making a clue. We're just setting up.
Yeah, I'm totally on board, by the way, with Rodrigo not going for the Brainstorm. I mean, if you do that there, you're just so likely that you're dead before you can do anything.
Yeah.
But it's not looking much better without casting it.
No, and I mean, if you cast the Brainstorm, you need to actually find it. And I mean, you have the time to draw it now anyway. So the Brainstorm doesn't actually speed things up in that regard. Of the 2 cards we don't know, I did see the 6th days of this game.
Nice. Always a welcome card, of course. But with Tormod on 3 lands already, and just sitting on the Force of Will you know about, you might not be feeling too good about that one.
I mean, we might be able to hit a Barrowgoyf if it comes. If we hit the 5 land, maybe we start hardcasting Force. I don't know. I'm just throwing things out there.
I mean, 4 Force do stabilize this board pretty well. And even Tormod being at 16 is quite a nice number.
Yeah, for sure. Rodrigo at 5 is going to get hit down to 2 next turn. Most likely, no, is actually dead on board if this Brazen Borrower was off. That's why we have the days.
The perfect days. It was calculated. It was there all the time for this exact spot.
But it gets forced, and that is going to be game 1 for Tormod.
Well, that was a days game if I've ever seen one. Back and forth.
And the crowd in the back goes wild. I hope you can hear that, because I love the energy that's coming from the building right now. So let's go into sideboard, shall we?
All right. So I think the big question here on both players' mind is what is Togores doing? Do we think we can get this combo through? Or do we need something that stalls the board or interacts a bit with the opponent? I'd be skeptical about trying to play the tempo part of your deck against the actual tempo deck.
Yeah, I think that would be a mistake. That being said, like you have to respect the fact that your opponent has a bunch of free interactions starting from turn 1 and is very able to consistently find it.
Yeah, I will say indeed these combo plans are also not the strongest in this matchup.
No, I think this is pretty much worst case scenario for Rodrigo Tagoras here.
Yeah, I'm expecting if I have to guess, that he's keeping the cars and just going with a tempo plan.
Yeah.
But I've also spoken to a couple of other Vroomsday players, and they, in a lot of the tempo matchups, they just take out their interaction. So what you do?
Interesting.
You have your creatures, you have your Doomsday, and you have your cars.
Yeah.
And you're not winning the interaction. You just gotta jam. Keep jamming.
Yeah, I mean, in that regard, I feel like the Fantastic Car is actually a detriment because it takes more resources, right? Yeah. Like if it fails, you have to start rebuilding.
Yeah, but usually in this matchup, it usually only fails on the casting part. Once it's in play, then you can commit your couple of other spells to trigger it.
Yeah, you can try and open with Fantastic Car, and then you know if you have to commit or not. That's fair.
Yeah, because they're not really answering the Fantastic Car once it's in play.
Yeah.
We do see Tormund here with the engineered engineered explosives in the sideboard.
Yeah.
Which is one of the few ways the deck can interact with a card that has resolved, but you'll see that one coming. It'll be
yeah. At that point, the Fantastic Car, it's not going to be.
No, you have to find an interesting spot where they're tapped out. But that's not going to be it. On Tormund's side, however, good cards to bring in. Consigned to memory. The absolute fear of these Vroomsday decks, both their cars and their Doomsday parts are not that good against it, and they love to get out of the way of it by bringing in their Jace.
Yeah, and Jace is also a lot slower than a Thassa's Oracle would be in that situation. You open yourself up to a lot more interaction. You open yourself up to Force of Negations again, because maybe you don't have the Force of Negation for the Doomsday. You might as well have it for the Jace afterwards.
And you usually see these piles. They need some extra time to get through this Jace pile.
Yeah.
If there's pressure in play, it might just be too slow.
Yeah. Do you think Tormund's bringing in the Barrel Boys?
I would guess not.
No.
If you're really convinced that they move off of one of their unfair plans, you might want them, but I would expect you just don't have the room for them. The argument I could see is that you don't trust Demio in the matchup.
Yeah.
If that's the case, maybe, but it's your card advantage engine. You probably just need to have it.
Yeah, the -3 on the flip is very valuable. I think sitting there cracking a bunch of clues is maybe a bit too much, but just picking up a card every third turn is very valuable.
Yeah, they have open decklists here, so they know what they're fighting. So you can question, like, do I keep in my fatal pushes? Do I believe they have Bowmasters, and do I need pushes just for that? Because other than that, it's Voidwalkers and it's Murktides. You're not hitting the Murktides, and only 2 Voidwalkers, that's not that much. So you probably have some space.
Yeah, and by that argument, you could assume that Tormund is taking out the fatal pushes regardless, and now the Voidwalkers get a little bit better.
Yeah, and then you
get Bowmaster.
Yeah, but if you take out as Tormund your pushes, you like your Barragoids. Since now they're like, if they do have creatures, your Barragoids can tangle with that. If they don't have creatures, your Barragoids are still pretty good.
Yeah. Am I correct in saying that switching to Fantastica made the tempo part of Doomsday worse?
For sure. If you're look at the old tempo Doomsday lists, they had like 4 Tamios and a couple of Murktides in there, just in the main board, and then added to that from the sideboard. With this list, you don't have room for any of that in the main board, so you just have to commit your sideboard to it, or as Rodrigo is doing here, just have a light tempo plan.
Yeah.
We've seen way heavier versions of this plan. So the big question here is like, how much do you bring in and is it enough?
Yeah.
All right.
Well,
the game's on the way and there's a lot of action in a very short time.
Yeah, Tormod having double force of will to make sure that this Doomsday really does not resolve. I like the decision for Rodrigo to go for the turn 1 Doomsday here with Days backup, but it didn't end up working out, unfortunately.
It's actually not that bad of an exchange, even after not getting there.
Yeah.
Because you did get 2 force of wills out of your opponent, and it only cost you 3 cards. So you're ahead on that part, but this is what you kept a hand for. So now can you follow it up with anything?
Yeah, that's going to be the question. And that has been my biggest criticism of the Fantastica. It is no matter how you do it, it always seems to draw a bunch of resources on both sides and just slow down the game.
Yeah, you would love to play against matchups that are not this good at interacting.
Yeah.
But the blue-black tempo deck is just so good at interacting on the axis you're trying to interact on.
Another Days.
All right, we're seeing the Bowmasters have come in, but 2 cards remaining in the hand. A sea and a card remaining in the hand.
Yeah.
That Tansis loves to take that Bowmaster here.
Yep, you take the Bowmaster, and now you're left with a land and a Fantastica, and that Fantastica is looking rather meager.
Yeah, this is where you go, I hope I just have another land. I play it for 3 mana, and then find every stock up in my deck.
Yeah, we do get a Brainstorm, so Rodrigo could decide to get rid of the Fantastica. This might also be the game where we see the fair Fantastica. We play it on turn 3, and we just play a non-creature spell every turn.
Yeah, and maybe at some point, we just have enough spells.
Yeah.
We do see Rodrigo drawing into a flow state here, amongst others, which is definitely the card they need to get back out of this.
Yeah. I'm also thinking if card beats are a thing, then maybe Fatal Pushes actually become a little better. I don't think Tormod's playing them. I just wanted to mention it is a 3-drop. You could push it.
In the case that the Vroomsday deck is just really not doing what they want to do, then you can use your Fatal Push to answer plan Z.
Yeah. Yeah, we are definitely scrounging for scraps here on the side of Rodrigo to chorus.
On the other hand, your tempo player is not putting up any pressure.
Nope.
You're now up cards because of the turn 1 exchange. Yep. And if you have a flow state and get to resolve that here, you might actually be pretty ahead.
True. Also, just 2 cards for Tormod as well. Force isn't looking quite as scary.
No, and as soon as you don't have pressure and these flow states start rolling out, it's going to be a tough time. So it started from looking very flamboyant, this match.
Yeah.
And now we've settled down to, oh wait, you don't have pressure, and I'm just drawing more cards. This is a game that's starting to look more and more Rodrigo favored.
Yeah, like just based on they're not happening all that much. Double Force Thoughtseize definitely slowed it down, but a flow state is going to pick up the pace.
Yeah, and you love nothing more as Rodrigo here to just find your third land and cast a card.
Yeah.
To see if it resolves. If it does, you'll do stuff with it.
And that will actually be the first fair card we've seen all weekend, I think.
I'm not saying it will be fair. I'm just saying it's there, and it might at some point just...
It's a 3-mana 4/4, but you have to cast it on creature spell every turn. That is the fairest of cards you can expect to face in Legacy. Let's be honest.
No, Mother of Runes is a card.
Is it though?
Yeah.
I haven't seen that card in a while, unfortunately.
Mother of Runes is just everyone's playing fair.
Like, when's the last time somebody went to the nursing home to check out Mother of Runes?
Yeah. All right, Tormod, at least getting a brainstorm here, maybe being able to sculpt something and actually get some pressure out, since he does need something.
Yeah.
All right, the fetch land is a good one, and here we see a Temio. So if this game goes on, Now, over time, Tormod's getting back in it.
Yeah, I was maligning the front side of Tamiyo for this matchup, but I think this is a board where it might be very useful.
Or it might not.
Or it might not, depending on how the rest of this turn goes.
And this is the insane part about flow state in this deck.
Yep, there it is.
You cast a flow state, and suddenly you have enough spells to trigger your card.
Yeah. So this is going to be the end of Tamiyo, unfortunately. At least I would assume. We still have to resolve the ponder. We're all very focused on the car.
He's like, I just want to trigger this and attack you with it.
Yep, gonna block one car.
We should be very proud of this Tamiyo. She did the best work.
Yep, she did everything
that Tormod alive.
She did everything that we could have asked of her. And now we need engineered explosives. Exactly.
Yeah.
We didn't shuffle off of the brainstorm, by the way.
That is interesting, and we see here a flow state. We're just trying to look at the most cards we can.
Yeah.
I would hope for Tormod that there's already a land in hand, or we're just hitting it with this.
Yeah. Also, I think the find of the ponder for Rodrigo here was a force of will. And yeah, it was. And he's considering maybe forcing the flow state.
I mean, if your opponent only has one card left, what's that card going to be that deals with these 4 cards? You know, you have seen the deck list. You know that the only answer should be the engineered explosives. That's a mana source away.
Yeah. No, Tormod's resolving the flow state did not find the engineered explosives. And
we're going to a game 3.
We're going to our game 3.
We wouldn't want it to be over fast.
Nope. We have just over 600 players as we go into game 3 of the finals here. Everyone, thank you for watching. Hope you're having a good weekend as these players are getting ready for game 3. One final shout out to our sponsors, Boose, Ultimate Guard, the entire Emjati crew, of course, for hosting this here in Belgium, and the rest of the Bazaar crew for setting up this stream. And of course you, Peter, for being here with me this evening.
I've only joined you in the last half of this entire weekend. You guys have been doing a great job with covers, but also all these companies. The event has been great.
Yeah, it's been a great event. Hasn't been too warm. It's been kind of warm, but
I would have thought would have been worse. It was actually quite survivable. They managed it well, and I'm very happy with how it went. This entire weekend.
For sure. It's been a great 3 days of Legacy and other formats as well.
Yeah, a lot of people playing Vintage today, actually more than expected. Quite a large showing. And we had Pre-Modern, we had Chaos Draft, we had team events. It was...
Yeah, I heard the beer Chaos Draft on Friday was a huge success.
Yeah, it was very loud, I heard. So that's always a good sign.
That sounds like a good combination with beer.
Yeah.
So for the folks at home, we're in Belgium. We've been sponsored a couple of days by Duvel, the beer brand. So Belgium is a great country. If you've never been here, definitely play one of these events. It's going to be here again next year. So if you are thinking about it, you're more than welcome to show up here.
All right, looks like we're finishing up with a couple of sideboard decisions here. This is the kind of matchup you can't just sideboard and present your 60 again.
No.
You have to keep each other guessing, like how many creatures did you bring in? How many creature removal spells are you still having around?
I mean, these are both dazed decks, right? Like, you're almost keeping yourself guessing with how you're gonna sideboard. I don't know if these players have some sort of sideboard guide, but it seems like a very difficult matchup to sideboard in.
Yeah, at some point, should you just roll a die and see how you sideboard?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think it's for this Vroomsday version, but especially the ones that have a full tempo plan in the sideboard. Do you make the entire switch? And you don't want to be predictable. Just roll a die.
Yeah.
And see which part are you keeping in. No, like I said, I expect just a lot of interaction to be trimmed so we can fit all of it in.
Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna have to see. Looks like both players are ready to go.
And we'll see if we have just as explosive of a turn 1, as we had in game 2 with 5 spells entering the stack, no lands being in play after all those spells got cast, and then we went into a slower game. But like, do you mulligan to the double interaction hand, or do you just?
I don't think you mulligan to it too much, but you do need some form of interaction because I feel like Rodrigo, if he has any sort of turn 1 with a counterspell, he's going to go for it.
Yeah, but you will be aware, of course, that now that you're on the draw, the daisies are on.
Yeah.
You might get tossy, so are you going to keep the hand that just turn once without too much protection? There's a bit more to play around.
It's a risk. For sure. Looks like both players keeping their 7s.
So no 1-drop for Tormund again. We've seen this a couple of times. Probably prioritizing those interaction heavy hands.
Yep. No Tormund play for Rodrigo as well. And a Nethergoyf.
Yeah, so not playing it on turn 1. Clearly signaling I have something.
Yeah.
What it is, unsure, but it's an instant. It's 1 mana and it interacts with Rodrigo's decks.
I mean, it smells like a consigned memory, and I think the smell here is enough. Just even
you have to respect it at this point.
Yeah, even if Tormund doesn't have it, Rodrigo now has on his mind there must be something.
If you delay your Nethergoyf by a turn, even if it's just a 0/1, so it doesn't do much, it's still you didn't spend that mana. I'm gonna respect that you have something here.
Yeah, and a few points of damage might end up mattering in the future, but you need to get to the point where it actually matters. And slowing down Rodrigo's start here is definitely worth more than those few points of damage that a Nethergoyf could possibly do on the second turn, right?
On the other hand, you've seen these interaction stacks as well. Maybe you don't have to consign and you're just playing around days. Your Force of Will, making sure it stays protected, can also be the make or break in this combo, in these combo turns.
For sure.
And like you said, it doesn't attack that hard early in the game. So skipping on it for 1 turn, maybe it's just a more a slower approach to this game.
Yeah. Again, like the bluff factor is very relevant here. Rodrigo actually keeping the card off of the Surveil, so it must be good. No idea what he is looking for just yet. There's a lot of glare on his sleeves. I can almost perfectly see his finger in them.
Yeah. He's giving it a good thought here. He's clearly having some line to go for something, I guess, a bit big. Or this is, am I really firing off this flow state without it being on in this matchup? I really want to draw multiple cards, but if I just keep this in hand and don't spend my mana, is that enough? No, he's going for a combo attempt.
Yep, Dark Ritual giving red flags. Doomsday is going to be the win condition of choice for Rodrigo.
Yeah, so we're going to 18. If this Doomsday resolves, we're at 9. We have some time against this Nethergoyf.
Yeah.
But does it resolve?
Okay, so Tormund has something because he is in the tank, but what could that be? It's a Force of Will, pitching a Brainstorm.
All right, so we're just going for the clean counter and seeing if that works. It looks like it does. So this is just an attempt by Rodrigo, and it doesn't surprise me. Like I said, there's a chance he's quite low on interaction in these post-board games and just having more cards. I will say I did see a glimpse of a Force of Will in his hand, so maybe it's also just... I'm just going to attempt this. If it doesn't work, I trade for 2 cards probably, since you cannot consign this.
Actually, does Rodrigo have a second blue card?
I am not sure, but with or without it, I could see just play the Doomsday. If it doesn't work, fine. You have to force it. You don't have a good another good answer.
Yeah, he does have a Fatal Push to get rid of the Nethergoyf now that it is actually potentially a threat. And a Wasteland, correctly taking the Undercity Sewers. No Daze Shenanigans, resetting the Survey Land for Rodrigo here.
Yeah, and it's very nice for Rodrigo that he knows there's no Spell Pierce in this deck.
Yeah.
So, if you play your Doomsday with 1 mana open, it has to be a force. It has to be a 2-for-1. And that's just so nice to know. There's never oh, you had 1 mana open, I had my spell pierce, now you get blown out by reverse 2-for-1.
Dragon, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Whatever it is. It's a dragon.
And we see a Cavern of Souls, I believe, entering the battlefield here.
Yeah, I know.
That's providing mana for the car, but not much else yet.
And we are back to the slow game, it seems.
Yeah, it was just his Nethergoyf. And it seems like Tormod's not interested in tapping out to bring that back.
Second Wasteland is very good here for Tormod.
Taking out that colored mana. This might make it very hard for Rodrigo to go for anything at all.
Yeah, because without Dark Ritual, his mana base is very much constrained. Especially if we're now going into days battles potentially.
And we're just not casting cantrips. You don't have blue mana, you're not casting cantrips, and now Tormod has to find something that pulls ahead.
Yeah, Flow State, a very, very good card here.
And Rodrigo giving it the full respect. I don't have anything going. As soon as you start casting flow states, it will find more flow states, and I'll just fall so far behind.
Yeah, looks like Rodrigo's draw for the turn was a fantastic card, which is a bit short on mana here.
All right, we have a new threat. We have something that is going to put pressure on Rodrigo, but
we had one for just a moment.
And I think we're going to see one of these Nethergoyfs come back.
Also, very important that Rodrigo drew the Underground Sea here, because that means he doesn't have to commit his Prismatic Vista to a swamp to try and answer the threat. He can just Fatal Push it without thinking about it too much. Again, a hand with just all 3 drops.
Yeah, it's the risk of this deck. It's like you have all these 3 mana spells, and if it doesn't work, sometimes they fill up your hand. And like...
I've mentioned a couple times throughout the day that a Fantasticar in a lot of these decks feels like extra copies of whatever your main win condition is. In this case, it would be extra copies of Doomsday. It feels like...
sometimes that's a bit much.
Yeah, we've seen a bunch of hands where just the 3 drops just get stuck in there and you have 3 or 4 of them. It makes sense in something like Mystic Forge or the Epic Storm, where you don't have as many cantrips. But Doomsday is a full-on blue deck. You have all these cantrips.
Can I convince you about a Dark Ritual, though?
Yeah, that sounds great.
Like a pretty good card here.
If this Doomsday resolves, that's pretty good. If it doesn't resolve, that is incredibly bad for Rodrigo Togores. There is something.
We're playing around days here. It has to be another force. Have you found it?
This is a very, very critical moment.
Yeah, and of course, Rodrigo, we know their hand. It's another card.
Yeah.
But Tormod's saying, no, none of that. We're not doing this.
Nope. Force of Negation. Taking the Doomsday.
Yeah. Just like, I'm going to attack you. Stop playing spells.
Yeah.
Just need you to not do anything.
Now, we're not out of the woods yet. We have exactly 3 mana for another Doomsday. That's going to have to be... It's probably going to have to be Togores' Hail Mary, because if that resolves, he still has a chance. If it gets countered, I think he's pretty much out of it. He's definitely out of it with a Baragorf hitting the field.
Yeah, that's now a lot of pressure on the life total, and this makes the Doomsday look a bit too risky.
Is that even going to work, the Doomsday? I don't know how big the Goyfs are.
Well, first of all, we don't have 3 black yet. That's an issue, maybe.
Well, we have to track the Prismatic Vista, putting Rodrigo to 13, which effectively puts him to 12, puts him to 6 after a Doomsday.
Is that a Vista? I thought that was a...
That is a Vista, yeah.
Oh, right. I thought that was the Cavern of Souls.
Is it?
Yeah, I think that's the land that's...
Oh, if that's a Cavern of Souls, then yeah, no, we're not even at 3 black. Never. Then we're not doing anything.
So the question is, do you play?
Okay, yeah, that's.
Yeah.
Chat says it's a Cavern, so yeah.
Yeah. So now the question is, do you just play your car here and hope you can do something with that? But
yeah,
the Baragorf on the last turn makes it so hard to race.
Yeah.
Like even if you get to correct the car, like, are you racing this?
Yeah, that Baragorf was probably one of the best draws for Tormod here.
Yeah, it's
And-
both the Doomsday lines and car lines just looking a lot worse with this one. Rodrigo giving it a very good thought here, like, okay, what are my outs? Like, he's thinking, okay, if I draw Brainstorm, what do I have to draw into to get a win?
Yeah. Because we know about the Doomsday, we don't know about the other card.
Yeah. So if you top deck a Brainstorm next turn and you find the perfect draw for a Doomsday kill the same turn, what can I do? What do I have? Or and if you don't see any line there, then you say, okay, I play the card, hope to crack it next turn and just get some time.
Yeah. I think I saw an Underground Sea.
Yeah, was that a land?
If that's an Underground Sea...
You could Doomsday, but are you dead? That's the question. You won't have a graveyard anymore, so
yeah.
Sorcery, land...
Instant.
Is there an instant?
I think there's an instant, yeah. I mean, we forced somewhere, so there must be an instant in there, right? We did not interact with the graveyard otherwise.
No, but we did escape the
there was...
Archive, so... So that took the Force of Will out.
I'm not sure.
If this is just...
I think the Force of Negation is still in there.
All right, right. So it would be 3/4?
At the very least, I think there are 3/4, yeah. Which...
means that there's a chance.
We're at 7.
Rodrigo.
Yeah. Yeah, Doomsday's a sorcery, so that doesn't matter.
No, but then the question becomes, can you win on one card without Street Raid?
Is there a world where we crack the pile of this turn? No, because we have no cards in hand.
Yeah, we have nothing. We just have to draw one card next turn, hope that nothing goes wrong.
Yeah, we untap.
We have a pile.
We untap with 1 life, and we pray that Tormod doesn't have anything.
Yes.
And then somehow that is still good enough, not using Street Raid. We do have Edge of Autumn.
True. So it's Edge, Brainstorm, hope that the Tassa's Oracle just lives and triggers.
Yeah, because I don't think you can build a pile where you clear your deck. So you have to somehow get a deck with 2 cards and hope the Tassa's Oracle doesn't die.
And Tormod was Hellbent, so you have 1 card to win through.
Yeah.
This is can your pile beat Tormod's top card? And I believe it's...
There is one more option. We have a Barrowgoyf trigger.
We could get a blue card off of this.
We could get a Bowmaster.
True. It did not.
We did
get a blue card.
We did get a blue card in the Brazen Borrower.
All right. Rodrigo, what have you built? And can it beat this Brazen Borrower plus question mark?
1 card in hand, 4 cards in library. We're gonna Brazen Borrower now? What? Oh, this is a pass. Wait, it's a Bowmaster as a redraw, so we can block both of them, and the Brazen Borrower dies. Which lines? That was pure gas.
Yeah.
My God.
The card that Tormod finds being the Brazen Borrower.
The fact that the ping is not mattering that much, but now we have a flow state. So we again have to dodge some sort of interaction.
So, from Rodrigo's seat, we're doing this because we don't believe the Tassa's Oracle trigger is safe enough?
Or maybe he doesn't get his deck small enough. Because he only has the 1 Edge of Autumn.
Yeah, yeah. So you miss 1 mana to make your deck small enough, I guess. Is that true? You cycle, or you consign, you go to 3, you draw 1, you have 2 cards. No, I think with consign, you get there?
Yeah, maybe this is a safer pile? No, it's not safer because now you give Tormod another turn, right?
I might be missing something. I was testing Doomsday for this event, and I decided not to play it because I kept messing up my piles. So
yeah, this is a very complicated deck. Once the Doomsday resolves, it's not straightforward at all. Vintage Doomsday, once the Doomsday resolves, is a very straightforward deck.
Yeah. Can you imagine if Tormod kept the Brazen Borrower in hand and just didn't play it? Then you have to play the Bowmasters and get your token bounce and die. So you had to play it out for Rodrigo to have another turn.
I'm thinking, no, we didn't know about the Brazen Borrower. That came after the Doomsday. All right, we're blocking. We have a Voidwalker. Don't think the Voidwalker matters here.
No. So we have a lot of life, and we have a Wasteland.
Ooh. That is potentially a problem.
Yeah, is this a consider? No, it is the Edge of Autumn. And it is an Oracle.
And now, no removals.
Oh, Snappy.
I feel like Tormod is he frustrated? I think he's frustrated, right?
On making the cavern on Dragon.
Exactly.
And
Yeah, I believe so.
Being like the. Yeah.
Like, it almost feels like he's celebrating, but I'm pretty sure that Rodrigo to Boros just won, right?
Yeah, he just had a land.
Oh my god.
You are the 2026, the 2026 ELM champion.
Go!
The reign of the Swedes
Wait,
is over.
did he have enough mana?
The Norwegians has begun.
Thank you for a great match, yeah?
Great games.
Ooh, really
Okay,
close.
apparently he couldn't.
I almost got you.
Kevin was not on Wizard.
Cavern was not on Wizard. All right, if that's the case, then that's.
Wow.
Sorry.
Okay, for folks at home, we missed this. Cavern of Souls was not on Wizard. I don't know why, but because it wasn't on Wizard, this Wasteland took Rodrigo Togoras off of his second blue, and he couldn't cast the Thassa's Oracle.
Wow, what a game. Tormod taking it there.
Lee Crab.
Oh, he would have felt so tough that he would have given up away the win by playing the end of turn Brazen Borrower. But getting there anyway. Congratulations to Tormod on getting that there versus Rodrigo, who's such a good player as well.
Wow. What an incredible game 3 to finish this day on.
Yeah, we're definitely going to make sure we get an interview with the winner, I guess.
Yeah, if Tormod feels like it, I think he's pretty high energy right now. He might just want to cool down, maybe go celebrate with his friends. But if he's up for it, we'll see if we can get him on camera to talk about what just happened. Wow, what an incredible top 8.
Yeah. I wonder what the decision for that Cavern earlier was. If it was just on Orc to resolve a Bowmasters or what it was, but wow.
Yeah.
Of course, you get a nice.
That was so close. Literally, the Wasteland was the thing that settled it there. It could have, at any point, any draw could have changed things.
Yeah, it was so close. What an incredible game. And this entire finals was great.
Yeah.
With them on their
Just Tormod absolutely running over game 1. Rodrigo, the 5 spells on turn 1 into just drawing out of it and getting the car win. And then this game, that game down to every decision, every small play, and Tormod's taking it down.
Hope you enjoy it.
You know, I've said it a couple times this weekend. If you told me something Friday, I wouldn't have believed you. If you told me Dimir Tempo was gonna win today,
I would have believed you.
You would?
Yeah.
I'm a hater. I would not have believed that. No.
I know. I've seen it perform quite well in Scar meta already. So yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised. Yeah.
Fair enough. It's just Dimir Tempo has been a bit on the downswing in recent months, but I guess
with Tron, Tron out of the meta, a lot of combo decks moving in.
That is true. We did have the Candelabra ban. That helps a lot.
Yeah.
The meta has been pretty thoroughly shaken up by the printing of Fantasticar. Even though it is an incredibly powerful card, it does seem like the meta is still adjusting, transforming. Maybe it finds some sort of equilibrium. If not, then hopefully in 3 months we'll get a ban. We'll see how that goes. I mean, you never know with Wizards.
Being congratulated by all the people that were cheering on. I think there's still more in the hall, but what a great finish.
Yeah, they have for sure been incredibly loud. We've been hearing them throughout the entire finals. We've had our windows open, and there's a beamer set up not too far from where we are. But yeah, he definitely has his fans, as you can see.
Yeah, what an absolute amazing finish by Tormod.
Yeah.
And yeah, congratulations once again. Absolutely amazing.
And it looks like he is going to be receiving his prizes and then showing up for a quick interview. As we get things sorted, there's a lot happening right now.
Yeah, there's decks that need to actually go back in deck boxes.
Yeah.
That is always okay, we have to get prizes, and I want to celebrate, but also, oh yeah, my deck is still here. I still have to pack it, put it back in the bag. The normal after-game rituals also have to happen. But absolutely amazing.
Yeah, and what a fantastic weekend it's been.
Yeah, we have great matches all throughout the top 8.
Yeah.
And, I don't think we can ask for that much more from a coverage perspective.
No, for sure. Like, we've had 2 days of incredible matches, the highest of highs, the lowest of lows.
It's been amazing, and congratulations to Rodrigo as well for making it to the finals, of course. It was so incredibly close.
Yeah.
It was so incredibly close. Amazing stuff.
If I'm allowed a little bit of a concession, like we're both Dutch, I would have liked to see a Dutch player in top 8. We missed out on that, unfortunately. But, I mean, we dominated the Fridays, we dominated the Saturdays. I think we've had our fun, right?
I wanted more fun.
I like fun,
but
for sure.
It was definitely not me showing up. So
no, I mean, you've played well. You've earned your spot here, even if today wasn't as successful.
That's very true.
But it's been a pleasure having you here for those final few matches.
I had a lot of fun, and watching great Magic, getting to commentate on it, and then seeing the energy in the building around it, absolutely a bliss to be a part of. So yeah.
Yeah, and if they're still listening, Robin, Dorian, and the other Peter, who have also been casting today. Of course, Marvin and Michel on the technique. All of our sponsors. I'll list them off after the interview because I thought for a second that the interview was going to start. Okay, I can do a quick shout out. Boose, Ultimate Guard, the Emjati crew, of course, organizing Eternal Mania, and the ELM team for setting everything up.
Yeah, and also just the year-long effort of setting up all these different tournaments that are going on. It all has to be linked. Who's getting the invites from where, and it's just it's a big effort, year-long.
Yeah,
the whole crew of the ELM just working on it, and every country having their like ELM leads, making sure there's invites being handed out. There's like everything's being controlled. It's like it's just a giant effort, and it all accumulates to this win here.
It's an incredible moving machine to see in action for the, I want to say, 4th year in a row now.
2022 was the first one, so that sounds about right.
Of course, the TOs, everyone that came playing to one of these ELM qualifiers that came here this weekend, like this wouldn't be possible if people weren't playing.
No, for sure. So it's just the entire community, and that was the original thought of the ELM as well. Like it was post-COVID, there was a lot of tournament series just starting up again, and just this was meant to breathe life back in all these communities and grow these tournaments. And I think it's done wonders for that in a lot of countries, and that's absolutely amazing to see. and then always have this final event at the end of the year, just to cap it off. Amazing stuff.
It really does feel like that old legacy GP vibe where you're working towards this big event. There's a lot of competition, a lot of rivalry, but also a lot of camaraderie. Seeing your nationals play, seeing them succeed. I'm sure that Norwegians right now are ecstatic watching this.
Yeah, very proud Norwegians. I'm absolutely sure about that.
Yeah. So that's good to see for everyone just joining. We have our winner. I'll say his name one more time. The Norwegian Tormod Tronstad Lang, winning 2-1 in an incredible finals against Rodrigo Tagores from Spain.
It was so incredibly close.
Yeah.
What a pleasure to watch.
If you missed it, definitely go watch the VOD. Definitely go watch some of the other matches. We have had incredible matches. Another banger was round 6 of today. Jon Larsen, who on Izzet Welder came into the grindiest of games, where every life point ended up mattering.
Yeah, and we've seen it all day. Just these incredibly grindy beasts fighting it out, and it's been a pleasure. It's absolutely been amazing.
Yeah.
Shall I check if our winner is?
Yeah, if you'd like to, you can go check in. To see where Tormod is. Yes, everyone, thank you to Peter for casting today. Everyone, thank you for being here. We'll see if we can get Tormod on stream to have him talk about his win. Again, thank you for everyone watching. It's been a great weekend. You can see in the back here, there's a big train of people celebrating in Tormod's win. Yeah, I think we're going to take a small break